Dragon-Marked War God Chapter 555 to Chapter 612. What? A commotion broke out in the Elder Palace. Everyone, including Elder Yuan, stood up from their seats. Chi-Child was dead. If Chi-Child was killed by a powerful devil king in the devil realm, they wouldn't be angry at all. It would only mean that Chi-Child's cultivation was too weak, or that Chi-Child was just too unlucky. However, the truth was that Chi-Child was killed by a human. This was equivalent to not putting the Tianyi Gate in their eyes. Great manager, didn't you say that Jiang Chen is only a 4th grade combat king? How did he kill Chi-Child? Elder Yuan asked with a frown on his face. I'm not mistaken, that young man is really only a 4th grade combat king. However, according to the news we received, Jiang Chen has already broken through to the 5th grade combat king realm. Furthermore, those 3 men have been robbing everywhere in the devil realm. More than half of the disciples of the Tianyi Gate have been robbed by them, and those who resisted would have their Qi destroyed, turning them into cripples. Their methods are extremely cruel. Just a moment ago, Jiang Chen killed Chi-Child with his 5th grade combat king cultivation base. The great manager said. Although he didn't want to believe that this was the truth, the news he received would never be wrong. He had to admit that he had underestimated Jiang Chen. I never thought that there would be such an abnormal genius, able to kill an 8th grade combat king with his 5th grade combat king cultivation base. However, since he dares to go against the Tianyi Gate, he won't have a good ending. One of the combat emperors said. Elder Yuan, let's go there immediately, don't let that young man escape. I'm sure he still has the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. The great manager hastily said. Losing an 8th grade combat king genius wasn't a big deal to the Tianyi Gate, but if they didn't kill Jiang Chen, the Tianyi Gate's reputation would be completely destroyed. The geniuses of the Tianyi Gate had gone to the devil realm to train, but their leader was killed, and the rest were robbed. If this news were to spread, it would be a great humiliation to the Tianyi Gate. Furthermore, Jiang Chen still had the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Since the Tianyi Gate had decided to kill Jiang Chen, they would have to continue with their plan. Let's go. I'd like to see what kind of genius that Jiang Chen is. Elder Yuan's aura shook. His body flashed and disappeared with a swoosh. After that, the other elders in the hall also disappeared. In the devil realm, Chi-Child was dead. The others didn't dare to go against Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen and the other 2 didn't make things difficult for the others. They flew toward the weakest point of the spatial barrier. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Leave this place. I'm afraid the Tianyi Gate has already found out about Chi-Child's death. There's no need for us to clash with such a powerful sect. Once we leave this place, we'll return to Xuanyu immediately. Jiang Chen said. He had obtained a lot of benefits in the western region. With his current strength, he wasn't strong enough to fight against the Tianyi Gate. Therefore, his next goal was to return to Xuanyu, to Liang province. He still had to settle his grudges. De Huang was still in a deep sleep. As long as he could obtain the blood essence of the Fergana stallion, he would be able to wake up. This was the most urgent matter. Let's go. Let's get out of here. Damn it, this trip to the devil realm is such a big loss. We didn't get anything, and we were robbed clean. Damn it. Sigh, don't talk about it. This is fate. Those who were robbed all sighed. However, they couldn't stay in the devil realm for too long, so they all chose to leave. The disciples of the Tianyi Gate all had gloomy expressions. I've already sent the news to the Tianyi Gate. I believe the experts of the gate will come soon. Those 3 bastards will be dead for sure. The disciple who used the messenger talisman to send the message said. Soon, Jiang Chen's group of 3 arrived at the weak point of the spatial barrier of the devil realm. He took out the heavenly saint sword and slashed at the spatial crack in front of him. The spatial barrier was directly torn apart. With a flash, the 3 of them walked out of the devil realm. The place where they came out was the same place where they entered. Not long after Jiang Chen's group came out, the people behind them also came out one by one. Although they hated Jiang Chen, after what happened before, they understood that as long as they didn't take the initiative to provoke Jiang Chen wouldn't take the initiative to kill them. After all, if he wanted to kill them, they wouldn't have survived until now. Therefore, they weren't afraid of Xianxia. After leaving the Devil Realm, the three of them had just flown for a short while when several powerful auras suddenly descended from the sky. Before the people had even appeared, they had already completely sealed off the space, firmly trapping Xianxia's group. They came really fast. Xianxia's expression changed. These auras clearly came specifically for them, so they immediately trapped them, not giving them the slightest chance to escape. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the next moment, a total of 6 powerful figures appeared, completely blocking the three of them. They were the 6 people from the Tianyi Gates Elders Hall. Damn it, for combat emperors and 2 9th-grade combat kings, they really think highly of us. Tyrant couldn't help but curse. The appearance of such a powerful camp at the Tianyi Gate clearly showed that they wanted to kill them. With his and Xianxia's current strength, they would definitely die if they were to face such a powerful camp. There wasn't even a possibility of escaping. However, even in the face of such a powerful camp, Tyrant's face still didn't show the slightest trace of nervousness. In this western region, there was really nothing that could make him nervous. Look, that's the expert from the Tianyi Gate. He's finally here. Haha, good. So many combat emperors, it seems like they already know what happened here and rushed over here. Those 3 bastards are dead for sure, there won't be any more accidents. This is great, even the combat emperors are here. Even if that guy is a genius, he won't be a match for them. Offending the Tianyi Gate is simply a dead end. The people who came out from the Devil Realm became excited. Their faces revealed a gloating expression. The Tianyi Gate's camp was too strong. There were 4 combat emperors, one of them was a powerful 4th-grade combat emperor. Even if these 3 guys grew 3 heads and 6 arms, even if they grew 100 pairs of wings, they would still die without a doubt. It's the 3 of them? Elder Yuan's gaze fell on Xianxia and the other 2. Lung Lung asked. That's right, this guy is Xianxia. The chief steward looked at Xianxia and shouted with a stern voice, Xianxia, I was kind enough to allow you to participate in the training with the geniuses of the Tianyi Gate, giving you a chance to obtain the Devil's Soul in exchange for the heavenly elixir. I didn't expect you to repay my kindness with enmity, killing the disciples of the Tianyi Gate and robbing everyone. What's the difference between you and the devil cult? The chief steward put on a dignified appearance as he questioned Xianxia. Xianxia sneered. He really wanted to go up and smash that face of his into pieces. Old bastard, don't make it sound so nice. You know clearly what you have done. On the surface, the Heavenly Tower is extremely fair and has an excellent reputation. However, you always do things in the dark. You asked me to participate in the mission in the Devil Realm because you wanted Chi-Child to kill me here and snatch the treasures in my hands. You are truly shameless. Unfortunately, Chi-Child wasn't as strong as me, and was killed by me instead. He deserved it. Xianxia didn't show the slightest fear on his face. He had a trump card now. If things got out of hand and he couldn't kill them, he could just use the source of combat strength talisman given to him by Great Master Ran Feng and crush these guys into pieces. What? It can't be, the Heavenly Tower wouldn't do such a thing. The Heavenly Tower has an excellent reputation in the Western region. Yeah, it can't be, right? But if it's true, who would dare to do business with the Heavenly Tower in the future? Xianxia's words undoubtedly caused a commotion. Many people began to discuss among themselves. One must know that in the Western region, the Heavenly Tower was a living signboard. Many people and forces had business dealings with the Heavenly Tower because of its reputation. However, if what Xianxia said was true, the Heavenly Tower's reputation would be completely destroyed. Who would dare to do business with it in the future? Nonsense, Xianxia, don't slander us. Our Heavenly Tower has always had an excellent reputation. Now that you've killed someone from the Tianyi Gate, you want to drag the Heavenly Tower into this matter? You're simply too audacious. I'm going to arrest you right now and imprison you in the Tianyi Gate. The chief steward was furious. Chi-Child had failed, and Xianxia now knew about his scheme. What he needed to do now was to arrest these 3 and bring them back to the Tianyi Gate. Then, he would interrogate them about the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Humph. Let me tell you, the Tianyi Gate better not provoke me, or else, you won't be able to imagine the consequences. Xianxia coldly harumphed. He had never planned to go against the Tanny Gate, but if they really wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be afraid. Young man, you really don't know what death is. You've killed a genius from the Tanny Gate, so you have to pay the price. I'm going to arrest you now. The fourth-grade combat emperor, Elder Yuan, said in an indifferent tone. His chi fluctuated slightly, causing the entire void to tremble. After that, he suddenly extended his hand, enveloping Xianxia and the other two. Tyrant and Tan Lang felt as if their bodies were being imprisoned. They couldn't even move. The power of a combat emperor wasn't something they could deal with, let alone a powerful fourth-grade combat emperor. It's over, these three are finished. A fourth-grade combat emperor is here, they won't have the chance to resist anymore. This is so satisfying. Even if we can't get our wealth, it's still satisfying to see them being captured. Seeing that the fourth-grade combat emperor was here, many of them became excited. They all felt that there wouldn't be any more accidents this time. These three robbers were definitely going to die, there was no chance for them to resist. A fourth-grade combat emperor wasn't someone Chi Child could compare to. Ba. The chi of the voice was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention. What was even more surprising was that the voice that came from nowhere had shattered Elder Yuan's attack. *kiss*. Elder Yuan sucked in a breath of cold air. His face turned pale. He could feel that when the voice was heard, the person was still in the inner part of the spatial zone and there was still a long distance between them. Despite the distance, the person's voice could still penetrate the spatial zone and shatter his attack. What did this mean? It meant that the strength of the person wasn't something that he could compare with. He was a fourth-grade combat emperor, but the person who came was most likely a true saint. In the next moment, a silhouette appeared like a ghost. It didn't even cause the spatial zone to tremble. It was afraid that only the legendary minor saint could come and go without a trace. Everyone looked at the person who came. It was a white-bearded old monk with fluttering clothes. His posture was dignified, like a peerless Buddha. His body was covered with golden Buddha light that could deliver all sentient beings from suffering. Anyone who saw him couldn't help but feel respectful towards him. The old monk's divine body was a little illusory. Those with discerning eyes could see that the old monk was merely a divine sense. It wasn't his real body. Even though it was just a divine sense, everyone could feel the enormous pressure from the old monk, making it hard for them to breathe. If a divine sense was this powerful, one could imagine how terrifying it would be if the real person came. Master. Tyrant saw the person who came and immediately called out. He knew that Great Master Ranfeng would come at this critical moment. After all, this was the Western region. If his disciple was killed in the Western region, Great Master Ranfeng would lose a lot of face. Moreover, in Great Master Ranfeng's heart, Xianxia held a very important position. What? This old monk is the little monk's master? I knew that the little monk's identity wasn't ordinary. It seems like he is a disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. This old monk is just a divine sense, but he gave people a very terrifying feeling. If I'm not mistaken, he is most likely an eminent monk of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. Tanny Gate has kicked an iron plate this time. Although Tanny Gate is powerful, the gap between them and the Great Lightning Tune Temple is like the gap between heaven and earth. If this monk is really from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, I'm afraid that Tanny Gate can only suffer in silence. Many people started discussing in low voices. Although the old monk was just a divine sense, everyone could feel how terrifying he was. Elder Yuan, who was brimming with qi, had completely retracted his qi. With his eyesight, he could tell that this old monk was at least a fifth-grade minor saint. Even if there was a minor saint in the heavenly sect, there was still a gap between them and this old monk. Moreover, a fifth-grade minor saint was just a conservative estimate. In the Western domain, there was only one place where such an eminent monk came from, the Great Lightning Tune Temple. No matter how powerful the heavenly sect was, they wouldn't be able to fight against the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I didn't know that the little monk was an eminent disciple of the Great Lightning Tune Temple. I hope that eminent monk won't take it to heart. However, this Xianxia has killed the disciples of Tanny Gate and robbed everyone here. We, Tanny Gate, will definitely make him pay for what he has done. I hope eminent monk won't interfere in this matter. Elder Yuan said. He wasn't an idiot. The little monk had already addressed the old monk as master. It was obvious that the old monk was here for the little monk. If he still wanted to make things difficult for the little monk, he would be an idiot. However, he believed that the old monk had nothing to do with Xianxia. Besides, his target this time was Xianxia. It didn't matter if he killed the little monk or not. As long as he captured Xianxia, he would be able to find out the whereabouts of the 9 solar holy water. Ba. Xianxia is a good friend of mine. You can't touch him. Great Master Ranfeng put his palms together and said straightforwardly. Eminent monk, the Great Lightning Tune Temple is a reasonable place. We, Tianyi Gate, are one of the biggest sects in the Western domain. This Xianxia isn't a Buddhist disciple. Don't you think that Great Master Ranfeng's hand has reached too far? The 9th grade combat king from Tianyi Gate said loudly. Obviously, his eyesight wasn't as good as Elder Yuan's. He couldn't see through the old monk's cultivation level. In his opinion, the old monk was at most a minor saint. There were more than one minor saint in Tianyi Gate. Moreover, this incident was caused by Xianxia. Even if it was the Great Lightning Tune Temple, they still had to be reasonable. Unfortunately, this was not a reasonable world to begin with. This benefactor has a strong killing intent towards our friend Xianxia. Great Master Ranfeng said. He raised his head and looked at the 9th grade combat king. His eyes suddenly became extremely sharp. 2 rays of golden light shot out from his eyes and reached the 9th grade combat king in an instant. The void was torn apart. Without any suspense, the 9th grade combat king didn't even have the chance to react. His head was pierced through and he died on the spot. The 9th grade combat king didn't even have the time to scream. His body fell from the sky. What? Everyone on the scene couldn't help but exclaim. Each of them widened their eyes and stared at the old monk who was standing in the void. It was too scary. He killed a man with just a glance. What kind of technique was this? It was so powerful that it defied the natural order. He killed a 9th grade combat king with just a glance, and it was just a divine sense. My God, this monk is too scary. He killed a 9th grade combat king with just a glance. A minor saint is so powerful. The level of a saint is beyond our imagination. This old monk must be an expert from the Great Laying Temple. Even though Buddhists aren't bloodthirsty, they still pay attention to karma. This old monk obviously wanted to avenge Xianxia, that's why he killed the 9th grade combat king. It's a pity that the 9th grade combat king died, but he deserved it. The dignity of a saint cannot be violated. Everyone was shocked. Their eyes were filled with fear when they looked at Great Master Ranfeng. There was no way they wouldn't be afraid. Who would dare to act rashly in front of such a powerful Buddha? I didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng to be so courageous. Tan Lang, who was standing at the side, couldn't help but sigh. In his impression, the people of Buddhists were very kind. They would deliver all living beings from suffering, and they wouldn't kill easily. Besides, he had been in contact with Great Master Ranfeng for a long time. He thought that Great Master Ranfeng was an old man who was easy to get along with. Buddhists pay attention to karma. During the war between the Buddhists and the devil race, they were used to killing, but they weren't bloodthirsty. They would only kill because they had their own obsession. Great Master Ranfeng is the disciple of Ancestor Green Lotus. Xianxia smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ranfeng's way of doing things. In the past, when Ancestor Green Lotus was running amok under the heavens, he would stand up for all the injustice in the world. When he saw injustice, he would pull out his sword to help. If he didn't like someone, he would kill them. Xianxia smiled. He didn't agree with Great Master Ranfeng's way of doing things. In the past, Ancestor Green Lotus was a tyrant under the heavens. He would stand up for all the injustice in the world. He would offer his help whenever he saw injustice. If he didn't have the courage to kill, he wouldn't have befriended a god of slaughter like Xianxia. Great Master, even if you are from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, you shouldn't have gone too far. We, the Tianyi Gate, just want an explanation. A second-grade combat emperor of the Tianyi Gate said angrily. They were the disciples of the Tianyi Gate. Although Tianyi Gate wasn't as powerful as the Great Lightning Tune Temple, it was still one of the major powers in the Western domain. How could he not feel aggrieved when his own disciple was killed so easily? However, before the man could finish his words, Elder Yuan quickly pulled him behind his back and scolded, "Do you want to die?" After that, Elder Yuan bowed deeply at Great Master Ranfeng and said loudly, "Great Master is a man with a high status. I'm sure you won't make things difficult for small fries like us. Let's forget about today's matter. From today onwards, we, the Tianyi Gate, will not find trouble with Jiang and your disciple." After that, Elder Yuan brought the few experts of the Tianyi Gate and flew away. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Jiang revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. Elder Yuan was a smart man. He knew that if they continued to fight, they would be killed by Great Master Ranfeng's divine sense. I didn't expect that this matter would be left unsettled. The Tianyi society had sent a large number of combat emperors, but they were all scared off by a divine will. What do you know? That old monk is extremely powerful. He could kill a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance. How could they fight against him? I guess this old monk's cultivation is much stronger than the strongest minor saint of the Tianyi Gate. Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend this old monk. Yeah, even if this old monk isn't from the Great Lightning Tune Temple, the Tianyi Gate can't afford to offend him. So, they had to leave this matter unsettled. Unfortunately, all our wealth has been taken away. We can't get it back even if we want to. Everyone was shocked. No one had thought that today's incident would end like this. No one had thought that the three robbers had such a powerful background that even the Tianyi Gate couldn't afford to offend. Jiang held his fists at Great Master Ranfeng and said, "Thank you for saving us, Great Master." "Little friend Jiang, there's no need to be so courteous. I can guarantee little friend's safety here in the Western region, but once you leave the Western region, I won't be able to do anything about it. I have a small entrance here that can teleport you all to the mysterious region." Great Master Ranfeng said, then he took out an illusory spatial gate and opened it on the spot. Then, he grabbed Jiang and the other two robbers and threw them into the spatial gate and closed it. From this, it could be seen that Great Master Ranfeng wanted these three guys to get the hell out of here as soon as possible. If not, he wouldn't be able to live a peaceful life. He could tell that when his troublesome disciples met Jiang, they were like two devil incarnate. If they were allowed to stay in the Western region, they would definitely turn this Buddhist holy land into a chaotic mess. Little guys, start from Xuanyu. Grow up slowly. In the Western domain, a few elders of the Tianyi Gate were wearing a gloomy expression. The second-grade combat emperor who spoke loudly to Great Master Ranfeng said angrily, "Elder Yuan, are you telling me that the Tianyi Gate is going to swallow this insult? What else do you think? That old monk killed a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance with his divine sense. His combat strength is much stronger than what I have imagined. Even if all the minor saints of the Tianyi Gate were to attack him, I'm afraid that we wouldn't be able to defeat him. Besides, there is a possibility that the Great Lightning Tune Temple is behind him. We can't afford to offend such a person." Elder Yuan glared at the second-grade combat emperor. If he didn't stop the second-grade combat emperor from talking, his ending would be the same as the 9th-grade combat king. Offending the dignity of a saint was no different than courting death. This time, Jiang has gained a huge advantage. I'm not willing to let him go just like that. The second-grade combat emperor sighed. After listening to Elder Yuan's words, he felt that what he did was a little impulsive. Thinking about it, he felt a little scared. Offending the dignity of a saint was equivalent to courting death. But, we can't just let this matter go like this. We can't afford to offend that old monk, and we can't afford to offend the Great Laying Temple either. But, I have a feeling that Jiang isn't from the Western region. Elder Yuan's eyes sparkled. He was an experienced and astute person. Even if he couldn't touch Jiang for the time being, he still needed to investigate his background. On the other side, Jiang and the other two were traveling through the spatial tunnel gloomily. The spatial gate was very stable, it could teleport them to the faraway Xuanyu. I didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng to be so terrifying. Killing a 9th-grade combat king with just a glance. This is the first time I've seen something like this in my life. Tan Lang was still immersed in Great Master Ranfeng's domineering aura. Killing a 9th-grade combat king just by looking at it. Such a shocking scene, if he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. It was like a dream. Great Master Ranfeng is a 9th grade minor saint. He is only a step away from the great saint realm. He is a supreme being who has comprehended the laws of the saint realm. No ordinary person can compare with him. Xianxia said with a smile. He knew better than anyone else how strong a 9th grade minor saint was because he had stayed at this level for quite some time. Master, once you refine the 9 yang les rond pill, you'll have a chance of becoming a great sage. Tyrant said. A great sage? Just how powerful are they? Tan Lang didn't dare to imagine that a great sage was the strongest existence standing at the end of the world. In the Divine Land, masters of the great sage level probably only existed in the Pure Land of the Divine Land. Of course, the Western region was a separate entity. The Great Layin Temple also had Buddhas of the great sage level, whose strength was unfathomable. However, this spatial gate isn't bad. It can teleport us through so many big domains and directly to Xuanyu. Amazing. Tan Lang looked at the sturdy spatial tunnel and couldn't help but sigh. Of course, this small domain gate was personally created by Ancestor Green Lotus. With his cultivation, he can go anywhere in the Saint Origin world with just a thought, let alone a small domain gate. However, this small domain gate can only be used a limited number of times. After a certain point, it can no longer be used. Tyrant admired Ancestor Green Lotus very much. In fact, it wasn't just him. There was no one in the entire Western domain who didn't admire Ancestor Green Lotus. Xianxia smiled. He knew very well how terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus was. If this spatial gate was personally created by Ancestor Green Lotus, it would make sense because Great Master Ranfeng, who was only a 9th grade minor saint, wouldn't be able to create such a spatial gate. The 3 of them flew in the spatial tunnel towards Xuanyu. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Liang province wouldn't be peaceful after the return of Jiangchen and Tyrant. A bloody storm was inevitable. The Xian domain was vast and boundless. As one of the 8 major domains of the Divine Land, the Xian domain was not ranked among the top, but there were still super powerful existences in the Xian domain. There was more than one force like the Tianyi Palace in the Xian domain. The Xian domain had a long history and had produced all kinds of heroes. The Liang province was nothing. It was just the most inconspicuous province among the many provinces in the Xian domain. Xuanyu, Tan family. These 3 words carried the weight of a mountain in Xuanyu. The biggest family in Xuanyu was located here. If there were 5 major powers in Xuanyu, the Tan family would be one of them. It was only a family, but it was enough to compete with the major sections. It wasn't hard to imagine how strong this family was. At this moment, in a quiet courtyard of the Tan family, a purple-robed young man was sitting cross-legged on a huge green stone. The young man's eyes were tightly shut, and there was a layer of light constantly flickering on the surface of his body. His aura was rising every second. He didn't look old, but he actually had such a tyrannical cultivation, which was shocking. If someone with discerning eyes was here, they would definitely be able to tell that this young man was trying to break through to the Combat Emperor realm. Suddenly, the young man spurted out a mouthful of black blood. That's right, it was black blood. When the black blood landed on the ground, it made a chi-chi sound and smelled fishy. Young Master Hao, the extravasated blood has been forced out. It seems like you will recover very soon. At this moment, the void shook. An old man in black robe appeared and said to the young man. This old man's eyes were deep and his chi was steady. The chi that he casually emitted was something that even the 4th grade combat emperor Elder Yuan of Tianyi Gate couldn't compare to. Uncle Peng, is there any news about Jiangchen? The young man asked. Young Master Hao asked me to investigate that Jiangchen. Ever since he was injured by the Shura Temple of Liang Province, he hasn't been seen since. However, someone said that Jiangchen had gone through the heavenly tribulation first, then he was attacked by a combat emperor. His injuries were extremely serious. I'm afraid that he will die for sure. Since he hasn't appeared for such a long time, I think his condition isn't good. The old man who was addressed as Uncle Peng said honestly. Hearing this, the young man's eyes revealed 2 rays of ruthlessness. I owe him my life. Brother Jiang, I, Tan Zhihao, will personally avenge you. If Jiang Chen was here, he wouldn't be able to recognize this young man. However, this young man would never forget Jiang Chen. That day when Jiang Chen was wreaking havoc in the cold hell jail, there was a severely injured young man in the corner of the jail. At the last moment, he relied on Jiang Chen to break the cold hell jail to escape. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, Tan Zhihao would have died in the cold hell jail. The Shura temple would never have thought that they had imprisoned a young master of the Tan family. If they knew about it, the Shura temple would have been scared out of their wits. Li Tianyang would have fled for his life. No, he wouldn't even dare to flee. In Xuanyu, anyone that the Chen family wanted to kill would definitely die. Young Master Hao, it's just a mere Shura temple. As long as I take action, I can wipe them out completely. There's no need for young master to do it yourself. Besides, you have to hide the fact that you have disappeared from the family. The old man said. However, he also understood this young master's character. He had always been stubborn. No, I will solve my own problem. When my injuries have fully recovered, I will personally destroy the Shura temple and avenge Brother Jiang. Tan Zhihao said with determination. On the other side, Jiang Chen and the other two finally walked out of the small spatial gate after 3 hours of teleportation. One had to admit that Great Master Ranfeng was very powerful. He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to go to Liang Province, so he directly teleported them to the border of Liang Province. I'm very familiar with this place. Liang Province is right in front of us. When I brought you guys to the western region, we stayed here. We even killed a tycoon from the Shura temple and 2 geniuses from the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction. Tyrant said after looking around. Liang Province. I never thought that I, Tan Lang, would be able to appear here alive again. Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. He couldn't calm his heart down when he thought about all the things that had happened during this period of time. Little Chinzi, what should we do now? Tyrant asked. Let's go to the chaotic ocean first and check on Zhuang Fan's situation. Now that we've left, I'm sure he's not doing well. Jiang Chen said. He couldn't help but frown when Zhuang Fan was mentioned. As someone who cultivated the Great Soul Derivation technique, he always had an indescribable feeling. He had a feeling that something bad might have happened to Zhuang Fan. Alright, let's go to the chaotic ocean first. Tyrant and Tan Lang agreed with Jiang Chen's suggestion. When they thought about Heaven Hawk Island's Zhuang Fan, they felt extremely uncomfortable. The tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng's actions were too detestable. After that, the 3 of them tore through the void and flew towards the direction of the chaotic ocean. In the evening, the 3 of them appeared at the border of the chaotic ocean. They immediately smelled a strong chaotic aura. Jiang Chen and the other 2 had disguised themselves. If one didn't look carefully, it would be very difficult to recognize them. Sigh. That Heaven Hawk Island's lord is too pitiful. His corpse has been hung for 4 months. The Shura temple is too much. That's right, it's too much. It's obvious that Jiang Chen has disappeared. It's highly possible that he's dead. That day, the Heaven Hawk Island lord slandered the tycoon, Xiao Nanfeng, ruining his reputation. How could the tycoon let it go so easily? Of course, he had to kill him. However, killing someone shouldn't go too far. Yet, Xiao Nanfeng hung his corpse outside the Heaven Hawk Island for several months. This is too much. Furthermore, I have a feeling that what the Heaven Hawk Island lord said might be the truth. As soon as they arrived at the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen heard such discussions. His, Tyrant's, and Tan Lang's expressions instantly changed. It seemed like something had really happened to Zhuang Fan. Swoosh, with a sway of his body, Jiang Chen appeared in front of the few cultivators who were discussing among themselves. Hey, who are you? A good dog doesn't block the way. One of them said impatiently when he saw someone blocking their way. The chaotic ocean was a lawless place to begin with. Those who dared to make a living in this place all had a temper. Now that they were interrupted by someone while they were talking, it was only natural for them to be angry. I'm Jiang Chen. What happened on Heaven Hawk Island? Tell me everything in detail. Jiang Chen's eyes shone with a sharp, cold light that pierced straight into one's heart. Under the cold gaze of Jiang Chen, The cultivator felt as if his soul was trembling. It was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He had no doubt that if he dared to say no to Xianxia, death would be the only thing that awaited him. Xianxia, why you're not dead? The cultivator was trembling. A man's name was like a tree's shadow. A man who could attract heavenly tribulation, and a man who could destroy the freezing hell jail, these two men were enough to strike fear into the hearts of all men. Xianxia had left a mighty name in the chaotic ocean and the Liang province, and almost everyone knew about it. Everyone thought Xianxia was dead, but they never expected that after disappearing for a few months, he would reappear in the chaotic ocean. Hurry up and tell me, or I'll send you to the afterlife. The monk arrived in front of the cultivators. With a sway of his body, he removed his disguise and reverted to his original appearance. Seeing this, the cultivators couldn't help but shiver. This monk was too iconic, and he also had another identity, the #1 bandit of the chaotic ocean. Back when he was robbing the Heavenhawk Island, he had killed countless geniuses from the 4 major powers, and had been hunted down by the 4 major powers. Now that the monk had reappeared, it was obvious who Xianxia was. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster, not long after the two of you disappeared from the Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. Young hero Jiang, Grandmaster, not long after the two of you disappeared from Liang province, the Shura temple launched an attack. That Xiaonanfeng personally went to Heavenhawk Island, but I didn't expect the Heavenhawk Island Lord to stay hidden on the island instead of running away. Someone saw that the Heavenhawk Island Lord's expression turned grim when he saw Xiaonanfeng, and he immediately went mad. He didn't run away, and Xiaonanfeng caught him and killed him on the spot. His corpse was hung in the sky above Heavenhawk Island. After that, Xiaonanfeng learned about the relationship between the two of you and the Heavenhawk Island Lord, so he released the news in an attempt to lure the two of you out. The cultivator didn't dare to be negligent or conceal anything, and he told them everything that had happened on Heavenhawk Island. The others also nodded in agreement, proving that the cultivator was right. Damn it. A ruthless glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes once again. After listening to the cultivator's story, for some reason, he felt as if there was a thorn in his heart, and he had to pull it out. He had never been so angry and aggrieved before. He had promised Zhuang Fan that he would avenge him, but in the end, he didn't get his revenge, and Zhuang Fan was already dead. Especially when he heard that Zhuang Fan had gone mad on the spot, Xianxia could imagine the hatred Zhuang Fan had for Xiaonanfeng. He couldn't control his emotions at all when he saw this mortal enemy again. Zhuang Fan didn't run away because he knew it was meaningless to run away. He only had 1 year left to live, and it was impossible for him to take revenge. All his hopes were on Xianxia, but Xianxia's fate was unknown, and it seemed like he couldn't count on him anymore. Therefore, he had lost all hope and only wished for death. Zhuang Fan had gone mad. Perhaps the moment he saw Xiaonanfeng, he couldn't help but think about his wife and son who had died a tragic death. The scar that was buried deep in his heart had been torn open, and the bloody scar had touched the last line of defense in Zhuang Fan's heart. At that moment, despair, hatred, helplessness, gloominess, and all sorts of negative emotions filled up his soul. He had gone mad, and this was the last image he had left in this world. This was a human tragedy. A man with iron bones, a man who didn't hesitate to turn himself into a demon beast for revenge. Just how big of a blow did it take for him to go mad? As a mighty combat king, if he wasn't on the verge of a mental breakdown, how could he go mad? All of this was caused by Xiaonanfeng. It was that sanctimonious tycoon who had destroyed a family and a man. Fuck you, I can't take it anymore. The tycoon cursed. Although he was a Buddhist, he was a man of emotions. What happened to Zhuang Fan had really infuriated him. That Xiaonanfeng really deserved to be hacked into pieces. What a scum. I've always looked up to him as my idol. Tan Lang was also filled with hatred. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could tell that Xiaonanfeng's actions had proven Zhuang Fan's words to be true. He's Tan Lang, he's not dead either. When those people saw Tan Lang, they immediately recognized him. He was Tan Lang from the Shura temple, and he could be considered as a famous figure among the younger generation. However, he was imprisoned in the freezing hell jail, and later disappeared with Xianxia. Many people thought that Tan Lang had died as well, but they never thought that all of them would return today. Not only was Tan Lang still alive, his cultivation base was even stronger than before. Is Xiao Nanfeng still on the Heavenhawk Island? Jiang Chen asked. He had decided to complete the task that he couldn't complete. Zhuang Fan was dead, but he still wanted to avenge him. Not only did he have to settle the score, he had to make sure that Zhuang Fan didn't die in vain, as Jiang Chen had promised him. No, Xiao Nanfeng couldn't wait for you guys, so he went back. I heard that he is breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm, and is about to succeed. However, the Heavenhawk Island has been occupied by the Shura Temple. There are at least 30 disciples of the Shura Temple guarding the island, 3 of them are tycoons, and the leader is second tycoon, Zhang Liang, an 8th grade combat king, very powerful. The cultivator said. Although Xiao Nanfeng had gone back, the Heavenhawk Island was still occupied by the Shura Temple. Zhuang Fan's body was still hanging there, exposed to the sun and rain. It seemed like the Shura Temple wasn't willing to declare Jiang Chen dead, and wanted to use Zhuang Fan to lure Jiang Chen out. Little Chenzi, what are you going to do? Tyrant asked. I'll bury Zhuang Fan's body. Tonight, I'll create a storm in the chaotic ocean, bathe the Heavenhawk Island in blood, and leave no one alive from the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen's killing intent soared to the sky as he flew toward the Heavenhawk Island. Tyrant and Tan Lang looked at each other. They knew Jiang Chen too well. Today, Jiang Chen was really angry. Once he was angry, the consequences would be severe. It wasn't hard to imagine that the chaotic ocean wouldn't be peaceful tonight, and the Heavenhawk Island would be flooded with blood. Not only Jiang Chen, Tyrant and Tan Lang were furious as well. They followed behind Jiang Chen, flying toward the Heavenhawk Island. The second tycoon of the Shura Temple was an 8th grade combat king. If it was before, they wouldn't be a match for him, but it was different now. Jiang Chen could easily kill an 8th grade combat king, Chi Child, so killing the second tycoon wouldn't be a problem for him. Looking at the 3 men who disappeared in an instant, the cultivators were stunned. Then, a commotion broke out, and their faces changed dramatically. Did you guys hear that? That Jiang Chen is going to the Heavenhawk Island to kill someone. He wants to bathe the Heavenhawk Island in blood. This is terrifying. Jiang Chen isn't dead, and he has returned in a powerful manner. He is going to save the Heavenhawk Island master. It seems like they are related. However, that second tycoon is an 8th grade combat king. Even if Jiang Chen returned in a powerful manner, I'm afraid he won't be a match for an 8th grade combat king. However, this man is able to trigger the heavenly tribulation. I'm sure he has some powerful tricks up his sleeves. Let's go and have a look. The chaotic ocean isn't going to be peaceful tonight. The few cultivators were shocked. They quickly headed toward the direction of the Heavenhawk Island. There was going to be a great show tonight. Wherever they went, everyone knew that Jiang Chen had returned. The news swept across the entire chaotic ocean like a wild wind. It spread too fast. For the past few months, the entire Qi province, especially the chaotic ocean, was talking about Jiang Chen. Today, Jiang Chen's return had stirred up an unimaginable uproar. For a moment, a large number of cultivators and sea demons were heading toward the Heavenhawk Island. The Heavenhawk Island had once again become the center of attention. The night above the ocean wasn't dark. The moonlight shone on the surface of the ocean, creating ripples that looked like silvery sand. It was cool and beautiful. However, Jiang Chen wasn't in the mood to enjoy the beautiful scenery of the ocean. He brought Tyrant and Tan Lang to the outskirts of the Heavenhawk Island. Despite the distance, he could see a corpse hanging high in the sky above the Heavenhawk Island. The corpse had a human body and the head of an eagle. It was supposed to be a majestic body, but it was now extremely thin and weak. It was curled up into a ball. Blood had completely drained from his body, but one could still see the hideous wounds on his body. There were also dried blood stains on the surface of his body. The corpse was none other than Zhuang Fan. His eyes were tightly shut, and he died peacefully. Perhaps, death was a true release for him. That was why Jiang Chen didn't extend his lifespan in the past. But now, even though he was free, he still carried a great regret. I will make up for your regret. I, Jiang Chen, will definitely avenge your wife and son. One day, I will make Xiao Nanfeng kneel in front of your grave and use his blood to pay homage to the souls of your family. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Jiang Chen's face was filled with killing intent. Jiang Chen stared at the corpse hanging in the distance and said in an indifferent tone. At the same time, a bright light flickered in his hand, and the heavenly saint's sword appeared. It was a dazzling and mystical dragon sword. It was covered with dragon patterns, and the hilt of the sword looked like it was about to transform into a dragon's head. The entire sword looked extremely dazzling. Buzz, this was a sword of slaughter. The heavenly saint sword was connected to Jiang Chen's bloodline. As if it could sense the intense killing intent coming from Jiang Chen's body, the heavenly saint sword started to tremble violently, emitting a deafening buzzing sound. Traces of red light emerged on the surface of the sword. That was the sign of a bloodthirsty sword. It was a sword that thirsted for blood. It would take someone's life the moment it was unleashed. It was rare for Jiang Chen to take out the heavenly saint sword. But today, he was truly enraged. He wanted to use this kind of direct method to kill someone. He wanted the heavenly saint sword to drink enough blood. Tyrant, Tan Lang, the two of you stand guard outside. Today, we will bathe the entire Heaven Hawk Island in blood. Don't let a single person escape. Jiang Chen moved. He held the heavenly saint sword in his hand and strode forward. Jiang Chen stomped on the void, shattering it and producing a deafening sound. The sound was like a sudden clap of thunder, and could be heard clearly within a few dozen miles. It was a terrifying sound. A monstrous killing intent surged out from Jiang Chen's body, turning into a blood-red light beam that pierced through the clouds and illuminated the dark night. The people who were closest to the Heaven Hawk Island had arrived. After witnessing what had happened, many of them had their eyes on Jiang Chen. Some of them had recognized Jiang Chen's appearance. The current Jiang Chen was no longer in disguise. He had returned to his usual appearance of a young man in white. Look, that's Jiang Chen. He has returned. Someone told me that Jiang Chen has returned and is going to massacre the entire Heaven Hawk Island. It seems like it's true. What a powerful aura. He is much stronger than he was a few months ago, like a god of war. The Heaven Hawk Island has been completely occupied by the Shura Temple. Jiang Chen and the Shura Temple are irreconcilable enemies, and they won't rest until one of them is dead. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attacked the Heaven Hawk Island. He is fighting for the Heaven Hawk Island Master. The Shura Temple has crossed the line. The Heaven Hawk Island has been peaceful for a long time. Today, it is finally going to be lively again. The devil incarnate Jiang Chen has returned, and that shameless monk has returned as well. I'm afraid the Liang province is going to lose its peace soon. I wonder if Jiang Chen can deal with the second tycoon, Zhang Liang. One should know that Zhang Liang is an 8th grade combat king, a very difficult opponent. Everyone was shocked. Jiang Chen's aura was too strong. He had caused such a huge commotion the moment he arrived. It was hard for them not to be shocked. Under the gazes of countless people, Jiang Chen walked toward the Heaven Hawk Island. With every step he took, his killing intent became denser and denser, causing people's hearts to tremble with fear. Who is so daring? Right at this moment, a loud shout sounded out from within the Heaven Hawk Island. After that, a few figures flew out from the island. The leader was a 1st grade combat king warrior, and the rest were all peak combat soul warriors. One of them wore an arrogant expression that only belonged to the disciples of some superpowers, and the other carried a towering aura, as if he wanted to tear the newcomer into pieces. The Heaven Hawk Island was now the stronghold of the Shura Temple in the chaotic ocean designated by the Great Tycoon. In the entire Liang province, anyone who dared disrespect the Shura Temple was no different than courting death. Shua. What welcomed that Shura Temple disciple was a resplendent sword light. That sword light emitted boundless golden light, illuminating the night sky and tearing through the void. In the blink of an eye, it arrived before that disciple. What? The disciple cried out in shock. This was the last sound he would ever leave in this world. The sword beam pierced through the middle of his body, slicing his body in half and killing him on the spot. A 1st grade combat king didn't even have the chance to fight back when facing this sword beam. Swoosh! The scene had frightened all the remaining combat soul disciples. All of them had pale faces as they stared at this uninvited guest with fear. They couldn't believe that there was someone who dared to kill a disciple of Shura Temple. This man was simply too daring. I'm Xianxia, I'm not dead, I'm back. Xianxia's voice wasn't loud, but it was transmitted through a powerful sound wave, allowing everyone to hear it clearly. He, Xianxia, wasn't dead, he was back. It's Xianxia, he's Xianxia. He's really not dead, he's back. He has become even stronger. Hurry up and inform the second tycoon. If not, no one will be able to stop Xianxia. All the disciples of Shura Temple were shocked. In their minds, they had been occupying the Heaven Hawk Island for a very long time, and when they thought about how powerful Xianxia was when he disappeared, they were sure that he was already dead. However, they never expected that a few months later, Xianxia would reappear and kill one of their combat king warriors. At this moment, the entire Heaven Hawk Island was plunged into chaos. The tragic death of a first-grade combat king warrior caused those disciples of Shura Temple who were only at the combat soul realm to retreat. They stared at the longsword in Xianxia's hand with fear, fearing that Xianxia would attack them as well. If that happened, they would be instantly killed. Xianxia didn't look at these disciples of Shura Temple. Instead, he threw his glance over at Zhuangfan's corpse. He estimated the distance between them, then he said with an indifferent voice, 3 steps to kill a man. Brother Zhuangfan, take a good look. I'll use the blood of these men to baptize your heroic soul. Xianxia moved again. He walked very slowly, taking 3 steps forward. After that, he swung the longsword once again, cutting another disciple in half and killing him. Xianxia estimated the distance between them. At this rate, it would take him 100 steps to reach Zhuangfan. There should be more than 30 people on the Heaven Hawk Island right now. Therefore, he killed a man with 3 steps, and when he reached Zhuangfan, he would kill all of them to comfort Zhuangfan's heroic soul. Swoosh! Pucci, the third slash was unleashed, and another man was killed on the spot. There was no way for anyone to escape from Xianxia's sword. It was a deadly sword, and anyone who was targeted by it would die without a doubt. As long as the Heavenly Saint sword was unleashed, someone would definitely die, and the person wouldn't even have the chance to scream. Someone, help! Xianxia is back. The remaining disciples were so scared that their souls almost left their bodies. They immediately shouted toward the Heaven Hawk Island. Presumptuous! Xianxia, I didn't expect you to still be alive, and you even have the guts to show yourself here. Looks like Big Tycoon's prediction is correct. However, since you dared to show yourself here today, it will be the day you die. Right at this moment, a young man flew out from the Heaven Hawk Island. He had a very powerful aura, and no one dared to look directly at him. He was the tycoon of the Shura Temple, and he was a 6th-grade combat king. In a place like the Liang province, he could be considered as a terrifying existence. Seeing the appearance of this man, all the combat soul disciples immediately felt as if they had found their backbone, and their faces were filled with excitement. With the appearance of a 6th-grade combat king, they would definitely be able to stop Xianxia, or even kill him, and avenge their fallen brothers. Swoosh, but too bad, what welcomed the tycoon was a simple sword. It was just a sword beam, but the tycoon felt that he didn't even have the chance to dodge it. All he could do was watch as the sword beam appeared above his head. However, he was a 6th-grade combat king after all, and he had some tricks up his sleeves. He was able to counterattack with all his strength at the last moment. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried to resist, he was still no match for the Heavenly Saint sword. Compared to the others, he was slightly better off. When his body was cut in half by the Heavenly Saint sword, he let out a blood-curdling scream. This was already an extremely rare occurrence. What? Killing a 6th-grade combat king with a single sword strike? Heavens! How strong is this Xianxia? It has only been a few months, and he has grown to such a level? If I'm not mistaken, Xianxia is now a 5th-grade combat king. When he was still a 1st-grade combat king, he was able to kill a 4th-grade combat king. Now that he is a 5th-grade combat king, killing a 6th-grade combat king will be a piece of cake for him. It looks like only the second tycoon can take down Xianxia. This is too brutal. A 6th-grade combat king was killed in an instant, and the Shura Temple has lost another tycoon. That Xianxia is too strong. Judging from his appearance, it seems like he is going to kill every single person in the Shura Temple on Heaven Hawk Island today. No one could remain calm. More and more people came to watch the battle. Xianxia was too strong. The way he killed a 6th-grade combat king with a single sword strike had blinded the eyes of countless people. His domineering aura was comparable to Great Master Ranfang's ability to kill a 9th-grade combat king with a single glance. Dong. Dong, Xianxia's attack was merciless. He took another 3 steps forward, raised the huge sword in his hand, locked his eyes on one of the disciples, and slashed at him. The disciples of the Shura temple were so scared that their guts were about to explode. A 6th-grade combat king had been killed, how could they still have the desire to fight? They immediately fled toward the inner part of the Heavenhawk Island. Arg, following a blood-curdling scream, another disciple was cut in half, dying on the spot. The fact proved that no one could escape from Xianxia's hands. Arg. Arg, Xianxia's footsteps became faster. Soon, he had taken 30 steps. Without any surprise, he would kill a disciple with every 3 steps. The air was filled with the blood of the disciples of the Shura temple. At this moment, the Heavenhawk Island had turned into an Azura hell. Xianxia was like a devil king wielding the sword of death, reaping lives wherever he went. The onlookers outside the Heavenhawk Island were scared witless. They were just spectators, but they were already feeling this way, let alone the disciples of the Shura temple. Arg, another blood-curdling scream was heard. A 5th-grade combat king was killed. From the moment Xianxia attacked until now, half of the disciples of the Shura temple had been killed. Even the 6th and 5th-grade combat kings were killed. Who would dare to step forward? Quick, call the 2nd tycoon. He is the only one who can stop this ferocious bastard. Someone shouted. The 2nd tycoon usually had nothing better to do than to guard this place. He would often go into secluded cultivation, and this time, he was in secluded cultivation. However, with the Heavenhawk Island in such a chaotic situation, even if he was in secluded cultivation, he would still be alerted by the commotion. Finally, an extremely powerful aura rose from the inner part of the Heavenhawk Island. A young man in white clothes flew out from the island. He looked to be in his 30s, and he had a muscular body that was comparable to Nangong Wendian. When this young man appeared, he was carrying a sharp golden blade in his hand. He could smell the pungent smell of blood, and he could also smell the corpses of the Shura temple disciples falling from the sky. Every single one of them had been cut in half, without exception. Boom, the young man's anger instantly rose. As one of the 4 major powers of the Liang province, the Shura temple had never suffered such a great loss, and no one had ever dared to kill the disciples of the Shura temple. A scene like this was simply unimaginable. 2nd tycoon, it's him. He's Xianxia. He's not dead. He has killed many of our men. 2nd guardian Zhang Liang appeared. His eyes were so cold that it could freeze an elephant to death. He locked his eyes on Xianxia, and his killing intent was gathering. Are you the one who did all these? Zhang Liang knew that all these were done by Xianxia, but he still asked. He had no idea where Xianxia got the courage to come to the stronghold of the Shura temple and start a massacre. He even killed so many disciples of the Shura temple. This was the first time in the entire Liang province that something like this had happened. Perhaps only Xianxia had such courage in the entire Liang province. 2nd guardian is here. With his 8th-grade combat king cultivation, I wonder if he can kill Xianxia. Let's see, the real show has just begun. If 2nd guardian can't kill Xianxia, this Heavenhawk Island will become the burial ground of all the disciples of the Shura temple. Xianxia is too cruel and overbearing. He and the Shura temple have always been enemies. He won't even blink an eye when he kills the disciples of the Shura temple. Of course, this is a matter of course, because if he falls into the hands of the disciples of the Shura temple, his ending won't be any better. The number of onlookers was increasing. Although the chaotic ocean had always been chaotic, it was rare to see such a chaotic scene in the middle of the night. The night was dark and the wind was strong, it was the perfect time to kill someone. Furthermore, the chaos today was related to the Shura temple. Killing you will only take a single strike. Xianxia raised the heavenly saint sword in his hand. The dragon marks on the sword were surging, and the hilt of the sword had turned into a ferocious dragon head. However, this dragon head wasn't real, it was created by Xianxia using the dragon transformation skill. The Heavenly Saint sword still had a lot of room for improvement. If the other 4 parts of the sword were to be found, the Heavenly Saint sword would become truly mystical. Boasting shamelessly, Second Guardian Xianxia shouted loudly. He raised his blade high and took a step forward. Then, he slashed down with his blade. The terrifying king weapon tore the void apart. If this blade were to hit directly, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, in the face of Second Tycoon's blade, Xianxia's expression didn't change. With his current combat strength, an 8th-grade combat king was no longer a threat to him. Back in the devil world, Chi-Child was killed by him. Now, with the terrifying Heavenly Saint sword and the dragon transformation skill circulating crazily, he was confident that he could take Zhang Liang's life. Boom! Boundless golden airwaves burst out from Jiang Chen's body. The powerful aura turned into a golden ocean, illuminating the entire night sky. At the same time, a thick blood dragon emerged from the top of Jiang Chen's head. It was condensed from his blood and qi. When the blood and qi entered the Heavenly Saint sword, it immediately let out a shrill cry and began to tremble violently. At this moment, Jiang Chen's dragon transformation skill was circulating to the extreme. Over 20,000 dragon marks in his body were letting out dragon roars. As the greatest saint under the heavens, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was unparalleled. Now, he had merged with the Heavenly Saint sword, achieving perfection. Everyone was shocked, including Tyrant and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen's combat weapon was too strong, and it had a perfect compatibility with Jiang Chen. The qi unleashed by Jiang Chen was much stronger than when he was fighting Chi-Child in the devil world. The mighty Chi-Child couldn't even withstand a single strike from Jiang Chen. Tyrant had no doubt that Jiang Chen's sword would kill Zhang Liang. Roar the Heavenly Saint sword let out an earth-shattering dragon roar, shaking the sky and stirring up layers of ripples. Under the shocked gaze of countless people, the Heavenly Saint sword slashed across the sky like a heavenly sword. Clang. The big blade collided with the Heavenly Saint sword, and a scene that no one could forget happened. The big blade was a powerful king weapon, and it was wielded by an 8th-grade combat king. Naturally, it had a very strong destructive power. However, the horrifying king weapon was broken into 2 after colliding with the Heavenly Saint sword. It couldn't even withstand a single blow from the Heavenly Saint sword. What? Zhang Liang cried out in shock. His body had suffered a huge impact, causing him to take a dozen steps back and spurt out a mouthful of blood. Shocking, this was too shocking. He couldn't accept this fact. The shock he felt was even greater than the shock he felt when he met Chi-Child in the devil world. He was the only one who knew how powerful his big blade was, but it was broken by his opponent. It was like a dream. What kind of power could destroy a king weapon so easily? Swoosh. Zhang Liang's big blade was broken, but the Heavenly Saint sword didn't slow down at all. It drew a bright rainbow and appeared above Zhang Liang's head in a blink of an eye. No. Zhang Liang let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt an unprecedented danger, a threat to his life. At this moment, he felt that death was so close to him. He even knew that with his current situation, even if he used all his strength to resist, he would still die. There was no way he could escape from this sword. It was already too late for him to run away. Pucci. Arg, this was the ending. Zhang Liang didn't have much time to think. He let out one last miserable shriek, and died tragically under the Heavenly Saint sword. His ending was no different from those disciples of the Azura Palace, he was cut in half on the spot. Blood mist filled the air, and the stench of blood that pervaded the air became even stronger. What was stronger than the smell of blood was the atmosphere of nervousness and fear. All the people of the Azura Palace were dumbfounded, their mouths were wide open. The second tycoon, who was an 8th-grade combat king, was killed just like that. What could be more shocking than this? Oh my God! What happened just now? Can someone tell me that this is not real? This is too brutal. What kind of sword does he have? It is comparable to an emperor weapon. An 8th-grade combat king's king weapon was cut into 2 halves. It's too powerful. It's such a pity that the king weapon was destroyed. Is he really just a 5th-grade combat king? Can a 5th-grade combat king really be this powerful? An 8th grade combat king was killed by him in an instant, with just a single slash. Is he still a human? He is truly a peerless genius. He can even attract the heavenly tribulation. Naturally, he is a monster among monsters. We can't use common sense to judge him. Everyone was shocked. There was no way for them to not be shocked. The scene was too terrifying. It had shaken everyone's heart. Tyrant and Tan Lang fixed their eyes on the long sword in Jiang Chen's hand. They had seen Jiang Chen use it in the devil world, and even in the chaotic ocean. However, they had never thought that this sword could be so terrifying. His natal weapon is as monstrous as him. From head to toe, there isn't a single part of him that isn't monstrous. Tyrant sighed. Tan Lang just smiled and shook his head. When he was fighting against the Demon King Palace in the southern continent, he had witnessed how terrifying this monster was. After killing Zhang Liang with a single strike, Jiang Chen took another 3 steps forward. Cracks appeared in the air beneath his feet. He threw a glance at Zhuang Fan's corpse that was hung up in the air. He was still furious. Swoosh only then did the disciples of Shura Temple recover from the shock. Their faces were pale, and their bodies were trembling. Looking at the murderous monster in front of them, it was hard for them to imagine what would happen to them in the future. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. In his rage, he only wanted to sacrifice the blood of these people to Zhuang Fan's soul. He swung the Heavenly Saint sword once again. Another disciple was cut into half on the spot. He didn't even have the strength to resist. Run! Inform the elders! Someone shouted. The remaining disciples of the Azura Palace didn't dare to hesitate any longer. Each and every one of them started fleeing in all directions as if they had lost their minds. They were smart, they chose different directions to flee in, because they knew very well that if they chose the same direction, none of them would be able to escape. If they ran in different directions, they might still have a chance to escape. No matter how strong Jiang Chen was, he was just one man. Once he was killed, the others would have enough time to escape. But too bad, they had forgotten about Tyrant and Tan Lang who were standing outside the Heavenhawk Island. Their fates had been decided since the beginning. Even without Tyrant and Tan Lang, those who Jiang Chen wanted to kill would never be able to escape. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered with a bright light as he strode forward while swinging the long sword in his hand. Every time he swung his sword, someone would die a horrible death. Even those combat kings who had fled into the void couldn't escape from this calamity. Outside the Heavenhawk Island, a disciple who had just escaped was stopped by Tyrant. The disciple instantly fell into despair, as he was killed by Tyrant's palm strike. The other disciple had the same fate, but before he could rejoice, he was stopped by Tan Lang. This disciple was a first-grade combat king, and he had a certain status in the Shura Temple. However, what he had experienced today was no doubt a nightmare for him. When he saw Tan Lang, he was startled for a moment before he recognized Tan Lang. Tan Lang, no, senior disciple Tan, you're still alive. That's great. For the sake that we're from the same sect, please let me go. The disciple's body was trembling as he spoke. He was truly frightened. As long as he could live, he would kneel down in front of Tan Lang without any hesitation. I'm no longer a disciple of the Shura Temple. There's no such thing as friendship between us. Furthermore, you and I are supposed to be rivals. You've always mocked me before. A cold smile emerged on Tan Lang's face as he killed the disciple with a single palm strike. He didn't show any mercy. Ever since he was sent to the freezing hell jail, his relationship with the Shura Temple had completely ended. All the feelings he had for the sect had vanished, replaced by a deep hatred. The reason why he came back this time was because he wanted revenge. Now that he had killed his former rival, he could finally vent his frustrations. Dead silence. The entire surface of the sea was dead silent. Even the seawater seemed to have calmed down, not even a single wave could be seen. The air was filled with the smell of blood, the night breeze seemed to have stopped, giving people an uncomfortable feeling. Everyone held their breath. There were many people surrounding the Heavenhawk Island, but no one dared to say a word. This was a real bloodbath on the Heavenhawk Island. The Shura Temple had suffered a great loss this time. 3 of their tycoons were killed, including the second tycoon who was an 8th grade combat king. Not only did the Shura temple lose their talented disciples, they also lost their reputation. This was the first time something like this had happened in the entire Liang province. As one of the four major powers in the Liang province, no one dared to provoke the disciples of the Shura temple. Xianxia slowly sheathed the heavenly saint sword. He didn't lower his head to look at the dead body of the Shura temple's disciple. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Xuanfan. He waved his hand and unleashed a ray of light, releasing Xuanfan from his body. Jiang Chen's yuan force became extremely gentle, wrapping Xuanfan tightly and making him float in midair. Xuanfan, I will do what I promised you. After I kill Xiaonan Feng, I will send you back to Qing City to rest in peace. Jiang Chen said softly. He took out a spatial ring and put Xuanfan's body into it. He wanted to find a place to bury Xuanfan, but he felt that if he buried Xuanfan like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. Besides, Xuanfan wouldn't want to find a random place to rest in peace. He still had something to worry about. Therefore, Jiang Chen decided to kill Xiaonan Feng and fulfill Xuanfan's wish. Then, he would find the graves of Xuanfan's wife and son, burying them together and reuniting with his family. Scary, this is too scary. However, Jiang Chen has killed so many disciples of the Shura temple. I'm afraid the experts of the Shura temple have found out about this. The consequences will be very serious. If a combat emperor comes, no matter how monstrous Jiang Chen is, he won't be able to withstand their attacks. Don't you know? There are no combat emperors in the Shura temple. What's going on? Aren't the master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang, and the great elder both war emperor experts? It seems like you really don't know about it. Not only the Shura temple, even the other three major powers don't have any combat emperors guarding them. The leaders of the four major powers in the Liang province have reached an agreement to bring their number one genius to Mount Luoxia, and let the four geniuses fight against each other to determine the number one genius of the Liang province. This is also a great opportunity for them to break through to the combat emperor realm. Therefore, all the combat emperors of the four major powers have brought their geniuses to Mount Luoxia, and I'm afraid that they won't be back in 1 or 2 days. The master of the Shura temple, Li Tianyang, and the great elder, Xiaonan Feng, and the great tycoon have gone to Mount Luoxia to fight against the number one genius of the other three major powers. So that's how it is. However, even if there are no combat emperors, there should be a few 9th-grade combat kings in the Shura temple. If they appear, they should be able to deal with Jiang Chen easily. The onlookers began to discuss among themselves. After all, such a big event had happened, it was impossible for the Shura temple to remain indifferent. If they didn't kill Jiang Chen, the Shura temple would become the laughingstock of the entire Liang province. A few months ago, Jiang Chen had destroyed the freezing hell prison of the Shura temple, which had ruined the reputation of the Shura temple, turning them into a laughingstock. Today, the entire stronghold was destroyed by Jiang Chen, and all the people were killed. This was not as simple as losing their reputation. Jiang Chen kept Xuanfan's body, then he looked down at the island. With a swing of his arm, the heavenly saint sword appeared once again. So, you are the master of this island. Since you are dead, this island will be buried with you. After saying that, the heavenly saint sword began to ripple once again. Countless golden sword beams shot out from the heavenly saint sword toward different buildings on the Heavenhawk Island. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, for a moment, the entire night sky was filled with dazzling sword beams. Each of them was like a meteor, falling down from the sky at high speed. Rumble, the earth quaked and the mountain swayed. All the buildings on the Heavenhawk Island were destroyed by the sword light unleashed by Jiang Chen. Endless smoke rose into the sky, and in just a few breaths of time, all the buildings on the Heavenhawk Island had turned into ruins, as if a great disaster had just happened. From now on, the chaotic ocean would no longer have a Heavenhawk Island. This island would become a thing of the past along with Xuanfan, and Jiang Chen's actions would leave a deep mark in the history of the chaotic ocean. Tyrant and Tanlang flew to Jiang Chen's side. Tyrant said, "Little Chenzi, I suggest we leave this place first before making any further plans. I'm sure the experts from the Shura temple have been alerted by what happened here." As a matter of fact, when the three of them returned from the western regions, they were planning to keep a low profile. They had indeed disguised themselves and planned to look for Xuanfan first. As for the grudges between them and the Shura Temple and the other three major powers, they still needed to think about it in the long run. However, they didn't expect that such a huge incident would happen. It had triggered Xianxia's fury. Not only did they fail to keep a low profile, they even caused a huge commotion. Alright, let's go. Xianxia nodded his head and prepared to leave the chaotic ocean temporarily. Right at this moment, two extremely powerful chi suddenly came from afar. In a blink of an eye, two silhouettes appeared. When they saw the situation on the Heavenhawk Island, their facial expression changed dramatically. They had just received a message from the island, and learned that Xianxia had returned and started a massacre on the island. Even the second tycoon was killed. They immediately rushed over to the island, but they didn't expect that they would be too late. Everyone was killed, and the island had turned into a pile of rubble. They were two old men, both of them were powerful 9th-grade combat kings. One of them was Elder Lu, who sat beside Xiaonanfeng, and the other was a highly respected elder of the Shura Temple. Just like what someone said, Li Tianyang and the Great Elder had brought Xiaonanfeng to the Gorge Mountain. These two 9th-grade combat kings were the strongest warriors of the Shura Temple. Asterisk swoosh asterisk. As soon as the two of them appeared, their eyes fell on Xianxia and the other two. A surge of anger suddenly burst out from their bodies. The chi of a 9th-grade combat king was so powerful that it was terrifying. In the combat king realm, the 9th-grade combat king was a threshold. The gap between an 8th-grade and a 9th-grade combat king was huge. Xianxia, you didn't die? Elder Lu stared at Xianxia angrily and shouted. Are you disappointed to see me again? Xianxia smiled. He didn't put these two in his heart. If the Shura Temple only sent two 9th-grade combat kings, they wouldn't be able to stop him. With his current combat strength, he could kill an 8th-grade combat king, but he wasn't a match for a 9th-grade combat king. However, it was impossible for a 9th-grade combat king to kill Xianxia. Under the condition of Xianxia's spatial shift, unless there was a combat emperor, no one could stop him. If Xianxia wanted to leave this place, the two 9th-grade combat kings could do nothing but watch. Tan Lang, I didn't expect you to still be alive. As a disciple of the Shura Temple, you chose to betray the Shura Temple. You are so hateful. The other elder saw Tan Lang and scolded him. Old bastard, what makes you say that I am a traitor? Don't you know how the Shura Temple treated me? Do you think I should be grateful to you for killing me? Let me tell you, I, Tan Lang, have nothing to do with the Shura Temple anymore. No, I have something to do with it. It's an enemy relationship. Tan Lang said loudly. He was infuriated when he saw the people of the Shura Temple, especially when he saw Elder Lu. It was this old man who suggested to throw him into the freezing hell jail. Cut the crap. Let's attack together and capture the three of them. We will wait for the temple master to come back and deal with them. They dared to kill so many disciples of the Shura Temple. We won't give them a chance to escape even if we have to go to heaven or hell. Elder Lu said while gritting his teeth. The two 9th-grade combat kings unleashed their chi, sealing the entire space, not giving Xianxia and the other two any chance to escape. Haha, if I, Xianxia, want to leave, the two of you can only watch. Xianxia laughed loudly. He grabbed Tyrant and Tan Lang's arms with both of his hands, then disappeared in a flash. He didn't know what happened in Luoxia Mountain. He was afraid that the Shura Temple would send a combat emperor. If he were to fight them head-on, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. Besides, it was pointless to fight with these two 9th-grade combat kings. He couldn't defeat them, so he could only run away. When Elder Lu and Tan Lang sensed their presence, Xianxia and the other two were already far away. What? Both Elder Lu and Elder Wu cried out in shock at the same time. They had worked together to seal off the surrounding space, but Xianxia had just left without making a single sound. Their seals were completely useless against Xianxia. From afar, Tyrant and Tan Lang who were standing beside Xianxia were shocked. They looked at Xianxia with astonishment. They didn't know how Xianxia did it, but they could tell that Xianxia had used a body technique to escape into the inner part of the void, avoiding the joint attack of two 9th-grade combat kings. Such a technique was terrifying. The spatial shift was so terrifying. As Xianxia's cultivation continued to increase, his body technique would become even more terrifying. A single spatial shift would allow him to travel a great distance. Even a 9th grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Xianxia, where are you going? Elder Lu shouted from behind. A combat weapon appeared in his hand. The two 9th grade combat kings chased after Xianxia crazily. Haha, old fart, follow behind me and eat my fart. Xianxia's speed was too fast. With the help of the spatial shift, Tyrant and Tan Lang were following behind Xianxia. They didn't use any of their strength at all. If they were to escape alone, they wouldn't be able to escape from the pursuit of the 9th grade combat kings. Tyrant and Tan Lang were shocked. Both Tyrant and Tan Lang were shocked as they traveled through the void. Xianxia had too many tricks up his sleeves, and every one of them was extremely powerful. Putting aside the Heavenly Saint sword, he also had a peerless movement skill. He had barely escaped from the two 9th grade combat kings, but they were already unable to sense the chi of the two 9th grade combat kings. If this continued, it wouldn't take more than a few minutes for Xianxia to completely shake off the two 9th grade combat kings. Such speed was unparalleled. They wouldn't believe that a 5th grade combat king could shake off a 9th grade combat king if they didn't experience it themselves. After a few minutes, the two 9th grade combat kings of Shura Temple appeared in the wilderness. Both of their faces were extremely ugly, because they couldn't sense the chi of Xianxia anymore. In other words, the two powerful 9th grade combat kings had joined hands to hunt down a 5th grade combat king, but he managed to escape without leaving a trace. To the two 9th grade combat kings, this was a humiliation, and also a feeling of helplessness. He escaped. The elder said with a gloomy face. Damn it. How could this guy have such a fast speed? What kind of movement technique is that? How could a 5th grade combat king be able to move at such a speed? Elder Lu felt extremely gloomy. What should we do? Should we chase after him? The other elder said. Chase? How? What's the point of chasing after him? We can't even eat dust if we follow him. Elder Lu glared at the other elder. What's the point of chasing under such circumstances? They didn't know where Xianxia was going, and they didn't know where he had escaped to. Continuing to chase after him would be an idiot. So many people of Shura Temple have died this time. We can't just let them go like this. Why don't we inform the master and capture this guy as soon as possible? His growth is too fast. It's only been a few months, and he has already reached the level where he can kill an 8th grade combat king. The elder said worriedly. Although Xianxia's current cultivation was nothing to the Shura Temple, the speed of Xianxia's growth was frightening. In just a few months' time, he had grown from a 1st grade combat king to a 5th grade combat king, which was enough to kill an 8th grade combat king. Such a speed of growth was too terrifying. If he continued to grow, perhaps even a 9th grade combat king wouldn't be able to defeat him. In the end, he would become a great threat to the Shura Temple. No need. The master's trip to Mount Luoxia is very important. In order to help the great tycoon win the title of the #1 genius of the Liang province, the battle with the geniuses of the other 3 major powers will be of great help to him in breaking through to the combat emperor realm. If he wins first place, he will most likely attract the attention of the major powers in Xuanyu. At that time, our Shura Temple will have a powerful backer. As for that Xianxia, even if we give him 2 more days, he won't be able to grow any further. Elder Lu said. Although killing Xianxia was important, the competition in Mount Luoxia was more important, because this battle was related to the glory of the Shura Temple. In the end, the 2 elders had no choice but to return to where they came from. In a deep valley, the trio emerged from the void and descended from the sky. The valley below them wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. It was a little barren. At the bottom of the valley, apart from a pool, there were only rocks that were randomly placed around it. Little Xianxia, what kind of movement skill is that? It's too scary. Even a 9th grade combat king couldn't catch up with you. Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Yeah, it's too scary. It's under the condition that you brought both of us. If you were alone, wouldn't it be faster? Tan Lang couldn't help but sigh. Following beside Xianxia, he could be shocked at any time. This skill is called spatial shift. After mastering the power of space, its power will be gradually revealed. As long as I want to run, a 9th grade combat king won't be able to catch up with me. Only a combat emperor can catch up with me. But I'm curious, why didn't Li Tianyang and Xiao Nanfeng take action personally? If I'm not mistaken, there should be 2 combat emperors in the Shura temple. Moreover, both of them are eager to kill me. Now that they heard the news of my return, they should have taken action immediately. But why did they send 2 9th grade combat kings instead? Jiang Chen frowned. He felt that something was wrong. In fact, if it wasn't for Li Tianyang, Great Elder and Xiao Nanfeng who went to the Luoxia mountain, they would have appeared immediately. So, Jiang Chen's action today was very impulsive. If Li Tianyang had taken action, he would have fallen into an embarrassing situation. He had to admit that he was lucky. When you were attacking, I heard some people talking about the combat emperors of the 4 major powers. They brought their number 1 genius to the Luoxia mountain to fight for the title of the number 1 genius of the Liang province. It seems like Li Tianyang and the combat emperors of the Shura temple also brought Xiao Nanfeng to the Luoxia mountain. Otherwise, they would have appeared. Tyrant said. He didn't pay much attention to the discussion among the crowd, but now that Li Tianyang didn't appear, he thought about it. The Luoxia mountain is very remote, far away from the 4 major powers. If that's the case, before Li Tianyang came back, there wouldn't be any combat emperors in the Shura temple. That's why there are only 2 9th grade combat kings. Tan Lang said. I see. What's there to fight for the title of the number 1 genius of the Liang province? Compared to those peerless geniuses in the Pure Land, not to mention the Liang province, even the geniuses of the Xuanyu province are nothing. Jiang Chen smiled. He didn't think that the title of the number 1 genius of the Liang province was worth fighting for. However, the fact that all the experts had gone to the Luoxia mountain was a blessing to Jiang Chen. At least, the matter of the Heaven Hawk Island had come to an end. Suddenly, Jiang Chen's eyes brightened. He asked, the combat emperors of the 4 major powers have gone to the Luoxia mountain. Does that mean that the invincibility school doesn't have any combat emperors? That's for sure. If I'm not mistaken, the combat emperors of the 4 major powers have brought a genius to the Luoxia mountain. The current invincibility school should be the same as the Shura temple, without any combat emperors. Little Chenzi, why are you asking about this? Tan Lang looked at Jiang Chen with a puzzled expression. He didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly mentioned the invincibility school. In the past, the invincibility school was one of the sects that announced that they were going to kill me and Tyrant. We have also killed many geniuses in the invincibility school. If the invincibility school knows that we have returned, they will definitely want to kill us. I don't have a good impression of this sect. Do you still remember that you said that the sect master of the invincibility school has a mount, a rare Fergana horse? Now that there are no combat emperors in the invincibility school, it's the best time to deal with the Fergana horse. De Huang still needs the demon spirit and blood essence of the Fergana horse to recover. Jiang Chen said. Killing the Fergana horse was one of the main reasons why he came back. De Huang had to wake up as soon as possible. However, the Fergana horse had always been following the sect master of the invincibility school. Killing it was undoubtedly harder than ascending to the heavens. This was a golden opportunity, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't miss it. What? Tan Lang cried out in shock. He looked at Jiang Chen with a surprised expression. This guy was too daring, he actually dared to lay his eyes on the Fergana stallion. Even though there weren't any combat emperors in the invincible sect, there were still many 9th grade combat kings in the sect. Furthermore, the Fergana stallion was a 9th grade demon king, and with its powerful bloodline and physique, it was much stronger than an ordinary 9th grade combat king. Even if it stood right in front of him, he wouldn't be able to kill it. Little Chenzi, I know you are eager to save De Huang, but isn't this too dangerous? Don't tell me you want to barge into the invincibility school? Even though there are no combat emperors in the invincibility school, there are many 9th grade combat kings. That Fergana horse is also a 9th grade demon king, it will be very difficult to deal with. Tan Lang said. Of course, I won't barge into the invincibility school. To deal with the Fergana horse, we need to outsmart it. I have my own ways to deal with it. This is the only chance to deal with the Fergana horse. We need to wake De Huang up as soon as possible. Xianxia said. The relationship between him and De Huang wasn't something an ordinary person could understand. For the sake of De Huang, he wouldn't hesitate to kill the Fergana horse even if he didn't have any grudges with the invincibility school. For his brother, he wouldn't mind offending the whole world. What are you going to do? Tyrant asked. He was supportive of Xianxia's decision. Even though he hadn't known Xianxia for a long time, he knew Xianxia very well. This person was neither good nor evil. He treated his brothers and friends wholeheartedly. The relationship between De Huang and Xianxia could be seen from the time when De Huang risked his life to save Xianxia. If he was in Xianxia's shoes, he would also try his best to wake De Huang up. I will go to the invincibility school and find a way to lure the Fergana horse out. The environment here isn't bad, so I'll lure it here. When the time comes, we will kill it together. Xianxia said. The Fergana horse is a 9th grade demon king. In addition to its bloodline, even if you and I join hands, we won't be able to defeat it. Even if you can lure it here, I'm afraid it won't work. Tyrant said with a frown. In his opinion, it was still too early to deal with the Fergana horse. Don't worry, I have my ways. Just wait and see. As long as I lure the Fergana horse to this place, I promise to kill it without any effort. Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't know what kind of idea Xianxia had in mind. They felt that it was an impossible task. One should know that the opponent was a 9th grade demon king Fergana stallion. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, all schemes and tricks were useless. They really couldn't think of any means Xianxia could use to kill the Fergana stallion. However, looking at the confident expression on Xianxia's face, they suddenly felt that Xianxia might really be able to accomplish this feat according to their understanding. Xianxia rarely did things that he wasn't confident in. Moreover, this was to save the De Huang dog. There must be no accidents. Both of you, watch carefully. After saying that, Xianxia slowly closed his eyes and kept muttering an incantation that was hard to understand. Both of his hands were waving in the air, like 2 butterflies flying in the sky. Bright lights were flickering on his palms, and within those bright lights were runes. After they shot out, they started dancing in the air, making the scene look dreamy and mystical. Tyrant and Tan Lang's eyes fell onto those bright lights, and they couldn't help but be immersed in it. They didn't even blink their eyes. As the rays continued to float, the scene in front of them actually began to become beautiful. The originally desolate valley was actually full of vitality. Many flowers and plants appeared in the surroundings. Butterflies and bees were fluttering on them. It was full of spring. It was supposed to be night, but it gave people a feeling of warm sunshine. After that, the water in the pool seemed to have come to life. It was incomparably clear. At the center of the pool, a milky white boulder appeared. The scene in front of them changed. Tyrant and Tan Lang looked at everything in astonishment. They felt as if they were in another world. Very quickly, a brand new world appeared in front of them. The dilapidated valley seemed to have disappeared completely. Tyrant and Tan Lang's eyes were filled with infatuation as they immersed themselves in the new environment. At this time, Xianxia opened his eyes. When he saw Tyrant and Tan Lang's appearance, he immediately shouted, "Hey!" The shout was like a clap of thunder striking the minds of the two of them, causing their bodies to sway. Only then did they realize that the environment they were in had disappeared. The valley had returned to its original state. However, when the two of them focused their minds once more, they would once again enter that wonderful environment. What's going on? Little Xianxia, what did you do? How could this be? Both of them were shocked again. There was no way they wouldn't be shocked. Xianxia's method was too terrifying. With their eyesight, they naturally knew that the beautiful environment was just an illusion. But they couldn't help but be immersed in the illusion. If it wasn't for Xianxia's shout, they wouldn't be able to react at all. This was especially true for Tyrant. Although he was a disciple of Buddha's sect and had a mind that was incomparable to ordinary people, he still fell into Xianxia's illusion unknowingly. The illusion was too real, just like the real world. Horrifying, too horrifying. Both of them stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open. They suddenly felt that this guy in front of them had too many tricks up his sleeves. I'm proficient in an illusion technique called Illusion Heart Sutra. It can create the great illusion realm. Just now, I used the Illusion Heart Sutra to lay out an illusion. Of course, to deal with the Fergana stallion, illusions alone are definitely not enough. I laid out this illusion to create an environment. This is just the first step. As Xianxia spoke, his hands moved again. With a flip of his palm, a sea of fire appeared in front of him. Then, a large number of spiritual herbs and heavenly treasures were taken out and placed into the sea of fire. This guy is concocting pills. Damn it, he's also an alchemist. Oh right, this guy has even concocted the 9 yang les rond pill. What a freak. Tyrant said gloomily. In less than 10 minutes, 2 incomparably dazzling pills were formed in Xianxia's hands. Each of these pills was the size of a fist. They were glowing with a golden light and were filled with the aura of extreme yang. With just a glance, one could tell that they were supreme-grade pills. Good pills. Tyrant and Tanlang couldn't help but praise. This is the profound 9 solar pill. I concocted it using 9 solar holy water and some other herbs. Although I didn't use Firethorn Savage's demon soul as the main ingredient, it's still an extremely rare pill. Among these 2 pills, one is a pure profound 9 solar pill, and the other one has a deadly poison in it. I've lured the Fergana stallion here, and as long as he eats this pill, he will be affected by the deadly poison, and his strength will be greatly reduced. Later on, I'll set up 2 grand formations in this illusory realm. One is a trapping formation, and the other is a killing formation. I'll tell you how to set up the 2 formations, and when the time comes, the 3 of us will be able to deal with a poisoned Fergana stallion easily. A grin emerged on Xianxia's face. It could be said that everything was under his control. Since it was impossible to kill the Fergana stallion in the invincible sect, he decided to lure it out. The venomous nether toad and green hellish python's poison was the most potent poison under the heavens. If he fought the Fergana stallion face to face, with the 9th grade demon king's strength, it would be very difficult for him to use the poison to attack the Fergana stallion. Therefore, Xianxia decided to lure the Fergana stallion with this pill. As long as the Fergana stallion ate the pill, the poison would enter its body, and it would be impossible to expel it in a short period of time. At that point of time, the Fergana stallion's strength would be greatly damaged, and with Xianxia's great killing formation, he would be able to kill it. Tyrant and Tanlang were stunned on the spot. Both of them stared at Xianxia with their eyes wide open. They deeply felt that it was a very terrifying thing to be enemies with this guy. This guy was so cunning, sinister, and flawless. If what Xianxia said was true, the Fergana stallion would definitely die. Damn it, he can trigger the heavenly tribulation, concoct pills, set up formations, and even release poison. Is he still human? Tyrant had the urge to faint. It was really stressful to be together with such an abnormal person. A person could be proficient in so many things, and each of them had reached a terrifying level. No matter how terrifying the 9th grade demon king Fergana stallion was, it wouldn't be able to withstand Xianxia's scheme. Soon after, under the astonished gaze of Tyrant and Tanlang, Xianxia set up 2 great formations. Finally, he ran to the surface of the lake and placed 2 medicinal pills on top of the illusory milky white stone. The scene in the illusory realm was that a milky white mystical stone was overflowing with wisps of mist. 2 incomparably mystical medicinal pills were suspended on top of the stone, being dragged by the mist, emitting a pure radiance. Anyone who saw such a scene would be attracted by it. They would think that the 2 medicinal pills were supreme great existences that had integrated the essence of heaven and earth. In addition, such a beautiful place appearing in a barren mountain must have been caused by the medicinal pills. No one could withstand such temptation. One had to admit that Xianxia's scheme was too insidious. Tyrant and Tanlang looked at each other and gave Xianxia a thumbs up. They admired Xianxia from the bottom of their hearts. After seeing everything that had been set up in front of them, they no longer doubted the fact that Xianxia could kill the Fergana stallion. As long as the Fergana stallion fell into Xianxia's trap, it would die for sure. After doing all this, Xianxia took out 2 golden talismans and handed them to Tyrant and Tanlang respectively. He said, "These 2 talismans can ensure that both of you will be unimpeded in the illusory realm and the formation. When I lure the Fergana stallion here tomorrow, listen to my command and kill it at once." Jia Jia. This is really exciting. This is the first time I've done it. Just thinking about it still makes me a little excited. Tyrant laughed sinisterly. It would be strange if he wasn't excited at the thought of luring a 9th-grade demon king Fergana stallion to death. This was the first time he had done something like this. Little Xianxia, when you're insidious, you're definitely the most insidious person I've ever seen. Tan Lang clicked his tongue and looked at Xianxia with admiration. Are you complimenting me? Xianxia rolled his eyes. However, if the Fergana stallion follows the faction master of the invincibility school to Mount Luoxia, wouldn't all our efforts be in vain? Tyrant said with a frown. Don't worry. The invincibility school isn't the only one going to Mount Luoxia with the 4 major forces. As far as I know, the leaders of the other 3 forces don't have mounts. If others don't bring them, the faction master of the invincibility school won't either. It's for the sake of fairness. Xianxia smiled. It seemed that no matter what happened, his face was always full of confidence. All right, be careful. Sneaking into the invincibility school isn't a joke. Tan Lang reminded him. Don't worry. With a sway of his body, Xianxia disappeared into the night, leaving Tyrant and Tan Lang behind. Chongling City was a city not far from the invincibility school. This city was much more prosperous than Hangyue City. The city lord of this city was a 6th-grade combat king. He had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was called Ruan Hao. He had reached the 3rd-grade combat king realm at a young age, and was a disciple of the invincibility school. Tonight, Ruan Hao had just returned from the invincibility school, and was currently in the city lord's mansion. Xianxia had already investigated everything. In the middle of the night, he snuck into the city lord's mansion. With the help of the great soul derivation skill, he quickly found the place where Ruan Hao lived. Right now, Ruan Hao was meditating in a luxurious room. With Xianxia's ability, he could walk around the city lord's mansion without being discovered. Just like now, he had appeared in Ruan Hao's room, and Ruan Hao didn't even notice him. Young master, you're very serious. Xianxia came in front of Ruan Hao and said in an indifferent tone. Swoosh. Who are you? Ruan Hao was shocked. He had never seen this young man in white before, and there was no such person in Chongling City. However, this young man was able to appear in his room without anyone noticing. This was enough to show how powerful he was. I'm Xianxia, the Xianxia who disappeared for a few months. I'm back. Wasn't the invincibility school looking for me everywhere? Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. What? You're Xianxia? Ruan Hao cried out in surprise. A murderous aura burst out from his body. Boom, Xianxia's body swayed, and an even more powerful aura burst out from his body, rushing toward Ruan Hao like a tidal wave. Ruan Hao's facial expression changed dramatically, because he found out that he couldn't move under the pressure of this aura. You'd better not make any noise. Otherwise, I'll kill you immediately. If you attract the attention of others, everyone will die with you. Don't think I'm joking. I'm only joking with my friends. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. His eyes were so cold that it could freeze a person's soul. Ruan Hao's heart shuddered. He didn't doubt what Xianxia said. This man was really powerful. If he started a massacre, there would be no one left alive in the prefecture today, including his father who was a 6th-grade combat king. Ruan Hao still didn't know what had happened in the chaotic ocean. He didn't know that Xianxia had just killed the 2nd tycoon, an 8th-grade combat king. Even so, under the pressure of Xianxia's aura, he didn't dare to move. What do you want? Ruan Hao's voice was trembling. I want to ask you 2 questions. Did the Fergana stallion follow the master of the invincibility school to Mount Luoxia? Xianxia asked. No, the Fergana stallion is still in the school, it didn't follow the master. Ruan Hao didn't dare to hesitate and answered. Which mountain does the Fergana stallion cultivate in the invincibility school? Xianxia asked again. On the invincible peak, living with the sect leader. Ruan Hao didn't know why Xianxia asked such a question, but he still answered truthfully. Alright, I won't kill you, but you need to have a good sleep. As Xianxia spoke, he slapped Ruan Hao's head with his palm. Ruan Hao's eyes rolled back and he fainted immediately. Xianxia's body flickered and disappeared again. He did not kill Ruan Hao, as he had no grudge against him. Although he was a disciple of the invincibility school, at least he had not done anything to him. But he wanted to make use of Ruan Hao's identity. When Xianxia walked out of Chongling City, he changed his appearance to that of Ruan Hao and sprinted towards the invincibility school. When Ruan Hao woke up, everything was over. Xianxia had to have an identity to sneak into the invincibility school, and if he wanted to get in touch with the Fergana stallion, he had to have a higher status. Ruan Hao's identity was perfect. The sky was about to brighten. Xianxia quickly lured the Fergana stallion out and lured him into the illusion. The invincibility school, like many other sects, was located on a mountain range. The scenery was picturesque, and the primal chi of heaven and earth was dense, making it suitable for cultivation. When Xianxia arrived outside the invincibility school, the sky was already bright. It was dawn. Xianxia, dressed in white, strode towards the entrance of the invincibility school. A few disciples guarding the entrance of the invincibility school appeared in front of him. When they saw Ruan Hao, they immediately went over and bowed deeply. "Didn't senior brother Ruan go home? Why are you back so soon?" one of them said in a flattering tone. Xianxia nodded casually. He ignored these disciples and entered the invincibility school. Following Ruan Hao's instructions, Xianxia found the invincibility peak and sped towards it. As he had a high status in the invincibility school, he did not encounter any obstacles along the way and arrived at the invincibility peak. The invincibility peak was the exclusive cultivation place for the sect leader. Usually, other than the sect leader, there was only the sect leader's mount, the Fergana stallion. At this moment, at the top of the invincibility peak, a muscular man in a blood-red robe, and even his hair was blood-red. He was very muscular, and had a head full of hideous red hair. His eyes were glowing red, and he exuded a strong demonic aura. This muscular man was none other than the Fergana stallion that Xianxia was looking for. Xianxia arrived at the invincibility peak and walked towards the Fergana stallion. The Fergana stallion looked at Xianxia and said, "Lung Lung, the invincibility peak is not a place that anyone can come to. It seems like you don't know the rules at all. My name is Ruan Hao, a core disciple of the invincibility school. Greetings, Master Fergana." He cupped his fist towards the Fergana stallion. "What do you want?" The Fergana stallion looked impatient. He did not know Ruan Hao. There were so many disciples in the invincibility school, but he did not know most of them. Usually, he only followed the sect leader of the invincibility school. "Master Fergana, I came to look for the sect leader, but he is not here. So, I have to come to you for help. 2 days ago, I went out for training, and found a strange place. There are 2 pills there, and they are filled with the aura of extreme yang. However, my cultivation base is too weak, and I am unable to break the seal on the pills." Xianxia said. "Eh? 2 pills?" The Fergana stallion's eyes lit up. The pills that were sealed must be top-grade pills, and the fact that even a 3rd-grade combat king couldn't break the seal proved that these pills were extraordinary. "That's right. That place used to be a desolate valley, but because of those 2 pills, that place was filled with the scent of spring, and was filled with natural energy. I'm guessing that those 2 pills must be top-grade pills, and if they are obtained by an outsider, it would be a great loss to the invincibility school. Since the sect leader is not here, I have the guts to ask Master Fergana for help." Xianxia's words sounded like they were telling the truth. "Is what you just said true? Does such a miraculous pill really exist?" The Fergana horse abruptly sat up. As a rare beast, it knew that there were some rare treasures in this world. If what Ruan Hao said was true, then those 2 pills must be of the highest quality among the rare treasures. How would I dare to deceive Master Fergana? Xianxia was filled with fear and trepidation. "Fine, I don't think you have the guts to deceive me. I'll go with you, and when the time comes, we'll split the 2 pills, 1 for each of us," the Fergana stallion said. "Thank you, Master Fergana." Xianxia pretended to be extremely grateful. The Fergana stallion grabbed Xianxia's shoulder and disappeared in a swoosh. A disciple of the invincibility school wouldn't dare to deceive him. The Fergana stallion was completely defenseless against Xianxia. More importantly, the sect leader of the invincibility school had gone to Mount Luoxia, and he felt bored staying on the mountain alone. If he could obtain a miraculous pill, it might be able to help him break through to the Combat Emperor realm. That would be wonderful. Along the way, there was a faint smile on Xianxia's face. Perhaps only he knew the meaning behind this smile. The Fergana stallion had fallen into Xianxia's trap, and there was no way it could survive. When Xianxia arrived at the valley with the Fergana stallion, the sky was already completely bright. Tyrant and Tan Lang were already lying in ambush in the formation. The illusion was controlled by Xianxia. Therefore, Tyrant and Tan Lang couldn't be discovered by the Fergana stallion at all. "Look, Master Fergana, it's here." Xianxia pointed at the valley in front of him. The Fergana stallion had already discovered the situation in the valley, especially when it saw the land full of spiritual qi. Its eyes immediately lit up. This place is lacking in spiritual qi of the heaven and earth, with desolation everywhere. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful place here. It seems like it's really caused by those 2 pills. The Fergana stallion was overjoyed, thinking that Ruanhao really didn't lie to him. In addition to the fact that he wasn't on guard against Xianxia, he immediately charged into the valley. In the blink of an eye, the Fergana stallion had entered the illusion. Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were hiding in the illusion, could clearly see the approaching Fergana stallion. Both of them held their breaths, not daring to release the slightest bit of their aura, for fear of startling the Fergana stallion. As a matter of fact, at this moment, the Fergana stallion's attention was completely focused on the 2 pills floating above the boulder. He could clearly feel the pure medicinal energy being emitted from the 2 pills. The attraction of the 9 solar holy water was irresistible to a beast like the Fergana stallion. There really are 2 pills. The Fergana stallion's eyes lit up. "Master Fergana, there are seals placed on the outside of these 2 pills. I can't break them at all," Xianxia said. "Let me have a look." The Fergana stallion reached out his hand toward the first pill, but he immediately felt a resistance. There is indeed a seal placed on it. It's very difficult for anyone below the 6th grade combat king to break it, but it's a piece of cake for me. The Fergana stallion exerted some force in his palm. With a cracking sound, the seal was broken, and a profound 9 solar pill fell into his palm. This pill was the pure pill, it was non-poisonous. After getting the pill, the Fergana stallion brought it under his nose and sniffed it. After that, he used his divine sense to examine it. After making sure that there was nothing wrong with the pill, he said, "It really is a supreme grade pill. If I can get my hands on this pill, it will surely bring me great benefits. If that's the case, Master Fergana should just swallow it. This is Master Fergana's fortune and fortune." Xianxia hastily flattered the Fergana stallion. He knew that the Fergana stallion wouldn't be easy to deal with, and would definitely check the pill first. Therefore, he purposely prepared 2 pills. One was a good pill, and the other contained a deadly poison. After swallowing the first pill, the Fergana stallion wouldn't be on guard against the second one. "You're not bad, let me try the power of this pill first." Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were hiding in the dark, saw everything that happened. They couldn't help but give Xianxia a thumbs up again. Although the man in front of them didn't look like Xianxia, they knew that Xianxia had the ability to change his appearance. Now that they saw the Fergana stallion walking into Xianxia's trap step by step, they were filled with admiration for Xianxia. Especially after they saw the Fergana stallion swallow the real pill, they admired Xianxia even more. This guy could even predict that the Fergana stallion would suspect the pill, so he concocted 2 pills. If Xianxia had only concocted a poisonous pill, with the Fergana stallion's perceptive ability, he would definitely be able to sense it. At that time, all his efforts would be in vain. However, it was different now. The Fergana stallion had already swallowed a perfectly fine pill. Even the smartest person wouldn't suspect that there was something wrong with another pill that looked exactly the same on the surface. It could only be said that Xianxia's thoughts were meticulous and his calculations were flawless. He had already reached the point of perfection. *Kohu*. After the Fergana stallion swallowed the profound 9 suns pill, a whistling sound of wind came from his body. Golden light shone brightly, and his whole body seemed to be glowing with youth. The changes in the Fergana stallion could be clearly felt. The profound 9 suns pill concocted by the greatest saint in the world was mixed with a large amount of 9 solar holy water. Such a peerless pill would naturally have an incomparably terrifying effect. Even for a 9th-grade Demon King Fergana Stallion, it was still extremely effective. The Fergana Stallion took a deep breath and praised, "It is indeed a peerless pill. I can see that this milky white boulder is able to support the pill. I'm afraid it must be a treasure as well. I must bring this boulder back with me. Yuan Hao, you've made a great contribution this time. When we return, I'll definitely give you a lot of benefits." The Fergana Stallion patted Xianxia's shoulder, his tone full of praise. After consuming the mysterious 9 Suns pill, he felt that his physique had changed. He felt that this was a stroke of good fortune for him. Soon after, the Fergana Stallion's gaze landed on the other pill, his eyes filled with greed. "Master Xianxia, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the peak of the 9th-grade Demon King realm. If you consume the other pill as well, you might be able to find the opportunity to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. Isn't that wonderful?" Jiangchen said. Hearing this, the Fergana horse's face was clearly filled with joy. However, he still put on an embarrassed expression and said calmly, "That's not very good. I've already promised you that we'll each take 1 pill. If I consume all of them, wouldn't it seem like I'm bullying you?" Although the Fergana Stallion said that, his gaze never left the pill. He was very pleased that this disciple in front of him was willing to let him have 2 pills to himself. Of course it's more important for Master Xianxia to break through to the Demon Emperor realm. If I were to obtain this pill, the effect it would bring would be far inferior to Master Xianxia's. I'm willing to gift this pill to Master Xianxia, as long as Master Xianxia can promote your disciples in the sect in the future," Jiangchen said in an incomparably sincere tone. His sincerity had truly moved the Fergana Stallion. The Fergana Stallion patted Jiangchen's shoulder again and said in a clear voice, "Good, Yuan Hao. This disciple of yours is very good. I'll remember your kindness today. From now on, you're my man. If anyone dares to bully you in the sect, I'll be the first to not let them go. Also, when I return, I'll immediately give you a certain status and cultivation resources. From now on, I'll let you soar to the sky in the invincibility school." The Fergana Stallion repeatedly promised. He liked this disciple in front of him too much. This child was really too sensible and could understand people's thoughts too well. Originally, he was thinking that if he were to snatch the pill, it would be a loss of face. He didn't expect this disciple to be so sensible. It really touched him. "Thank you, Lord Fergana. This disciple is willing to be of service to Lord Fergana." Jiangchen seemed to be overwhelmed by the favor and clasped his fists at the Fergana Stallion. Seeing him like this, Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were hiding in the dark, laughed so hard that they almost cramped up. This fellow was really too good at acting. His acting skills were really superb. However, he was also extremely shameless. "Very good." The Fergana Stallion nodded. Then, he stretched out his palm again and directly broke the seal on the other pill. Holding the pill in his hand, he swallowed it in one gulp under the eager gaze of Jiangchen. Boom! The pill turned into a surging medicinal power and instantly rushed into the Fergana Stallion's limbs and bones. The Fergana Stallion didn't doubt this pill at all and directly refined it. He originally wanted to use this pill to break through to the Demon Emperor realm, so the refinement was the most thorough. To put it bluntly, this method of refinement could refine the medicinal power into his bone marrow and blood. In other words, this kind of refinement would also cause the poison in the pill to flow directly into his bone marrow and blood. It would be impossible to expel it even if you wanted to. Jiangchen smiled, a very happy smile. From the moment the Fergana Stallion swallowed the pill, his plan had succeeded. Moreover, in the formation that he had meticulously set up, the Fergana Stallion was like a turtle in a jar. It would be difficult for him to escape even if he wanted to. Before the Fergana Stallion had time to be happy, his expression suddenly changed. A black mist appeared on his face and black threads spread out. "No, there's something wrong with this pill." The Fergana Stallion turned pale with fright. The poison was now wandering in his body. He immediately spat out a mouthful of black blood. The poison from the fusion of the venomous nether toad and the nether python could be said to be the most powerful poison in the world. Only a powerful 9th-grade demon king like the Fergana Stallion would be poisoned to death on the spot if it was an ordinary person. In fact, if the Fergana stallion had felt the poison the moment he swallowed the pill, with his ability, he would definitely be able to force the poison out. Even if he couldn't force it out, he could still suppress it for a short period of time. Unfortunately, he wasn't on guard against the pill at all. At this moment, the poison had already seeped into his blood and bone marrow, corroding his body and internal organs at all times. The damage caused to him was unimaginable. It was almost impossible to suppress the poison at this moment. What a poisonous poison! The Fergana stallion spat out another mouthful of blood. The severity of the poison was far more terrifying than Xianxia had expected. The Fergana stallion suddenly turned around and looked at Xianxia. When he saw Xianxia looking at him with a smile on his face, he immediately understood what was going on. "It's you?" "Haha, that's right, it's me." Xianxia laughed out loud. At this moment, there was no need for him to hide anymore. His facial bones began to distort, and in the blink of an eye, he changed his face and returned to his original appearance. At the same time, the surrounding scenery also began to change. The beautiful scenery turned into a desolate valley, the pond turned into stagnant water, and the milky white boulder that the Fergana stallion was about to take away disappeared as well. Everything seemed like a dream. At the same time, two figures appeared, looking at the Fergana stallion with smiles on their faces. "Bastard, who are you? How dare you set me up?" The Fergana stallion shouted angrily. At this moment, even an idiot would know that he had been tricked. Everything that happened today was arranged in advance, including the two pills. Needless to say, this scheme was too powerful. Even if he had to do it all over again, he would still be tricked. "I'm Xianxia, Fergana stallion. The poison you've been poisoned is the combination of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. Just now, you were greedy and directly refined the pills. Now, the poison has penetrated deep into your blood and bone marrow. You're finished. Surrender yourself." Xianxia laughed out loud. With a swoosh, the heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. Although the Fergana stallion was poisoned and his combat strength was severely damaged, he was still a 9th-grade demon king after all. He had no choice but to use his full strength to deal with him. Barf, the Fergana stallion coughed out another mouthful of black blood. His condition was getting worse and worse, especially when he heard the names of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. His expression became extremely unsightly. Obviously, he knew that these two deadly poisons were the king of all poisons. With his current condition, if he immediately rushed to Mount Luoxia and asked the sect chief of the invincibility school for help, he might be able to force the poison out of his body and survive. However, if he continued to delay, his condition would only get worse. "So you're that Xianxia who triggered the heavenly tribulation? I never thought that you're still alive, and that you've set your eyes on me. How despicable," the Fergana stallion said while gnashing his teeth. He had heard of Xianxia's name before. A monster who triggered the heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm and destroyed the Shura temple's freezing hell jail. Xianxia's name had spread far and wide, but the Fergana stallion had no idea why this guy would set his eyes on him. However, it was useless to think about this now. The Fergana stallion only knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. "Cut the crap. Fergana stallion, give me your life." Xianxia let out a loud shout, then he swung the heavenly saint sword toward the Fergana stallion's head. "Humph. With your strength as a 5th-grade combat king, even if I'm poisoned, you still won't be able to defeat me. However, I'm in a special situation today, so I'll spare your life for now. In the future, I'll definitely tear you into 1,000 pieces to avenge what you've done today." The Fergana stallion dodged the heavenly saint sword's attack with a sway of his body. After that, he tore open the void and stepped into it. He couldn't wait to kill Xianxia and the other two fellows, but he knew that he couldn't afford to waste any more time. He had to leave this place as soon as possible and find the sect chief of the invincibility school. Bang! What's going on? The Fergana stallion was bounced back. Only then did it realize that the entire space was trapped by a formation. The formation was extremely profound, and it was obvious that it was created by an expert. Furthermore, the illusion from before was also extremely brilliant, so much so that it didn't notice it at all when it came in. In fact, a large part of the reason was because of Xianxia. The Fergana stallion was certain that a disciple from the invincibility school wouldn't dare to deceive it, so it didn't have the slightest bit of vigilance. Fergana stallion, you won't be able to escape today. Die. Without another word, Xianxia slashed at the Fergana stallion with the Heavenly Saint sword again. If the Fergana stallion was in peak condition, it might still be able to break out of the entrapment formation that he had set up. However, it was too difficult for the Fergana stallion to break out of the entrapment formation in its current state. Moreover, Xianxia wouldn't give it the chance to break out of the formation. Damn brat, I'll let you know today that a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Even if I'm poisoned, I'm still no match for a small shrimp like you. The Fergana stallion gnashed its teeth in hatred towards Xianxia. A stream of vigorous energy burst out from its body. It raised its palm, and an incomparably dazzling golden hoof covered with runes appeared, charging at Xianxia. Rumble, the collision between Xianxia and the Fergana stallion caused him to retreat a few steps. Just as the Fergana stallion had said, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Fergana stallion was, after all, a peak level 9 demon king. Even though its combat strength was severely damaged, it was still not something an ordinary person could deal with. Barf, however, although the attack had forced Xianxia to retreat, the Fergana stallion wasn't in a good condition either. It spat out a mouthful of black blood on the spot. Haha, Fergana stallion, the poison has completely integrated into your body. The more you use your energy to fight, the faster the poison will circulate. Xianxia laughed loudly. Although the Fergana stallion still had a strong combat strength, as long as he wasn't given a chance to escape, the Fergana stallion would be finished today. There was no way he could escape. Swoosh, the Fergana horse let out a long roar that shook the surroundings, as if it was a tiger that had fallen to the plains and was being bullied by a dog. His entire body was filled with fury, which then turned into endless killing intent. His cold gaze locked onto Xianxia. Since that's the case, I'll kill you first. The Fergana stallion could tell that if he wanted to leave this place today, he had to kill Xianxia. Otherwise, with Xianxia standing in his way, he would not be able to escape at all. Monk, Tan Lang, activate the killing array to deal with this steed. Xianxia shouted at Tyrant and Tan Lang. Right now, the Fergana stallion was in the midst of a furious counterattack. A cornered beast would jump over a wall, and it absolutely could not be underestimated. This kind of situation was also within Xianxia's expectations. Therefore, he had laid down a great killing formation in advance, which could combine the combat strength of the three of them to deal with the Fergana stallion. Alright. Both of their auras fluctuated wildly. With the talismans that Xianxia had given them, they could control the killing array at will. In the blink of an eye, the killing array was activated. The auras of the three of them were connected. Tyrant and Tan Lang's energy was completely instilled into Xianxia's body at the first instance, causing Xianxia's combat strength to skyrocket. Precious steed neigh. The Fergana stallion let out a roar. With a sway of his body, he immediately transformed into an incomparably mystical Fergana stallion. This stallion had a height of 3 feet and a length of 3 feet. It was extremely majestic, and the surface of its body was covered with blood-colored hair, which was dazzling. Accompanied by the furious roar of the Fergana stallion, sound waves were emitted from his mouth. Each sound wave was like a sickle. Not only were they extremely sharp, they could also penetrate the soul of a person to attack. This was the innate ability of the Fergana stallion. It was similar to the soul-devouring echo of the De Huang dog, but when compared to the soul-devouring echo of the De Huang dog, it was not just one level lower. Although the Fergana stallion was an unusual species among horses, there was still a huge gap between it and the legendary divine beast, the dragon horse. The layers of sound waves sliced the void into pieces, turning into a vast ocean that enveloped Xianxia. Slash. Facing such a powerful attack from the Fergana stallion, Xianxia's expression remained unchanged. He just slashed out with his sword. With the terrifying Heavenly Saint sword, there was nothing that it couldn't break. Even the sound waves of the opponent could be destroyed. Countless whistling sword chi erupted in the sky. Each of the sword chi turned into the shadow of a dragon, dancing wildly. Finally, they interweaved into a huge net of sword chi, colliding with the precious steed neigh of the Fergana stallion. Rumble, For a moment, the void was destroyed. The place where the sword chi and the sound waves collided created a large amount of sparks. In the end, a sea of fire was formed, which would make anyone who saw it shudder. One had to admit that the Fergana stallion was really terrifying. Even in its current state, the sound waves it unleashed still managed to push Xianxia back, and that was when Xianxia had used the Great Killing Formation to gather the combat strength of Tyrant and Tan Lang. It wasn't hard to imagine that if the Fergana stallion was at its peak condition, Xianxia would have no chance of defeating it. Damn it. This kid is just a 5th-grade combat king, how could he have such a powerful combat strength? Too bad, I'm affected by the deadly poison, which prevents me from using my combat strength. Otherwise, I'll definitely tear this kid into 1,000 pieces. The Fergana stallion couldn't help but curse. He was currently in a terrible state. Every time he unleashed a powerful attack, the poison would intensify. If this situation continued, his combat strength would become weaker and weaker. In the end, he wouldn't even be able to defeat Xianxia, and might even end up being slaughtered by Xianxia. As the saying goes, a single misstep may cause everlasting sorrow. When you look back, you've already lost 100 years of your life. The Fergana stallion was cultivating in the invincibility school, but because of his greed, he fell into Xianxia's trap, and ended up in such a miserable state. Humph. 9 phantom wolves, I can't exhaust you to death. Xianxia coldly harumphed. With a sway of his body, 9 Xianxians appeared at the same time, firmly surrounding the Fergana stallion. Tyrant and Tan Lang were controlling the formation, transferring combat strength to Xianxia. When they saw Xianxia unleashing another amazing movement skill, they couldn't help but feel shocked. Previously, Xianxia's dimensional shift was already very frightening, but they never expected him to have such an amazing movement skill. 9 phantoms appeared in an instant. Such an amazing movement skill was simply too frightening in a fight. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe it as invincible, especially when dealing with the Fergana stallion in front of him. If the Fergana stallion was in his peak condition, he might be able to tell which one was Xianxia's real body. However, the current Fergana stallion's mind was in a mess. For a moment, all he could see were 9 Xianxians, and he couldn't tell which one was the real one. Roar, the Fergana stallion roared into the sky. Endless fury shot out from his body. He had no other choice. He couldn't find out which one was Xianxia's real body, so he could only launch an all-out attack, attacking all the phantoms indiscriminately. And this was exactly the effect Xianxia needed. The Fergana stallion's energy was scattered and couldn't pose any threat to him. A casual swing of the Heavenly Saint sword was enough to destroy its attack. When the other phantoms were destroyed by the Fergana stallion, Xianxia would immediately unleash the movement skill again, creating 9 Xianxians to besiege the Fergana stallion. Roar! Roar! The Fergana stallion roared again and again. It couldn't wait to pounce on Xianxia and devour him. Unfortunately, his opponent was too cunning. From the moment the Fergana stallion fell into Xianxia's trap, his fate was basically sealed. All along, there was nothing that Xianxia couldn't do if he tried his best. The Fergana stallion is finished. Little Xianxia is too sinister. Tyrant shook his head. He could already foresee the ending of the Fergana stallion. Everything is under his control, including the Fergana stallion's life. This plan has been flawless since the beginning. This is too frightening. Becoming an enemy of Xianxia is truly a tragedy. Tan Lang sighed. The longer he stayed in contact with Xianxia, the more he could feel how frightening Xianxia was. That kind of frightening feeling came from deep within his bones. He was like an emperor who could control everything at any time. Anyone who became his enemy would never have a good ending. The following battle was just as Xianxia had expected. The battle lasted for more than 10 minutes. Xianxia used the 9 phantom wolves, forcing the Fergana stallion to use all his strength to attack from all directions. He had no choice but to do so, because he couldn't find Xianxia's real body. If he didn't attack from all directions, it was possible that Xianxia's real body would find a loophole and cause him a serious injury. After this battle, the Fergana stallion couldn't help but admit that this guy who looked like a 5th-grade combat king was much more terrifying than an ordinary man. In the last 10 minutes, Xianxia had become more and more courageous as he fought. However, the Fergana stallion couldn't hold on any longer. He was affected by the deadly poison, and his combat strength kept dropping. Haha, Fergana stallion, you're finished. Xianxia burst into laughter. All his phantoms had returned to his body. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. The Fergana stallion couldn't hold on any longer, and now, it was time for him to strike back. Swoosh, the heavenly saint sword was raised high up in the air by Xianxia, producing a world-shaking sword cry. The entire sword was like a dragon that had come to life, tearing a huge hole in the air and slashing down toward the Fergana stallion's head. Roar, the Fergana stallion roared once again. He tried his best to defend himself, but unfortunately, with his current condition, he couldn't even unleash 1/10 of his combat strength. How could he still fight against Xianxia? Pucci, the heavenly saint sword was like a hot knife cutting through butter, cutting through everything in its path. Half of the Fergana stallion's body was chopped off, and a small part of its head was chopped off. Blood splattered all over the place. This was a fatal injury. The Fergana stallion let out a miserable cry. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He knew that he was finished. Today would be the day of his death. When he thought about how he was killed by a puny 5th-grade combat king, he felt extremely wronged. Die. To De Huang Dog, the origin blood essence of the Fergana stallion was much more important than a demon spirit. If he wanted to extract the origin blood essence of the Fergana stallion, he had to extract it right after the Fergana stallion was killed. If he was a little late, the origin blood essence would disappear along with the Fergana stallion's life. Extracting the Fergana stallion from a mutated beast wasn't an easy task. However, to Xianxia, it was a piece of cake. He was proficient in too many methods. Very quickly, a clump of blood essence was extracted by Xianxia. However, there were some black strands within the blood essence. Obviously, it was the highly toxic substance contained within the Profound 9 solar pill. The toxic substance had already penetrated deep into the Fergana stallion's origin. One could imagine how terrifying it was. Naturally, if it wasn't for the critical effect of the toxic substance, it wouldn't have been an easy task for Xianxia to kill the Fergana stallion. Voila, with a wave of his hand, the array disappeared along with the wind. The entire valley had already been wrecked beyond recognition due to the earlier battle. The surrounding mountain peaks had all collapsed, emitting black smoke. The corpse of the Fergana stallion was not far away, but Xianxia didn't give it a second glance. Amazing. You're truly a sinister brat. A powerful Fergana stallion was actually killed by you just like that. Tyrant walked over and gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. Xianxia's act of trapping and killing the Fergana stallion was truly done beautifully. Tyrant simply prostrated himself in admiration towards Xianxia. Not only is little Xianxia's combat prowess formidable, his aptitude is also heaven-defying. I've discovered that he's also a formidable schemer. If I hadn't personally experienced what happened today, I wouldn't have believed it even if you beat me to death. Tanlang said with a smile. If Xianxia's method of trapping and killing the Fergana stallion were to be spread out, it would be enough to be recorded in the annals of history. A person's strength wasn't only determined by his methods and cultivation, but also his intelligence. A true god of war would never be a brute. De Huang has been dormant for too long. We have to wake him up. Xianxia said. When he thought about how De Huang Dog ended up like this because he wanted to save him, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. Waking up De Huang was an extremely important matter. However, little Xianxia, there's no problem with the demon spirit of the Fergana stallion. However, the blood essence is highly toxic. If we were to give it to De Huang, wouldn't he be killed? Tyrant said worriedly. He shuddered at the thought of how the Fergana stallion looked when it was poisoned. The poison was too strong. If the blood essence that contained the poison was given to De Huang Dog, wouldn't it be the same as sending De Huang to his death? Little Xianxia must have a way to get rid of the poison. Tanlang said. No, the only way to get rid of the poison is to refine it with the true thunder fire. However, the true thunder fire will definitely damage the blood essence and the effect will be greatly reduced. You should know that the blood essence and demon spirit of a 9th-grade demon king can transform De Huang into an incomparably terrifying state. Therefore, I will let De Huang consume the blood essence directly. Jiangchen said. What? Tyrant and Tan Lang exclaimed at the same time. This was no different from murder. Don't worry. The poison can be used to deal with the Fergana stallion, but it won't have any effect on De Huang. He can automatically filter out the poison. Jiangchen smiled. He wasn't worried about De Huang dog at all. He didn't forget the first time he met De Huang. When he used the poison of the nether python on De Huang dog only vomited and nothing happened to him. Are you kidding me? That's amazing. Tyrant and Tan Lang rolled their eyes. It seemed like Jiangchen wasn't the only abnormal person. De Huang dog was also a super abnormal person. But no matter what, as long as it didn't cause any harm to De Huang, they believed that Jiangchen would never do anything dangerous to De Huang. In that case, let's hurry up and let De Huang consume it. Tyrant said. No, we have to find a quiet place for De Huang. Moreover, what we need to do now is to leave this place as soon as possible. The death of the Fergana stallion will definitely be sensed by the sect master of the invincibility school immediately. We need to find a safe place now. Jiangchen said. Exotic beasts like the Fergana stallion had their own pride. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't be used as mounts by others. There was only one situation, and that was if the Fergana stallion had a very good relationship with the sect master of the invincibility school. Both of them had already established some kind of connection. It was very likely to be a symbiotic relationship. Under such a relationship, the sect master of the invincibility school would also suffer a certain degree of damage if the Fergana stallion died. There's a place that's absolutely safe. Tyrant smiled. Heavenhawk Island. Jiangchen and Tyrant spoke at the same time, saying the name of Heavenhawk Island. That's right, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. No one would have thought that after we destroyed the Heavenhawk Island and killed so many people from the Azura Palace, we would still be hiding in the Heavenhawk Island when the Azura Palace is hunting us all over the world. Tan Lang had become smarter after following Jiangchen and Tyrant for a long time. Therefore, after a round of discussion, the three audacious fellows departed for the chaotic ocean. Although Heavenhawk Island had been destroyed, it wasn't difficult to find a place to hide. It was also because Heavenhawk Island had turned into ruins that it wouldn't attract any attention. For Jiangchen and the others, it was the safest place to hide. At the top of Mount Luoxia, there was a flat and spacious square. This was the place where the four geniuses of the state of Liang would duel. At this moment, the sky had just brightened. The combat emperors of the four major powers and the four geniuses had all appeared. The duel was ready. The leader of the invincibility school had a medium build. He was neither fat nor thin. He was wearing a clean light yellow robe. He looked to be in his 50s, definitely not old. He didn't have any beard on his face. His thick hair was tied up in a high bun on top of his head. Between his eyebrows, there was a domineering aura. He was a combat emperor. As the leader of the invincibility school, his every movement carried the demeanor of a superior. His name was Invincible Nya, the current leader of the invincibility school. Beside Invincibility Nya stood an old man and a young man. The old man looked to be in his 70s, but his eyes were bright. He was the great elder of the invincibility school and another powerful combat emperor. The young man looked to be in his 30s, his cultivation level was similar to Xiao Nanfeng's. He had a sturdy build and was wearing a linen robe. On his back was a long spear that shone brightly under the sunlight. His face was full of arrogance because he had the right to be arrogant. His name was Qian Wenyu, the number one genius of the invincibility school. His cultivation level was at the peak of 9th grade combat king. He wasn't weaker than the great tyrant of the Shura temple, Xiaonan Feng. At this moment, Invincibility Nya's expression changed drastically. His body shook as if he had received a huge shock. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Who did this? Invincible Nya's eyes were bloodshot, as if he had gone mad. He raised his head and roared at the sky. No one knew why he roared. The experts from the other three major powers looked at Invincible Nya in shock. They didn't know why this guy suddenly went crazy. But looking at his anger that was about to solidify, something must have happened that made him so angry. Master, what happened? Qian Wenyu asked. Who killed my majestic horse? Invincible Nia's eyes were spitting fire. What? The majestic horse is a 9th grade combat king. His combat power is terrifying. Now that all the combat emperors of Liang province are here, who could kill the majestic horse? The great elder was shocked. Xian Wenyu's expression changed drastically. They all knew the relationship between Fergana horse and Invincible Nia. To put it bluntly, Fergana horse was Invincible Nia's lifeblood. Now that his majestic horse was killed, how could he not be angry? It turns out that Brother Nia's majestic horse was killed. What a delightful thing. Maybe it will be stewed and eaten. A strange voice came from the opposite side. This person looked to be about the same age as Li Tianyang. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He was wearing a black robe with a hideous devil king's head embroidered on his chest. He was the master of the heavenly devil palace, Dark Minzi. The 4 major powers of Liang province had always been fighting with each other. Their relationship was not good, especially the heavenly devil palace and the other 3 major powers. Hearing that Invincible Nia's majestic horse was killed, Dark Minzi was very happy. Dark Minzi, what are you so proud of? Did you send someone to kill my majestic horse? Invincible Nia pointed his finger at Dark Minzi. If you say so, then so what? Dark Minzi didn't care about Invincible Nia's expression. Haha, Invincible Nia, the 2 demon emperors of the heavenly devil palace are here. Your majestic horse is a 9th level demon king. How many people in Liang province can kill it? Moreover, your majestic horse is still in the invincibility school. In my opinion, there must be something fishy going on. Li Tianyang said. Humph. No matter who killed my majestic horse, I will tear him to pieces. Invincible Nia was really angry. He turned to the great elder and Xian Wenyu and said, you 2 stay here and continue the competition. I will go back first. I want to see who has the guts to kill my majestic horse. After saying that, Invincible Nia disappeared without waiting for the great elder and Xian Wenyu's response. When Invincible Nia rushed back from Luoxia Mountain, Jiang Chen and the other 2 had already sneaked into Heavenhawk Island. After the fierce battle last night, Heavenhawk Island had become a deserted island. The people of the Shura Temple had also left. There was no one around Heavenhawk Island. The people of the Shura Temple would never have thought that Jiang Chen would come back so soon. Little Chenzi, De Huang's Qi is getting stronger and stronger. It seems like the effect of the 9 solar less Ron pill isn't bad for him. Tyrant looked at the De Huang dog who was lying on the ground, full of vitality, and couldn't help but say that. However, he had consumed the 9 solar less Ron pill before, so he knew how terrifying it was. With the support of the Saraira and the 9 solar less Ron pill in his body, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 7th grade combat king realm. One should know that there was a huge gap between the 6th grade combat king realm and the 7th grade combat king realm. It was equivalent to the gap between the mid-combat king realm and the late combat king realm. Naturally, the difficulty level would increase. Otherwise, with the help of the Saraira and the 9 solar less Ron pill, he would have already broken through to the 7th grade combat king realm. That's right. All of De Huang's bodily functions have recovered, and his internal injuries have been completely healed. Now, he only needs to use the blood essence of the Fergana stallion and the demon soul to awaken his dragon horse bloodline. Jiang Chen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Thinking that De Huang would be able to awaken in the near future, he felt extremely happy. I really didn't expect De Huang's true form to be the legendary dragon horse's body. However, a powerful dragon horse has the appearance of a dog. I'm really speechless. Tan Lang shook his head speechlessly. The divine beast dragon horse, how miraculous and mighty was that? Who would have thought that a dog would be a dragon horse that only existed in the legends? This was like a joke to him. There are all kinds of strange things in this world. There must be something special about De Huang's current form. When he regains his dragon horse body, he will be even more powerful. Jiang Chen said. There were many things in this world that he couldn't understand. There were too many strange creatures, and Jiang Chen himself was one of them. Even until now, he still didn't fully understand the dragon transformation skill he was cultivating. He only knew that this skill wasn't just a skill, and there must be some huge secret hidden within it. There was a blood talisman hidden in Inferno Hell, and it had helped him kill the Earth Devil. When Xianxia touched that blood talisman, he would feel a sense of intimacy, and his blood would flow faster, and the dragon transformation skill would automatically circulate. Undoubtedly, this situation was very abnormal. Xianxia wasn't an idiot. He had lived 2 lives, his knowledge and experience were incomparable to ordinary people. He knew that the blood charm must be related to the dragon transformation skill. He knew that after he had successfully cultivated the dragon transformation skill, he would have to go back to Inferno Hell. That blood charm had always been affecting his heart. The demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th-grade demon king, plus the effect of the 9 Suns less Rond pill. I wonder how powerful this guy will be after he wakes up. Tyrant sighed. De Huang Dog had the body of a dragon horse. After he wakes up, his bloodline will definitely go through another transformation, just like Xianxia. It was like he had been reborn from the ashes. Adding the demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th-grade demon king, it was impossible to estimate how powerful De Huang Dog would be. If I'm not wrong, De Huang will at least reach the 6th-grade demon king, maybe even the 7th-grade demon king, or even higher. Xianxia said. As a matter of fact, even he didn't dare to make a conclusion about how powerful De Huang would be after he wakes up. After all, he had the demon spirit and blood essence of a 9th-grade demon king, the powerful 9 Suns less Rond pill, and the even more terrifying transformation of the divine beast dragon horse bloodline. With these 4 factors added together, it was really hard to determine how powerful De Huang would be. No matter what, this was a great opportunity for De Huang. If he didn't die from the calamity, he would definitely be reborn. The wind was howling over the sea, but the entire Heavenhawk Island was deathly silent. Ever since the fierce battle last night, the island had become completely silent. All the disciples of the Shura Temple were buried here. No one dared to approach the island again. As a result, not a single person could be seen within a few dozen miles of the island. Even if there were people flying on the sea, they would take a detour when they passed by the Heavenhawk Island. This kind of situation was the most advantageous to Xianxia and the others. No one would ever think that Xianxia, who was supposed to escape to a faraway place, would actually be hiding in the Heavenhawk Island. In the spacious cave, Xianxia sent the blood essence and demon spirit of the Fergana stallion into De Huang Dog's body. This was all he could do. The rest was entirely up to De Huang Dog. Tyrant and Tan Lang were still a little worried. After all, the blood essence contained a highly toxic poison. Moreover, it was the combination of the venomous nether toad and the nether python. Even the 9th-level demon king Fergana stallion couldn't resist it. If there were any accidents, they were afraid that it would be very disadvantageous to De Huang Dog. However, when they saw Xianxia's confident look, they were relieved. If even Xianxia wasn't worried, what would they be worried about? At the same time, the headmaster of the Invincibility School, Invincibility Nya, returned from Mount Luoxia. Relying on the connection between him and the Fergana stallion, he quickly found the place where the Fergana stallion died. Unfortunately, Xianxia had already left, leaving behind only ruins and the corpse of the Fergana stallion that was beaten into several pieces. Who did it? Who did it? Who the hell did it? Invincibility Nya was furious. The fury of the Battle Emperor floated in the sky above the valley. The area of a few hundred miles was engulfed by the fury of Invincibility Nya. The demonic beasts and human cultivators in this area were trembling in fear. They didn't know why the fury of the Battle Emperor suddenly appeared. Damn it, no matter who it is, I will definitely find you and tear you into 1,000 pieces, 1,000 pieces. Invincibility Nya's anger soared to the sky. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. The Fergana stallion wasn't just his mount, it was also his friend. They had a symbiotic relationship. This kind of relationship was related to their bloodline. If the Fergana stallion was killed, Invincibility Nya's body would also be damaged. If Invincibility Nya needed another year to break through to the 2nd-grade combat emperor, he would need at least 3 years to do so. The damage to the blood essence was the most difficult to recover. After his anger subsided, Invincibility Nya calmed down and began to think about the cause of this incident. To be able to become the Battle Emperor and lead the whole Invincibility School, it was enough to prove that Invincibility Nya was a very powerful person. The Fergana stallion lives in the Invincibility Peak. If there was nothing important, he wouldn't leave the invincibility school. Why would he appear in this desolate place? There's nothing attractive about this valley. Plus, with Fergana Stallion's cultivation, who could kill him in Liang province? Even if I were to take action personally, he would still have the chance to escape. Invincibility Nia's thought was meticulous, he had figured out the key to the problem. Then, Invincibility Nia's body disappeared in a flash, walking towards the direction of the Invincibility School. At this moment, the Invincibility School was still the same. No one knew that the Fergana Stallion was dead. It wasn't until a wave of fury floated above the mountain range of the Invincibility School that everyone felt Invincibility Nia's aura of the Battle Emperor that they knew that something big had happened. What happened? Didn't Master bring Brother Qianwen to Luoxia Mountain? Why did he suddenly come back and look so angry? I don't know. I've been in the Invincibility School for so long, but this is the first time I've seen Master so angry. There must be a reason. Haven't you noticed? First Elder and Senior Brother Qian didn't return? Only the Sect Master returned. This means that the duel in Luoxia Mountain hasn't ended yet. For the Sect Master to give up on the duel and return alone, something big must have happened. Everyone was shocked. The disciples of the Invincibility School were shocked, they didn't know what happened. Did anyone see when Fergana Stallion left the Invincibility School? Invincibility Nia was floating in the air above the Invincibility School. His voice was loud and clear, resounding in the ears of every disciple and elder. Some of the weaker ones were shaken to the point that their ears were buzzing. At this time, a few Combat King elders flew to Invincibility Nia's side. Among these elders, the lowest level was an 8th grade Combat King. Some of them were 9th grade Combat Kings. Their status in the Invincibility School was imaginable. Even though they had been in the Invincibility School for so long, they had never seen Master so angry. Master, we didn't see Fergana Stallion leave. Did something happen? One of the 9th grade Combat King elders said. Humph. The Fergana horse was killed in a valley. This matter is definitely not without reason. Someone must have done it on purpose. Invincibility Nia snorted coldly. As for the people of the Invincibility School, they didn't know when Fergana Stallion left the Invincibility School. He wasn't surprised. If Fergana Stallion didn't want to be found, these people wouldn't have found out. What? Fergana Stallion is dead? A few elders exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were full of disbelief. If these words didn't come from Invincibility Nia's mouth, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. But these words came from Invincibility Nia's mouth, it was 100% true. Fergana Stallion was dead. No wonder Invincibility Nia was so angry. As a member of the Invincibility School, everyone knew how important Fergana Stallion was to Invincibility Nia. It can't be, Fergana Stallion was killed. No wonder Master was so angry. He didn't even care about Mount Luoxia and came back personally. Who did this? Isn't it too bold? How dare they have the guts to kill Fergana Stallion? What I'm confused about is that all the combat emperors of the 4 major sects have gone to Mount Luoxia. Who else in the entire Liang province could be a match for Fergana Stallion? Could it be that there are other combat emperors hiding in Liang province? Or could it be combat emperors from other provinces? But our Invincibility School doesn't seem to have any grudges with other provinces. Who was the disciple who guarded the mountain yesterday? Invincible Nia asked again. A few disciples flew toward Invincible Nia in fear and trepidation. They were just ordinary disciples who guarded the mountain. It was extremely difficult for them to even meet the Sect Master. It was their first time standing so close to the Sect Master. Plus, the Sect Master was in a state of anger. It would be a lie if they said they weren't nervous. Sect Master, we were the ones who guarded the mountain yesterday. The leading disciple said with his head lowered. Did you see anyone suspicious entering the mountain gate? Actually, Invincible Nia's question was just a test. Think about it, an existence that could even kill a Fergana Stallion, it would be a piece of cake for him to sneak into the Invincible Sect without being noticed by a few combat soul disciples. Sect Master, there was no suspicious person. After the disciple said that, he suddenly thought of something and continued, but, last night, Senior Yuan Hao suddenly came back from his home. After he entered the mountain gate, he seemed to have gone to the invincible peak. It should be true. What? Ruan Hao? Invincible Nia's eyes lit up. He had some impression of this disciple. He was just a third-grade combat king core disciple with a good potential. Now it seemed that Ruan Hao was the most suspicious one. He absolutely didn't believe that Ruan Hao could kill a Fergana stallion. However, with Ruan Hao's identity, he wasn't qualified to enter the invincible peak. Where's Ruan Hao? Invincible Nia shouted. Sect Master, Ruan Hao just returned to Chongling City yesterday. He hasn't come back yet. A disciple who was good friends with Ruan Hao said. After Ruan Hao went home, he didn't come back. It seems like there is something wrong with this Ruan Hao. I will go to Chongling City and have a look. After saying that, Invincible Nia disappeared in a flash. Everyone in the invincibility school was silent. They looked at each other with shock in their eyes. They couldn't think of any relationship between the death of the Fergana stallion and Ruan Hao. Could it be that Ruan Hao killed the Fergana stallion? What a joke. Not to mention that he didn't have the ability to do so. As a disciple of the invincibility school, he wouldn't have such a thought. At this moment, Ruan Hao, his father, and his two elder brothers were sitting around a table in Chongling City's City Lord residence. To City Lord Wan Zhongshan, his third son was his greatest pride. To be able to become a core disciple of the invincible sect was a great honor. Ruan Hao's return from this sect was a joyous occasion for the governor's mansion. At this moment, Ruan Hao and his two brothers were talking and laughing. Only Ruan Hao was sitting there with his head down. He didn't have the mood to chat. All his thoughts were on Xianxia last night, especially the two questions Xianxia asked him. Although he didn't know what Xianxia wanted to do, he had a bad premonition in his heart. Furthermore, he had learned everything that had happened in the chaotic ocean. Xianxia had returned alive, and the first thing he did was to massacre the entire stronghold of the Azura Palace. He had killed everyone, including the second tycoon who was an 8th-grade combat king. This news was too shocking. At the same time, Ruan Hao felt lucky that he was still alive. Xianxia could kill an 8th-grade combat king, so if Xianxia wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Third brother, why are you frowning? It's not easy for you to come home, but you look troubled. A young man said. He was Ruan Hao's big brother. It's nothing, big brother. Ruan Hao smiled and didn't tell them what happened last night. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk suddenly, the space in the hall trembled and rippled. A figure suddenly appeared in the hall. As this figure appeared, the temperature in the entire hall plummeted. Ruan Hao and his son looked at the newcomer at the same time. When they saw the person's appearance clearly, their expressions instantly changed. Greetings, Master. Wan Zhongshan and his sons quickly left their seats and bowed deeply to Invincibility Nia. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Other than Ruan Hao, the three of them had met Invincibility Nia before. Therefore, they weren't unfamiliar with this giant of the Liang province, at least they weren't unfamiliar with his appearance. Ruan Hao's forehead was full of sweat. If it was before, it would be a great honor for the Invincible Sect's patriarch to personally come to the Castellan mansion. But today was different. Invincible Nia should be in Luoxia Mountain at this time, but he gave up on such a big matter and returned from Luoxia Mountain. Something big must have happened. Now that he came to the Castellan mansion, Ruan Hao had a very bad feeling. Invincibility Nia ignored Wan Zhongshan and his sons. His eyes fell on Ruan Hao. Ruan Hao, let me ask you, the death of the Fergana stallion, is it related to you? What? The Fergana stallion is dead? Ruan Hao exclaimed. He could guess that something big had happened, but he didn't expect it to be the death of the Fergana stallion. No wonder Invincibility Nia didn't hesitate to leave behind the incident at Luoxia Mountain. As a disciple of the Invincibility School, he knew all too well what the Fergana stallion meant to Invincibility Nia. I absolutely don't believe that you have the ability to kill the Fergana stallion. But let me ask you, you returned to the sect last night and went to Invincibility Peak. Is this correct? Invincibility Nia asked. He found Ruan Hao just to find out who the murderer was. He absolutely didn't believe that Ruan Hao had the ability to kill the Fergana stallion. That's impossible, Master. I was in the Castellan's mansion yesterday. I didn't return to the sect at all. Wanhao's face changed. His face was covered in sweat, but he was confused. He was in the Castellan's mansion and didn't go anywhere. Moreover, he was knocked out by Xianxia. He couldn't return to the sect even if he wanted to. But Invincibility Nia said that he went back last night and went to Invincibility Peak. How could this be possible? Invincibility Peak was the most important place of the Invincibility School. He had been in the Invincibility School for so long, but he only knew the location of the Invincibility School. He had never entered it and didn't have the guts to do so. Humph. If you dare lie to me, I will crush you and your son into ashes with a flick of my finger. Invincibility Nia was furious. A cold aura burst out from his body and an invisible whirlwind was set off in the hall. The sturdy tables and chairs were turned into dust. The father and son of the Ruan family were so scared that they knelt on the ground, trembling. The person in front of them was the master of the Invincibility School, a combat emperor. If he really wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as lifting a finger. I dare not. I didn't lie. Wanhao was terrified. Master, please calm down. There must be a mistake. My son was in the mansion yesterday. Plus, as a disciple of the Invincibility School, he wouldn't dare to have any bad intentions. Moreover, the Fergana Stallion is a 9th-grade demon king. My son is not an idiot. Wan Zhongshan quickly said. Invincible Nia frowned. With his eyesight, he could tell that Wanhao wasn't lying. It was impossible for a young 3rd-grade combat king to lie in front of him. It seemed that Wanhao was in the mansion yesterday, but the disciple who was guarding the gate saw Wanhao go back. What was going on? The disciple dared not lie to himself. There must be something fishy going on. Wanhao's expression changed. He thought of Xianxia and said, Master, I know who is related to this matter. Say it. Invincible Nia's eyes lit up. Xianxia. Wanhao said. Xianxia? Which Xianxia? Invincible Nia was stunned. It's the Xianxia who triggered the heavenly tribulation a few months ago, the one who destroyed the freezing hell jail of the Azure Palace. He didn't die, and he's back. Last night, he came looking for me, asking about the Fergana Stallion. After that, he knocked himself out, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Wanhao said. He didn't dare to hide anything and told Invincible Nia everything that happened last night. This kid didn't die. But even if he didn't die, he wouldn't be a match for the Fergana Stallion. Invincible Nia frowned. Master, before Xianxia came to me last night, he went to the chaotic ocean and killed more than 30 disciples of the Shura Temple on Heavenhawk Island. Among them was the 2nd tycoon who was an 8th-grade combat king. Wanhao said. What? This kid disappeared for a few months, how could he grow to such an extent? He could even kill an 8th-grade combat king. It seems that there is something special about someone who can trigger the tribulation. But last night, the disciple who was guarding the mountain saw you returning to the sect. How do you explain that? Invincible Nia asked. Master, I don't know what happened to this disciple. I guess that Xianxia is proficient in the bone-changing technique. He changed his appearance and entered the sect. Wanhao's guess was right. He must try his best to prove his innocence. He knew that Invincible Nia suspected that he had an affair with Xianxia. If he was misunderstood, not only would he be finished, but his family would also be finished. I don't think you dare to lie to me. Considering that you are a disciple of the Invincibility School, I will not pursue this matter. You and your father will stay in the mayor's mansion for the time being. You are not allowed to go anywhere. I will see if you are innocent after I catch Xianxia. Invincible Nia said. Thank you, Master. The father and son of the Ruan family were scared out of their wits. They kowtowed repeatedly. Invincible Nia disappeared again. With his combat emperor Cultivation, he searched for traces of Xianxia all over the world. After a day, there was still no trace of Xianxia. During this day, the Shura Temple kept searching for traces of Xianxia. Their hatred for Xianxia was no less than Invincible Nia's. Even the Peerless Sword School sent people to search for him. Xianxia had killed many disciples of the Peerless Sword School, especially the monk. This debt must be settled. One day later, Invincible Nia had no choice but to issue the ultimate kill order to hunt down Jiang Chen. Anyone who could provide clues about Jiang Chen's whereabouts would be rewarded handsomely by the Invincible sect. If anyone could provide clues that could help Invincible Nia capture Jiang Chen, he would personally take the person as his disciple and imbue him with wisdom. This is too cruel. The Fergana stallion is dead. I can't believe it. Invincible Nia personally issued the ultimate kill order. This is the first time in the history of the Invincibility School. Does that Jiang Chen really have such a powerful combat ability? How could he kill the Fergana stallion? It's impossible, isn't it? I think there might be some hidden reasons behind the death of the Fergana stallion. Although Jiang Chen could kill an 8th grade combat king, he was only a 5th grade combat king. It would be very difficult for him to kill a 9th grade demon king. This is too cruel. 2 nights ago, in the chaotic ocean, Jiang Chen was like a devil king on a killing spree. He killed all the disciples of the Shura temple on the Heavenhawk Island. It was a chaotic scene. The commotion in the Liang province this time is even more intense than the last time. This Jiang Chen is simply a devil incarnate. He has disappeared for a few months, but as soon as he reappeared, he has already set off a storm in the Liang province. It seems like the following days won't be peaceful anymore. Everyone was shocked. The whole Liang province was in a state of shock. The devil cult was still calm, but the 3 major powers were looking for traces of Jiang Chen and Tyrant everywhere. Invincible Nia even issued the ultimate kill order. This was the first time in the history of the Invincibility School. Who would have thought that Jiang Chen and the other 2 were hiding in the ruins of Heavenhawk Island while the outside world was in turmoil? At this moment, in the cave of Heavenhawk Island, Jiang Chen and the other 2 didn't know what was happening outside. All their attention was on De Huang Dog. The majestic De Huang Dog was lying quietly on the ground. There was a huge golden cocoon around his body. It looked very mystical. On the surface of the cocoon, there were mysterious runes that even Jiang Chen couldn't understand. During this period of time, De Huang Dog's state was constantly changing. Endless vitality floated out of his body, and the neat golden fur on the surface of his body was emitting a dazzling light. His head was also emitting a golden light, as if he was going to come back to life at any moment. What was even more miraculous was that black threads kept emerging from De Huang Dog's body. Both the monk and Tan Lang recognized these black threads as the toxic substances contained within the Fergana horse's blood essence. When these toxic substances entered De Huang Dog's body, they were extremely worried at first, but now, there was only shock in their eyes. The toxins that emerged from De Huang Dog's body were automatically expelled by De Huang's constitution and then disappeared. This is amazing. De Huang's constitution is really amazing. He can actually expel the toxins directly. With such a monstrous constitution, I'm afraid he's an anomaly even among the dragon horses. The monk was amazed. He admired De Huang from the bottom of his heart. The toxins of the venomous nether toad were feared by most people. Once they came into contact with it, they would try their best to get rid of it. However, when it came to De Huang Dog, he could automatically expel it even in his sleep. It was really abnormal. Little Chinzi, you and the monk stay here and watch over De Huang. I'll go out and find out the situation. Tan Lang opened his mouth and said, Fergana Stallion was killed. I'm afraid Invincible Nia will be furious. We don't know if the battle in Luoxia Mountain has ended. Also, the Shura temple is probably looking for us everywhere. It's better for us to get some information. You have to stay here and watch over De Huang. The monk is too obvious a target. I'll be fine if I go out and be careful. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and the monk nodded. They felt that what Tan Lang said made sense. They were staying on this deserted island and had no idea what was going on outside. It would be great to let Tan Lang go out and find out the situation. For the 3 of them, Tan Lang was undoubtedly the most suitable person to go out. Firstly, Jiang Chen couldn't go out. De Huang Dog had reached the most critical moment. He had to stay by his side. The monk was too big of a target. If he went out, he would be recognized. However, Tan Lang was different. He was very familiar with Liang Zhou and knew how to hide himself. That's fine. But you have to be careful. If you encounter any danger, inform me immediately. Xianxia took out a message talisman that he crafted and handed it to Tan Lang. If Tan Lang encountered any danger, he could inform Xianxia immediately through the talisman. Alright. Tan Lang took the talisman and walked out of the cave. He looked around and left Heavenhawk Island, entering the inner part of the chaotic ocean. Not long after Tan Lang left, De Huang Dog changed again. Layers of halo suddenly trembled. De Huang Dog's body also began to tremble. This movement surprised Xianxia and the monk. It looks like he's about to wake up. The monk said. It's about time for him to wake up. Xianxia smiled and nodded. With De Huang Dog's ability, it was about time for him to wake up. Buzz, the halo surrounding De Huang Dog's body started to tremble violently again. The trembling became more and more intense, and lasted for a few minutes. Cracking sounds could be heard continuously as cracks started to appear on the surface of the golden cocoon. Bang. When the cracks reached a certain degree, a sudden bang was heard, and the cocoon was shattered. At the same time, Big Yellow suddenly opened his eyes. Two beams of light shot out from his eyes like two sharp swords, and they were extremely sharp. In the next moment, De Huang Dog sat up from the ground. At this moment, he felt that his body was filled with endless energy, like a vast ocean. He needed to find an outlet to vent it. Roar. De Huang Dog raised his proud head and roared crazily. Layers of sound waves rippled from his mouth, causing the whole cave to shake violently. Fortunately, Xianxia had anticipated this situation and made preparations in advance. He had sealed the whole cave. Otherwise, this roar of De Huang Dog would have completely exposed their whereabouts. Not only that, the cave would have been crushed by the power of De Huang Dog's roar. Tyrant gave a thumbs up to Xianxia. He thought that Xianxia had the foresight to predict that De Huang Dog would definitely erupt after waking up. The roar of De Huang Dog was just an instinctive roar. If he had used the soul-crunching melody, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xianxia knew how terrifying the sound waves were. Dong dong dong. De Huang Dog had woken up, but he was still in that wonderful state. His body was emitting thumping sounds, like the sound of war drums. That was the impact of energy and the effect of the transformation of his bloodline. Under the impact of the energy and the effect of the bloodline, De Huang Dog's chi began to rise continuously. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation base had reached the 3rd grade Demon King. And this was just the beginning. Under the horrified gaze of Xianxia and Tyrant, De Huang Dog's cultivation base continued to rise. In just a minute, he had reached the peak of 3rd grade Demon King from 3rd grade Demon King. After that, a cracking sound was heard. He had broken through to 4th grade Demon King. Ka. 5th grade Demon King, Ka. 6th grade Demon King, Ka. 7th grade Demon King. In just half an hour, De Huang Dog had advanced all the way to the 7th grade Demon King. At this point, the impact finally stopped, but it didn't stop completely. Tyrant let out a sigh of relief. His forehead was covered with sweat. This was the scariest way of advancing one's cultivation base that he had ever seen. Advancing from 3rd grade Demon King to 7th grade Demon King in such a short period of time was simply a fantasy story. If he didn't witness it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Fortunately, De Huang Dog's advancement speed had slowed down. If he continued to advance all the way to the 8th grade Demon King, perhaps Tyrant would have fainted on the spot. Back in the western region, when Xianxia woke up, he had broken through from 1st grade Combat King to 4th grade Demon King, which was already unbearable for him. He had never thought that De Huang Dog's advancement would be even more ridiculous. In the end, De Huang Dog didn't break through to the 8th grade Demon King. His cultivation base stopped at the peak of the 7th grade Demon King, and he was only one step away from the 8th grade Demon King. He believed that it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the 8th grade Demon King. Undoubtedly, this kind of advancement was extremely terrifying, but also reasonable. The blood essence and demon soul of a 9th grade Demon King, the 9 solar less Rond pill, and the transformation of his bloodline. If all of these couldn't help De Huang Dog break through to the 7th grade Demon King, it could only mean that De Huang Dog was too weak. Under De Huang Dog's control, the energy that came out from De Huang Dog's body entered into his body again. De Huang Dog converged his aura and returned to his original appearance. The cave returned to its original state. De Huang Dog didn't look any different from before. The only difference was that the dragon horns on his head had become more obvious. That was the symbol of a dragon horse. However, there was a fact that couldn't be changed. Even if De Huang Dog had advanced to the 7th grade Demon King, even if he had the most important symbol of a dragon horse, he still looked like a dog on the surface. De Huang Dog opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was Xianxia and Tyrant. His big mouth immediately cracked open. Wakaka. You two bastards are still alive. Of course, it has nothing to do with me whether you are dead or not. The key is that I am still alive. Haha, De Huang Dog laughed out loud. His words were as annoying as always. However, when Xianxia heard De Huang Dog's voice again, he felt that it was incomparably intimate. This dog benefactor's words aren't pleasant to hear. Tyrant said in a serious manner. F***ck off. Stupid monk, you still dare to pretend to be serious in front of me? Do you believe that I won't make your butt blossom? I am now a 7th grade Demon King. De Huang Dog said, his big mouth was already moving towards Tyrant's butt. F***ck. You damn dog is still so annoying. Tyrant scolded. He didn't want to fight with De Huang Dog. This guy was a peak 7th grade Demon King. With De Huang Dog's monstrous strength, it was enough for him to deal with a 9th grade combat king. Tyrant wasn't an idiot. He didn't want to bring trouble to himself. Haha, Xianxia laughed out loud. When he saw De Huang Dog and Tyrant having fun, he couldn't help but think of Han Yan and Nangong Wendian. When they were in the Eastern continent, they were so happy when they were together. However, after they arrived at the Divine Continent, they hadn't seen each other since the spatial passageway was broken. Also, Wu Ningzhu's whereabouts were unknown. Wu Ningzhu came to the Divine Continent for her mother, but she didn't know how chaotic and powerful the Divine Continent was. In addition, Wu Ningzhu was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and state. As for Han Yan and Nangong Wendian, Xianxia wasn't too worried about them. Although both of them came from the Eastern Continent, their innate talent wasn't any weaker than any genius in the Divine Continent. There was no need to mention Han Yan. Gu Tianma's physique would become stronger with each transformation, and as his bloodline continued to be stimulated, his future would be immeasurable. Nangong Wendian was cultivating the 10,000 everlasting elephant skill, and he had inherited the essence of the desolate ancient elephant. Now that he had obtained the key to his cultivation, he would be walking step by step towards the peak. Compared to the two of them, Xianxia was more worried about Wu Ningzhu. Although Wu Ningzhu had an extraordinary innate talent, and there was a possibility that she had the bloodline of the desolate ancient elephant flowing in her body, she was too beautiful. A beautiful woman would never have peace around them. Xianxia was prepared. Once he settled the issue in the Liang province, he would find a way to find out about Wu Ningzhu and the others. De Huang Dog turned his gaze to Xianxia. When he sensed the change in Xianxia's aura, he immediately said, "Kid, you're just like this master dog, you're bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. You've improved quite fast. And you, Tyrant, you've reached the peak of the 6th grade combat king, awesome." De Huang Dog sensed the change in Xianxia and Tyrant's cultivation, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. However, according to his understanding of Xianxia, this kind of advancement wasn't anything special. This guy was a super abnormal monster, and he had created countless miracles along the way. De Huang, how do you feel? Xianxia asked. I feel so good. Kid, what did you give me to make my bloodline undergo a metamorphosis and undergo such a great change? De Huang Dog glared at Xianxia. He didn't even need to think to guess that it was Xianxia's doing that he could wake up and undergo such a huge change. He understood that no ordinary person could help him with his injuries. He could only rely on himself to slowly wake up. Only an extraordinary person like Xianxia could help him. The 9 Suns less Rond pill, and the blood essence and demon spirit of a 9th grade demon king Fergana horse. Otherwise, how could you have undergone such a transformation? So, it's not you who's awesome, it's me who's awesome. As a dog, you should know how to be grateful. Xianxia said. Thank your sister. In order to save you, Lord Dog even lost my broken sword. When De Huang Dog thought of his broken sword, he suddenly felt as if his flesh was being cut. That was the most precious thing he had ever obtained. That's right, what kind of treasure is that broken sword? How could it unleash such great power? Tyrant asked curiously. Actually, this question was what Xianxia wanted to ask, but De Huang Dog didn't want to say it. I have no idea, but that broken sword is definitely a treasure. Moreover, I can barely use it. Previously, when I was saving you from those 3 bastards from Shura Temple, I lost my broken sword. It's my treasure. De Huang Dog had just woken up, and he was already brooding over the loss of his broken sword. Humph. Your broken sword is in the hands of Shura Temple. Sooner or later, we will get it back. Xianxia let out a cold humph. De Huang Dog's belongings must be taken back. The grudge between him and Shura Temple would never end until one of them died. That's right. How can anyone take away Lord Dog's belongings? De Huang Dog clenched his teeth. When he thought about how he had not only lost his broken sword, but also slept for such a long time, he couldn't help but hate Shura Temple to the bone. If he didn't take revenge for this, De Huang Dog would feel as if a thorn was pricking his heart. That's right. How long have I been asleep? What happened during this period? What kind of lousy place is this? Why does it feel like a place where even birds don't shit? De Huang Dog opened his mouth and asked. He had a feeling that his sleep this time wasn't short. Even Xianxia and Tyrant had undergone such great changes. Many things must have happened during this period. Xianxia and Tyrant told him everything that had happened during this period of time. From the day when Tyrant saved them, to the western regions, the Tianyi Gate incident, and finally to Zhuangfan, Xianxia's killing of the Fergana stallion in a fit of rage. When De Huang Dog heard this, he immediately jumped up. He spun around on the spot as if he had gone crazy. He couldn't stop at all. Wah! So many exciting things happened, but I, Lord Dog, didn't participate in them. This is so infuriating. So infuriating. So regretful. De Huang Dog jumped up and down. He was in so much pain that he wanted to die. He felt that it was a huge loss for him to not participate in so many exciting things. It was a huge failure in his life. Kid, I have to say, the killing of the Fergana stallion was beautiful. I, Lord Dog, didn't choose the wrong person. You are really cunning. De Huang Dog gave Xianxia an admiring look. The most beautiful thing in this period of time was the killing of the Fergana stallion. Xianxia's flawless plan made people applaud and praise him. There was also the scene where Xianxia killed more than 30 disciples of the Shura Temple. It must have been very exciting. It was a pity that Zhuangfan was humiliated to death before he could get his revenge. It was a real tragedy. No wonder Xianxia was so angry that he didn't hesitate to start a massacre. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Was this dog praising him? Why did it sound so uncomfortable? However, we can't stay in this Heaven Hawk Island forever, can we? It's better for me to go out and do some exercise. Master Dog is now a peak 7th grade demon king. I can easily kill an 8th grade combat king. Even an ordinary 9th grade combat king isn't my opponent. De Huang Dog was brimming with confidence. He felt that he was invincible in this world. He had been in a deep sleep for a long time. With his character, he wouldn't want to continue suppressing himself after waking up. He wanted to have a good fight, to vent out all the depression in his heart. The situation is chaotic now. Our strength isn't enough to fight against all the major powers. Tan Lang has gone out to gather information. He will be back soon. We will discuss further based on this situation. Tyrant said. This kid is also a person who escaped from a great disaster. De Huang Dog nodded. Judging from the source, the calamity that befell him and Xianxia was caused by Tan Lang. Another hour had passed. When De Huang Dog was getting impatient and was about to rush out, Tan Lang came back. His face wasn't looking good, but when he saw that De Huang Dog had woken up, he showed a trace of happiness. De Huang, you are awake. That's great. Tan Lang was very happy that De Huang Dog had woken up. After all, De Huangdog's injury was caused by him. If De Huangdog didn't wake up, he would blame himself. Tan Lang, what news did you get? You don't look well. Tyrant asked. The situation is quite bad. Except for Demonic Palace, the other three major powers are looking for us everywhere, especially Shura Temple and Invincibility School. Invincibility School's Master Invincibility Nye gave up the duel in Luoxia Mountain yesterday and returned directly. Today, he issued the ultimate kill order. Anyone who can provide clues about Little Chinzi will have the opportunity to get great benefits. He may even be accepted as a disciple by Invincibility Nye. Tan Lang said. How does this guy know that we killed the Fergana stallion? Tyrant was puzzled. It must be because of Ruan Hao. But it's not a big deal. I don't intend to hide it. Invincible Nye and the Fergana stallion have a symbiotic relationship. As long as he sees De Huang, he will be able to feel the blood of the Fergana stallion. It's impossible to hide it. Moreover, there's nothing to hide. Humph. They really put in a lot of effort. Xianxia snorted coldly. He didn't intend to hide the killing of the Fergana stallion from the beginning. Otherwise, he could have killed Ruan Hao directly. Little Chinzi, there's one more thing that's worse. Tan Lang said with a frown. What is it? Xianxia asked. Do you still remember those disciples of the Shura Temple who followed me in Hangyue City? One of them was the young master of Hangyue City. 2 days ago, we killed people on Heaven Hawk Island and my identity was exposed. Now, the elders of the Shura Temple can't find us for revenge, so they vented their anger on those disciples who used to follow me. Now, Chongqing and the others are imprisoned by the Shura Temple. Even the Lord of Hangyue City is no exception. They are all innocent, but because of me, their lives are in danger at any time. Tan Lang said. He was an upright man. Because of him, so many disciples and friends who used to follow him suffered and even their lives were in danger. How could he feel good about it? Hearing this, Xianxia and Tyrant knitted their brows. This was no doubt a thorny problem. These people were imprisoned in the Shura Temple. If they wanted to save them, they would have to break into the Shura Temple. However, the Shura Temple wasn't an easy place to break into. In my opinion, we should break into the Shura Temple and start a massacre. I, Master Dog, will release a few farts above the Shura Temple. If we can't blow them up, we will at least suffocate them half to death. De Huangdog wagged his sturdy tail. After listening to De Huangdog's words, Xianxia's eyes lit up. He seemed to have thought of something. He looked at Tan Lang and asked, Did you find out if Li Tianyang and the others have returned from Luoxia Mountain? Not yet, but I think they will be back soon. Tan Lang said. In other words, there isn't a combat emperor in the Shura Temple. The most powerful warrior is only a 9th grade combat king, right? Xianxia's mouth curved into a cunning smile. De Huangdog's mouth cracked. He knew what was on Xianxia's mind. When Xianxia smiled like this, it meant something big was about to happen. Little Chinzi, don't tell me you are thinking of breaking into the Shura Temple to save them? Tyrant seemed to have seen through Xianxia's thoughts. Although he was shocked, his face was filled with excitement. Breaking into the Shura Temple was indeed an exciting thing. That's right. With De Huang's cultivation, he is strong enough to deal with a 9th grade combat king. Let's take advantage of the fact that Li Tianyang isn't here to break into the Shura Temple. Once is not enough, let's do another one. We will let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Wakaka, for God's sake, I, Master Dog, just woke up and I want to do such a big thing. This time, I must leave a deep mark on this Shura Temple, letting them know the consequences of offending me. De Huangdog was jumping up and down excitedly, he almost went to the Shura Temple. Tan Lang, who was frowning, couldn't help but twitch his mouth when he saw Xianxia and De Huangdog decide to create havoc in the Shura Temple with just a few words. These two guys were too daring. Breaking into the Shura Temple alone was unimaginable. Even if Tan Lang wanted to save Chongqing and the others, he had never thought of breaking into the Shura Temple. He knew how dangerous it was. He knew better than anyone else how strong the Shura Temple was. Even if there wasn't a combat emperor guarding it, it still wasn't something that could be easily broken into. Little Chinzi, are we really going to the Shura Temple to save them? Tan Lang asked with uncertainty. Although he didn't dare to think of such an earth-shattering action, if he really wanted to do it, the hidden excitement in his heart began to stir. Who wouldn't want to have one or two earth-shattering actions in their lifetime? Moreover, Chongqing and the others were in danger because of him. He had a reason to save them. We have already been to the cold hell jail, do we still care about this time? Jiangchen smiled. As the greatest saint, there was nothing that Jiangchen didn't dare to do. Even a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire couldn't stop him, let alone a Shura temple without a combat emperor guarding it. As long as there was no combat emperor, Jiangchen was confident that he could escape at any time. A ninth-grade combat king wouldn't be able to catch up with him. Moreover, he had De Huang with him. Dealing with a ninth-grade combat king would be a piece of cake. Listening to Jiangchen's words, Tan Lang felt touched. Back then, Jiangchen had broken into the freezing hell jail alone, and in order to save him, Tan Lang had destroyed the entire freezing hell jail. Such a heroic act was something that Tan Lang would never forget. Jiangchen had saved his life once in the southern continent, and now, it could be said that his second life was once again given to him by Jiangchen. Haha, if that's the case, let's not waste any more time. Let's depart now. We have to settle everything before Li Tianyang and the others return from the Gorge Mountain. Tyrant laughed. Although this guy was a Buddhist, his nature was the same as De Huang Dog's. He wanted to see the world in chaos. The more exciting something was, the more excited he would be. In the eyes of an outsider, this was a suicidal action that could shake the entire Liang province. However, it was settled by a few people in a matter of minutes. After that, 3 men and a dog quietly left the Heavenhawk Island, heading towards the Shura temple. Along the way, Jiangchen, De Huang Dog, and Tyrant were laughing and joking. It was as if they weren't going to war, but to travel. Such a scene made Tan Lang sigh. These 3 guys were born to be the devil incarnate. Wherever they were, there would be no peace. In this world, there were only things they didn't want to do, and there was nothing they didn't dare to do. There was a long distance between the chaotic ocean and the Shura temple. However, to Jiangchen and the other combat king warriors, this distance was nothing. When the 3 men and a dog arrived at the Shura temple, it was noon. On the surface, the Shura temple looked as peaceful as usual. However, ever since the freezing hell prison was destroyed by Jiangchen, the Shura temple hadn't been peaceful. Due to Li Tianyang's fury, the atmosphere in the Shura temple had become somewhat oppressive. 2 days ago, when Jiangchen went to the Heavenhawk Island and killed so many geniuses of the Shura temple, including a few tycoons, it had made the disciples of the Shura temple feel nervous. However, at the same time, they felt extremely indignant. All along, being a disciple of the Shura temple had been their supreme glory. Every time they went out, they could do whatever they wanted. However, the appearance of Jiangchen had completely shattered their arrogance. Half of the 13 tycoons had been killed, and this was a great humiliation to the Shura temple. In the hearts of all the disciples of the Shura temple, they were afraid of Jiangchen and Tyrant. Currently, the Shura temple was chasing after Jiangchen everywhere, but in their hearts, they were afraid of meeting Jiangchen. He had killed an 8th-grade combat king, and he had even killed a 9th-grade demon king Fergana stallion with some unknown method. If they were to meet such a peerless devil, they could imagine what would happen to them. Outside the Shura temple, 4 silhouettes appeared, floating in midair. They didn't seem to have any intention of hiding their chi, which was extremely high profile. Is it really good for us to be so high profile? Tyrant said, but his face was filled with a bright smile. Obviously, he felt that it was good for them to be so high profile. Little Chenzi, barging into the Shura temple isn't a joke. Even if there aren't any combat emperors guarding the temple, there are at least 8 9th-grade combat kings in the Shura temple. It won't be easy to deal with them. Should we arrange a strategy? Tan Lang said. As a disciple of the Shura temple, he had a deep understanding of the power of the Shura temple. Even if there weren't any combat emperors guarding the temple, not everyone would be able to barge into the temple. The number of 9th-grade combat kings in the temple wasn't small, and there were also many combat kings among the core disciples. The strategy is, Master Dog will go berserk and cause chaos in the Shura temple. All of you will go and rescue the people. De Huang Dog shook his head. He stuck out his tongue and licked his lips, showing an impatient look. Let's go. According to what De Huang said, De Huang and I will be responsible for creating havoc in the Shura temple. Tan Lang and Tyrant will be responsible for rescuing the people. Remember, we don't have much time. Li Tianyang and Xiao Nanfeng will return from Mt. Luoxia at any time. Jiang Chen said. Alright. Today, we'll see De Huang's performance. Tyrant's face was full of smiles. He wanted to see if De Huang, who was at the peak of the 7th grade Demon King, could defeat a 9th grade Combat King. 3 men and a dog swaggered toward the Shura temple. They unleashed their qi. Along with their powerful qi, the void vibrated and rippled. Such a powerful qi alerted the entire Shura temple. Many disciples saw the 4 silhouettes flying toward them from afar. 4 disciples who were guarding the temple flew out instinctively when they saw them. They stood in front of Jiang Chen and the others. One of them shouted, "Who are you? How dare you intrude into the Shura temple? Are you courting death?" The one who spoke was a 1st grade Combat King. A core disciple like him wasn't supposed to be guarding the temple, but today was a coincidence. Tan Lang, it's Jiang Chen and his friends. Inform the elders, Jiang Chen and his friends are here. As soon as the 1st grade Combat King disciple asked who they were, he saw Tan Lang. He might not know the others, but he was very familiar with Tan Lang. Therefore, the identity of the others was obvious. Furthermore, a young man, a dog and a monk, this combination was unique. Nowadays, everyone in the Liang province knew that Jiang Chen had a De Huang dog and a little devil monk. The 3 people who went to the Heaven Hawk Island to kill people were Jiang Chen and his friends. Call me Master Dog, and I'll spare your lives. De Huang Dog appeared in front of the 4 people and said while gritting his teeth. Thinking about his experience of sleeping and losing his broken sword, De Huang didn't have a good impression of the Shura temple. Go to hell. You're just a dog, how dare you talk big? The 1st grade Combat King disciple suddenly stretched out his palm and grabbed De Huang Dog's head. Although he knew that Jiang Chen was powerful, this wasn't the outside world, it was the Shura temple. There were many 9th grade Combat Kings inside the Shura temple, which gave them an inexplicable sense of security. Seeing that the disciple dared to attack De Huang, Jiang Chen and the other 2 shook their heads, their eyes were filled with pity. Facing this disciple's attack, Big Yellow didn't even cast a glance at it. With a swoosh, he turned his body and aimed his fat butt at the few disciples of the Azure Palace. Seeing this, Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and hastily retreated. He only stopped when he was at least a few hundred meters away from the disciples. Tyrant and Tan Lang didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly retreated, but they soon understood. Kong long, a booming sound was heard, like a thunderclap in the sky. Tyrant and Tan Lang saw a scene that they would never forget for the rest of their lives. They couldn't imagine that such an earth-shattering sound was caused by a dog's fart. Arg, the power of De Huang Dog's fart was unimaginable. A green stream of air rushed out from his body and exploded like a violent bomb. It turned into a green airwave and instantly sent the disciples of the Shura temple flying away. They let out miserable shrieks. The green airwave was like a tarsal bone, covering their bodies. Their expressions turned incomparably ugly and ferocious, their eyes were filled with deep fear. The energy released from De Huang Dog's fart was enough to take the lives of these disciples, but if that was the case, the scene wouldn't be too tragic. Tyrant and Tan Lang saw these disciples falling from the sky. When they landed on the ground, their bodies were wriggling and foaming at the mouth. Their faces had turned black. They were obviously dead, but their bodies were still twitching, as if they had suffered unimaginable torture at the moment of their death. The taste of Master Dog's invincible whirlwind ecstasy fart isn't bad, right? I've been holding it in for so long. Today, I can finally release it to my heart's content. De Huang Dog's big tail kept wagging. He was getting more and more satisfied with the power of his ecstasy fart. Such a scene left Tyrant and Tan Lang dumbfounded. They didn't even notice that some green energy had drifted in front of them until they finally realized what was happening. Blurg. So smelly, blurg. Tyrant and Tan Lang were using their yuan force to disperse the airflow while vomiting. They had never known that the power of a fart could be so strong. No, it should be said that it was so stinky, it was extremely stinky. Just by smelling it, one would vomit violently. No one could withstand it, it was too ferocious. Haha, Xianxia, who was standing far away, burst into laughter. Tyrant and Tanlang wished they could rush forward and strangle Xianxia to death. They weren't idiots, they finally knew why Xianxia chose to retreat in advance. It was a foresight. They could only blame themselves for not knowing enough about De Huang Dog. They didn't know that De Huang Dog had such an ultimate skill. Damn it. What do you two bastards mean by vomiting like this? Are you doubting that Master Dog's fart isn't ecstatic enough? De Huang Dog looked at Tyrant and Tan Lang, swinging his fat buttocks. Tyrant and Tan Lang were scared out of their wits, they quickly moved away from De Huang Dog. They could clearly see the miserable condition of the disciples of the Shura temple, it was really creepy. They definitely didn't die from collapsing, they were most likely suffocated to death. Ecstasy, this is really ecstasy. Tyrant quickly said. His heart was filled with sorrow, as if he was asking the heavens for help. How could there be such a freak in this world? Even his innate ability was so monstrous. Tyrant and Tan Lang swore that this was the scariest fart they had ever seen in their lives. They vomited like this just by smelling the airflow of the fart. The disciples of the Shura temple were at the center of the storm. The power of the fart was unimaginable. How dare you? Someone shouted from within the Shura temple. A few powerful figures rushed out from the temple. One of them was a 7th grade combat king. Without saying a word, he struck out a seal, smashing it at De Huang Dog. Ga, De Huang Dog was too excited. He had been holding it in for too long. Today, he had to explode. He wouldn't put a 7th grade combat king in his eyes. Without saying a word, he dashed forward with his head raised. Bang, the powerful seal collided with De Huang Dog's head. The seal was shattered into pieces. After that, De Huang Dog's speed didn't decrease. Like a ray of golden light, he appeared in front of the 7th grade combat king elder in a blink of an eye. His speed was so fast that the elder could only react when he got close to him. It was already too late for him to dodge. However, the elder's reaction was very fast. He instantly unleashed another attack, trying to stop Big Yellow. In his point of view, this dog was simply courting death by using its head to defend against his attack. Big Yellow, you're right. Unfortunately, he didn't understand De Huang Dog at all. Bang, puff, Big Yellow's head destroyed the elder's attack, then he forcefully slammed into the elder's chest. The elder felt as if a huge mountain had slammed into him, and he was sent flying away. Along the way, he kept spitting out blood. After that, his body fell from the sky, and after wriggling a few times, he stopped moving. Hua, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone was shaken. Those who followed the elder out of the Shura temple quickly retreated. They looked at the dog as if they were looking at a ghost. Their eyes were filled with fear. This dog's head was too powerful. It killed a 7th grade combat king with a single hit. Mother ****, why is the dog's head so hard? Tyrant couldn't stand it. Tan Lang admired De Huang Dog from the bottom of his heart. Not only could this dog fart, but his head was also extremely hard. Killing a 7th grade combat king with a single hit was a magnificent feat, although it wasn't as shocking as Great Master Ranfeng killing a 9th grade combat king with his eyes. It would be hard to believe if he didn't see it with his own eyes. Kaka. The entire Shura temple was filled with De Huang Dog's carefree laughter. A dog came to the Shura temple to show off his strength. If this was spread out, the Shura temple would lose its face. De Huang Dog didn't care about those people who were scared of him. He turned his body and aimed his butt at the people of the Shura temple. Tyrant and Tan Lang couldn't help but shiver. They suddenly felt that their presence today was unnecessary. De Huang Dog alone was enough to cause chaos in the Shura temple. Hiss, many people gasped. Among them, there were some disciples of the Azura Palace who had witnessed the power of Big Yellow's fart. They hastily flew backward, as if they had lost their minds. Those who hadn't witnessed the power of Big Yellow's fart were stunned on the spot. They had no idea why this dog suddenly raised his butt. Could it be that not only was this dog powerful, but he could also attack with his butt? They guessed it right. Invincible whirlwind ecstasy fart. Rumble. Accompanied by De Huang Dog's heroic voice was another earth-shattering roar. The sound wave was as loud as a thunderclap in the clear sky. It was deafening. If one was a little closer, one's soul would tremble along with it. A mass of green air rushed out from De Huang Dog's butt and then exploded. The airflow was like a sharp sword, shooting in all directions. This was an indiscriminate attack. De Huang Dog wanted to shroud the entire Shura temple in the power of his fart. Those people of the Shura temple who were stunned only felt a wave of heat coming toward them. Then, it was followed by endless pain as if they had fallen into hell. Ugh. It's so smelly. Ugh. Pfft. What a smelly fart. Let me die, mother asterisk cur. How can this damn dog fart so smelly? If I die under a dog's fart, I won't be able to face my ancestors even in the netherworld. Ugh, De Huang Dog's fart was the most powerful weapon. Not only could it attack the opponent's body, but it could also attack the opponent's mind. The whole scene was in chaos. Everyone was vomiting in the air. Some of them even spat out blood. Their screams were heart-wrenching. Everyone present was an expert among experts. Now that they had vomited like this, it really made them speechless. There was no other way. This dog's fart was really deadly. Someone wanted to use his yuan force to blow away the green airflow, but bitterly found that the green airflow was simply a tarsal bone. It stuck to his body and couldn't be shaken off. Go and call Elder Lu. Someone yelled. The Shura temple had ushered in an unprecedented chaos. They had forgotten the horror of Xianxia killing the second tycoon. At this moment, only the majestic De Huang Dog in the sky was in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how such a superb dog could exist in this world. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, soon, 6 to 7 powerful figures flew out from the Azure Palace. Each of them had a high position in the Azure Palace. They wouldn't show themselves in the palace during normal days. They were all 9th grade combat kings, and their life's goal was to break through the bottleneck and become a combat emperor. Their goal was to break through the bottleneck and become combat emperors. Wah! It stinks. The 9th grade combat king elder also vomited. These 9th grade combat kings frowned because they realized that the air in the sky above the Shura temple couldn't be smelled. It was unbearably stinky. Looking at the people of the Shura temple who were vomiting, even the 9th grade combat kings were dumbfounded. They didn't know where the stinky smell came from. They only heard a loud noise and thought that someone was about to undergo tribulation. Humph. Elder Lu let out a cold humph. His cultivation was the strongest among them, and he practiced a fire elemental cultivation technique. Waves of flames were emitted from his body, burning away all the airflow above the Shura temple. Only then did the sky return to normal. This was done by a 9th grade combat king like Elder Lu. If it was any other ordinary person, it would be extremely difficult to burn away the fart of De Huang Dog. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk Xianxia appeared in front of De Huang Dog with a sway of his body, facing the few 9th grade combat kings of the Shura temple. However, Tyrant and Tan Lang were nowhere to be seen. Obviously, according to the plan, Tyrant and Tan Lang would take advantage of the chaos in the Shura temple. When all eyes were on De Huang Dog and Xianxia, they would sneak into the Shura temple to rescue Xianxia. Elder Lu's eyes fell on Xianxia. His eyes were about to spit fire. He would never forget what happened 2 days ago. 2 9th grade combat kings couldn't catch up with Xianxia, allowing him to escape easily. What made him even angrier was that this bastard dared to barge into the Shura temple with a dog. It was obvious that he was here to show off his strength. Xianxia, how dare you cause trouble in the Shura temple instead of hiding? Elder Lu pointed at Xianxia and said loudly. He didn't know what was going on in Xianxia's mind. Was there something wrong with Xianxia's brain? Did he really think that he was invincible when he came to the Shura temple with his 5th grade combat king cultivation? Aren't you guys looking for me everywhere? I'm here now. Catch me if you have the ability. Xianxia said indifferently, as if he was here to provoke them. Fine. Since you didn't want to walk the path to heaven and chose to barge into hell, I will fulfill your wish. You have killed so many disciples of the Shura temple. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still die. Elder Lu said sternly. The other 9th grade combat kings moved slowly, surrounding Xianxia and De Huang Dog in the center. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. Xianxia didn't seem to care at all. With his 5th grade combat king cultivation, although he couldn't defeat a 9th grade combat king, it was impossible for a 9th grade combat king to kill him. Moreover, he had the help of a freak like De Huang Dog. The cooperation between him and De Huang Dog had reached a level where it was flawless. At this moment, De Huang Dog's voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's ears. "Kid, there is a treasure in this Shura temple." Xianxia's eyes brightened when he heard this. De Huang Dog hadn't sensed any treasure for a long time. As long as he sensed a treasure, it must be something extraordinary. It must be a miraculous item. This had been proven by his experience in the past. "There is a treasure? Could it be that broken sword of yours?" Xianxia was puzzled. "No, the broken sword isn't in the Shura temple. I can sense it. There is a really good treasure in the Shura temple. I just sensed a trace of qi. This treasure should have an extremely cold attribute. I haven't sensed its exact location yet." Xianxia's eyes lit up. He didn't doubt De Huang Dog's ability to sense treasures. Since De Huang said that there was a treasure hidden in the Shura temple, it must exist. The attribute of the treasure was cold and gloomy, which made Xianxia think of the cold hell jail. When he entered the cold hell jail, he only wanted to save Han Yan, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Now that he thought about it, the cold hell jail wasn't an ordinary place. The gloomy and cold air inside was very special, as if it could only be produced by a special environment. Xianxia had reason to guess that the treasure that De Huang Dog sensed might be related to the cold hell jail, but it wasn't the right time to talk about the treasure. None of these 9th grade combat kings were easy to deal with, so he had to be careful. "Do it, take them down. Be careful not to let them escape again," Elder Lu ordered decisively. He didn't put Xianxia and De Huang Dog in his eyes. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a 5th grade combat king. No matter how monstrous he was only good at escaping. Today, he couldn't let him escape again. If he did, the Shura temple would lose all its face. As for that dog, Elder Lu didn't put him in his eyes. He was just a 7th grade demon king, nothing to worry about. Boom, the few 9th grade combat kings unleashed their qi. For a moment, waves of qi soared up to the sky, making people tremble in fear. "Let's do it together," Xianxia shouted. The fire dragon seal was condensed in an instant, rushing towards one of the 9th grade combat kings. At the same time, De Huang Dog roared at one of them. The soul-crunching tune was an innate ability that was much more powerful than before. De Huang Dog was now a peak 7th grade demon king, his strength was much stronger than before. Asterisk roar, asterisk endless sound waves spread out, turning into layers of spirals. This wasn't an indiscriminate attack, it was aimed at one of the 9th grade combat kings. De Huang Dog wanted to kill them one by one. The soul-crunching tune could cause harm to one person, but if it was used to attack a group of people, its power would be greatly reduced, and could be neutralized by the joint attack of the opponents. Humph. A puny 5th grade combat king dares to act presumptuously in front of me? A 9th grade combat king elder let out a cold humph. He waved his hand and struck out a seal, colliding with Xianxia's fire dragon. The powerful impact directly tore the void apart. The fire dragon was destroyed in an instant. Xianxia's body shook a little, but he wasn't hurt at all. A surprised look immediately emerged on the elder's face, and the way he looked at Xianxia changed. He never expected that a puny combat king warrior, someone he could easily crush to death, could actually withstand his attack and survive. No, he didn't even suffer any injuries. However, the one who was truly shocked was definitely not this elder. Instead, it was the elder who was fighting against De Huang Dog. The soul-extinguishing tune was too terrifying. As he had not taken De Huang Dog seriously at all, he was caught off guard and was attacked by the soul-extinguishing tune head-on. He felt a tearing pain in his soul and his face turned pale. "This dog is terrifying, we can't underestimate him," the elder said hastily. The other elder's eyes fell on De Huang Dog. "Wakaka," De Huang Dog laughed out loud. His speed was extremely fast. A pair of golden light wings grew out from his back. He broke through the obstacles in a blink of an eye and rushed out from the encirclement of the few 9th grade combat kings. At the same time, Xianxia used the spatial shift and escaped from the encirclement. Kill! Elder Lu shouted. He didn't expect that the man and dog in front of him would be so cunning and fast. The few of them stopped underestimating them and chased after De Huang Dog and Jiangchen at full speed. De Huang, don't fight them head-on. Buy time for Tyrant and Tan Lang, Jiangchen said. The Heavenly Saint sword appeared in his hand. He slashed at a 9th grade combat king. He wasn't a 9th grade combat king, but his skills were brilliant. With the help of the spatial shift, he was able to tangle with a 9th grade combat king for a while. If that's the case, let Master Dog's fart resound throughout the entire Shura temple, Big Yellow said as he twisted his body again. His fat butt was aimed at the few 9th grade combat kings who were rushing towards him. Elders, be careful. Seeing De Huang Dog's action, the disciples of the Shura temple who had been harmed by De Huang Dog shouted to remind them. However, Elder Lu and the others didn't pay attention to their warning. What a joke, they had so many 9th grade combat kings to deal with, a man and a dog that were far weaker than them. Why would they need to be careful? What a joke. De Huang Dog's butt suddenly became bigger. He purposely twisted his butt a few times in front of him. Damn dog, we must skin you alive today and have a big pot of meat for dinner, one of the elders cursed. From his point of view, De Huang Dog's action of twisting his butt in front of them was a humiliation to them. As the elders of the Shura temple, as a 9th grade combat king, they were humiliated by a dog. How could they bear it? Kong Long, the fart of ecstasy was heard again, shaking the heaven and earth. De Huang Dog's action wasn't just a humiliation. The green airwave floated up again. Even a 9th grade combat king couldn't escape from it. They were hit by the green airwave. Even if they had the ability to disperse the airwave, they still couldn't avoid vomiting after being hit by it. Vomit thus, the 9th grade combat kings were in a tragic situation. They were chasing after De Huang Dog at full speed. Suddenly, they smelled the strong odor and started vomiting. It was worse than eating a fly. This kind of vomiting was uncontrollable. Smelling the smell of the ecstasy fart made their bodies feel like they were in a mess. De Huang Dog, don't stop. Jiangchen carried his long sword and flew to a faraway place. He shouted at De Huang Dog calmly. Okay. De Huang Dog didn't know how long he had been holding it in. Now that he was a 7th grade demon king, farting was his specialty. What happened next was definitely a tragedy for the Shura temple. De Huang Dog had a pair of wings on his back, circling the sky above the Shura temple. His butt was like a watering can, constantly spraying out green airwaves. Dong dong dong, the rumbling sound in the sky didn't stop. It was De Huang Dog's fart. For a moment, the entire sky above the Shura temple was filled with green airwaves. The airwaves could no longer be described as nauseating. They were flying everywhere, creating a hurricane that covered the entire Shura temple. Arg! It stinks, it stinks. Blurg, god damn it. Quickly kill that dog, it's too disgusting. Mother cur. Blurg. It stinks me to death. The entire Shura temple was in a frenzy. Even the disciples of the Shura temple who were standing on the ground could smell the strong smell of fart. They held on to something and threw up. Wakaka. Waha, along with the green airwaves, De Huang Dog's wild laughter could be heard. Elder Lu kept releasing flames, trying to burn all the airwaves. However, he found out that the green airwaves were too strong. In addition to De Huang Dog's unbridled fart, it was impossible to burn them all. Kill. Quickly kill that dog. Stop him. Elder Lu screamed in agony. He held the combat blade in his hand and lunged at De Huang Dog. His body was protected by the flames, so he wasn't affected by the green airwaves. The other 9th grade combat kings were gritting their teeth and attacking De Huang Dog, giving up on Jiangchen. There was nothing they could do about it. This dog was too detestable, causing a foul atmosphere in the Azura Palace. If they didn't kill this dog today, the Azura Palace would become the laughingstock of the entire Liang province. They would lose all their face, and it would be a great humiliation. Haha. You want to kill Master Dog? You don't have the ability to do so. Follow behind Master Dog, and you're just waiting to eat my fart, fresh out of the oven. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. He didn't put these 9th grade combat kings in his eyes. The wings on his back kept flapping. His speed was extremely fast, comparable to Xianxia's spatial shift. It was impossible for a 9th grade combat king to catch up with him. Therefore, De Huang Dog's fart seemed to be endless, it would never be finished. He launched an endless attack on the sky above the Shura Temple, covering the entire mountain range of the Shura Temple. A few 9th grade combat kings were roaring in anger, but they couldn't even catch De Huang Dog's tail. This was really a tragedy. On the ground, Tyrant and Tan Lang couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. The image of De Huang Dog in their hearts suddenly became bigger and bigger. Perhaps it was De Huang Dog's deliberate control. The green airflow automatically dispersed when it saw Tyrant and Tan Lang. Even so, the two of them could still smell the pungent stench, frowning their brows. This dog is too amazing. It's invincible. Tyrant shook his head speechlessly. Let's hurry up and save them. I don't want to stay in this place for a second longer. Tan Lang felt that if they stayed in this environment for too long, their whole body would become stinky. You used to be a disciple of the Shura Temple. You should know where they are imprisoned, right? Tyrant asked. There is an underground prison in the Hall of Law Enforcement. If I'm not mistaken, they should be there. The freezing hell prison was destroyed by Little Chinzi. Now, only the underground prison is used to imprison people. Tan Lang said. Both of them headed toward the direction of the Hall of Law Enforcement. Currently, the Shura Temple was in chaos. All the disciples were vomiting. No one noticed that 2 uninvited guests had sneaked into the temple. There was a 1st grade combat king disciple meditating in front of them, circulating his yuan force to resist the green airflow. Tan Lang walked to him and slapped him awake. The disciple opened his eyes. When he saw Tan Lang, his facial expression changed dramatically. The current Tan Lang was no longer the Tan Lang of the past. They used to be disciples of the same sect, but now they were enemies. If Tan Lang wanted to kill him, he wouldn't hesitate to do so. Tan. Senior Tan. The disciple was extremely nervous. Let me ask you, where are Chongqing and the others being imprisoned? Tan Lang asked. In the underground prison. The disciple didn't dare to hide anything, he told them the location where Chongqing and the others were imprisoned. The Shura Temple was in chaos, the air was filled with the stench of stinky farts. In such a chaotic situation, he met Tan Lang, who was accompanied by a terrifying monk. If Tan Lang wanted to kill him, he could do it with just a flick of his finger. Tan Lang's estimation was correct. The freezing hell jail was destroyed. Even if it could be rebuilt, it wouldn't be completed in such a short time. Furthermore, Chongqing and the others didn't commit any serious crimes, they wouldn't be imprisoned in a place like the freezing hell jail. Tyrant and Tyrant didn't waste any time, they flew towards the direction of the Hall of Law. To them, the most important thing to do was to rescue the people and leave this place. Staying in a place that was shrouded in stinky farts was really uncomfortable. Tan Lang was familiar with the route, he soon arrived at the Hall of Law. The Hall of Law was an important department of the Shura Temple, it was indispensable. The elder in charge of the Hall of Law was a 9th grade combat king, but at this moment, all the 9th grade combat kings had gone to deal with De Huang Dog and Jiang Chen. Even the 8th grade combat kings had left. The strongest guard of the Hall of Law was an old man of 7th grade combat king. There weren't many people in the Hall of Law, it made the Hall of Law seem a little deserted. However, no one would have thought that someone would break into the Hall of Law during the chaos of the Shura Temple. In fact, no one in the Shura Temple would have thought that Jiang Chen and the others would break into the Shura Temple for Chongqing and a few other small fries. One should know that breaking into the Shura Temple was the same as seeking death. As a core disciple of the Shura Temple, Tan Lang had been to the Hall of Law more than once, so he was very familiar with this place. He and Tyrant didn't disturb anyone in the Hall of Law, they quietly walked towards the direction of the dungeon. The dungeon of the Law Enforcement Hall had almost hollowed out an entire mountain peak. The environment inside was extremely cold and gloomy. Of course, it was still a far cry from the freezing hell jail. Normally, the security of the law enforcement hall would be so tight that it would be impossible for a stranger to approach the dungeon. But now that the Shura temple was in a foul atmosphere because of De Huang Dog, it gave them a great opportunity. The two of them quickly arrived at the entrance of the dungeon. The door was made of hard rock and was extremely sturdy. Furthermore, there were restrictive seals on the outside, making it difficult to open. This is the dungeon. Chongqing and the others are imprisoned here. Tan Lang said. Step aside. Tyrant waved his hand at Tan Lang. Before Tan Lang could react, he saw Tyrant hit the stone door with his palm. A loud bang was heard and the stone door was shattered. Even the restrictive seals were broken. The huge movement shook the entire dungeon. Tan Lang rolled his eyes. This damned monk was too barbaric. That restriction was very simple, and even if it was broken, it wouldn't take much effort. However, this monk had to use such a violent and direct method to destroy the stone door. Wasn't this clearly showing that he wanted to attract experts? Fortunately, those 9th-grade combat kings were chasing after De Huang Dog in the sky. They didn't have the energy to care about the people of the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to save the others. Little Chenzi destroyed the freezing hell jail. Let's destroy the dungeon. Tyrant smirked and strode into the dungeon. Who dares to break into the dungeon? At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from outside. Then, a figure appeared outside the dungeon like a bolt of lightning. When he saw that the dungeon's door had been destroyed, the person's expression changed drastically. The elder raised his head and saw the two people who were heading into the dungeon. He immediately shouted, "Stop!" Tyrant and Tan Lang turned their heads. It was a 7th-grade combat king. Tyrant's mouth revealed a faint smile. You go and save the others. Leave this old man to me. Tyrant waved his hand at Tan Lang. Tan Lang smiled and dashed into the dungeon without turning his head back. Others might not know how powerful Tyrant was, but he knew that Tyrant was a peak 6th-grade combat king. Killing an ordinary 7th-grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. Even if he encountered an 8th-grade combat king, he would be able to handle it. Killing an 8th-grade combat king wasn't impossible. Clang. The elder recognized Tyrant. Tyrant's reputation was similar to Jiang Chen's. His name had spread across the entire Liang province. He knew that Tyrant wasn't easy to deal with, so he took out his combat weapon. It was an extremely long and narrow sword. The sword shook and tore the void apart, slashing toward Tyrant's head. Bah! Facing the powerful attack of the 7th-grade combat king, Tyrant fiercely waved his palm. An extremely bright palm print appeared. It wasn't the Fudo seal, it was just an ordinary seal of Buddhism sect. To deal with a 7th-grade combat king, there was no need to use the Fudo seal. Kong Long, the terrifying seal collided with the 7th-grade combat king's combat weapon. The combat weapon in the elder's hand was bounced off. His entire palm that held the weapon was shattered. He let out a blood-curdling scream as he was bounced off, lying on the ground, twitching non-stop. A terrifying 7th-grade combat king was beaten half to death by Tyrant's palm. He was like an arrow at the end of its flight, he didn't have any combat strength left. This was just an ordinary palm. If it was the Fudo seal, this 7th-grade combat king would have been killed instantly, there was no chance for him to survive. Bah! Tyrant put his palms together, the kasaya on his body was fluttering. He stood outside the entrance of the dungeon, giving off an aura of a man who could hold off 10,000 enemies. With his strength, it was enough to stop any expert below the 8th-grade combat king of the Shura temple. The dungeon was dark and damp. The environment was terrible, but to a powerful cultivator, it wasn't a problem. At least, it was much better than the freezing hell prison. At this moment, there were 7 to 8 people imprisoned in the dungeon. All of them had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. They were none other than Chongqing and the other disciples of the Azura Palace who had followed Tan Lang in the past. They were looking at the cages in front of them. The cages were made with ordinary materials, and to them, they could easily break the cages. However, none of them did so, because they knew that breaking the cages would be useless. They wouldn't be able to walk out of the dungeon either. Chongqing and the other disciples were disheartened. Apart from anger, there was also endless sadness. They were the disciples of the Shura temple. They had always been loyal to the Shura temple, treating this place as their home. Now, because they used to follow Tan Lang, they were thrown into the dungeon. The iron cage in front of them was a humiliation to them. They had only been in the dungeon for a day, but on this day, their feelings for the Shura temple had disappeared without a trace. This was a merciless sect, leaving them with only endless sadness. The door of the dungeon was pushed open, and the light from the outside shone in. Chongqing and the others who were listless suddenly stood up from the ground and looked outside. They had just heard the sounds of fighting outside, and then they saw a figure flying in like lightning. When they saw who it was, their faces were immediately filled with surprise. "Senior Brother Tan. This is great. Senior Brother Tan is here to save us." Everyone was instantly overjoyed. They were originally Tan Lang's followers, but because of Tan Lang, they were imprisoned in the dungeon. In the beginning, they still held some grudges against Tan Lang, but after a day in the dungeon, all their grudges were transferred to the Shura temple. When they saw Tan Lang barging into the dungeon to save them, their hearts were filled with gratitude. Rumble, Tan Lang waved his hand and shot out a ray of light, breaking the cage in front of him, releasing Chongqing and the others. Seeing that they were not injured, he heaved a sigh of relief. "Senior Brother Tan, why are you here? It seems to be quite chaotic outside." Chongqing asked. The moment the dungeon door was broken by the monk, they heard the commotion outside. In their memory, the Shura temple had never been so chaotic. Tan Lang's cultivation was much stronger than a few months ago, which made Chongqing and the others feel a trace of pressure, but at the same time, they were also happy. "Jiangchen is dealing with the elders of the Shura temple outside. I will bring all of you out of here now," Tan Lang said. He turned around and brought everyone out of the dungeon. They saw a domineering little monk blocking the entrance. On the ground in front of them, there were a few people lying on the ground, and none of them could move. Chongqing and the others were shocked. These people were no strangers to them. They were all elders of the law enforcement palace, and the weakest among them was a 6th-grade combat king. But now, they were beaten like dead dogs by Tyrant. "Tyrant, we have rescued them," Tan Lang said. "You too, leave the Shura temple immediately after rescuing them." At this moment, Jiangchen's voice sounded in Tyrant and Tan Lang's ears. Both of them looked at each other and nodded. The current Shura temple was in a state of chaos. Chongqing and the others were too weak, so it would be difficult for them to take them away. They had to take advantage of the chaos. As for Jiangchen and De Huang Dog, they didn't need to worry about them. If these two freaks wanted to leave, the people of the Shura temple wouldn't be able to stop them. "Let's go. All of you hold your breath," Tyrant reminded them. The group quickly left the Shura temple. "Wah! It stinks. What is this smell? Blarg." Chongqing was the first one to vomit when they walked out of the dungeon of the law enforcement palace. He swore to the heavens that this was the most unpleasant smell he had ever smelled. The faces of the others turned ugly and started to vomit. "I told you to hold your breath." Tyrant shook his head. Only now did they understand why Tyrant warned them. The smell was too poisonous. "Let's leave from the back of the mountain," Tan Lang said. All of them were disciples of the Shura temple. They were familiar with the way to leave the place. The group carried the smell of farts and quickly headed toward the back of the mountain. "Wakaka. Deploy the gargantuan formation, kill this dog for me," Elder Lu shouted loudly. All the 8th and 9th grade combat kings of the Shura temple were so angry that they almost went crazy. They held the combat weapons in their hands and danced in the air. While they were chasing after De Huang Dog, they were vomiting loudly. They didn't care about their image at all. For a 9th grade combat king, chasing after a dog's butt, failing to catch up with it, and being tortured by De Huang Dog was a great humiliation. Elder Lu couldn't stand it any longer. This dog's speed was too fast, there was no way he could catch up with it. If he didn't stop this dog and let it continue farting, the entire Azura Palace would be ruined. Even their old faces would be ruined if word of this got out. After receiving the order from Elder Lu, all the 8th and 9th grade combat kings immediately deployed the gargantuan formation, sealing the entire sky above the Shura temple. They wanted to use this formation to trap De Huang Dog, then teach him a good lesson. Haha, using a formation to deal with Master Dog? You guys must have eaten a lot of farts until your brains are numb. De Huang Dog laughed out loud. It was useless for these experts of the Shura Temple to use a formation to deal with De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was an expert in the heavenly book of formations. Since ancient times, there was no formation that he couldn't break, let alone a simple gargantuan formation. Voila! With the help of all the experts of the Shura Temple, the gargantuan formation was deployed in an instant. The huge formation enveloped De Huang Dog, but unfortunately, De Huang Dog moved his body and went through the formation. He was as cunning as a loach. What? Elder Lu widened his eyes and cried out in shock. He couldn't believe what he just saw. The gargantuan formation that was deployed by so many experts was nothing to De Huang Dog. They couldn't even stop him, let alone trap him. This dog's miraculous ability had reached such a level. Haha, you bunch of old fellows want to fight with this Lord Dog? Do you believe that I won't let you eat shit? De Huang Dog laughed heartily. His majestic body wandered back and forth in the sky, while his buttocks constantly spewed out green gas. His words were merely spoken casually, but the experts of the Shura Temple had a completely different meaning when they heard it. Each and every one of them was so scared that their faces turned ashen. Even the fart of this damned dog had such a tyrannical power. If he really pooped, wouldn't that be enough to kill them? Moreover, they had reason to believe that this shameless dog would definitely do such a thing. Kill. Kill him. Kill this dog at all costs. Elder Lu's eyes were red, he was going crazy. He was afraid that only De Huang Dog could make a 9th-grade combat king lose his mind. All the experts of the Shura Temple had put their attention on De Huang Dog. No one paid attention to Jiang Chen, let alone Tyrant and Tan Lang, who had taken the opportunity to escape. At this moment, Tyrant and Tan Lang had brought Chongqing and the others out of the mountain behind the Shura Temple. Chongqing and the others still had a lingering fear in their hearts. They felt like they had just survived a disaster. They turned their heads and looked at the chaotic Shura Temple. Their hearts were filled with mixed feelings, they couldn't tell what they were feeling. Walking out of the Shura Temple today indicated that their fate with the Shura Temple had come to an end. They wouldn't have anything to do with it in the future. To them, who had always felt the glory of being a disciple of the Shura Temple, they wouldn't feel good. Brother Tan, where are we going now? Chongqing looked at Tan Lang, so did the others. At this moment, Tan Lang was the backbone of everyone. Tan Lang frowned and thought for a while, then he said, let's go back to Hongyue City. Now that Jiang Chen has appeared, the attention of the Shura Temple will be focused on Jiang Chen and De Huang. They won't have time to care about you guys. Besides, the Shura Temple cares about their reputation. Making things difficult for you guys again and again will not do any good to the reputation of the Shura Temple. Tan Lang's idea was correct. The Shura Temple had lost all of its reputation these days. Today, it had been ruined by De Huang Dog. Alright, we will listen to Brother Tan. Everyone nodded. Let's go, we'll leave this place first. Little Chenzi and De Huang will retreat by themselves. Tyrant said. His Xianxia started moving as he tore the space apart with his bare hands. A powerful suction force was unleashed from his Xianxia and landed onto those combat soul disciples. Chongqing and the others were sucked into the space and brought away by the suction force. In the sky above the Shura Temple, De Huang Dog was having fun, and it didn't look like he had any intention of stopping. This guy was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos, and he didn't have any good impression of the Shura Temple. Today, he was going to vent his anger that had been accumulating for the past few months. His ecstasy fart was the most vicious weapon. Not only was it extremely powerful, it could also drive people crazy. Jiang Chen hovered in the sky far away from them. His body was covered by a layer of red flame, burning away all the green energy that was drifting toward him. Now, all the great warriors had shifted their attention to De Huang Dog, and Jiang Chen had become an idle man. This made Jiang Chen feel really depressed. He was the one who killed so many disciples of the Shura Temple, and the Shura Temple should at least send out 2 great warriors to deal with him. But, they just ignored him like this, and it was really shameful. However, since no one came to disturb him, Jiang Chen was happy to have some peace and quiet. He wasn't worried that De Huang Dog would be in any danger. Even if all the disciples of the Shura temple attacked him, they wouldn't be able to inflict any damage on De Huang Dog. Jiang Chen was very confident about this. Jiang Chen swept his gaze across the entire Shura temple. He was secretly circulating the Great Soul Derivation skill, trying to find the treasure that De Huang Dog mentioned, but to no avail. A treasure that leans towards the Yin element. Since it can be sensed by De Huang Dog, it must be a precious treasure of the heaven and earth. Even my Great Soul Derivation skill can't find its location. This treasure is really well hidden. It seems like it has something to do with the freezing hell jail. Jiang Chen thought to himself. He had no idea what the treasure that De Huang Dog mentioned was, but he had a feeling that the treasure hidden within the Shura temple must be of great use to him. This was the sixth sense that came from the Great Soul Derivation skill, and it was very precise and mysterious. Jiang Chen slowly closed his eyes and circulated the Great Soul Derivation skill to its limit. With his current cultivation base of 5th grade Combat King, it was more than enough for him to send his soul energy into every corner of the Shura temple. Suddenly, Jiang Chen opened his eyes. His soul energy had indeed sensed the existence of another space. This space hadn't been fully formed, and it should have just been built not long ago. The location of this space was exactly where the freezing hell jail was located last time. In other words, after the freezing hell jail was destroyed by Jiang Chen a few months ago, it had now been rebuilt. Although it had just taken shape, it had indeed been rebuilt. Even for a combat emperor, it's not easy to build a perfect space in a short period of time. It looks like the treasure is in the freezing hell jail, and the reason why the freezing hell jail can be rebuilt must be related to that treasure. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up as he thought of the key point. When he thought of the environment in the freezing hell jail, he realized that it matched perfectly with the properties of the treasure that De Huang Dog had sensed. I'll go to the freezing hell jail and see what kind of treasure it is. Jiang Chen's energy fluctuated, and he was about to go to the freezing hell jail to find out what exactly it was. However, before he could move, his expression changed dramatically. De Huang, leave now. Jiang Chen shouted at De Huang Dog, who was having fun. After that, he tore open the void, unleashed the dimensional shift and disappeared. On the other side, De Huang Dog dared not hesitate either. He flapped the wings on his back and disappeared into the void. As soon as Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog disappeared, 3 powerful figures flew toward them from the distance. They were none other than Li Tianyang, the Great Elder, and Xiao Nanfeng, who had just returned from Mount Luoxia. Their faces were filled with anger. It was obvious that as soon as they returned to Liang province, they heard that Jiang Chen was not dead, and that he had killed the second tycoon and more than 30 men. There was no way that Li Tianyang would not be furious. Now that he saw the foul atmosphere in the Shura temple, he was even more furious. What's going on? Li Tianyang shouted. Palace Master, it's Jiang Chen. Elder Lu's eyes were red as he roared. He used his divine sense to transmit everything that had happened to Li Tianyang and the other 2 in an instant. They're running in that direction. Go after them. Xiao Nanfeng sensed the spatial fluctuation and immediately determined the direction in which Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had escaped. He immediately chased after them. Li Tianyang and the Great Elder were furious as well. They immediately chased after them. Jiang Chen was not dead. Not only did he not hide, but he also came to the Shura temple to show off his strength. He must be tired of living. Li Tianyang hated this person to the core. This time, he must not let this person escape. He wanted to capture Jiang Chen, torture him, and refine him into his clone. Jiang Chen used the spatial shift, shuttling through the void like a dragon. His speed was so fast that no one could track him. De Huang Dog wasn't by his side. When he sensed that there was an expert chasing after them, De Huang Dog separated from Jiang Chen. This dog was very smart, he had his own way of escaping. Jiang Chen wanted to go to the cold hell prison to look for treasures. Fortunately, he didn't go there, or else he wouldn't be able to escape. Damn it, they're getting closer. It seems like it won't be easy to escape today. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. Even if he had the spatial shift, the gap between a 5th grade combat king and a 1st grade combat emperor was too big. Moreover, Li Tianyang was a peak 1st grade combat emperor. The Great Elder was also a first-grade combat emperor. He was very powerful. Although Xiao Nanfeng wasn't a combat emperor, he was a peak 9th-grade combat king. He had half a foot into the combat emperor realm. He was far stronger than Elder Liu and the other 9th-grade combat kings. Jiangchen, I have already locked onto your qi. I advise you to surrender now. It's useless to run away. Li Tianyang's voice reverberated in the air, carrying a monstrous rage. As one of the 4 overlords of the Liang province, he had always been a man of his words. No one had ever dared to question him. The Shura Temple was the overlord of the Liang province, a place that was feared by many people. It was an existence that countless young geniuses yearned to enter. But now, it had suffered repeated setbacks in the hands of Jiangchen. He had destroyed the freezing hell jail that he had painstakingly managed, massacred the geniuses of the Shura Temple, and today, he had brought a dog to the sky above the Shura Temple to release poisonous gas. This wasn't something as simple as slapping his face. Li Tianyang had never hated a person so much, he wished he could skin him alive. Say that after you catch up to me. Jiangchen's mouth revealed a cold smile. He was shuttling through the void like a dragon. The spatial shift was strange and fast. It was truly a peerless movement skill. However, it was because this movement skill was too mysterious that Jiangchen couldn't unleash its true power with his current cultivation. If Jiangchen was a combat emperor or a minor saint, the power of the spatial shift would be at least 10 times stronger than what it was now. He would be able to travel an unknown distance with just a simple shift, traversing an unknown distance in the void. His movements could be described as coming and going without a trace. Great Elder, you and Nanfeng will block him from another direction. Even if you have to go to the ends of the earth, you have to capture this kid today. Li Tianyang said while gritting his teeth. All right. The Great Elder and Xiao Nanfeng agreed. They turned into 2 rays of light and flew from another direction, heading toward Jiangchen. They were shocked by Jiangchen, a combat king who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. He was just a 5th-grade combat king, an existence that they could easily crush to death, but he had such terrifying speed. 2 first-grade combat emperors and a 9th-grade combat king couldn't catch up to him in a short period of time. If they didn't experience this themselves, they wouldn't have dared to imagine such a situation. Damn it, I can't get rid of him. In front of him, Jiangchen was flickering like a ghost, his speed was extremely fast. Although he could ensure that he wouldn't be caught in a short period of time, he couldn't escape the pursuit of a combat emperor. If this continued, it would only be a matter of time before Li Tianyang caught up with him. With his current combat strength, he could kill an 8th-grade combat king, but he would pale in comparison to a 9th-grade combat king. He wouldn't be a match for a 9th-grade combat king like Xiao Nanfeng, let alone a 1st-grade combat emperor like Li Tianyang and the Great Elder. Jiangchen, where do you think you're going? Right at this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out from an extremely far distance. Another incomparably tyrannical aura locked onto Jiangchen's aura. The newcomer's killing intent soared to the heavens. His hatred for Jiangchen was actually even more intense than Li Tianyang's. With just a single sentence, he wanted nothing more than to skin Jiangchen alive. Not good. Jiangchen knew that this was not good. Even with his toes, he could guess that it was Invincibility Nya who appeared in front of him. After Invincibility Nya appeared, 2 more tyrannical auras appeared behind him. It seemed that they were the Great Elder and the #1 genius of the Invincibility School. Invincibility Nya had been looking for Jiangchen for a period of time. With his combat emperor skills, as long as Jiangchen appeared, it wouldn't be hard for him to find him. Today, the Shura Temple had created such a huge commotion, Invincibility Nya naturally sensed it and immediately chased after him. One Shura Temple couldn't handle him, now there was another Invincibility School blocking his way. Jiangchen's situation had become extremely dangerous. Rumble, the void trembled. At least 3 combat emperors attacked at the same time, crushing the void where Jiangchen was. Jiangchen was helpless. He was bounced out of the void and landed on top of a mountain range. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, one after another, tyrannical figures flew out of the void and surrounded Jiangchen. These people were filled with murderous intent, their eyes were spitting fire. If looks could kill, Jiangchen would have been dismembered by now. There were a total of 6 people, 4 first-grade combat emperors and 2 young 9th-grade combat kings. All the experts from the Shura Temple and the Invincibility School who went to the Gorge Mountain were here. Xianxia, did you kill my Fergana stallion? Invincible Nya shouted when he saw Xianxia. That stallion was very stupid. It fell into my trap and was poisoned to death. Xianxia admitted frankly without hiding anything. In such a situation, it didn't matter whether he admitted or not. These people wouldn't let him go. Invincible Nya roared when he heard that Fergana stallion was poisoned by Xianxia. His eyes were spewing out flames of anger. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, very good. Xianxia, I will let you experience all the pain and torture, and then let you die in pain to avenge my stallion." Invincible Nya was furious. Invincible Nya's murderous intent soared to the sky. He was about to attack Xianxia. "Stop!" Li Tianyang shouted, "Invincible Nya, Xianxia is mine. He killed so many disciples of the Shura Temple and destroyed my freezing hell prison. I must kill him with my own hands." Li Tianyang certainly wouldn't let Xianxia fall into the hands of Invincible Nya. A genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation must have a huge secret. If he could get his hands on this secret, he might get endless benefits. Moreover, Li Tianyang had his eyes on Xianxia's body for a long time. He wanted to cultivate it into an extra incarnation. "Li Tianyang, are you going to stop me from taking my revenge?" Invincible Nya stared at Li Tianyang angrily. "I will avenge you. Isn't it the same?" Li Tianyang didn't give in. Xianxia didn't say a word. His eyes were deep as he looked for an opportunity to escape. Right at this moment, a few more silhouettes flew over from 2 different directions. There were 3 people in each direction, and their cultivation level was exactly the same as the Azura Palaces. Needless to say, they must be the mighty warriors from the Peerless Sword faction and the Heavenly Devil Palace. They had gone to Mount Luoxia, and now that they had returned together, they just happened to bump into something like this. As this mountain range was not a barren mountain range, it was also not a remote area. There were quite a number of cultivators nearby as well. Sensing the commotion, a good number of cultivators rushed over. When they saw the cultivators there, looks of shock appeared on their faces. "Oh my God, so many combat emperors. It's terrifying. Aren't these the experts from the 4 major forces that went to Mount Luoxia? Each of them is a big shot in Liang province. The leaders and elders of the 4 major forces, as well as the number 1 genius, are all here to attack a young man. This is the first time such a scene has happened in the entire Liang province. That young man is Xianxia, the one who recently caused a ruckus in Liang province. He killed the Fergana horse, so Invincible Nya is hunting him down. It seems that he will be killed today. He also killed many disciples of the Shura Temple. He even killed the disciples of the Peerless Sword faction and the Demonic Palace. How audacious of him. It's over. This time it's all over. Being surrounded by so many experts, even if he grows a pair of wings, he won't be able to escape." Everyone was shocked. Every cultivator's face was filled with excitement. It was the first time they saw such a vast scene. "Dark Minzi, Shadowless Taoist, this is between us and Xianxia. Why are you here?" Seeing them, Li Wushuang immediately said. "This Xianxia also killed the disciples of the Peerless Sword faction. I'm here to avenge my disciples." Shadowless Taoist, the leader of the Peerless Sword faction, said. "The Demonic Palace is just here to join in the fun. However, I'm still very interested in this young man who can trigger the heavenly tribulation." The leader of the Demonic Palace, Dark Minzi, was wearing a black robe. He let out a sinister smile as if he was here to get a share of the spoils. "Haha," Xianxia suddenly burst into laughter. "Young man, what are you laughing at? How can you still laugh at a time like this?" Dark Minzi looked at Xianxia with great interest. "I didn't expect that I would become a target. Since all of you want to kill me, why don't you fight amongst yourselves first? My life belongs to whoever wins in the end. What do you think? This idea should be pretty good." Xianxia had a serious expression on his face, as if he was giving them advice. Even though he was surrounded by so many mighty warriors, he didn't show any signs of fear. There was nothing for him to be afraid of, as he still had a trump card in his hand. If they really provoked him, he would just unleash the source of combat strength talisman that Great Master Ran Feng had given him, and crush all these people into powder in an instant. However, the source of combat strength talisman that was given by a 9th grade minor saint was a priceless treasure. It was a true life-saving measure. Xianxia wouldn't use it unless his life was in danger. To put it bluntly, it was a life-saving measure. Young man, are you really not afraid of death? Xiao Nanfang's eyes emitted 2 rays of light that fell on Xianxia's body like 2 cold knives. He had an inexplicable hatred for Xianxia, because he felt that Xianxia was more outstanding than him. A genius who thought highly of himself would hate someone who was more outstanding than him the most. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. One should know that such a situation was almost certain death. Not to mention a puny 5th grade combat king, even a 9th grade combat king like him wouldn't be able to remain so calm in such a situation. It was because Xianxia was too calm, as if he wasn't aware of the danger he was in. Such a temperament made all the young men jealous. Besides, the 4 geniuses of the Liang province couldn't help but recall the time when they were still 5th grade combat kings. Compared to Xianxia, they weren't geniuses, they were trash. They weren't even qualified to carry the shoes of Xianxia. Xianxia was the true genius. They couldn't help but be jealous. I'm scared. I'm scared to death. However, I'm disgusted to talk to a beast in human clothing like you. It's a humiliation to me if you speak another word. Bastard. Xiao Nanfang's anger overflowed from his body, turning into a wave of qi that rushed toward Xianxia. He couldn't wait to kill Xianxia. Every time this bastard met him, he would humiliate him. This was worse than being slapped in the face. What made him even angrier was that he could see the contempt and disdain in Xianxia's eyes. He was the first tycoon of the Shura Temple, a 9th grade combat king at such a young age, one of the 4 famous geniuses of the Liang province. Everyone who met him had to be respectful to him. What right did a puny 5th grade combat king have to look down on him? What right did he have to look down on him? As for defiling someone's wife, killing someone's wife and children, she was just a woman. With his identity as a genius, it was the woman's honor to fall in love with him. How dare he resist? He was courting death. This was what Xiao Nanfeng thought. Everything he did was based on his dignity, everything he did was what he should do. However, what he did was what Xianxia despised the most. Xianxia, you're right. Xianxia had once met his strongest opponent, the Northern and Southern dynasties. They were the most arrogant people he had ever met. They thought highly of themselves, cultivated the monarch technique, and wanted to rule everything. However, Xianxia looked up to the Northern and Southern dynasties from the bottom of his heart. They were his mortal enemy. The Northern and Southern dynasties had the innate qi of a monarch. They had the qi of a superior being. They were the true son of heaven. Their actions and manners weren't something Xiao Nanfeng could compare with. There was no comparison between the 2 of them. Thinking about the Northern and Southern dynasties, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Although he had defeated the Northern and Southern dynasties and almost cut off half of their bodies, he knew that the Northern and Southern dynasties weren't dead yet. People like them wouldn't die so easily. Xianxia had a feeling that the Northern and Southern dynasties would appear sooner or later, and they would appear in a dazzling manner. Humph, Xianxia snorted coldly. He flicked his arm and shot out a true dragon palm, directly destroying the incoming qi waves from Xiao Nanfeng. Are you guys done discussing? If not, then let's have a real fight and decide who's going to kill me, said Chen Xiaobei. Xianxia glanced at the crowd. Good lad, he's really bold. I like his temperament. If he was a member of the devil cult, I would definitely take him as my disciple. Unfortunately, looking at the current situation, he won't live past today. Dark Minzi looked at Xianxia, his eyes full of admiration. Whether they were enemies or not, Dark Minzi admired Xianxia's fearlessness. Although the devil sect was cruel, they did not care about trifles and were fearless. Dark Minzi naturally liked Xianxia's personality. Everyone, this Xianxia has offended almost all the 4 major powers in the state of Liang. If that's the case, I will personally take him away. I will help you take revenge bit by bit. You don't even need to do anything. What do you think? Invincible Nia said. He was determined to take Jiang Chen's life. His Fergana horse was dead. This deep hatred could only be avenged by killing Jiang Chen. No, Jiang Chen first offended our Shura temple. I don't know how many disciples of the Shura temple have died in his hands. Just now, he brought a dog to the Shura temple and ran amok, causing chaos in the Shura temple. This must be avenged. In my opinion, I will deal with him and I will help you take revenge. Li Tianyang immediately disagreed. That's enough. In fact, everyone knows what you are thinking. This Jiang Chen was able to trigger God's test. He must have some secrets. You want to take him away because you want to find out the secrets of Jiang Chen. In my opinion, since no one is willing to give in, why don't we just imprison Jiang Chen in one place and investigate together? Shadowless Taoist, the head of the Peerless Sword faction, said with a smile. That's a good idea. Dark Minzi nodded. Alright, let's do it together. Anyway, this kid won't be able to live today. However, the demonic cult has never been on good terms with us. Invincible Nia said. Is that so? Why don't we fight for 300 rounds first? Dark Minzi's body suddenly rushed out a black wave towards Invincible Nia. This was definitely a hot-tempered guy. He would start a fight at the slightest disagreement. The people of the demonic cult had always been like this. They fought whenever they wanted, without any reason. Alright, it's decided. The 4 superpowers will imprison Jiang Chen at the same time. Shadowless Taoist quickly said. As the leaders of the 4 superpowers, they could say that they understood each other very well. The most difficult one to deal with was Dark Minzi. This guy was arrogant and had a strong cultivation. He was extremely difficult to deal with. If they did not bring him along today, they were afraid that there would be no end to the entanglement. Li Tianyang was extremely dissatisfied with such an ending. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only blame himself for not imprisoning Jiang Chen at the Shura temple. Now that they were here, it was not up to him alone. He could intimidate one side but he could not intimidate the 3 guys in front of him. Jiang Chen, surrender. Li Tianyang shouted at Jiang Chen and grabbed at Jiang Chen with his bare hands. Jiang Chen's eyes were cold. In this situation, there was no chance for him to escape even if he tried his best. Seeing Li Tianyang's attack, a golden light flashed in Jiang Chen's hand. The source of combat strength talisman that was given to him by Great Master Ranfeng appeared. In terms of ruthlessness, no one could be compared to Jiang Chen. He was a truly ruthless man. When he became crazy, he would disregard everything. If he unleashed the source of combat strength talisman today, none of these people would be able to leave this place alive. If these people died, the Liang province would be reshuffled again. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox. Let's see who dares to make a move. Just when Jiang Chen was about to release the source of combat strength talisman, a loud shout came from the sky. The sound was like rolling thunder, resounding through the sky, shaking everyone's soul. Li Tianyang's facial expression changed dramatically. He quickly stopped what he was doing and raised his head to look at the sky. Jiang Chen shook his palm and the source of combat strength talisman disappeared. He raised his head to look at the sky and saw an old man in black robe walking in the sky. The old man's body was wrapped in black smoke. It was a steaming devil chi. The old man's chi was too strong. In a blink of an eye, he had reached the sky above the mountain range. He was trembling and very skinny, but his eyes were very deep, like a tunnel of time and space, making people lose their way easily. Although this old man was very skinny, no one dared to look down on him. Everyone could feel an enormous pressure from him. With Jiang Chen's eyesight, he could tell the old man's true strength at first glance. His grade had reached the 6th grade combat emperor. The old man's body was emitting a strong devil chi. It was obvious that he was a member of the devil religion, a 6th grade combat emperor. He was a true old devil, extremely terrifying. Jiang Chen was puzzled. He was sure that he didn't know this old man. He had never seen this old man before. He also didn't have any relationship with a 6th grade combat emperor, but this old man was obviously here to save him. This made Jiang Chen even more puzzled. Who is this old man? He is stopping Li Tianyang from killing Jiang Chen. Could he be the helper of Xianxia? This is the old devil of the devil religion. The heavenly devil palace definitely doesn't have such a powerful existence. How could Xianxia be related to the devil religion? I have no idea. Let's see, the situation has changed. I'm afraid that Xianxia won't die yet. There were a lot of cultivators watching the scene from the outside. The outcome of the battle had been decided, but the sudden appearance of an old man had changed the situation. He was a true expert of the devil religion, a 6th-grade combat emperor. Such a person could easily sweep across the entire Liang province. Li Tianyang and the others' faces suddenly turned ugly. In front of a 6th-grade combat emperor, they could only stand there, not daring to move a muscle. However, Dark Minzi was very excited. A 6th-grade combat emperor. If this old man was a member of the devil religion, he must be a member of the Moyin cult. His heavenly devil palace was nothing compared to the Moyin cult. Dark Minzi strode towards the old man and bowed deeply. I am Dark Minzi, the master of the heavenly devil palace in Liang province. Greetings, senior. N, you are very polite. I am the old man of the impermanence of the Moyin cult. The old man of the impermanence said and revealed his identity. What? You are the old man of the impermanence? Li Tianyang and the others exclaimed. The name Moyin cult was scary enough, but they had heard of the old man of the impermanence. Although this man's 6th-grade combat emperor wasn't considered as scary in the super sects of Xuanyu, the old man of the impermanence didn't only have a terrifying cultivation base, but also a terrifying technique. This man was a bloodthirsty person. He had once turned into a devil overnight and massacred 300 people of his enemy's family in one night. Not even the fowls and dogs were spared. Their blood flowed like a river. That was how he got the title of impermanence. No one dared to provoke this old devil. At least, no one dared to do so. Moreover, he was a member of the Moyin cult, one of the 5 major powers of Xuanyu. It was a superpower in the whole of Xuanyu. It wasn't something that a small Liang province could compare to. The 4 major powers couldn't afford to offend him even if they joined hands. Li Tianyang and the others didn't expect that the old man of the Moyin cult would take the initiative to help Xianxia. If this was the case, they wouldn't be able to avenge their grudge. Heavenly Devil Palace greets the old man of the impermanence. Dark Minzi was filled with fear and trepidation. He led the Great Elder and the geniuses of Heavenly Devil Palace to greet the old man of the impermanence. If the Heavenly Devil Palace could hug the big tree that was the Moyin cult, it would bring them endless benefits in the future. Old man of the impermanence, the Moyin cult is a superpower in Xuanyu. Why would they interfere in the grudge of our Qi province? This Xianxia has committed a heinous crime. We must avenge him. Humph. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Do you believe that I won't crush you to death? The old man of impermanence snorted coldly. Li Tianyang's face turned pale as he cupped his fists. No matter how much Li Tianyang hated Xianxia, he didn't dare to confront the old man of impermanence directly. This was a person who killed without batting an eye. If he said he would crush him, it would be as easy as moving his fingers. Let me tell you, this Xianxia is a friend of the young master of the Moyin cult. If you want to kill him, are you not putting our young master in your eyes? The old man of impermanence, Lung Lung, said. What? Everyone exclaimed once again, including those onlookers. Not only them, even Xianxia himself was stunned. This news was too shocking. Since when did he get involved with the devil cult? Furthermore, he had become the friend of the young master. Damn it, who was this young master? Why had he never seen this friend before? This was too ridiculous. From now on, young Master Xianxia is a friend of our demonic palace. Our demonic palace swears to protect Xianxia's safety. Dark Minzi immediately changed his attitude. In front of the old man of impermanence, he treated Xianxia as a friend. What a joke. If he could make friends with the young master of the Moyin cult, it would be extremely beneficial. Huh? That's not right. The leader of the Moyin cult didn't have a son. Why did a young master suddenly appear? Anyway, since the old man of impermanence wanted to protect Xianxia, the demonic palace had to express their stance. Such a good opportunity to ride on his coattails. If they missed it, they would be stupid. Xianxia was dumbfounded. He had no idea what was going on. He had no idea who the young master of the dark devil religion was. But no matter what, this old devil was here to save him. It didn't matter if it was a devil religion or not. Those who helped him were his friends. In Xianxia's heart, there was only good and evil. There was no such thing as righteous or evil. This is ridiculous. This Xianxia is a friend of the young master of the Moying cult. This is unbelievable. Sigh, I didn't expect this turn of events. The Moying cult is too powerful. Any one of them can wipe out the 4 major forces of Liang province. They have no way to resist. Xianxia has the support of the Moying cult. There is no hope for Li Tianyang and Invincible Nye to take revenge. Yes. What kind of person is the old man of impermanence? If he is angered, he will not be able to the Shura Temple and Invincibility School. Everyone was shocked. No one could have thought of such a turn of events. But now, the situation had changed completely. The situation of Xianxia's death had changed. Shadowless Taoist's performance was better. Although Xianxia had some grudges with the Peerless Sword School, the loss of the Peerless Sword School wasn't significant. The Shura Temple and Invincibility School were different. They had suffered heavy losses. That was why Li Tianyang and Invincibility Nye's faces were unusually ugly. They hated Xianxia to the core. They wished they could eat him alive. But now, it seemed that it was impossible. Their hearts were filled with unwillingness. At this moment, something strange happened again. Another incomparably strong chi floated from afar. The chi wasn't any weaker than the old man of impermanence. It was another 6th-grade combat emperor. Such an expert would only exist in the superpowers of Xuanyu. A small place like Liang province wouldn't have such an expert. Unexpectedly, there were 2 of them today. Old man of impermanence, with your identity, coming to a small place like Liang province to meddle in other people's business, isn't it beneath your dignity? The incomer's tone was overbearing. In a blink of an eye, he had arrived above the mountain range. He was an old man who seemed to be in his 50s. His face was fair and clean. He was wearing a clean white robe. The chi that was released from his body was on par with the old man of impermanence. Sin Rei, this is the business of the old man of impermanence. It's none of your business. The old man of impermanence let out a cold humph. It was obvious that he was no stranger to this old man named Sin Rei. Both of them were old rivals. What? Sin Rei of Xiaoyao Palace has also appeared. It seems that today's situation is going to be even more lively. The 5 major forces of Xuanyu, Xiaoyao Palace, Nebula Sect, Tianshan Sect, Tanjia Village, and Moying Cult, are all giants of Xuanyu. They would never put a small Liang province in their eyes. I didn't expect that 2 of them would appear today. Look, it's going to be even more lively now. The Moying Cult is naturally scary, but Xiaoyao Palace is not afraid of the Moying Cult. The old man of impermanence and Sin Rei are old rivals. The appearance of Sin Rei of Xiaoyao sect had once again changed the situation. Li Tianyang and Invincible Nye, who were originally unhappy, were once again surprised. Everyone from the 3 major forces bowed to Sin Rei and said, "Greetings, Senior O." Sin Rei responded casually and looked at the old man of impermanence again. Old devil impermanence, the Moying cult shouldn't meddle too much. According to the agreement between the 5 major forces, it's better not to disturb the order of the provinces. Let them settle their own grudges. Haha, what a joke. Sin Rei, are you blind? So many combat emperors are besieging a 5th-grade combat king. You so-called righteous people are really shameless. To tell you the truth, Xianxia is a friend of our young master. Today, with the old man of impermanence here, no one can touch a single hair of his. The old man of impermanence laughed out loud. Sin Rei looked at Xianxia. 2 rays of cold light shot out from her eyes. Associating with the evil cult is not a good thing. Trash like you, give me 1 year and I'll kill you with a finger. Xianxia said to Sin Rei without any trace of politeness. He didn't put Xiaoyao Palace in his eyes at all. If they were his enemy, he would kill them sooner or later. Brat, what did you say? Sin Rei was furious. With her status, this was the first time someone from the younger generation dared to talk to her in such a manner. Haha, good. Worthy of being a friend of our young master. You have the spirit to be able to remain calm in such an environment. Just this temperament alone is enough for you to look down upon the younger generation. The old man of impermanence laughed out loud and praised Xianxia. I heard that the master of the Moyin cult found a genius who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma by luck. He treated him like a treasure and adopted him as his son. This new young master of yours is really a busybody. Xinrei said Ling Ling. Hearing this, Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up. He finally understood why the old man of impermanence would save him. Originally, he and this young master were not only friends, but also brothers. Realizing this, Xianxia grinned happily. Gu Tianma's physique was 1 in a million. Moreover, he was Xianxia's friend. It seemed that Han Yan was lucky to have become the young master of the Moyin cult as soon as he arrived in China. Now that he knew Han Yan's whereabouts and that he was living well, Xianxia was completely relieved. He had to admit that the master of the Moyin cult had a good eye. If Gu Tianma's physique was cultivated well, his future achievements would be limitless. Our young master's talent is not something you can imagine. The bloodline of Gu Tianma is also not something you can imagine. Who dares to touch our young master's friend? I'm going to take Xianxia away now. Xinrei, do you dare to stop me? The old man of impermanence's attitude was very firm. Humph. Old devil impermanence, I, Xinrei, am not afraid of you. I'll say it again. Let the people of Liang province settle their own grudges. If the Moyin cult wants to interfere, I won't just stand by and watch. This kid has attracted so many combat emperors to besiege him. It means that he has committed a heinous crime and committed an unforgivable mistake. He must be punished. Xinrei's attitude was equally firm. Xinrei, let's fight. Do you believe that if we fight here, the people of Liang province will be plunged into misery and suffering? The old man of impermanence wasn't the kind of person who cared about the people of the world. If they really fought, he wouldn't care about anything. Wait. At this time, Xianxia spoke. As soon as he opened his mouth, everyone's gaze fell onto him. I, Xianxia, also want to settle my own grudges. If the two of you fight here, the consequences will be unimaginable. I can also settle my grudges with them by myself. However, it's too shameless for you to besiege me with so many combat emperors. I have a solution now. Xianxia said loudly. How? Li Tianyang said. You bunch of old combat emperors want to bully me, a 5th grade combat king junior. That's really shameless. My solution is to challenge the #1 genius of your 3 major powers. Give me 10 days. After 10 days, right here, I'll deal with the 3 geniuses of the Shura Temple, the Invincibility School, and the Peerless Sword faction. Of course, if you don't have the confidence, all the young geniuses are welcome to join the fight. I, Xianxia, will take them all. Xianxia said that this was his idea. The grudges between him and the Shura Temple had to be settled. He didn't want to rely on the Moyin cult, he wanted to rely on himself. The broken sword that De Huang Dog had lost, he wanted to get it back with his own hands. A treasure like this, he couldn't let anyone know about it. Also, Xianxia had to find a way to know about the treasure in the freezing hell jail of the Shura Temple. He was using the deterrence of the Moyin cult to buy himself some time. As long as he could do that, it would be enough. Presumptuous. Palace Master, agree with him. I alone can crush him to death. Too presumptuous. Not to mention 10 days, even if I give you 100 days, I, Qian Wenyu, will still kill you without any effort. After listening to Xianxia's words, Xiao Nanfeng and the other 2 couldn't stand it anymore. This was a humiliation to them. Xianxia's words showed that he didn't put them in his eyes at all. They were known as the #1 genius, possessing a cultivation base of peak 9th grade combat king. How could they bear the provocation of a puny 5th grade combat king? Xianxia, this isn't a joke. Think about it carefully. Old man impermanence reminded. He didn't expect Xianxia to propose such a solution. In his eyes, Xianxia was just a 5th grade combat king. Even if he could advance a grade in 10 days, he would only be a 6th grade combat king. A 6th grade combat king fighting against a 9th grade combat king, especially against the 3 geniuses of the Liang province who had reached the peak of 9th grade combat king. Wasn't this a joke? Was it possible for him to win? Don't worry, as long as they agree to fight me, I will let them all die without a burial place. I'm just afraid that they won't agree. Jiang Chen's face was filled with ridicule. His eyes swept across the enraged Xiao Nanfeng and the other 2 geniuses. Arrogant bastard, 10 days later, I will let your blood splatter all over the place. Qian Wenyu of the Invincibility School couldn't stand Jiang Chen for a long time. He pointed his finger at Jiang Chen and shouted. Jiang Chen didn't care about his arrogance at all. He just wanted to infuriate the 3 geniuses to buy himself 10 days of time. He already had a new plan that needed to be completed step by step. The first step was to fight against the 3 geniuses. Furthermore, only fighting against the 3 geniuses of the Liang province could stimulate his fighting spirit. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel any excitement at all. Currently, Old Impermanence was here, and his attitude was firm. So was Un Xinrei of Xiaoyao Palace. As the overlord of the Liang province, she naturally didn't want the 6th grade combat emperors to fight here, especially a ferocious existence like Old Impermanence. If a fierce battle broke out here, even if he was dealing with Un Xinrei, he could still kill all of them in a second. On top of that, Jiang Chen's challenge to the 3 geniuses had completely infuriated them. Li Tianyang and the others had no choice but to accept the challenge. If they didn't accept the challenge, they would be telling the world that the 3 geniuses were afraid of a 5th grade combat king. If that happened, these 3 geniuses would lose all their face, and would they still be able to live in the Liang province? What? Do you dare to accept the challenge? Jiang Chen's eyes swept across the crowd again. His expression was indifferent from the beginning, as if he didn't realize that he was in a dangerous situation. Such calmness and boldness made it hard for people to imagine that he was a young man who was only 18 or 19 years old. Alright, since you want to challenge, let's do it. It's good to let the younger generation fight against each other. It will prevent others from saying that we are a group of old men bullying the younger generation. Shadowless Taoist was the first one to accept the challenge. Alright, it's settled then. Li Tianyang also agreed. Invincible Nia had no choice but to agree and let Jiang Chen live for another 10 days. In fact, it was impossible to kill Jiang Chen in such a situation. If they really fought, it would not benefit anyone. Dark Minzi nodded and couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Jiang Chen. This young man's personality was really likable. He was only here to join in on the fun, but now he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be related to the Moying cult. As such, he naturally wanted to build a good relationship with Jiang Chen. A friend of the young master of the Moying cult would definitely be of great benefit to him in the future. No wonder the young master praised him so much. Such a young man indeed has an extraordinary aura. The old man of impermanence also had a look of admiration for Jiang Chen. Regardless of whether Jiang Chen could defeat the 3 geniuses or not, his boldness alone had already surpassed countless youths. Countless youths of the younger generation were unable to catch up to him. Humph. You have disrespected me. Logically speaking, I should have slapped you to death. However, I will not interfere in the matters of your Liang province. Un Xinrei coldly snorted at Jiang Chen. He was still brooding over Jiang Chen's disrespect just now. Although he said that he would not interfere in the matters of Liang province, he was actually afraid of the old man of impermanence. If it wasn't for the old man of impermanence, he would have slapped a 5th grade combat king to death for talking to him like that. Un Xinrei, I really don't like you. Why don't we find a place to have a fight? The old man of impermanence said. You think I'm afraid of you? Un Xinrei's body disappeared in a flash. The old man of impermanence walked towards the direction where Un Xinrei disappeared. When he passed by Jiang Chen, he threw a fist-sized crystal ball to Jiang Chen and said, Kid, this is a gift from the young master. The crystal ball was cold to the touch. Jiang Chen knew that this crystal ball was used to copy images. If he guessed correctly, there should be an image of Han Yan in it. The old man of impermanence and Un Xinrei disappeared. The scene returned to its original state. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Invincible Niao looked at Jiang Chen with endless killing intent in his eyes. He hated Jiang Chen too much. He had lost a Fergana horse. Swoosh, at the moment when Invincible Nia revealed his killing intent, Dark Minzi rushed to the front of Jiangchen and shielded Jiangchen behind him. He said to Lung Leng, Invincible Nia, the battle in 10 days has been set. Are you going to go back on your words? I, Dark Minzi, will be the first to disagree. Whoever dares to touch Jiangchen today, I will fight until the end. Dark Minzi was determined to protect Jiangchen. The future of himself and demonic palace depended on Jiangchen. He knew that the master of Moyin cult had adopted a new son and named him as the young master of Moyin cult. Jiangchen was the new young master's friend. They must have known each other before. The young master sent someone like the old man of impermanence to Liang province. It was obvious that the relationship between Jiangchen and the young master was not ordinary. If Dark Minzi was to be on good terms with Jiangchen, it would be equivalent to being on good terms with the young master. He was very clear about the stakes involved. Master, let him live for another 10 days. I will definitely teach him a lesson. Qian Wenyu said. He did not put Jiangchen in his eyes at all. He must fight with Jiangchen. This was no longer a matter of hatred. It was about his reputation as a genius. Alright, I will let you live for another 10 days. I want to see how you will fight with the 3 of them after 10 days. Invincible Niaolingling said and disappeared in a flash. Then, Li Tianyang and Shadowless Taoist also left. The Great Elder also left. Xiao Nanfeng and the other 2 did not leave. This was a matter between the younger generation. In fact, Jiangchen was much younger than them. Jiangchen, you have repeatedly humiliated me and disrespected me. 10 days later, I will let you know what I am capable of. Xiao Nanfeng Lingling said. Jiangchen glanced at Xiao Nanfeng casually and turned his head away. This action made Xiao Nanfeng grit his teeth. He thought of what Jiangchen said before. Jiangchen did not want to talk to him because it was a humiliation to him. Now, Jiangchen did not want to talk to him. This was simply looking down on him. This was worse than slapping Xiao Nanfeng's face. 10 days later, I will let you die without a burial place. Xiao Nanfeng left behind a ruthless sentence and stepped into the air. The genius of the Peerless Sword faction was wearing a white robe with a golden ribbon around his waist. He looked elegant and elegant. His name was Wani Ming, the number 1 genius of the Peerless Sword faction. He was as famous as Xiao Nanfeng. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. You are just a 5th grade combat king. 10 days? What a joke. What can you do in 10 days? Wani Ming's face was full of ridicule. It is enough to kill you. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. I also want to see how monstrous a genius who can trigger a heavenly tribulation is. Even if you have reached the 6th grade combat king in 10 days, what makes you think you can fight with me? Wani Ming was confused. He didn't know where Jiangchen got his confidence from. Why? You will know when the time comes. Jiangchen smiled. Humph. Wani Ming snorted and disappeared with Qian Wenyu. Thank you for your help, master. After everyone left, Jiangchen cupped his fists at Dark Minzi. No matter what, Dark Minzi did help him just now, although it was because of the Moyin cult. Brother Jiang, don't say that. You are the friend of the young master of the Moyin cult. However, don't you think it's a little child's play if you want to fight with the 3 geniuses in 10 days? Dark Minzi said with a frown. It's not a little child's play, it's a child's play. Their strength is not something you can imagine. They are not comparable to an ordinary 9th grade combat king. You are only a 5th grade combat king now. It will be very difficult for you to break through in 10 days. Even if you can reach the 6th grade combat king, you will still be no match for them. The genius of the Heavenly Devil Palace said. He had just returned from the Gorge Mountain and fought with the 3 geniuses. He knew how terrifying they were. Jiangchen's decision today was no longer a child's play. Don't worry, I have my ways. Jiangchen would never make a decision that he wasn't sure of. Since the battle has been decided, it's impossible to change it. Brother Jiang, you can come to the Heavenly Devil Palace to meditate in the next 10 days. I will provide you with the best environment for your cultivation. Dark Minzi said. Thank you for your kindness. I have to go to an important place in the next 10 days to prepare for the battle. Xianxia held his fists at Dark Minzi. He had a lot of devil souls in his hands. He wanted to trade them with the Heavenly Devil Palace, but now that he knew the whereabouts of Han Yan, he gave up the idea. If these devil souls fell into Han Yan's hands, it would be the most beneficial. So he decided to keep them and give them to Han Yan in the future. Besides, a small Heavenly Devil Palace wouldn't have what he wanted. The most they could do was to exchange the devil souls for the Heaven Elixir. But he didn't lack the Heaven Elixir, at least not in a short period of time. Alright, we will take our leave. If Brother Jiang needs anything in the future, feel free to go to the Heavenly Devil Palace. The door of the Heavenly Devil Palace will always be open for you, Brother Jiang. Dark Minzi held his fists at Xianxia. The three of them turned around and left. Everyone had left, including the onlookers. However, this place would once again be bustling with noise and excitement 10 days later. The news of Xianxia challenging the three great geniuses would spread at the fastest speed and shake the entire Liang province. I really don't know what Xianxia is thinking. Challenging the three geniuses? Isn't he courting death? Yeah, and it's only 10 days. What can he do in 10 days? Even if he could advance to the 6th grade combat king, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Nanfeng and the others. Let's wait and see. I don't think Xianxia is a reckless man. He might really have a way to deal with him. We will find out in 10 days. The onlookers were discussing among themselves. Only Xianxia was left in the sky above the mountain range. A smile appeared on his face. He didn't expect that the situation would end like this. Come out. De Huang Dog had been hiding in the dark. Li Tianyang's group had been focusing their attention on Xianxia. They didn't pay any attention to De Huang Dog. Although they couldn't find him, they couldn't hide it from Xianxia. This dog was very mystical. Whether it was his means of escaping or hiding, they were all very brilliant. You are really lucky. You managed to escape from such a dangerous situation. Amazing, amazing. However, when did you become friends with the young master of the Moing cult? Why did a 6th grade combat emperor come to save you? De Huang Dog said doubtfully. He had been hiding in the dark, so he couldn't hear their conversation clearly. However, he heard the impermanence old man coming to save Xianxia because of his relationship with the young master of the Moing cult. Because of this, De Huang Dog was very doubtful. The others might not know Xianxia's background, but he knew it very well. They had only been in the Divine Continent for a short period of time, so they didn't know who the young master of the Moing cult was. Besides, who was the young master of the Moing cult? Why would he be friends with them? Didn't you hear it when you were hiding in the dark? The master of the Moing cult didn't have any descendants, but not long ago, he met a genius who possessed the bloodline of Gu Tianma. He treated him like a treasure and adopted him as his son. That's why the Moing cult has a new young master. Why don't you take a guess, why did this young master save me? Xianxia said with a smile. He was very happy now. When they came to the Divine Continent together, they were separated because of the spatial passageway. Today, they finally found the whereabouts of one of them and they were living a good life. Naturally, Xianxia was very happy. What? It's Yan, that kid. It must be him. Gu Tianma's physique is 1 in a million, it's extremely rare. Plus, he is our friend. Who else could it be if not Han Yan? De Huang Dog's eyes lit up. He hadn't heard what Un Sin Rei had said before, but now that he had heard what Xianxia had said, he immediately guessed that this young lord was Han Yan. He was absolutely not surprised. Damn it, Yan is too much. He's already a young lord, but he doesn't even come to see us personally. What kind of attitude is he putting on? De Huang Dog said with extreme dissatisfaction. He felt that Han Yan had grown up so much that he didn't even show his face anymore. Don't say that. I guess Yan must have something to do. Oh right, that old man impermanence left me a crystal ball. It must be an image left behind by Yan. Let's take a look first. Xianxia flipped his palm and held the crystal ball in his hand. A divine scent shot out from Xianxia's body and fell into the crystal ball. Immediately, the crystal ball emitted a buzzing sound and trembled violently. Immediately after, rays of resplendent light shot out from the crystal ball. These rays of light converged into an image. In the image, a white-haired young man dressed in black was sitting cross-legged on a black praying mat. He was surrounded by demonic qi. This white-haired young man was none other than Han Yin. Now that this kid is dressed in black, he really looks like a dog. De Huang Dog grinned. Being able to see Han Yin again naturally made him incomparably happy. Little Chinzi, I bet you didn't expect this, right? I've already become the young lord of the Moying cult. Haha, don't be jealous. And that damn dog, he must be gnashing his teeth at me right now. Haha. I've been asking around for news about you two and found out that the two of you have caused a ruckus in Liang province. However, this fits your style of doing things. I'm going to enter the devil blood pool to cultivate in a while. This is something Godfather prepared for me, so I won't be able to look for you too. I'll ask Old Man Impermanence to help you too. However, I know that you'll definitely solve your problem by yourself. Once you're done with the matters in Liang province, you can come to the Mayan cult to look for me at any time. With a flash of light and shadow, the image disappeared. The crystal ball also became dim, and then directly shattered into powder. F*CK, this bastard still doesn't forget to mock Master Dog after becoming the young lord. When I see him, Master Dog will definitely bite him to death. De Huang Dog said angrily. Then you better work hard on your cultivation. Ah Yen, Gu Tianma's bloodline is getting stronger and stronger. Now that you've obtained the best cultivation resources from the Moying cult, do you think you can defeat him after coming out from the devil blood pool? Jiangchen poured a bucket of cold water on De Huang Dog's head. He knew better than anyone else how terrifying Gu Tianma's bloodline was. Now that Han Yen had entered the Moying cult, it was equivalent to obtaining endless cultivation resources. His cultivation would definitely improve by leaps and bounds, and ordinary geniuses would be unable to catch up to him. Compared to Yen, the two of us are a little miserable. He's already become the young lord, but we're still being hunted everywhere. Our lives are really too bitter. It's really infuriating to compare ourselves with others. De Huang Dog complained. I wonder how Anan and Sister Ning are doing now. Han Yan's whereabouts were known, but there was still no news of Nangong Wendian and Wu Ningzhu. However, Jiangchen wasn't too worried. Nangong Wendian and Wu Ningzhu were geniuses among geniuses. Even if they encountered any kind of situation, they would still be able to adapt to it. Oh right, you're going to have a life and death battle with those three geniuses 10 days later. Do you have the confidence to win? De Huang Dog asked. This was the most important thing. With my current strength, I'm definitely not their opponent. If I can reach the peak of the 6th grade combat king within 10 days, that will be enough. A peak 6th grade combat king is enough to kill an ordinary 9th grade combat king. However, Xiao Nanfeng and the others aren't ordinary 9th grade combat kings. They're half a step into the combat emperor realm. If I want to kill them, I'm afraid I'll need to reach the 7th grade combat king. Jiangchen estimated the gap between him and Xiao Nanfeng and said. It's too difficult to reach the 7th grade combat king from the 5th grade combat king within 10 days, unless you use your abnormal method. Fortunately, you've started to refine a large amount of demon souls, there's still hope. However, that method of refining will definitely affect you. De Huang Dog said. However, if Jiangchen didn't use that method, it would be impossible for him to advance 2 grades within 10 days. There's a place that I should go to. Jiangchen looked at a direction, his eyes were filled with infatuation. When he thought of that place, his thoughts would be stretched. Where is it? De Huang Dog asked curiously. The St. Cliff. Jiangchen said that it was his destination and also his starting point. Where is the St. Cliff? De Huang Dog asked. It's in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. Apart from the 8 big domains, there's a real Pure Land in the center. That place is the pinnacle of the Divine Continent. The St. Cliff is located in the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. The St. Cliff used to be the place with the most abundant heaven and earth yuan qi in the Pure Land, but I'm afraid that the situation has changed. When the St. Cliff was mentioned, Jiangchen couldn't help but think of the past. He didn't expect to go to the St. Cliff so soon after he was reincarnated. With his current cultivation, the gap between him and the Pure Land of the Divine Continent was too big. However, he decided to go to the St. Cliff in advance to find something that belonged to him. Isn't that the place where the greatest saint fell 100 years ago? Why are you going there? De Huang Dog was puzzled. He couldn't imagine that Jiang Chen was the greatest saint who had fallen 100 years ago. You'll know when you get there. If you don't want to go, I'll go alone. Jiang Chen said. Don't even think about getting rid of me. I want to go to the St. Cliff as well, but I'm afraid that place has become a land of death. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left together, heading towards the direction of the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. The journey from Liang Province to the Pure Land of the Divine Continent was extremely long. Even with their speed, it would take them a few days to reach their destination. Therefore, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog had to rely on the domain gate of each domain. In the Divine Continent, every cultivator had the right to use the domain gate. As long as you had money, the further you went, the more heaven elixir you would need. Jiang Chen wasn't short of money. The amount of heaven elixir he had was enough for him to use the domain gate to travel around the entire Saint Origin world. Jiang Chen wasn't worried about Tyrant and Tan Lang. Tyrant wasn't a fool, he had the ability to protect himself. Moreover, the news that he was friends with the young master of the Moyin cult had been known by countless people. The Heavenly Devil Palace would think of a way to protect Tyrant and Tan Lang. Jiang Chen had his own purpose for going to the St. Cliff this time. It was enough to bring De Huang Dog along. If there were too many people, it would delay the journey and make them a bigger target. After all, the Pure Land of the Divine Continent wasn't an ordinary place. Not long after Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog left, the entire Liang province was shaken by the news that Jiang Chen was going to challenge the #1 genius of the three major powers. It seemed like the Liang province hadn't been peaceful ever since Jiang Chen appeared. This Jiang Chen is too daring. How dare he challenge the three great geniuses? Isn't he courting death? He should only be a 5th-grade combat king now. Even if he was given 10 days, he wouldn't be a match for Xiao Nanfeng and the others. You guys didn't see what happened today. Jiang Chen was besieged by the experts of the 4 major powers. Even the experts of Xuanyu sect had appeared. Both the Moyin cult and the Heavenly Devil Palace had sent their 6th-grade combat emperors. You guys don't know what happened at that time. If Jiang Chen didn't challenge them, a real fight would have happened. Once the 6th-grade combat emperor's power is unleashed, no one would have a good ending. However, Jiang Chen's challenge is too ridiculous. He wants to challenge the 3 great geniuses alone. What's the difference between this and courting death? That's right. I have no idea what he is thinking, but he is a peerless genius. He won't joke around with his life. I guess he must have some tricks up his sleeves. We will know after 10 days. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were both extremely fast cultivators. In just one day, they had passed through 3 big domains and arrived at the Pure Land of the Divine Continent. This Pure Land was extremely vast. Although it couldn't be compared to any of the 8 major domains, it was still the most honorable place in the Divine Continent. The heaven and earth yuan qi here was at least 10 times thicker than that of Xuanyu. Colorful clouds floated in the sky, and the air was full of vitality. There were no deserted mountains here, but the mountains here were full of vitality. This was the most terrifying force of the human race, as well as the supreme beings of the demon race. This is really an excellent cultivation environment. De Huang Dog couldn't help but praise. This is a place that countless cultivators yearn for, but not everyone can survive here. Let's keep a low profile and head straight to the Holy Cliff. Don't cause any trouble here. Jiang Chen said solemnly to De Huang Dog. This dog was the most unreliable one, causing trouble everywhere he went. However, this place was definitely not something that Liang province could compare to, not even Xuanyu. To put it bluntly, no cultivator here could be provoked. Without a background, it was impossible to survive here. Got it. De Huang Dog said indifferently, but he also knew that what Jiang Chen said was not an alarmist talk. The most honorable place in the Divine Continent was not a place for fun. At least, with their current cultivation base, they were still far from being able to go there. Jiang Chen was very familiar with the location of the St. Cliff. He was also very familiar with this Pure Land. In the past, he had left his footprints and silhouettes at every corner of this place. Apart from that, he had also left behind an inexhaustible reputation. Wherever Jiang Chen's name went, everyone would tremble in fear. Now that he had set foot on this pure land again, everything was the same, but the people had changed. Jiang Chen couldn't help but sigh. A man and a dog rushed towards the holy cliff at full speed. With their speed, it would only take them 10 minutes to reach the holy cliff from their current location. The closer he got to the Saint Cliff, the harder it was for Jiang Chen to calm down. However, when he was a few hundred miles away from the Saint Cliff, Jiang Chen could feel the whistling of the chilly wind in front of him. This feeling was completely different from the past, when this place could be called a holy land. As they approached the Saint Cliff, Jiang Chen and a Huang dog were a little surprised. The entire sky above the Saint Cliff was filled with endless baleful aura and black mist, making it impossible to see the original appearance of the Saint Cliff. Just as De Huang dog had said before, the current Saint Cliff had truly turned into a land of death, desolate and uninhabited. If there was a barren land in this pure land, it would undoubtedly be the once prosperous holy cliff. Kid, are you sure you can find a treasure in this place to help you advance? If you want to find the treasures left behind by the greatest sage in the past, I think you should forget about it. I heard that the greatest sage in the past was directly killed by the immortal tribulation, leaving nothing behind. Even if there was something left behind, after more than 100 years, I don't know how many times it has been swept away. I'm afraid there's not even a strand of hair left. De Huang dog said. What do you know? Let's go inside the Saint Cliff and have a look. However, the baleful aura here is a little stronger, you have to be careful. Jiang Chen reminded. The baleful aura here was so strong that ordinary cultivators would have a hard time even approaching it. Don't worry, Master Dog isn't afraid of baleful aura. Even if I absorb it into my body, it's just a tonic for Master Dog. De Huang dog said with incomparable confidence. Let's go. Jiang Chen strode forward and jumped down from the Saint Cliff. Everything here had been destroyed beyond recognition. In the past, it could be said that he had fought against the heavens here. The destructive power of the battle was too astonishing. The entire Saint Cliff was destroyed, turning this place into a land of death. The baleful aura here should have been gradually condensed over the past 100 years. De Huang dog was right. Although he was killed, he didn't leave nothing behind. At the last moment, Jiang Chen did leave behind a spatial vault in the Saint Cliff, which contained all the treasures he had collected throughout his life. He was confident that even a super great saint wouldn't be able to find the spatial vault he left behind. Originally, he didn't plan to come to the Saint Cliff to open the spatial vault. He needed to become stronger first. The spatial vault he created was very peculiar. It could be said that it had overlapped with the spatial vault of Saint Origin World. It was impossible for ordinary people to find the spatial vault, but if Jiang Chen opened it, those terrifying great saints in the Pure Land might sense it, which would bring endless troubles to him. The treasure left behind by the greatest saint would definitely cause a huge storm in the entire divine continent. Even if Jiang Chen came here this time, he wouldn't dare to open the spatial vault directly. He could only rely on some means to take out the treasures he needed from the spatial vault. Plus, he couldn't make any big movements. That was why he brought De Huang dog with him. This dog was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations, which would be a great help to him. A layer of golden light shield emerged on the surface of Jiang Chen and De Huang dog's bodies. The gloomy and cold murderous intent immediately disappeared or was directly blocked by the golden light shield. Both of them were experts with incomparably vigorous qi and blood. No matter how powerful the murderous intent was, it wouldn't have any effect on them. Jiang Chen brought De Huang dog along the bottom of the Saint Cliff. The spatial vault he created was a fixed spatial vault. It was based on the world barrier of Saint Origin World. It had almost overlapped with each other. In order to obtain the treasure, they had to find the location of the spatial vault. Jiang Chen saw a huge boulder that was more than 30 meters tall. It had been corroded by the murderous intent to the point that it would shatter at the slightest touch. This boulder was the one that he had cut off from a mountain peak in the past. It was a record of his glory. This place had been barren for more than 100 years. Jiang Chen and De Huang dog flew forward for more than 10 miles. Suddenly, a barrier appeared in front of him. It was an unusually bright barrier. It was flickering with 7-colored radiance that soared into the sky, as if it had directly isolated the St. Cliff from the outside world. What's this? De Huang Dog looked at the bright 7-colored barrier. Why is there another barrier here all of a sudden? Xianxia knitted his brows. Let me try and see if I can break it. De Huang Dog said and rammed his head towards the barrier. Bang! How hard was De Huang Dog's head? The moment it collided with the barrier, it was actually bounced off. De Huang Dog struggled to get up from the ground. He shook his head vigorously, feeling dizzy and indescribably uncomfortable. What a hard barrier. De Huang Dog was shocked. Xianxia was incomparably shocked as well. He knew very well how hard De Huang Dog's head was. De Huang Dog had been following him for such a long time and had experienced countless battles. Even when he couldn't defeat his opponent, he had never felt dizzy before. For God's sake, this master dog doesn't believe that I can't even break a barrier. De Huang Dog said gloomily. He gritted his teeth and the dragon horn on his head began to emit bright light. De Huang, stop. Xianxia hurriedly stopped him. He circulated the great soul derivation technique. His soul force seeped into the 7-colored barrier. He only felt that this barrier was incomparably mysterious. It carried a supreme aura that made people want to worship it. This barrier didn't seem to be something of this world, but something that came from beyond the heavens. What did you sense? De Huang Dog asked. This should be a heavenly barrier. If my guess is correct, this heavenly barrier descended from the immortal world after the greatest saint split open the gate of the immortal world, isolating the St. Cliff from the outside world. Even a great saint wouldn't be able to cross this heavenly barrier and enter the interior of the St. Cliff. We have no hope at all. If we try to force our way in, not only will we not be able to break the barrier, we will also attract the supreme experts of the Pure Land. Xianxia carefully looked at this heavenly barrier and frowned. If he couldn't cross this heavenly barrier, his plan would be ruined. If he couldn't get close to the space he created, he wouldn't be able to obtain any treasures from it. If he couldn't obtain any treasures, he wouldn't be able to break through to the next realm. If we can't get in, we'll just search around the outside. Whether we can find any treasures or not will depend on our luck. However, I feel that even if there are treasures here, I'm afraid that they have already been plundered by others. De Huang Dog said. That's the only way. Xianxia shook his head. However, he knew very well that there wouldn't be anything outside. Even if there was something here, it would have already been plundered many times. With no other choice, a man and a dog could only wander around outside. After searching for about 10 minutes, De Huang Dog's eyes suddenly lit up. I sensed a treasure. Where is it? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Something that could be sensed by De Huang Dog was definitely not an ordinary thing. As soon as his voice fell, De Huang Dog had already flown in a direction. Xianxia hurriedly followed behind him. Soon, they arrived in front of a large stone. This stone was as tall as a person, but it was in the shape of a finger, as if a finger was inserted into the ground. From the outside, this stone looked no different from the other stones. It had been corroded by the evil qi. Looking at this stone, Xianxia suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Even his soul trembled, as if there was something inside this stone that was connected to him by blood. At this point, even if De Huang Dog didn't remind him, Xianxia knew that the treasure he mentioned was this stone. The treasure is inside this stone. Break it. Before De Huang Dog's voice faded away, Xianxia's fist had already smashed on the stone. The stone shattered with a loud bang, and a golden light burst out from it. The golden light floated in midair, dispersing the surrounding evil qi. When Xianxia saw the phalanx seemed to have sensed Xianxia's qi as well. In an instant, it started vibrating violently, and without Xianxia's command, it flew to Xianxia on its own. The feeling it gave him was similar to the Heavenly Saint's sword, but it was even stronger than the Heavenly Saint's sword. After all, the Heavenly Saint's sword was just Xianxia's weapon. Although it was his natal weapon, it couldn't be compared to his own body. That's right, this finger bone belonged to Xianxia. It was a part of his previous life, a part of his body. Xianxia looked at the finger bone that was constantly pulsating in front of him. His eyes were a little moist. This was a scene that he had never dreamt of. His own bone had actually been hidden here for more than 100 years, and it was still able to meet him after 100 years. This was simply a miracle. However, this was also a very normal thing. In his previous life, Xianxia had reached the level of the greatest saint, which showed how powerful he was. His body had been cultivated to an incomparably strong level. Even if his body was destroyed in the immortal tribulation, there were still some bones left behind, just like this finger bone. Damn it, it's actually a saint bone. Even after the body was destroyed, the bones remained intact for 100 years. In the entire saint origin world, only the greatest saint could do this. It seems like this saint bone was left behind by the greatest saint. It has been preserved for more than 100 years. This is a supreme treasure. Kid, you've really struck the jackpot this time. If you can fuse it with your finger, your power will be boundless. De Huangdog's face was filled with excitement. Anyone would know the value of a saint bone, not to mention that it was left behind by the famous greatest saint. In the past, the greatest saint could even split the sky in half. What he relied on was definitely not as simple as Xianxia cultivation. If his body wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't have been able to do such a magnificent feat. De Huangdog could tell that this was a saint bone, and he even guessed that it was left behind by the greatest saint, but he didn't know the connection between Xianxia and it. One had to know that the world's greatest saint had died in the burning blood St. Cliff, becoming a dazzling meteor in the history of Saint Origin world. Who would have thought that the world's greatest saint was a young man who wasn't even 20 years old? That's right, it seems like this trip was not in vain. If I were to fuse the saint bone into my body, not only would I be able to obtain the power of the saint bone, I would also be able to raise my cultivation realm. There's no time to lose, De Huang, help me protect me, I'll refine the saint bone here. Xianxia's eyes lit up, trying his best to suppress the excitement in his heart. If it was just a saint bone, he might be excited, but it wouldn't be to this extent. However, the saint bone in front of him wasn't just a saint bone, it was his own saint bone, connected to his bloodline, a part of his body. It had been 100 years, how could he not be excited? Little Xianxia, this saint bone isn't easy to refine. Normally, the saint bone of a great saint contains the will of the great saint. Even if the greatest saint was completely destroyed by the immortal tribulation, no one can guarantee that a terrifying existence of that level wouldn't leave anything behind. Furthermore, even without the will of the great saint, with your body, you will be rejected by the saint bone. After all, you are only a 5th grade combat king, the gap between you and a great saint is too big. It is impossible for you to refine the saint bone in 10 days. De Huangdog said worriedly. Xianxia finding the saint bone was an incomparably happy thing, but Xianxia didn't have enough time to refine the saint bone. 1 day had passed out of the 10 days, and including the time needed to return, there were only 8 days left. Completely refining the saint bone in 8 days was no different from a fool's dream. Don't worry, the cultivation technique I'm practicing is a little special. It's a peerless divine skill that has been passed down for a long time, far surpassing any ordinary cultivation technique. I'm confident that I can refine the saint bone in a short period of time. Xianxia smiled at De Huangdog. He could only explain it by saying that it was an extraordinary cultivation technique. Anyway, De Huangdog had already witnessed the terrifying power of his cultivation technique. De Huangdog was right. If it was an ordinary person who obtained the saint bone, it would be extremely difficult to refine it completely. Moreover, the saint bone would instinctively reject the saint bone, which was an extremely slow process. However, if it was Xianxia who refined the saint bone, not only would there be no rejection, there would even be a feeling of a flesh and blood connection. I really have no idea what kind of divine skill you're practicing. It's so terrifying. If that's the case, you can stay here and refine the saint bone in seclusion. I'll go to other places and see if I can find any treasures. After saying that, De Huangdog disappeared with a swoosh, going to look for other treasures. Xianxia smiled. He was already very lucky to be able to obtain a saint bone. The St. Cliff area of the Heaven Barrier had been swept away by various major powers over the past 100 years. Even if there was a single strand of hair, it would have been taken away. This saint bone was hidden very well. Even he couldn't sense it at first. He had to rely on De Huangdog's miraculous ability to find it. Xianxia sat down cross-legged. He lowered his head and looked at the Saint bone in his hand. He held it tightly in his palm as if it was the most precious thing in the world. This was a true peerless treasure. Even if a peerless saint weapon was offered to exchange for it, he would refuse without hesitation. This finger bone is still intact. It seems that after I fell, I didn't just leave behind this finger bone. Back then, my body was tempered by the 9 yang mysterious art. Every part of my body is a treasure. If there's anything left behind, I'm afraid that those major powers in the Pure Land will get it. Humph. If that's the case, I, Xianxia, will get back what I've lost sooner or later. A sharp glint flashed in Xianxia's eyes. Today, he came here for the treasures he had left behind. He didn't expect that he would find the Saint bone instead. This made him feel that the Saint bone he had left behind was definitely not as simple as this finger bone. If there were other Saint bones left behind, they must have been obtained by those major powers in the Pure Land. That was something that belonged to him. Xianxia would definitely take it back himself. Even if it was the major powers in the Pure Land, he didn't care. Back then, when he was in the Pure Land, even the ancestors of the 8 major families had to lower their heads to him. He wanted to reach the peak of his previous life as well. Xianxia calmed his mind and started to refine the finger bone. Rays of golden light shot out from his left hand and instantly wrapped around the finger bone. The finger bone trembled even more violently. It seemed as though it was happy. The finger bone moved closer to Xianxia's left index finger. Finally, it turned into a ray of light and entered into his index finger. It could be seen that Xianxia's index finger had swelled up in an instant. Asterisk kiss. Asterisk the pure and tyrannical energy from the Saint bone rushed into Xianxia's body in an instant. Xianxia couldn't help but let out a groan. Then, the surface of his body was covered in golden light. The silhouette of a dragon flickered. It was extremely mystical. Asterisk ka-ka, asterisk sounds of bones dislocating could be heard coming from Xianxia's body. To be more specific, it was coming from his left index finger. The golden light had covered his entire palm, turning it into a huge cocoon. This was the process of completely fusing with the Saint bone. It was supposed to be an extremely difficult process, but Xianxia didn't feel any pain at all. To him, this process was a form of enjoyment. After fusing with the Saint bone, Xianxia would welcome a new transformation. The Saint bone itself contained some energy. This energy was extremely weak, but to a combat king warrior, it was an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, Xianxia didn't feel any rejection when absorbing this energy, because it was his own energy, and he could directly absorb it. That's right. While fusing with the finger bone, the number of dragon marks in his qi was condensing at an incredible speed. Xianxia was currently a 5th grade combat king, and he had 29,000 dragon marks in his body. After fusing with the Saint bone, his cultivation base would definitely advance to the next level. Although the Saint bone wouldn't repel Xianxia, it would still take at least a few days for Xianxia to completely fuse with the Saint bone. However, according to Xianxia's estimation, 8 days would be more than enough time. One day later, De Huang Dog had carefully strolled around the Saint cliff outside the heavenly barrier, then returned to his original spot while mumbling to himself. It had been a whole day, but he didn't even find a single hair of the Saint bone. This made him realize that Xianxia was really lucky to be able to obtain this finger bone. I can't believe this kid can fuse with the Saint bone so quickly. His aura has skyrocketed to such an extent. It looks like he won't even need 8 days to completely fuse with the Saint bone. What a weirdo. It seems like the divine skill he is cultivating is not simple at all. De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia, who had changed a lot compared to a day ago. He could sense the frightening energy that was flowing out from Xianxia's body. He couldn't help but admire the frightening power of a divine skill, as it had exceeded his understanding. In the following days, De Huang Dog had become Xianxia's loyal guardian. Xianxia's aura grew stronger day by day, and on the 7th day, a tremendous force suddenly burst out from Xianxia's body. Asterisk ka-cha asterisk a clear and melodious sound was heard from Xianxia's body. It wasn't the sound of a bone breaking, it was the sound of a breakthrough. A large amount of heaven elixir was absorbed by Xianxia. His cultivation base had reached the 6th grade combat king in an instant. The indomitable qi didn't stop immediately, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. In just 3 minutes, he had reached the 7th grade combat king before stopping. Motherf ** Kerr, a 7th grade combat king. This guy has really fused with the Saint Bone, and he didn't feel any repulsion from it. This really makes me speechless. De Huang Dog was jumping up and down. Jiang Chen had indeed surprised him once again. Although he had been surprised many times, it was different this time. That was a Saint Bone, and it was completely refined just like that. His cultivation base had advanced from the 5th grade combat king to the 7th grade combat king, crossing 2 grades in a row. This was not an ordinary kind of terrifying thing. De Huang Dog, who knew Jiang Chen's combat strength, understood that a 7th grade combat king like Jiang Chen could kill Xiao Nanfeng and the others effortlessly. Jiang Chen advanced like a hot knife through butter, breaking through to the 7th grade combat king. The number of dragon marks had increased from 29,000 to 33,000. The finger bone had helped him condense another 4,000 dragon marks, pushing him to the intermediate level of the 7th grade combat king. Jiang Chen opened his eyes and took a deep breath. His left index finger was still glowing. He felt that the fused finger was filled with boundless power. With my current strength, killing Xiao Nanfeng and the others is as easy as blowing off dust. Plus, my index finger is extremely powerful. If I use the 9 solar finger, the power will be unimaginable. Even a 1st grade combat emperor won't be able to withstand it. Jiang Chen was very satisfied with his current condition. The fusion of his index finger had increased a lot, but because of this, he had consumed 1,000,000 days of elixir from the 5th grade combat king to the 7th grade combat king. It was a terrifying amount, much more than what Jiang Chen had expected. I got 10,000,000 days of elixir from the Heavenly Tower. I thought it would be enough for me to reach the combat emperor level, but it seems like it's still not enough. Jiang Chen shook his head. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill had consumed too much energy, it had reached a terrifying level. From the 5th grade combat king to the 7th grade combat king, he had consumed 1,000,000 days of elixir. If this amount of energy was spread out, many people would be shocked. In the path of cultivation, the higher the energy consumption would be. The 7th grade combat king had consumed such a huge amount of energy. The 8th grade combat king, 9th grade combat king, and the combat emperor level would consume many times more energy. The remaining 9,000,000 days of elixir wasn't enough. The finger bone had completely fused with Jiang Chen's index finger. There was no feeling of discomfort, as if he had found something that he had lost. What made Jiang Chen happy wasn't just the improvement of his cultivation, but the fact that there was a complete Great Saint Law in the finger bone. After a cultivator reached the Great Sage realm, he would become a true sage. The origin energy within his body would transform into the Great Sage Law. At this level, he would be able to pry into the laws of heaven and earth. He had already transcended the scope of a human and reached another height. The difference between the Great Sage Law and the origin energy was unimaginable. The Great Sage Law was the lifeblood and origin of a sage. It was the true essence. If a sage died, the Great Sage Law would also disappear. However, there were also extremely special circumstances where a small amount of the law would be preserved. Those were the real treasures. Jiang Chen's Great Sage Law had been left in his finger bone. This was undoubtedly a miracle and also Jiang Chen's great luck. If I can unleash the power of laws, that would be truly terrifying. Unfortunately, my cultivation base is too weak right now. Even mobilizing the laws is incomparably difficult, let alone using them to fight and attack. Jiang Chen shook his head. Even though the Great Sage Law belonged to him, his current cultivation base was still too weak. Without being able to truly control the laws, it would be hard for him to unleash the true power of the laws. With Jiang Chen's current cultivation base, he didn't even have the ability to manipulate the laws. However, the benefits of the laws were great. At least, Jiang Chen had one more trump card. Kid, you actually broke through to the 7th grade combat king. This is really surprising. Now, fighting those 3 bastards will be as easy as kneading mud. De Huang Dog approached Jiang Chen and said with a smile. Jiang Chen revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth. How much time do I have left? You have spent 7 days in seclusion. Including the 1 day you spent on the road, there are still 2 days left until the day of the war. De Huang Dog said. We have enough time. This trip to the St. Cliff has been fruitful. Let's go back now. With a sway of his body, Xianxia walked out of the St. Cliff. Zhuangfan, your revenge will be avenged soon. I will make Xiaonan Feng kneel in front of your corpse. Jiangchen's eyes glinted coldly. Zhuangfan wouldn't have the chance to see him kill Xiaonan Feng, but Jiangchen would still do it to fulfill Zhuangfan's last wish. One day later, Jiangchen and De Huang Dog returned from the St. Cliff. They didn't go to the Heavenly Devil Palace, instead, they went to Hangyue City to look for Tyrant and Tan Lang. Hangyue City was just a small city in the Liang province. Although Chan Qing and the others were rescued, just like what Tan Lang had predicted, the attention of the Shura Temple was focused on Jiangchen. They didn't have the time to care about them. Therefore, they didn't face any danger while staying in Hangyue City for the past few days. However, it wasn't a peaceful day for them either. They knew what had happened that day. It was a shocking news. It was hard for them not to know about it in the Liang province. Just like everyone else, including Tyrant and Tan Lang, they thought that Jiangchen's decision was reckless. After all, Jiangchen was only a 5th-grade combat king. Even if he could make a breakthrough in 10 days, how strong could he be? Geniuses like Xiaonan Feng and the others weren't comparable to ordinary 9th-grade combat kings. When Tyrant saw Jiangchen in the main hall of the mansion, he almost jumped up, because he could see through Jiangchen's cultivation. His eyes almost popped out. Get lost. I'm not interested in men, and I'm even less interested in monks. Jiangchen pushed Tyrant away, who was trying to get close to him. My Babuda, where have you been these days? How could you advance 2 grades in such a short period of time and reach the 7th-grade combat king? This is ridiculous. Tell me, what kind of great benefits have you gotten? Tyrant couldn't help but feel shocked. These days, he had been worrying about the 10 days battle. One should know that the opponent wasn't only powerful, but there wasn't only one of them. How could Jiangchen deal with them? However, it seemed like his worries were unfounded. This guy had advanced 2 grades in a few days, reaching the 7th-grade combat king. If it was someone else who wanted to fight a 9th-grade combat king with a 7th-grade combat king, it would be a joke. However, as someone who knew Jiangchen well, Tyrant knew that Xiaonan Feng and the other 2 were finished. This battle was incomparable. Tyrant, it seems like you haven't been idling these days. You have reached the peak of the 7th-grade combat king. The Saraira is really scary. Jiangchen nodded at Tyrant. Tyrant had refined the Saraira of a 2nd-grade minor saint and the 9 young less Rond pill. His improvement was very fast. In just a few days, he had reached the peak of the 7th-grade combat king. It seemed like it wouldn't take long for him to reach the 8th-grade combat king. I used to think that I'm very outstanding, but after meeting you, I feel that I'm not that outstanding except for my handsome face. Tyrant said shamelessly. Bald donkey, how dare you talk about my appearance in front of Master Dog? What kind of position do you put me, the most handsome man in the world? De Huang Dog couldn't accept it. No matter how handsome you are still a dog. I won't compare myself with you. Tyrant glanced at De Huang Dog. Jiangchen rubbed his forehead with his hand. The 2 of them were really giving him a headache. Little Chinzi, I didn't expect you to reach the 7th-grade combat king in such a short time. With this, I have a higher chance of winning the battle tomorrow. I don't have to worry anymore. Tan Lang let out a sigh of relief. Although Jiangchen was only a 7th-grade combat king, he was strong enough to fight an ordinary 1st-grade combat emperor. Of course I don't have to worry. In the battle tomorrow, I will take their lives. With my current cultivation, even if Li Tianyang were to fight me, he wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Jiangchen's face was full of confidence. From the beginning, he didn't put Xiaonan Feng in his eyes. The next day, when the sun was just rising, the area outside the mountain where Jiangchen was going to fight Xiaonan Feng and the other 2 was already crowded with people. The onlookers were more diligent than the participants. They were afraid that they wouldn't be able to watch the battle if they were late. Although most of them thought that Jiangchen didn't have much hope, they still wanted to witness the battle that would shock the entire Liang province. After all, there weren't many chances for the number 1 geniuses of the 3 major sects to fight at the same time. If they missed such a battle, they would regret it for the rest of their lives. 10 days have passed. I wonder how is Jiang Chen's preparation going? It's just 10 days. How strong can he be even if he has prepared? Plus, he is going to fight Xiao Nanfeng and the other two geniuses alone. This is too arrogant. Yeah, I think Jiang Chen is too reckless. Do you think he will run away because he doesn't dare to show up today? Impossible. If that's the case, he is just fooling us. I don't think Jiang Chen is such a reckless person. The participants hadn't appeared yet, but there were already sounds of discussion. Until now, most of the people still thought that Jiang Chen didn't have any hope. It was impossible for him to turn the situation around. Even if he had to deal with one of them, it would be enough to make Jiang Chen suffer. Half an hour later, 3 extremely powerful figures flew over from different directions and appeared in the sky above the mountain range. They were the 3 geniuses, the great tycoon of the Shura Temple, Xiao Nanfeng, the Invincibility School's Qian Wenyu, and the Peerless Sword School's Wan Yiming. The 3 of them had an arrogant and superior look on their faces. In the Liang province, they indeed had the right to be arrogant. The 3 geniuses have appeared, but the sect master didn't appear. It seems like only the 3 of them have appeared. Of course, the palace master of the Heavenly Devil Palace is now on Jiang Chen's side. He has already announced to the world that for the sake of fairness, only the 4 participants can appear here. The combat emperors of the 4 great sects are not allowed to appear. This is indeed more fair to Jiang Chen. However, these 3 geniuses are enough to deal with Jiang Chen. There is no need for the sect masters of the 3 great sects to appear. The sounds of discussion rose again. Why hasn't Jiang Chen appeared yet? He is so arrogant. He actually made the 3 of us wait for him here. Damn it. Qian Wenyu said Lung Lung. Humph. An arrogant and ignorant guy. Today, I will tear him into pieces. I will let him know that offending me, Xiao Nanfeng, will not end well. Don't tell me that guy is too afraid to show up? Wan Yiming frowned and said. If Jiang Chen didn't show up today, wouldn't the 3 of them be treated as fools? As soon as Wan Yiming's voice faded, a commotion was heard from afar. Everyone's attention was instantly attracted by the commotion. They saw a group of people slowly moving towards them from afar. That's right, they were moving slowly because their speed couldn't be considered fast. What made them even more dumbfounded was the formation of this group of people. A golden chair was suspended in midair. On the chair was a young man dressed in white. He had a handsome face and didn't look more than 20 years old. He was sitting with his legs crossed, looking extremely carefree and relaxed. Compared to this young man, the contrast between the others was too great. This was because the golden chair was lifted up. Behind the golden chair, a monk and a young man each carried one side of the chair. The 2 of them were cursing and swearing. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with such a difficult task. The one who was even more dissatisfied was De Huang Dog. More than half of the golden chair was pressed on his head, making him want to smash the chair with his head. This bastard really knows how to enjoy himself. Even if he wants to make a grand entrance, he doesn't have to make us do hard labor. Shameless, shameless. Monk couldn't bear it anymore, especially when he saw Jiang Chen who was sitting leisurely on the golden chair. His eyes were squinting as he enjoyed himself. Damn it, I'm not doing this anymore. Why do I have to carry one side? De Huang Dog was extremely dissatisfied. Monk and Tan Lang were carrying one side while he had to carry the other. This was too unfair. Shut up. Isn't it all because of your stupid idea? Tan Lang and Monk had the urge to choke De Huang Dog to death. It was this guy who wanted Jiang Chen to make a grand entrance so that he could defeat the 3 geniuses. That was why he came up with such a stupid idea. They didn't expect that the 3 of them would become hard laborers in the end. Damn it. Let's make that kid bleed later. De Huang Dog cursed again and didn't say another word. This stupid idea was indeed his, but he really didn't think of making himself do hard labor. F***ck, what did I just see? Is this guy really here to fight? This old man really knows how to enjoy life. Look, he hasn't even opened his eyes yet. He doesn't put the 3 geniuses in his eyes at all. He even asked someone to carry him here. That's too impressive. Why do I feel like he's asking for a beating? This is a decisive battle. Will it kill him to be a little more serious? Jiang Chen is obviously trying to anger the three geniuses. First, he wants to give them a show of strength. However, this kind of entrance is just too nonsensical. Everyone was speechless. This kind of entrance was really asking for a beating. How was this a battle? It was more like a game. Jiang Chen, you know that you're going to die today, so you want to enjoy it before you die? Wang Yiming ridiculed him. Which dog is it that dares to speak to me in such a manner? This is simply disrespectful to me. Jiang Chen was still squinting his eyes, as if he hadn't woken up yet. He didn't even look at Wang Yiming. It's a lowly person whose appearance isn't even 1/10,000th of mine. He actually dares to speak rudely to me. Grandpa Dog will help you teach him a lesson first. De Huang Dog's voice was very loud. He didn't bother to conceal it at all. He didn't care about Wang Yiming's ashen face and shouted, "That idiot with the sword on his back actually dares to speak rudely to my family's lord. This is simply preposterous. Grandpa Dog will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Find a random rock and knock your head against it." F***ck, countless people felt dizzy, and Wang Yiming staggered, almost spitting out a mouthful of blood. Everyone was speechless. It felt like this man and dog had come out to sing a duet, one singing and one singing. The words they said could anger people to death. Especially that dog. Why was it so annoying? How could a dog's mouth be so cheap? You are courting death. Let me tear this dog into pieces first, then I will kill Jiang Chen. Wang Yiming was enraged. His body swayed and appeared in front of De Huang Dog in a blink of an eye. He suddenly reached out his palm, releasing the full power of a 9th-grade combat king, aiming at De Huang Dog's head. He wanted to tear this damned dog into pieces on the spot, only then could he vent his hatred. Humph, seeing Wang Yiming taking the initiative to attack, Jiang Chen let out a cold humph. He was sitting on the rattan chair, casually reached out his palm and collided with Wang Yiming's attack. Boom, the void was torn apart in an instant. Under the impact of the palm, Wang Yiming's entire body was hit by an extremely strong repulsive force. He was thrown a few meters away before he could stabilize his body. What? Wang Yiming's facial expression changed dramatically. He raised his head and looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief. He thought that he could kill Jiang Chen in a matter of minutes, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so terrifying. He was pushed back by a casual palm strike. This was unbelievable. Not only him, Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu were shocked as well. They might not know how strong Jiang Chen was, but they knew Wang Yiming's means. Although it was a casual strike, Jiang Chen did the same. He didn't even move his chair. Moreover, even an idiot could tell who had the upper hand. Oh my god, what did I just see? Jiang Chen pushed Wang Yiming back with a palm strike. How could this happen? Isn't he only a 5th-grade combat king? How could he fight Wang Yiming? The gap between them is too big. Judging from Jiang Chen's chi just now, he has reached the 7th-grade combat king. I really don't know how he managed to reach the 7th-grade combat king from the 5th grade to the 7th grade in just 10 days. This is too scary. Even if he is a 7th-grade combat king, defeating a 9th-grade combat king is still heaven-defying. Everyone was shocked. Initially, they thought that the battle would be one-sided, but the result was unexpected. No one had ever thought that Jiang Chen would be this powerful. Many of them began to change their previous thoughts, thinking that the winner of today's battle was still unknown. Haha, one should know that Jiang Chen was a peerless genius who had triggered the heavenly tribulation. When he was still a 5th-grade combat king, he had killed the 2nd tycoon who was an 8th-grade combat king. Now that he had reached the 7th-grade combat king, he was strong enough to kill an ordinary 9th-grade combat king. Even if he were to fight against the 3 great geniuses, he still had a chance. The number 1 genius of the Peerless Sword faction is just SOSO. Jiang Chen finally opened his eyes. With a sway of his body, he arrived above the mountain range. He looked at Xiao Nanfeng and the other 2 and said, "The 3 of you can come at me together. You are too arrogant. So what if you have reached the 7th-grade combat king? Let me see how powerful you are." Wang Yiming shouted and dashed toward Jiang Chen again. Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu didn't stop him, nor did they attack. If it wasn't because of Jiang Chen's powerful strength, they would have attacked first. But now, they felt that it was better to watch and see what this Jiang Chen was capable of. It was impossible for the three of them to attack together. One should know that the three of them were the strongest in the Liang province, all of them were 9th grade combat kings. If they were to fight against a 7th grade combat king, it would be embarrassing. Wang Yiming unleashed his qi completely. When he arrived in front of Jiang Chen, he unsheathed the long sword on his back with a clang. An invincible king weapon emitted a dazzling light. The entire void was filled with the qi of slaughter, almost drowning the entire void. Peerless sword style. This was the highest level of the peerless sword faction's sword style. Wang Yiming had mastered it to the point of perfection. When he swung his sword, the sword qi would seal the void, making it impossible for his opponent to escape. Wang Yiming had used the king weapon as soon as he arrived. It was obvious that the collision just now had made him not underestimate Jiang Chen anymore. He didn't dare to be careless. He wanted to kill Jiang Chen with the sharpest and most powerful strike. Facing this terrifying sword, Jiang Chen didn't even frown. When the long sword was about to reach him, Jiang Chen moved. His body disappeared, and when he reappeared, he was already above the big sword. His footsteps were mysterious, and he used the Azure Dragon's 5 steps. The first step landed on Wang Yiming's big sword. Asterisk bang. Asterisk an incomparably dull sound shook people's souls. Wang Yiming felt a tremendous force falling on his sword, causing the big sword to tremble violently. Asterisk bang. Asterisk Jiang Chen took the second step. Wang Yiming felt that the web between his thumb and forefinger was about to be torn, and he almost lost his grip on the long sword. Asterisk bang. Asterisk on the third step, Wang Yiming let out a scream. The long sword in his hand flew away, and was taken away by Jiang Chen on the spot. Give me back my sword. Wang Yiming yelled. He had completely lost his composure. He had never thought that Jiang Chen's strength would reach such a level. With his cultivation, he couldn't fight back at all. Under the situation of using the peerless sword art, his king weapon had been kicked away by Jiang Chen in 3 steps. Humph. 4th step. Jiang Chen was merciless. The 4th step landed on Wang Yiming's chest. Wang Yiming let out a miserable scream. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. His chest had been stomped down. He was not a match for Jiang Chen at all. The difference between the two of them was just too great. 5th step. Jiang Chen was like a god of death. His eyes were filled with ruthlessness and ruthlessness. He took the 5th step towards Wang Yiming's head. No, Wang Yiming felt the threat of death. This was the first time he felt that death was so close to him. He was very clear that as long as this step landed, he would die without a doubt. His body would explode. He didn't want to die, but it was a pity that it was not up to him anymore. Asterisk qua asterisk the scene was in an uproar. Gasps of surprise could be heard everywhere. Some of them rubbed their eyes, thinking that they had seen the most unbelievable scene. Some of them jumped up, unable to accept the fact. Jiang Chen was fighting Wang Yiming. The one who died was Wang Yiming, and he was trampled to death. He didn't have any strength to resist. One of the 4 great geniuses of the Liang province, a 9th grade combat king, was defeated by Jiang Chen. His king weapon was taken away, and his head was crushed to death. The scene was too shocking. In many people's opinion, Jiang Chen wasn't Wang Yiming's opponent. Even if he had advanced his grade, he would at most be at the same level as Wang Yiming. They didn't expect such an ending. My God! How could he be so powerful? Even if he is a 7th grade combat king, he shouldn't be able to kill a 9th grade combat king so easily. Wang Yiming was a 9th grade combat king, and the #1 genius of the Invincibility School. The Invincibility School has suffered a great loss this time. He's worthy of being the one who triggered the heavenly tribulation. He's a monster among the monsters. We can't use common sense to judge him. When he was still a 5th grade combat king, he had killed the 2nd tycoon who was an 8th grade combat king. Now that he has advanced 2 grades, killing a 9th grade combat king is a normal thing. This is the real counterattack. I really want to know how he managed to advance 2 grades in 10 days. I want to know what will happen to Xiao Nanfeng and Qianwenyu. Jiang Chen killed Wang Yiming with a strong force. Now, it will be their turn. With Jiang Chen's current strength, even if the two of them join forces, they won't be able to defeat Jiang Chen. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu. Their faces looked terrible. They never thought that Jiang Chen would be so terrifying. Now, Wang Yiming was killed by him. With their strength, they wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, they couldn't retreat in front of so many people. If they did, they would lose all their face. Ha ha ha, this feels great. De Huang Dog cackled. The fact that Wang Yiming was so easily killed by Jiang Chen was completely within De Huang Dog's expectations. No one understood Jiang Chen's terror better than him. What a super pervert. Although Tyrant was speechless, he was also very excited. No matter what, the more powerful Jiang Chen was, the happier he was. Little Chenzi's growth is too fast. People don't even have the time to react. Xiao Nanfeng and the others are finished today. I think it won't be long before all the major powers in Liang province will be reshuffled. Tan Lang couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen too many miracles from Jiang Chen. Shura Temple, Invincibility School, and Peerless Sword faction offended Jiang Chen. It was an extremely wrong choice. For this choice, they would have to pay a heavy price. Sooner or later, all the major powers in Liang province would be reshuffled by Jiang Chen. Just like in the southern continent, when the Demon King Palace was destroyed, the Profound River Palace came to power. After killing Wang Yiming, Jiang Chen looked at Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu and said, Qian Wenyu, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you beg for mercy, I won't kill you. What do you think? Jiang Chen's words were only meant for Qian Wenyu. It did not include Xiao Nanfeng, because in his heart, Xiao Nanfeng was already a dead man. He would die without a doubt, and he would die a horrible death. You're humiliating me. Qian Wenyu immediately shouted in anger. What a joke. Today was the day of the final battle. As the #1 genius of Invincibility School, he not only represented himself, but also the face of Invincibility School. If he admitted defeat and begged for mercy before the battle even started, where would he put his face? Where would the face of Invincibility School be? He would not be able to show his face anymore. So what if I humiliate you? I didn't even ask you to kneel and kowtow to me. Why don't you become De Huang's human pet? I guarantee that you'll have a better future than staying in Invincibility School. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Hearing the word human pet, De Huang Dog's eyes instantly lit up. His ears stood up and he said, Good, this is a very good choice. Following me, your future will be much better than staying in that Invincibility School. Little Chenzi, you have a good eye. You can even see this. Brother Qian, this guy humiliated you like this. I can't bear it. He used a powerful combat skill to kill Wang Yiming just now. If I'm not mistaken, that was his strongest skill. Plus, Wang Yiming underestimated him and was not on guard against him. Even though his combat strength is slightly higher than ours, if you and I work together, we still have a chance to kill him, Xiao Nanfeng said to Qian Wenyu. Xiao Nanfeng said to Qian Wenyu. It was obvious that Xiao Nanfeng was scared now. He knew that Jiang Chen wanted to kill him and avenge Shuang Fan. With Jiang Chen's current combat strength, he was no match for Jiang Chen alone. If the two of them worked together, they might have a chance. In fact, Xiao Nanfeng was wrong. Not to mention the two of them working together, even if there were 20 Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu, they still wouldn't be enough to kill Jiang Chen. Alright, let's work together and kill this guy first. Qian Wenyu said while gnashing his teeth. He hated Jiang Chen to the core. Jiang Chen actually wanted him to be a human pet of a dog. This was a great humiliation, and he couldn't bear it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't blame me for being rude. Jiang Chen's tone was extremely cold. His body flashed and disappeared. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Qian Wenyu. He attacked decisively, not giving Xiao Nanfeng and Qian Wenyu any chance to work together. He wasn't afraid of the two of them, but he didn't want to waste time. Boom, Qian Wenyu's reaction was very fast. He knew that Jiang Chen was going to attack him. A wave of yuan force burst out from his body, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen raised his left hand and pointed his index finger at Qian Wenyu's forehead. After merging with the Saint Bone, his index finger shone with golden light and was unstoppable. Bang! The wave of yuan force couldn't withstand the attack of the index finger and was crushed. Under Qian Wenyu's horrified eyes, Jiang Chen's finger lightly touched his forehead. The speed was too fast, so fast that a 9th-grade combat king didn't even have the chance to react and escape. Puff, a muffled sound was heard. A bloody hole appeared in between Qian Wenyu's eyebrows. Blood gushed out from the hole like a fountain. Qian Wenyu's body stiffened. His eyes were wide open, as if he couldn't accept the fact that he was going to die. Qian Wenyu was dead. He was killed by Jiang Chen's finger. His body fell from the sky. A great genius of Liang province had fallen. The scene once again caused an uproar. Everyone couldn't control their emotions anymore. They had just witnessed a scene that they would never be able to forget for the rest of their lives. If Jiang Chen killing Wang Yiming with just 5 steps was shocking enough, then killing Qian Wenyu with just a single finger wasn't enough to describe it. This was beyond their understanding, it was just too terrifying. Oh my god, he killed a 9th-grade combat king with just a finger, this is too ridiculous. How strong is he? He is an invincible existence. Even a great genius like Qian Wenyu couldn't withstand the power of a finger. He was killed by it. It seems like Xiaonan Feng can't escape this fate. Jiang Chen wanted to kill him for a long time. If the 3 great geniuses were to fall today, the Liang province would change completely. No one wasn't shocked. Even Tyrant and Tan Lang, who were mentally prepared for this, couldn't help but feel shocked. Their gazes fell onto Jiang Chen's index finger, and they could clearly feel that something was different from what they were used to. It was the first time Jiang Chen used the Saint Bone. Its power was more shocking than what they had imagined. Moreover, he was the #1 genius of the invincibility school. The impact of using this method was huge. Swoosh, Jiang Chen's eyes fell on Xiaonan Feng, who had his mouth wide open in shock. Xiaonan Feng was about to attack when he saw Jiang Chen killing Qian Wenyu. He stopped moving immediately. He thought that if he joined forces with Qian Wenyu, there would still be a chance. But now it seemed like it was just a delusion. Jiang Chen's strength was not as simple as he had imagined. It seemed like even if he joined forces with Qian Wenyu, the result would still be the same. It's your turn. I think you should be ready. Jiang Chen's tone was unusually cold. He hated the person in front of him to the extreme. He didn't want to talk to him, but he couldn't let him die so easily. If Xiaonan Feng died like Wang Yiming and Qian Wenyu, it would be too easy for him. Jiang Chen, I admit that I'm no match for you. But there doesn't seem to be any deep hatred between us, right? Xiaonan Feng was scared. He admitted that he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen, which meant that he was admitting defeat. However, no one would laugh at him if he admitted defeat at this moment. With what happened before him, he would be an idiot if he didn't admit defeat and went to fight. He knew that he was going to die, so there was no point in fighting anymore. I think if I fell into your hands today, you would never say this. In fact, I would feel dirty for killing a scum like you. You know better than anyone what you have done. Today, even if you want to die like them, you won't be able to. Jiang Chen's eyes were filled with coldness. He had never hated someone so much in his previous life. He didn't want to continue talking nonsense with Xiaonan Feng. He waved his hand and a ray of light flashed. That light stopped in the air. It was Zhuang Fan's corpse. Jiang Chen pressed on Zhuang Fan's back, supporting him to stand. Zhuang Fan's face was facing Xiaonan Feng, although he couldn't see him. Xiaonan Feng, kneel down and kowtow to him. What? You want this tycoon to kneel down to a dead man? Xiaonan Feng was furious. What kind of humiliation was this to him? He was actually asked to kneel in front of a dead person. Moreover, it was an insignificant person. What kind of status did he have? How noble was he? If he were to kneel and kowtow in front of everyone in the world, where would his face be? However, it was really tough for Xiaonan Feng. Even at this point, he was still thinking about his own face. Humph. It's not up to you to decide whether you want to kneel or not. Kneel down now. Jiang Chen let out a loud roar as a wave of energy shot out from his body. He suddenly unleashed the true dragon's palm, enveloping Xiaonan Feng. All rivers reach the sea. Xiao Nanfeng displayed his super powerful combat skill. He could tell that Jiang Chen would never let him go. Even if he knelt down, he wouldn't be able to escape death today. Since that was the case, he might as well give it his all. Rumble, unfortunately, the gap between the two had been completely widened. Under the true dragon's palm, Xiao Nanfeng's energy attack was easily destroyed. A few huge cracks appeared in the air as the huge blood-red dragon claw pressed down like a mountain, enveloping Xiao Nanfeng within. Xiao Nanfeng couldn't withstand such pressure, and immediately spurted out a mouthful of blood. After that, he felt his legs go soft, and with a plop, he knelt down in midair, right in front of Zhuang Fan. Ah! Xiao Nanfeng roared, but he couldn't break free from Jiang Chen's dragon claw. It was like a prison, firmly trapping Xiao Nanfeng within. He didn't have the slightest ability to resist. Sigh. Xiao Nanfeng reaped what he sowed. Today's retribution is what he deserves. That's right. The island master of the Heavenhawk Island is the one who suffered the most, and Xiao Nanfeng was a despicable man who pretended to be a man of high morals. Now that Jiang Chen has avenged the island master and made Xiao Nanfeng kneel in front of him, I think he can finally rest in peace. If the Heavenhawk Island master's experience is true, then Xiao Nanfeng should be chopped into pieces. He should be despised by the world of cultivators. I guess Jiang Chen won't let him die so easily. Otherwise, he would have killed him just now, just like Wan Yiming and Qian Wenyu. I wonder what kind of torture Jiang Chen will give Xiao Nanfeng. Many people were discussing and sighing. Currently, Xiao Nanfeng was under the control of Jiang Chen. His life and death were completely up to him. However, no one pitied him. Instead, their gazes landed on the corpse of Zhuang Fan, who had been dead for a long time. This was a truly pitiful person. If they were in Xiao Nanfeng's shoes, and the same thing happened to Zhuang Fan, they might even have the urge to skin Xiao Nanfeng alive. Zhuang Fan, do you see this? Xiao Nanfeng is kneeling in front of you. I'll make him kowtow 3 times to each of your family members. Jiang Chen said. He exerted force in his palm, and Xiao Nanfeng's forehead smashed into the void. Originally, it was just a void, but Xiao Nanfeng's forehead seemed to have smashed into the ground. The sound was extremely loud. Dong, dong. Dong, Zhuang Fan's family of 3 lives, a total of 9 kowtows. Xiao Nanfeng didn't miss a single one. It wasn't that he wanted to kowtow, it was because he couldn't control his own body, or in other words, his body was completely under Jiang Chen's control. After 9 kowtows, Xiao Nanfeng's face was beyond recognition. Blood was everywhere from his forehead to his face. His nose was caved in, and blood was spurting out from his eyes. It was truly shocking to make a 9th grade combat king warrior kowtow like this. Barf, Xiao Nanfeng once again spurted out a mouthful of blood. This time, it was mostly due to his anger. Although his face was beyond recognition, his mind was still very clear. When he thought about how he, the great guardian of the Shura temple, had to kowtow 9 times in front of so many people, he felt extremely humiliated. Jiang Chen, kill me. Xiao Nanfeng looked at Jiang Chen and said. He knew that Jiang Chen wouldn't let him go. No matter how hard he begged, it was useless. Since he was going to die anyway, he might as well end it quickly. Otherwise, he didn't know what kind of torture he would have to endure. Jiang Chen was a very ruthless man, he wouldn't show any mercy to him. Don't worry, you will die today, and you won't die so easily. Xiao Nanfeng, do you know what is the cruelest way to die in this world? Skinning your skin and pulling out your tendons? No, dismembering your body by 5 horses, crushing your bones and scattering your ashes. None of these are right. You must be very curious about what it is. Don't worry, you will know soon enough. Jiang Chen's face was full of smiles. It was a sinister smile. He looked at Xiao Nanfeng with pity. Xiao Nanfeng's soul couldn't help but tremble because he couldn't think of what cruel means Jiang Chen would use to deal with him. However, he saw that not far away, De Huang Dog was also looking at him insidiously. Jiang Chen, if you are a man, give me a quick death. I have nothing to say about being defeated by you today. Xiao Nanfeng shouted. Because I am a man, I can't give you a quick death. De Huang, I will leave Xiao Nanfeng to you. I don't need to teach you what to do, right? Jiangchen grabbed Xiao Nanfeng's neck and threw him to De Huang Dog like a toy. Don't worry, I will definitely serve him well. De Huang Dog laughed. He opened his mouth and spat out a ray of yuan qi, which wrapped around Xiao Nanfeng tightly. Under Xiao Nanfeng's shocked gaze, De Huang Dog turned his body and aimed his butt at Xiao Nanfeng's face. If one were to calculate carefully, the De Huang Dog's butt was only 3 inches away from Xiao Nanfeng's face. 3 inches, this was simply a tragedy in the human world. No, Xiao Nanfeng's eyes widened and he immediately screamed. Although he didn't see what happened in the Shura temple 10 days ago, he was very clear about it. Wherever this dog's fart passed, it was simply hell on earth. Oh my God! Many people also cried out in surprise. It was obvious that what happened in the Shura temple 10 days ago had spread throughout the entire Liang province. Everyone clearly knew that De Huang Dog's invincible fart could no longer be described as simply invincible. The moment De Huang Dog's butt was aimed at Xiao Nanfeng, everyone knew how cruel the torture Jiangchen mentioned was. Xiao Nanfeng struggled violently, but he was previously heavily injured by Jiangchen. Now that he was being controlled by De Huang Dog, he didn't have the slightest ability to resist. He could only stare at the fat butt in front of him. Even in his dreams, he never thought that he would one day be subjected to such treatment. Dong, what was meant to happen would happen. Big Yellow's ecstasy fart, which had been brewing for a long time, was finally unleashed. It was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, shaking heaven and earth. After the green airflow was unleashed, it directly bombarded Xiao Nanfeng's face. A strong green airflow was released, and Xiao Nanfeng's entire face turned green in an instant. His entire body was wrapped up by the green airflow, and the airflow sent him flying dozens of meters away. Ah! Xiao Nanfeng let out an incomparably mournful scream. That scream made one's hair stand on end. It was the most mournful scream in the world, heart-rending and lung-splitting. It was hard to imagine how much pain the person who let out such a scream was enduring. Everyone saw that Xiao Nanfeng's body was in mid-air, wrapped in the green airflow. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't get rid of it. He couldn't stop vomiting, his hair was standing on end, and his eyes were about to pop out. Waha! De Huang Dog laughed excitedly. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Xiao Nanfeng again. This time, he directly rode on Xiao Nanfeng's face. Kong long another loud sound was heard. This loud sound directly suppressed Xiao Nanfeng's scream, but soon after, an even more mournful scream was heard. Ah! Dong 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 an unforgettable scene played out in the sky. Big Yellow was riding on top of Xiao Nanfeng's head, and he was bombarding Xiao Nanfeng crazily. Green streams of air filled the sky, and even though they were far away, many people could still smell the stench. Oh my God, this is too miserable. This is definitely the cruelest torture in the world. This dog's fart can penetrate into the deepest part of a person's soul. Xiao Nanfeng is finished. He will become the first 9th grade combat king to die from a fart. Everyone's face turned pale. If they were in such an environment, they couldn't imagine it. Such a scene was hard to come by. A dog like the De Huang Dog was hard to come by in 10,000 years. Xiao Nanfeng struggled violently, but the more he struggled, the more pain he felt. His screams were getting weaker and weaker, and he didn't even have the strength to struggle anymore. Dong along with Big Yellow's final fart, Xiao Nanfeng's miserable screams came to an abrupt end. Only then did Big Yellow leave the man's head. At this moment, Xiao Nanfeng's face had changed beyond recognition. His mouth was filled with white foam. His body fell from the sky and smashed onto the peak of a mountain. After wriggling a few times, he stopped breathing. Until the last moment of his death, his expression was filled with endless pain. Such a way of dying, he couldn't die in peace. He's dead? He's really dead. Oh my God, the great guardian of the Shura temple, the #1 genius, a 9th grade combat king, was killed by a dog's fart. This is the most tragic death in the world. So pitiful. Too pitiful, too sad, too cruel. What skinning, pulling out tendons, and tearing apart the body? It's so weak. That top-grade dog's fart is the cruelest thing in the world. This was a very sad scene. Xiao Nanfeng was killed by a dog's fart. It would become a good story for the future generations. So F** King Cruel. Tyrant looked at the De Huang dog who was wagging his tail and walking towards him. He couldn't help but move a little further away. This dog was too scary, and his methods were too horrible. Anyone who dared to go against this dog would end up in an unimaginable situation. Jiangchen kept Shuang Fan's body into his sea of qi. Xiao Nanfang's death had fulfilled one of Jiangchen's wishes. Today's battle had made him famous in the Liang province, but to Xiao Nanfeng and the other two, it was a great irony. Some time ago, they went to Luoxia Mountain to have a battle to determine the number one genius of the Liang province. But now, it seemed that it was meaningless. Compared to Jiangchen, they weren't the number one genius. As for the genius of Heavenly Devil Palace, he should be feeling lucky because the Heavenly Devil Palace was Jiangchen's enemy in the beginning. If it wasn't for Dark Minzi's timely change of attitude, the 10 days battle would have ended with Jiangchen fighting against 4, instead of 3. If that was the case, the genius of Heavenly Devil Palace wouldn't be surprised, and would end up the same as Xiao Nanfeng and the other two. 3 different corpses were scattered in different places on the mountain. The 3 most dazzling stars of the Liang province were slumbering here forever. They had become the stepping stones of a new star. Many people's eyes fell on Jiangchen. He wasn't even 20 years old, but he had such achievements. He was only a 7th grade combat king, but he could kill a 9th grade combat king. He had also triggered a heavenly tribulation. Perhaps only such a monstrous genius could be called the number one genius. At least, in a small place like the Liang province, there wasn't any young man who could be compared to him. Even the geniuses of the 5 major powers in Xuanyu might have a cultivation level that was far higher than Jiangchen, but in terms of innate talent, it would be hard to find someone who could be compared to him. Jiangchen has killed the 3 geniuses, the 3 major powers won't let it go. They won't let Jiangchen go. But now, Jiangchen has the support of the Moyin cult and the Heavenly Devil Palace. The 3 major powers won't dare to touch him. It's not a matter of whether they dare or not. The 3 major powers aren't fools. Even if Jiangchen has the support of the Moyin cult, they still have to kill Jiangchen because they knew that the hatred between them and Jiangchen would be irreconcilable. The scariest thing about Jiangchen is his rapid growth. If Jiangchen is given more time to grow, it will be the doomsday of the 3 major powers. They don't want that day to come. More importantly, no matter how powerful the Moyin cult is, they are just a devil sect. With Xiaoyao Palace and Nebula sect restraining them, they wouldn't dare to cause trouble in a province. Many people started discussing again. Although Jiangchen had killed the 3 geniuses, the matter wasn't over yet. It would only escalate the hatred between them. The leaders of the 3 major powers wouldn't let it go. Just like what someone said, even if Jiangchen had the support of the Moyin cult, they had no other choice. If they didn't kill Jiangchen now, Jiangchen wouldn't let them go when he grew stronger. The duel was over. Just when someone had already decided to leave, an incomparably tyrannical Qi suddenly appeared in the distant sky. A few silhouettes shot over from different directions almost at the same time. The people who came were all combat emperors with imposing qi. Lights flickered and 6 silhouettes arrived in the sky above the mountain range from 3 different directions. They were the leaders and the great elder of the 3 major powers. They didn't plan to appear here because according to the agreement between Jiangchen and Xiao Nanfeng, these combat emperors wouldn't participate in the duel. However, not long ago, they saw the soul jade slips in their sects shattering. This indicated that the duel had ended and their geniuses had been killed by Jiangchen. Therefore, they had rushed here as soon as possible. The 6 of them looked at the 3 corpses below them. Their anger instantly rose. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. How could this be? Invincible Nie's voice was trembling. He couldn't believe what he had just seen. The reason why they agreed to the duel in 10 days was because they had great confidence in their own geniuses. They were confident that they wouldn't be here today. However, they didn't expect that Jiangchen would only use 10 days to grow to such an extent and kill all 3 geniuses. Jiangchen, did you do all this? Li Tianyang said to Jiangchen in a stern tone. Who else do you think can kill them? Jiangchen said in a light tone, his face showed that he didn't care at all. The 6 combat emperors had sensed Jiangchen's qi. He had reached the 7th grade combat king. This surprised them. In 10 days, he had reached the 7th grade combat king from the 5th grade combat king. Such a huge improvement could be described as earth-shattering. What surprised them even more was that Xianxia had killed the 3 geniuses with his 7th grade combat king cultivation. A trace of fear rose in their hearts. If Xianxia had reached the 8th or 9th grade combat king, wouldn't he be able to kill them directly? Moreover, with Xianxia's terrifying speed of advancement, no one could estimate how long it would take for him to reach the 8th or 9th grade. Li Tianyang, Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist looked at each other. They could see the killing intent in each other's eyes. That's right, it was the killing intent. Today, they had to kill Xianxia at all costs. Even if they had offended the Moyin cult, they still had the Xiaoyao Palace to contain them. If Xianxia continued to grow, it would be their doomsday. Look, the combat emperors from the 3 major powers have appeared. They will definitely kill Xianxia at all costs. If it was me, I would do the same. That's right, offending the Moyin cult doesn't mean that they will perish, but if they give them the chance to grow, it will be different. The Xiaoyao Palace will contain the Moyin cult for the 3 major sects, but they won't lower themselves to deal with a junior for the sake of the 3 major sections. It seems like the real show has just begun. Did you guys see that? Xianxia's face is still as calm as before. He didn't take the 6 combat emperors seriously. Could it be that he has the confidence to deal with them? Who knows? It's hard to fathom such a monster. Up until now, everyone could smell the strong smell of gunpowder. The grudge between the 3 major powers and Xianxia had developed to this point, it couldn't be resolved anymore. The only way left was to have a battle of life and death. The 3 major powers are really shameless. It was supposed to be a battle between geniuses, but a few old bastards popped out. Sigh. Their skin is so thick, even this poor monk can't stand it anymore. An eccentric voice sounded. This voice belonged to none other than Tyrant. Bald donkey, what did you say? Li Tianyang glared at Tyrant and shouted. He said that you guys are shameless, that you are all old bastards. Even I, Master Dog, can understand what he said, but you actually can't. With such a low IQ, how can you be a sect master? Why don't you step down and let me be the sect master? De Huang Dog wagged his thick and sturdy tail. This was the guy who had a sharp tongue. Puff De Huang Dog's words made many people burst out laughing. What he meant was that as the temple master of the Shura temple, he was even worse than a dog. Don't misunderstand. Maybe the sect masters are here to collect the corpses of their geniuses. Xianxia said in an indifferent tone. Li Tianyang and the others were infuriated. These 2 men and a dog were ridiculing them in front of the world. It was really despicable. As the overlords of the Liang province, no one had ever dared to talk to them in such a manner. This was equivalent to courting death. Xianxia, the grudge between you and us will end today. I would like to see how powerful you have become after you have reached the 7th grade combat king. Li Tianyang's chi fluctuated, and he launched a palm strike at Xianxia. Now wasn't the time to care about his reputation. If he couldn't eliminate this kid today, he wouldn't have another chance in the future. Kong Long, a ray of black light fell from the sky, repelling Li Tianyang's attack. In the next moment, 2 shadows appeared in front of Xianxia. They were Dark Minzi and the Great Elder of the Heavenly Devil Palace. In order to curry favor with the Moyin cult, Dark Minzi had been paying close attention to the movements of the 3 major powers. When he saw the combat emperors of the 3 major powers heading towards them, he had to show up. Li Tianyang, you are really shameless. We have agreed on a 10-day battle. Now that your number 1 genius has been killed by Xianxia due to his lack of strength, you bunch of old men have come out to show up. Shameless to the extreme. Dark Minzi sneered and ridiculed them. Dark Minzi, this is the grudge between us and Xianxia. I hope you won't get involved. Shadowless Taoist said. I will get involved. Let me tell you, whoever wants to kill Xianxia today, I will be the first one to object. Dark Minzi's attitude was very firm. This was a great opportunity to build a good relationship with Xianxia. He couldn't miss it. This is really a showdown. I didn't expect the Heavenly Devil Palace to go against the 3 major powers in order to protect Xianxia. Dark Minzi has put in a lot of effort. He is trying to curry favor with Xianxia. Now everyone knows that Xianxia and the young master of the Moying cult are good friends. Befriending Xianxia is equivalent to befriending the Moying cult. Dark Minzi is not a fool. He will definitely do this. That's right. He didn't have any friendship with Xianxia before. 10 days ago, when the three major powers besieged Xianxia, he even wanted to add insult to injury. After the appearance of the impermanence old man, he changed his attitude. Of course, if it's me, I will also protect Xianxia. The atmosphere was tense. The onlookers couldn't help but take a few steps back. They could already tell that if they didn't handle it well, it would be the biggest battle in the history of the Liang province. All the combat emperors would participate in the battle. Once the battle broke out, the consequences would undoubtedly be severe. The aftermath of the battle that was casually released by these experts wasn't something that they could withstand. Even if they wanted to watch the show, they couldn't afford to lose their lives because it wouldn't be worth it. Dark Minzi, if you insist on helping Xianxia to fight against us, then let's have a life and death battle today. The 6 of us first-grade combat emperors will join hands and see how your heavenly devil palace will deal with us. Invincible Nya said. This was the first time the 3 major powers joined hands. If they had joined hands before, they would have eliminated the heavenly devil palace long ago. However, the 3 major powers had always been scheming against each other. Even if they managed to eliminate the heavenly devil palace, their strength would be greatly damaged, which wasn't worth it. Today, they had no choice but to join hands. They weren't afraid of the heavenly devil palace, but they were afraid of Xianxia. The 6 combat emperors of the 3 major powers were filled with murderous intent. They wanted to have a life and death battle, not giving Xianxia any chance to escape. The battle was about to begin. Dark Minzi and the Great Elder's faces turned ugly. They didn't expect that the 3 major powers would be so determined to kill Xianxia. Judging from the current situation, the 2 of them who were only first-grade combat emperors were no match for them. 2 against 6, the gap was too big. As for Xianxia, Dark Minzi didn't even consider him. Even if Xianxia had killed the 3 geniuses of the 9th-grade combat king, the gap between a 9th-grade combat king and a combat emperor wasn't small. Moreover, Li Tianyang was a peak first-grade combat emperor who was only 1 step away from the 2nd-grade combat emperor. Brother Jiang, today's situation is very unfavorable. Later, the Great Elder and I will think of a way to hold them back. You take the opportunity to escape. Dark Minzi said to Xianxia through telepathy. Thank you for your help, but Xianxia won't let you deal with them here. He will escape alone. Xianxia smiled. His current combat strength was enough to deal with an ordinary first-grade combat emperor. Xianxia already had the strength to fight against the Great Elder of the 3 major powers. If he used the power of the Saint Bone, he was confident that he could kill a first-grade combat emperor. Today's situation was a good opportunity to test his combat strength. As the greatest saint, he had experienced all kinds of situations, let alone this one. Cut the crap. Kill. Li Tianyang shouted and took the initiative to attack. He waved his hand and released a golden seal, which enveloped Xianxia. The battle had begun. Just as Dark Minzi was about to defend against Li Tianyang, another change occurred. Another incomparably powerful aura descended from the sky. At the same time, a dazzling golden light rushed over and collided with Li Tianyang's golden seal. Rumble, the void rumbled and Li Tianyang felt an intense tremor. His body started to sway. It was not hard to imagine that the newcomer must be an expert. Who? Li Tianyang shouted. Everyone's eyes, including Xianxia and Dark Minzi, turned to the source of the commotion. They saw a purple light dot appearing, getting bigger and bigger, and eventually turned into a young man in purple robes, descending on the blood meridians. The young man in purple robes had a handsome face. His black hair was fluttering in the wind. His body was emitting a powerful qi. What surprised everyone was that he had reached the combat emperor realm at such a young age. That's right, he was a first-grade combat emperor. To be able to reach the combat emperor realm at such a young age, not to mention in the Liang province, even in Xuanyu, he would be considered as one of the top geniuses. Perhaps he wasn't the strongest among the younger generation in Xuanyu, but his age had proven everything. Who is this young man? He has reached the Combat Emperor realm at such a young age, it's really scary. Yeah, he seems to be here to help Xianxia. Could he be the young master of the Mayan cult? No, judging from his attack, he doesn't seem to be cultivating an evil art. It's obvious that he isn't from the evil cult. Such a young genius must have a strong background. Perhaps he is one of the geniuses from the 5 major powers in Xuanyu. Li Tianyang's eyes fell on the young man. He felt that the young man was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had seen him before. Who are you? Why did you stop me? Li Tianyang said loudly. Li Tianyang, I think you have forgotten about me. That time when I was struck by the spatial storm, I was severely injured. I was imprisoned in the freezing hell jail because I offended you with my words. If it wasn't for Xianxia who destroyed the freezing hell jail, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. The young man in purple said. He wasn't a stranger, he was Tan Zhihao of the Tan family. When Xianxia had just returned from the Western Domain, he was already in the process of breaking through to the Combat Emperor realm. He didn't expect that he would succeed in just a dozen days. After saying that, Tan Zhihao turned around and looked at Xianxia. He cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, Brother Jiang, thank you for saving my life in the freezing hell jail. I, Tan Zhihao, am eternally grateful to you for saving my life. Xianxia cupped his fists and replied politely. He had no impression of this Tan Zhihao at all. Back then, he was focused on his tribulation in the freezing hell jail and didn't care about anything else. However, when he destroyed the freezing hell jail, Xianxia released everyone. Now, it seemed like this Tan Zhihao was one of the people that was released by Xianxia. What surprised Xianxia was that Tan Zhihao had already reached the Combat Emperor realm at such a young age. Such a young genius must have some background. So it's you? Li Tianyang recalled Tan Zhihao. Previously, he had captured a young man who disrespected him verbally and imprisoned him in the freezing hell jail. He didn't expect that he would be released today. Your surname is Chen? Shadowless Taoist looked at the young man in purple with surprise. He seemed to have recalled something. That's right, Tan Zhihao from the Tan family. Tan Zhihao announced his name once again. This time, he even mentioned his background. What? The moment the name Tan family left his mouth, the whole place was in an uproar. Everyone looked at Li Tianyang with pity. This idiot actually imprisoned the genius of the Tan family in the freezing hell jail. Was there anything more suicidal than this? He's from the Tan family. No wonder he has reached the Combat Emperor realm at such a young age. Although the Tan family is just a family, they are one of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu. Li Tianyang actually imprisoned the genius of the Tan family in the freezing hell jail. This time, the Shura temple is finished. Sigh. It's really sad. But it's a miracle that he is still alive after offending the Tan family. Today's scene is getting more and more lively. Tan Zhihao said that the reason why he could walk out of the freezing hell jail was because of Xianxia's rescue. He must be here to help Xianxia. Moreover, he is targeting the Shura temple. The Shura temple is completely finished. The Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword faction won't be able to get anything good unless they can let go of the past and retreat now. No one was not surprised. The situation kept changing. From the Mayan cult to the Xiaoyao palace, and now the genius of the Tan family appeared. 3 of the 5 major forces in Xuanyu were involved. Under such circumstances, it would be harder to kill Xianxia. Damn it, this bastard Li Tianyang actually offended the Tan family. Damn it, now our plan is completely ruined. Invincible Nya transmitted his voice to the Shadowless Taoist. Xianxia saved the genius of the Tan family. Tan Zhihao will definitely not stand by and do nothing. Besides, I'm afraid that we are no match for the young genius of the Tan family. Even if he annihilates us, it will be useless. The Xiaoyao palace may contain the Mayan cult, but it won't contain the Tan family. What should we do now? The Shadowless Taoist frowned. To protect ourselves, we should retreat now. There is still a chance. As long as we have a peace talk with Xianxia, we can write off all the grudges in the past. I think we still have a chance. It's better than dying here. Invincible Nya said. He wanted to kill Xianxia more than anyone else because his Fergana stallion had died in Xianxia's hands. However, he understood the current situation. The Tan family was involved in this. It was impossible for them to kill Xianxia. They couldn't get past Tan Zhihao. Although they were all first-grade combat emperors, they understood the gap between them and a genius. They were no match for Tan Zhihao. Invincibility School, Peerless Sword Faction, if you want to deal with Xianxia, that means you are going against me, Tan Zhihao. Tan Zhihao looked at Invincible Nya and the Shadowless Taoist. The Shadowless Taoist thought to himself. Without hesitation, he cupped his fists at Xianxia and said, Xianxia, all the grudges between you and the Peerless Sword Faction will be written off. I swear to the heavens that from now on, I will not make things difficult for you. What do you think? The Peerless Sword Faction chose to compromise, but no one laughed at them. In their opinion, it was the wisest choice for the Peerless Sword Faction to choose to retreat. No matter how dissatisfied Invincible Nya was, he knew that he had no other choice. He gritted his teeth and shouted at Xianxia, Xianxia, you have killed my Fergana stallion and the genius of my invincibility school. All the grudges are written off. From now on, the invincibility school and you will mind our own business. What do you think? Brother Nya, Brother Shadowless, you, Li Tianyang panicked. He didn't expect the situation to change so fast. The two parties who were originally allies had quit just like that. If the Invincibility School and the Peerless Sword Faction quit, what awaited Li Tianyang would be the real destruction. Humph. Li Tianyang, you should blame yourself for this. Imprisoning the genius of the Tan family is your own death wish. Invincible Nya snorted. He hated Li Tianyang to death. If it wasn't for this pig who imprisoned Tan Zhihao, such a thing wouldn't have happened. There was still a chance for the three parties to kill Xianxia. Now, the only chance was ruined by Li Tianyang. Brother Jiang, what do you think? Tan Zhihao looked at Xianxia. The purpose of his appearance this time was only to deal with the Shura temple. He had no grudges with the other two parties. It's not impossible to write it off. But since you took the initiative to propose it, you should show some sincerity. Invincible Nya, Shadowless Taoist, each of you give me 10 million days of elixir and the grudges between us will be written off. What? Both Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist exclaimed at the same time. They looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a ghost. That kind of anger, that kind of hatred, it seemed that they couldn't wait to rush up and bite Xianxia to death. 10 million elixir, this was a classic example of a lion asking for an exorbitant price. This was looting a burning house, it was the behavior of a bandit. Mother **Ker, this is what it means to loot a burning house. Today I finally see it. This Xianxia is too ruthless, asking for 10 million. This is the same as asking for the lives of Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist. This is Xianxia's nature. That monk used to be the #1 bandit in the Chaotic Sea. They robbed many people when they were in the Chaotic Sea. Now they want to rob Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist. 10 million. And it's the heaven elixir, not the human elixir, not the earth elixir. I don't know if they will be able to afford it. If they are able to afford it, they will certainly be able to afford it. But if they were to take out 10 million elixir, it would be a huge blow to the two sections. Ruthless, really ruthless. But in the current situation, they have no choice but to hand over the heaven elixir. Xianxia will definitely not let them off easily. When the time comes, their lives will be in danger. So what? If I were Xianxia, I would do the same. After all the initiative is in the hands of Xianxia. If we were in the same position, Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist would definitely not let Xianxia go. They would definitely want to kill him. Since that's the case, it would be too easy to not take advantage of them. Xianxia's move of looting a burning house was too ruthless. Many people looked at Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist with eyes full of pity. It was too pitiful. The two tycoons of Liangzhou were being robbed in public by a junior. This was the first time in the whole of Qizhou that something like this had happened. Perhaps only Xianxia could do such a thing. However, a pitiful person must have a hateful side. Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist were pitiful now, but they had no one to blame but themselves. The law of the world of cultivation was very clear to everyone. That was the law of the jungle. Xianxia was very kind to not take their lives. What? 10 million is very reasonable. Do the two of you have any objections? Xianxia looked at the two men whose faces had turned into pig liver color. He felt an indescribable joy in his heart. Motherf *Ker, when these two men besieged him, one was more powerful than the other. Now that it was his turn, of course, Xianxia would not be polite. Xianxia had no objections to writing off their grievances. Anyway, it didn't matter whether he killed them or not. After today's incident, they would not dare to do anything to him. 10 million heaven rank restoration pills was not a small amount for these two superpowers. After all, the Invincible Sect and Peerless Sword faction couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Sect in the Western region. Although they couldn't be compared to the Heavenly Sect, they were still one of the 4 superpowers in the Liang province. These two superpowers were like giants in the Liang province, so they could easily take out 10 million heaven rank restoration pills. As for what kind of effect 10 million heaven rank restoration pills would have on these two superpowers, it wasn't something Xianxia was concerned about. Xianxia, you are robbing us when we are in trouble. Don't go too far. Invincible Nye gritted his teeth and said. Xianxia, you killed the geniuses of our 2 major powers. You also killed the invincibility school's Fergana horse. We did not care about it. Isn't that enough? Shadowless Taoist also said. 10 million elixir was a huge amount. I want to rob you when you are in trouble. If you don't take out 10 million, I will kill you today. De Huang Dog stood beside Xianxia and shouted at the two. Let's not talk nonsense. I will now count to 3. Take out 10 million elixir. Otherwise, we will fight to the death. Xianxia's expression darkened as he shouted at the two men. He wouldn't show any mercy right now. If he didn't take advantage of the Tan family's prestige to extort a large sum of money from them, he would feel sorry for himself. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill consumed a huge amount of energy, and the further he progressed, the more energy he would consume. Therefore, he had to get as many heavenly yuan pills as he could in order to prepare for his future breakthrough. You, Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist were angry. They gritted their teeth. What was this? They came here to kill people. Now, not only did they not kill them, but they also lost 10 million elixir. The most important thing was that their reputation was ruined. It would be difficult for them to raise their heads in Liang State in the future. You two better do as Xianxia said. I, Qin Jihao, am repaying Xianxia for saving my life. I will do whatever he asks me to do. If you want to be my enemy, you should know the consequences. Qin Jihao looked at the two and said lightly. Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist gritted their teeth. In the end, they had to compromise. They could not afford to offend the Chens. They could not afford to offend Qin Jihao. Although it was painful to lose 10 million elixir, it was better than losing their lives. Okay, I will pay. But I don't have that much elixir with me. Shadowless Taoist said. It doesn't matter. I'll give you 10 minutes to go back and get it. Leave the 2 Grand Elders behind. Remember, you only have 10 minutes. With your cultivation bases, it's more than enough for you to return to your sect. If you don't show up in 10 minutes, the 2 Grand Elders will become 2 corpses. Besides, I will personally attack your sect. You should be very clear about my methods. Xianxia said. He gave Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist 10 minutes. Both of them were first-grade combat emperors. Their speed was extremely fast. It would only take them a blink of an eye to return to their sect. 10 minutes was enough. Okay. Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist's body swayed and disappeared at the same time. When they left, their faces were extremely ugly. Everyone could imagine the depression in their hearts. They hated Xianxia to the core, but there was nothing they could do. Today, they had to take out 10 million elixir. Moreover, from now on, they would not take the initiative to find trouble with Xianxia unless they did not want to live anymore. For Xianxia, he really did not care about the two of them finding trouble with him. With his current strength, he could deal with a first-grade combat emperor without relying on any forces. The great elders of the Invincibility School and Peerless Sword faction stayed. Both of their faces were even more ugly. Although they were first-grade combat emperors, they did not dare to do anything now. The opposite party was too strong. Not to mention the two great combat emperors of the Heavenly Devil Palace. The key was Qin Shi Hao, who appeared out of nowhere. This guy was not only a member of the Tan family, his strength was also a headache for them. When the two of them left, the one who should be the most afraid should be Li Tianyang. He lost all his helpers and became a lone army. Now, there was only him and the Great Elder. How could they deal with Qin Shi Hao and Dark Min Zi? Swoosh, fear was useless. Sooner or later, they would have to face it. Qin Shi Hao's eyes fell on Li Tianyang. A majestic murderous aura overflowed from his body and shrouded Li Tianyang. As a young genius of the Tan family, even if they were at the same level, Li Tianyang was far from being his opponent. Li Tianyang, prepare to die. Qin Shi Hao waved his arm and unleashed a rainbow light, rushing towards Li Tianyang. Li Tianyang's face was ugly, but he had no choice but to block the attack. As the master of the Shura Temple, he was only a step away from the second-grade combat emperor. He had a certain amount of means. He unleashed a vast ocean to block Qin Shi Hao's attack. In the next moment, he tore open the void with his bare hands and entered it, trying to escape. At this point in time, running away was the best and only way to survive. As long as he could escape today, he would escape to a faraway place. He wouldn't care about the Azure Palace anymore. He could still live a good life by concealing his identity. Humph. Inescapable net. Qin Shi Hao harumphed coldly. A wave of light rushed out from his body like a spider web, enveloping Li Tianyang, who had entered the void, and forcibly pulled him out. Li Tianyang, you will die today. Don't even think about escaping. Qin Shi Hao's voice shook the sky. It seemed like he was determined to kill Li Tianyang. Jiang Chen frowned. De Huang Dog's broken sword was still with Li Tianyang. If Qin Shi Hao killed Li Tianyang, the broken sword would be destroyed along with Li Tianyang. That would be a great loss. Don't worry. Even if Li Tianyang is destroyed, the broken sword will still be intact. De Huang Dog said confidently. After hearing this, Jiang Chen felt relieved. The broken sword was a miraculous treasure. If De Huang Dog said that it would be fine, then it would be fine. Kong Long Qin Shi Hao and Li Tianyang fought fiercely. However, Li Tianyang was constantly at a disadvantage. He was not Qin Shi Hao's opponent at all. It seemed like it would not be long before he was killed by Qin Shi Hao. When the great elder of the Azure Palace saw this, his eyes began to flicker with hesitation. He weighed the pros and cons. If he joined the fight, it would be useless. Dark Mingzi was watching from the side. If that was the case, he might as well run for his life. Schwa just when the great elder had this idea, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. It was not someone else, but Jiang Chen. Great elder, are you trying to escape? Do you think I will let you go? Jiang Chen's face was cold and sarcastic. He did not forget that this old man, Li Tianyang, and Xiao Nanfeng chased after him. If De Huang Dog did not use the broken sword to save him at the last moment, he would have died. He must settle this account personally. Jiang Chen, you dare to stop me? You are courting death. Before the great elder finished his words, he suddenly attacked Jiang Chen with his palm. He still had some hope in his heart. It was great that Jiang Chen took the initiative to come to him. As long as he caught Jiang Chen, he could use him as a hostage. At that time, not only could he survive, but he could also save Li Tianyang's life. The great elder's plan was perfect. He wanted to escape while Tan Shi Hao was dealing with Li Tianyang. Perhaps he could save his own life. He didn't expect that Jiang Chen would come to stop him. That was great. As long as he could capture Jiang Chen and threaten him, not only would he be safe, Li Tianyang would also be able to escape. Kong Long, the void trembled. The great elder struck out a huge wave of energy. It was like a huge net, shrouding Jiang Chen. The terrifying aura of a first-grade combat emperor was fully unleashed. It wasn't something an ordinary person could compare with. Be careful, Jiang Chen. Dark Minzi was shocked. He didn't expect that Xianxia would stop the Great Elder, who was a first-grade combat emperor. When he saw the Great Elder's attack, he wanted to rush over. In his opinion, although Xianxia was powerful and could kill the 3 geniuses of the 9th-grade combat king, he wasn't a match for a combat emperor. One should know that there was a huge gap between a 9th-grade combat king and a combat emperor. The gap between them was unimaginable. "There's no need for the master to do anything, I can handle it," Xianxia said loudly. He wanted to test his combat strength. It might be a little inferior to Li Tianyang, who was at the peak of the first-grade combat emperor, but it was just enough to deal with the Great Elder. *Hoo-hoo, the strong wind whistled and the fiery light soared to the sky. Xianxia waved his hand and struck out the fire dragon seal. He didn't dare to be careless in dealing with a combat emperor. He displayed his strongest combat skill. The fire dragon seal was undoubtedly powerful. It was formed by the true dragon flame and the true thunder fire. It carried the terrifying power of the 5 elements combat dragon seal. *Roar, the roar of the dragon shook the sky. After the appearance of the fire dragon, the temperature of the entire battlefield suddenly rose. The sea of fire was rolling. The fire dragon and the Great Elder's attack collided. A huge explosion ripped the void apart. Dang dang dang. Under such a violent collision, the Great Elder and Xianxia both had to take 3 steps back before they could stabilize their bodies. In a single exchange of blows, they were equally matched. This scene shocked the onlookers. Dark Minzi and the Great Elder of the demonic palace were also so shocked that their mouths were wide open. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. My God, he is on par with a first-grade combat emperor, how can he be so powerful? This is too scary. He is only a 7th-grade combat king, but he has the combat strength of a first-grade combat emperor. This is too heaven-defying. It seems like Xiaonan Feng and the other 2 didn't die in vain. I just don't know who is stronger, Xianxia or the Great Elder. It should be the Great Elder. He is a first-grade combat emperor after all. He was just casually attacking, but Xianxia had already used a powerful combat skill. If the Great Elder used his combat skill, Xianxia wouldn't be his opponent. No one wasn't shocked. There was no way that they wouldn't be shocked. A 7th-grade combat king and a first-grade combat emperor were on par. This scene was too funny and unbelievable. It was like a dream. One should know that the gap between a 7th-grade combat king and a first-grade combat emperor wasn't just a small gap. Xianxia had overturned this gap. Great Elder, finish this battle quickly and take down Xianxia. Li Tianyang roared at the Great Elder. He was in a very difficult situation. Blood kept spurting out from his mouth. He was relying on the emperor weapon in his hand to barely deal with Tan Jihao. Tan Jihao was calm and composed. His combat strength was abundant. His every move revealed his strength. Anyone could see that it would be a piece of cake for him to kill Li Tianyang today. All right. The Great Elder was shocked as well. The way he looked at Xianxia had completely changed. He didn't dare to show any neglect. With a wave of his arm, a long sword that was glowing with golden light and engraved with runes appeared in his hand. This wasn't an emperor weapon, it was a king weapon of the highest grade. The higher the grade of a combat weapon, the harder it was to get it. It was considered good enough for a first-grade combat emperor to have a king weapon of the highest grade. As for the scarier minor saint weapons and great saint weapons, they were even rarer. Especially the great saint weapon, it was even rarer than the number of great saints in the saint origin world. It required a great saint to use his own law to nurture it in order to create one. Xianxia, you really are a peerless genius that only appears once in 10,000 years. However, it was just a casual attack of mine. Now, I will use my combat weapon and use all my strength to kill you. You are no match for me. Die now. The Great Elder's chi was unparalleled. The long sword in his hand produced a sharp whistling sound. For a moment, the void was filled with sword lights. The sharp sword lights converged into a sword net and interweaved into a sea of swords, flying towards Xianxia. Wherever the sea of swords passed, the void was broken and destroyed beyond recognition. A lot of people were sighing, their eyes were filled with shock. A combat emperor was too strong. A casual move of theirs could destroy the void. The Great Elder's attack was much stronger than the previous one. Everyone was guessing that Xianxia wouldn't be able to withstand this attack. This attack was indeed very powerful. If Xianxia only relied on his 7th grade combat king strength, even if he used the Fire Dragon Seal and Azure Dragon 5 steps, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. However, in the face of such a powerful attack, Xianxia's face didn't show any signs of fear. His eyes were shining brightly. His left index finger began to tremble violently. He was activating the power of the Saint Bone. De Huang Dog saw Xianxia's action from afar. His eyes were filled with anticipation. I'm really looking forward to it. I wonder if the power of the Saint Bone can kill a first-grade combat emperor. De Huang Dog thought that with Xianxia's current strength, he wouldn't be able to fully unleash the power of the Saint Bone. However, even if he could only unleash a little of it, its power would be boundless. A single finger might not be enough to kill a first-grade combat emperor, but if this finger was used to unleash the profound 9 solar finger, it would be a different story. Xianxia was very confident. This was his trump card. Profound 9 solar finger. Xianxia suddenly let out a loud shout. He pointed his finger like a sword, and a dazzling golden light burst out from his index finger. A faint pressure overflowed from his finger. Under this pressure, everyone could feel the pressure, causing their souls to tremble. Boom. 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 Boom, Kong Long, 9 golden giant fingers were unleashed by Xianxia. The power of the profound 9 solar finger was incomparably strong. Now that it was unleashed together with the Saint Bone, its power had increased by a few times. Each of the 9 giant fingers was like a pillar that could support the heavens. Each of them was engraved with the 9 solar talisman, which was dazzling and bright. Swoosh, swoosh, under Xianxia's control, the 9 giant fingers didn't merge into one. They dashed forward like 9 golden dragons, leaving a long tail in the sky. Clang 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 the profound 9 solar finger collided with the Great Elder's Sea of Swords. The invincible sword light was instantly destroyed. The huge net of swords was instantly torn apart and shattered into pieces. What? The Great Elder exclaimed. His eyes were filled with horror. He felt that the 9 giant fingers were like 9 ancient beasts that couldn't be resisted. More importantly, there seemed to be a special kind of pressure in the 9 giant fingers. This pressure made him feel very uncomfortable. The speed of the profound 9 solar finger was too fast. After breaking through the Sea of Swords and destroying all the sword light, they merged into one giant finger and appeared in front of the Great Elder. The Great Elder was frightened. He didn't dare to be careless. He immediately raised the long sword in his hand and slashed at the giant finger. Rumble. Arg, accompanied by a miserable scream, the long sword in the Great Elder's hand flew out. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his face instantly became extremely pale. His entire body was sent flying like a falling meteor. At this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with horror. It was a kind of terror that came from the depths of their hearts. They thought that the one who was defeated was Xianxia. They didn't expect that Xianxia still had such a powerful trump card. He instantly turned defeat into victory and severely injured the Great Elder, who was a combat emperor. Great Elder, your end is here. Xianxia grabbed the Great Elder's long sword in his hand. His body flashed and he stepped on the spatial shift. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of the Great Elder. At this time, the Great Elder had just stabilized his injured body. He couldn't even use his Yuan force. Unfortunately, Xianxia didn't give him any chance to react. He slashed out with the long sword in his hand. No. The Great Elder felt the threat of death. He immediately roared, but it was useless. Xianxia's sword was merciless. The long sword in his hand mercilessly slashed through the Great Elder's neck. The Great Elder's head flew high up into the sky. A column of blood spurted out from the severed head like a fountain, creating a beautiful scene. The Great Elder was dead. He was killed by Xianxia mercilessly. He died under his own sword. This was undoubtedly a great irony. Everyone was dumbfounded. They felt that this world was too crazy. That was a powerful combat emperor. In their hearts, he was a high and mighty existence, a peak that they could only look up to. However, the peak was pushed down just like that, and it was done by a 7th grade combat king. Tan Lang, this sword is for you. Xianxia didn't turn his head. He casually threw the long sword to Tan Lang. Tan Lang's eyes brightened. His face was filled with joy. He caught the long sword immediately. This was the Great Elder's combat weapon. It was many times stronger than his own combat weapon. Tan Lang couldn't help but feel happy. Dark Minzi and the Great Elder of Heavenly Devil Palace looked at each other. They could see the shock in each other's eyes. At the same time, they felt lucky. They felt lucky that Heavenly Devil Palace had made the right choice. They didn't want to make Xianxia their enemy. This young man was too terrifying. His growth was too fast. In just 10 days, he made people feel like he was a completely different person. Super monster. Li Tianyang's body was trembling. It was obvious that he was an arrow at the end of its flight. When he saw the Great Elder die in Xianxia's hands, he was disheartened. His last hope had been shattered. Today, he had no chance to live anymore. Tan Jihao's eyes were filled with shock. He wanted to help Xianxia to defend against the Great Elder, but he had never thought that Xianxia would be so ferocious and kill the Great Elder. At the same time of shock, Tan Jihao felt that he had lost his face. Xianxia, a 7th grade combat king, had killed his opponent, and his opponent was still alive. Li Tianyang, your time of death has come. Tan Jihao's murderous aura rose to another level. A golden long spear appeared in his hand. The runes on the surface of the long spear were surging, emitting a strong emperor's aura. It was a terrifying emperor weapon, and its grade was much higher than the one in Li Tianyang's hand. The long spear vibrated, emitting a buzzing sound in the void. In a blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Li Tianyang. Li Tianyang's eyes were filled with endless fear. He knew that this was Tan Jihao's most powerful attack. Even if he was in his peak condition, he wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone in his current condition. Li Tianyang wanted to resist and evade, but he realized that he couldn't do it. He was already shrouded by the shadow of death. He knew clearly that what awaited him was death. It was a fact that couldn't be changed. The long spear pierced through Li Tianyang's head. The temple lord of the Shura temple had fallen from the sky. The moment Tan Jihao pulled out the long spear, Li Tianyang's body fell from the sky. De Huang Dog had been waiting for this moment. He turned into a golden light and chased after Li Tianyang's body. His sharp claws pierced through Li Tianyang's abdomen and retrieved the broken sword. After he got the broken sword, he immediately put it into his qi. No one saw it. They only saw that De Huang Dog suddenly attacked and pierced through Li Tianyang's abdomen. All of them felt that this dog was too ferocious. He didn't even let go of a corpse. Of course, De Huang Dog didn't care about how others would look at him. What he cared about was his treasures. If the broken sword was revealed, it would definitely attract people's attention. The broken sword itself looked like a piece of scrap iron, so it naturally wouldn't attract people's attention. However, after a person died, his qi would be destroyed along with the treasures stored in it. However, the broken sword was taken out by De Huang Dog in perfect condition. Even an idiot could guess that this broken sword wasn't ordinary. De Huang Dog was an intelligent man, so he didn't want to bring trouble to himself. The scene was a mess. The mountains below were smashed and the peaks collapsed one by one. This was the destructive power of the War Emperor. The battle was over, but the scene was silent. Everyone felt that it was difficult to breathe. One of the 4 giants of Liang Province, Shura Temple, was finished just like that. The temple master was dead, the Great Elder was dead, and the Great Tycoon was also dead. It would be extremely difficult for a big sect to survive in Liang Province in the future. The Great Elders of Invincibility School and Peerless Sword Faction witnessed everything. Their faces were pale with fear. When they saw Xianxia and Tan Jihao, it was as if they had seen ghosts. Their faces were filled with fear. They deeply felt that Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist's decision was very correct. If they insisted on fighting with Xianxia, the consequences would only be the same as Shura Temple. Although 10 million days of elixir was precious, it was useless if one could not even live. 2 tyrannical auras appeared in the distant sky. It was Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist who had returned. Their faces were gloomy and their hearts were filled with endless grievance. However, this gloominess and grievance disappeared instantly after they saw the scene. Almost at the moment when the two of them appeared, the great elders from both sides had already told them what had happened through telepathy. Their eyes fell on Xianxia at the same time. That kind of fear could no longer be expressed in words. Tanji Hao being able to kill Li Tianyang was within their expectations. After all, the geniuses of the Tan family were not to be trifled with. However, the fact that Xianxia was able to kill a war emperor was too unbelievable. They originally thought that they could not give Xianxia any more chances to grow. They wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate him to prevent future troubles. However, it seemed that Xianxia had already grown. Even if Tanji Hao did not appear today, it would be difficult for them to kill Xianxia even if they joined hands. Even if Xianxia could not defeat them, it would not be a problem for him to escape. The next time he appeared would be the end of their lives. You two are quite punctual. Have you prepared the 10 million days of elixir? Xianxia looked at Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist. The two of them took a deep breath and took off an interspatial ring at the same time. They threw it to Xianxia. Xianxia took it and probed it with his divine sense. Immediately, he saw a mountain of days of elixir. All of them were pure pills with 100% effectiveness. He nodded his head in satisfaction. Very good. From now on, the grudges between me and the Invincibility School and Peerless Sword faction are written off. However, you better not provoke me in the future. Otherwise, Xianxia snorted coldly. His attitude was clear. Many people had seen his methods. He was ruthless and merciless. In many people's eyes, it was worth it for Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist to spend 10 million to save their lives. If they were not out of their minds, they would not find trouble with Xianxia in the future. Moreover, many people thought that after today's matter, Xianxia would not stay in Liang province. How could a genius like him be willing to stay in a small place like Liang province? He would definitely go to Xuanyu. Goodbye. Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist held their fists at Xianxia and turned to leave. The two great elders didn't dare to stay any longer. They immediately followed the two sect masters and left. As for the huge loss that Xianxia had brought to the two major powers, they could only swallow it in silence. With their current strength, there was no chance for revenge. Tanji Hao put away his long sword and came to Xianxia's side. Brother Jiang, if it wasn't for your help that day, I'm afraid I wouldn't be here today. It's all thanks to Brother Chen's help today. Xianxia said with a smile. What he said was true. If it wasn't for Tanji Hao's appearance today, the situation would be out of control. Even with the help of Heavenly Devil Palace, he was no match for the 6 combat emperors. Moreover, although the Saint Bone's 9 solar finger was powerful, it couldn't be used without limit. It took a lot of energy for him to use the Saint Bone. After killing the Great Elder, he felt that the Yuan force in his body was greatly consumed. For someone like him who practiced the dragon transformation art and had a strong foundation, this was a rare thing. Therefore, the Saint Bone would be his trump card in the future. He couldn't use it easily. If it wasn't for Tanji Hao's appearance today, Xianxia would have escaped after a fierce battle. He would come back for another battle after he had advanced to the 8th grade combat king. Tanji Hao's appearance had resolved all the grudges between them. I will definitely kill Li Tianyang. I like to do things on my own. I must avenge myself. Only then can I feel the pleasure of revenge. Tanji Hao said. No one would find anything wrong with what he said. After all, with Tanji Hao's identity, if he wanted to annihilate a Shura temple, he could destroy the Shura temple countless times with just a word. At this time, Dark Minzi also stepped forward. He held his fists at Tanji Hao and said, Dark Minzi of Heavenly Devil Palace greets young Master Chen. Tanji Hao nodded casually and didn't say much to Dark Minzi. As a genius of the Tan family, he was considered as a righteous person in the eyes of outsiders. He didn't like the people of the devil religion. If it wasn't because Dark Minzi was Xianxia's friend, he wouldn't even care about him. Dark Minzi smiled faintly at Tanji Hao's arrogance. The genius of the Tan family naturally had the right to be arrogant. However, Dark Minzi didn't like Tan Jihao either. He turned to Jiang Chen and said, "Brother Jiang is indeed a good friend of young master. You are the most talented person I have ever met. I wonder if young master Jiang has the time to visit Heavenly Devil Palace. Thank you for your help today. I still have some trivial matters to settle. After I have settled them, I will definitely visit Heavenly Devil Palace," Jiang Chen said with a smile. He knew that Dark Minzi was friendly to him because of Han Yen, but no matter what, Dark Minzi had helped him a lot. It was only right for him to visit Heavenly Devil Palace. "Alright, I will wait for Jiang Brothers' arrival in Heavenly Devil Palace." Dark Minzi was very happy. He then left with the Great Elder. "What is Brother Jiang's plan for the future? With your talent, the small Liang province is definitely not a place where you should stay. Why don't you follow me to the Tan family?" Tan Jihao extended an invitation to Jiang Chen. If a genius like Jiang Chen could join the Tan family, he would definitely be of great use to the Tan family. Jiang Chen appreciates Brother Chen's kindness. However, I have always been unrestrained and I am used to being alone. If I go to the Tan family, I'm afraid I won't be used to it. Jiang Chen declined politely. He really didn't like to join any sect. He had been in the Divine Continent for a few months. Although the matter in Liang province had been settled, he still hadn't found any information about the thing he was looking for. There were still 4 fragments of the Heavenly Saint Sword that hadn't been found. This was Jiang Chen's first goal. The Heavenly Saint Sword must be found in its complete form. Only then would the Heavenly Saint Sword be restored to its peak power and become a terrifying peerless saint weapon. Since the whereabouts of the broken Heavenly Saint Sword was still unknown, Jiang Chen had to continue searching. His life was connected with the Heavenly Saint Sword. Every time he found a fragment of the sword, his cultivation would increase. Of course, the few months he spent in the Divine Continent did not end up empty-handed. The phalanx of his left hand was the biggest reward. Next, Jiang Chen had another important thing to do. He had to rush to the freezing hell prison of the Shura Temple to look for the treasure that Li Tianyang had hidden. A treasure that could be sensed by De Huang Dog was something that he couldn't miss. "Alright, Brother Jiang, if you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me in the Tan family. I'll risk my life for you." Tan Jihao patted his chest and promised. Jiang Chen had saved his life before. Such kindness was something that he would never be able to repay for the rest of his life. Life itself was priceless. From the moment Jiang Chen broke the freezing hell prison and rescued him, Jiang Chen had become his benefactor. Tan Jihao's eyes lit up. "Oh right, Brother Chen, can I recommend my friend to join the Tan family for cultivation?" Jiang Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. "Of course you can. Although the Tan family is a family, it is more or less like a sect. We have accepted many foreign cultivators, and many of them have become the main force of the Tan family. Brother Jiang, your friend is also my friend. Once he joins the Tan family, I promise you I'll give him the best cultivation resources," Tan Jihao said. Jiang Chen nodded his head. A big family like the Tan family was very different from those ancient families in the Pure Land of the Divine Region. The big families in the Pure Land usually wouldn't accept outsiders, but the Tan family was different. A family like this was more like a big sect, and it had a huge influence. Many cultivators wanted to join the Tan family for a job. Jiang Chen turned to Tan Lang and said, "Tan Lang, come here." Tan Lang walked forward. He had heard Jiang Chen's words clearly, and he had guessed something. "Tan Lang, the conflict in Liang province has come to an end, and the Shura temple only exists in name. You won't have a bright future if you continue staying here. Why don't you follow Brother Chen to the Tan family for cultivation? This is a great opportunity for you. Besides, the Tan family is right in the center of Xuanyu. Sooner or later, we'll meet again," Jiang Chen said. There were still many things he needed to do, and he didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter. Tan Lang was only a 4th-grade combat king, and if he followed him, he would just be a burden. Jiang Chen didn't mean to dislike Tan Lang. He just thought that Tan Lang would have a better future if he went to the Tan family to cultivate, and it would save him the trouble of running around. Besides, the Tan family was one of the 5 major powers in Xuanyu. Many people wanted to join them, but they couldn't. Alright, it's my honor, Tan Lang, to be able to cultivate in the Tan family. Tan Lang immediately agreed. He had no reason to reject such a good opportunity. If he stayed in the Shura temple, he might never have the chance to go to the center of Xuanyu, and he wouldn't have the chance to get in touch with a major power like the Tan family. Tan Lang was no exception. Although he was intoxicated by the hot-blooded life of following Jiang Chen, he understood that the gap between him and Jiang Chen was getting bigger and bigger. He couldn't keep up with Jiang Chen and Tyrant, and he would just be a burden if he followed them. Tan Lang didn't want to be a burden. Therefore, he decided to cultivate in the Tan family, and try his best to shorten the gap between him and Jiang Chen. Tan Lang knew that Jiang Chen was doing this for his own good. He also understood that it wasn't easy to enter the Tan family. With his cultivation, if it wasn't because of Tan Lang's relationship with Jiang Chen, he wouldn't have the chance to enter the Tan family. To him, this was a great opportunity. Brother Chen, I'll leave Tan Lang to you. Don't let him suffer. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, don't worry. Brother Tan will be my friend in the future. Tan Lang cupped his fist and promised to Jiang Chen, since the matter here has been settled, I won't stay any longer. I'll head back now. It could be seen that Tan Lang wasn't interested in the small Liang province. The reason why he attacked today was to kill Li Tianyang for revenge. Now that the matter was settled, he wouldn't stay any longer. Tan Lang left with Tan Lang. Under countless envious gazes, they went to the Tan family. Tan Lang really got a blessing in disguise. He befriended Jiang Chen, and not only did he not die, he even joined the Tan family. He's really lucky. It's so enviable. That's the Tan family. How great would it be if I could join the Tan family? It's a pity that I don't have the chance. Cultivating in the Tan family is much better than this small Liang province. The Tan family has the best cultivation resources and they nurture many geniuses. Everyone was envious. It was a great opportunity that fell from the sky. It was imaginable that Tan Lang would be much better cultivating in the Tan family than in the Shura temple. To Jiang Chen, he became the biggest winner in Liang province. He defeated the 3 major sects and his name would spread throughout Liang province. It would definitely be a story that would be told in the future. De Huang, Tyrant, let's go. Jiang Chen shouted for De Huang Dog and Tyrant and flew towards the direction of the Shura temple. Little Chenzi, today was really satisfying. I didn't expect you to be so ferocious to kill a combat emperor. You're even more powerful than me. You really put a lot of pressure on me. Tyrant sighed. When he thought that Jiang Chen was more powerful than him, he immediately felt the pressure. For a super genius like Jiang Chen, once he was surpassed, it would be hard to surpass him again. You bastard, you don't have to worry at all. Great Master Ran Feng has the inheritance left behind by Ancestor Green Lotus. Once you obtain it, you will soar into the sky. The 3 great seals of Buddhism are extremely terrifying. Once you obtain all of them, you will become really terrifying. Moreover, as far as I know, Ancestor Green Lotus has a terrifying scripture, which is the real treasure of Buddhism. Jiang Chen admired Ancestor Green Lotus very much. As a friend of Ancestor Green Lotus, he knew better than anyone else how terrifying Ancestor Green Lotus was. Tyrant was the descendant of Green Lotus, so there was no need to worry about his future. Of course, I will grow under the glory of Ancestor Green Lotus and become an existence like Ancestor Green Lotus. Tyrant immediately became narcissistic. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog turned around and hurried on their way. Hey, wait for me. Tyrant quickly chased after them. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? Tyrant asked, puzzled. The Shura temple. Jiang Chen said. Li Tianyang is already dead. Why are we still going to the Shura temple? Fuck, don't tell me you're going to be so ruthless. Are you going to kill them all? Tyrant's eyes widened. He thought that Jiang Chen was going to return to the Shura temple and start a massacre. Normally, Jiang Chen wouldn't be so bored, and he wasn't that kind of person. However, he couldn't figure out why Jiang Chen wanted to go to the Shura temple at this time. To find a treasure. Jiang Chen said with a smile. What treasure? Tyrant's eyes lit up when he heard there was a treasure. You'll know when we get there. Xianxia didn't know what treasure it was, but he could sense the location of the treasure. It was in the freezing hell prison. The Shura temple was in chaos. The news of Li Tianyang and the Great Elder being killed had reached the Shura temple. This news was like a lightning strike to the head of the temple. From now on, the Shura temple would only exist in name. The glorious days of the Liang province would never return. Soon, 2 men and a dog arrived at the Shura temple. To the Shura temple, this was like the arrival of 3 evil stars. It caused the chaotic Shura temple, from the elders to the disciples, everyone was in fear and trepidation. Even the 9th grade combat king elders were scared out of their wits. They had heard that not only did Xianxia kill Xiao Nanfeng, he also killed the great elder who was a 1st grade combat emperor. It's over. Xianxia is here. He's going to start a massacre. We are all going to die. What should we do? What should we do? Are all of us in the Shura temple going to die? I don't want to die. Will this evil star really kill all of us? He can even kill a combat emperor. We don't have the ability to fight back. The Shura temple was in chaos. Everyone was scared out of their wits. Xianxia had just killed the 3 great experts of the Shura temple, and now he appeared in the Shura temple. Wasn't his purpose obvious? He was here to destroy the entire Shura temple. Everyone in the Shura temple, listen to me. I'm here for the freezing hell jail. It has nothing to do with you. Don't panic. Xianxia's voice was like a sudden clap of thunder that reverberated in the sky above the Shura temple. After listening to his words, the disciples of the Shura temple who were in a panic felt relieved. Xianxia wasn't here to kill them. No matter what the future of the Shura temple would be like, at least they were safe now. Even if they left the Shura temple, with their abilities, they would still be able to survive. Xianxia casted the Great Soul Derivation technique and released his soul force. He immediately sensed the location of the freezing hell jail and flew towards it. Soon, at the center of the Shura temple, Xianxia found the spatial node that was connected to the freezing hell jail. He waved his hand and unleashed a ray of golden light, tearing the spatial node apart. Then, 3 men and a dog jumped into the spatial node. The freezing hell jail had just been constructed, so it was easy for them to enter. After entering the spatial node, the 3 of them immediately felt a bone-piercing cold air. Not only was this cold air extremely cold, it also contained a certain degree of corrosive power. Mottled lights and shadows were flickering around the spatial node. Although the spatial node had just been constructed, it was already very complete. It has only been a few months since I destroyed this spatial node. Even if Li Tianyang is a combat emperor, it's impossible for him to construct a spatial node in such a short time. This spatial node must be supported by something, which allowed it to take shape in such a short time. Furthermore, the cold air here is very special, even I can't tell what it is. Xianxia said after observing the surroundings. It must be because of that treasure. I can already sense the location of that treasure. Even with the crystal as a barrier, Xianxia could still feel the coldness coming from that drop of water. It was bone-chilling cold, which reminded Xianxia of Yan Qinyu's 9 meridians. And this drop of water was even colder than the 9 meridians. It was the coldest thing in the world. My God, a drop of water can actually condense into an ice-cold space. What kind of water is this? Tyrant was very surprised. Even De Huang Dog was shocked. The 3 of them were standing in the same place, but a layer of golden protective shield had already appeared around their bodies. It was obvious how strong the coldness coming from this drop of water was. Little Chinzi, you are very knowledgeable. Do you know what kind of treasure this is? De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia. Although he could sense the location of the treasure, he couldn't tell what kind of treasure this drop of water was. Xianxia's eyes lit up. He stared at the drop of water in the crystal without blinking his eyes. He thought of a legendary treasure, a treasure that even he, the greatest saint beneath the heavens, had never seen before. Heaven and earth pure water, this is heaven and earth pure water. Xianxia said. He became excited when he mentioned the name of heaven and earth pure water. He knew better than anyone else how precious this treasure was. What? Heaven and earth pure water? I've seen this kind of water in the ancient records left by my ancestor. The heaven and earth pure water is the coldest water in the world. A drop of it is as heavy as 10,000 caddies. It can crush a mountain and freeze a river. If a large amount of heaven and earth pure water flows out, it will bring a disaster to the world. Of course, this kind of heaven and earth pure water is extremely rare and only exists in legends. I didn't expect to see a drop of it here. If it's really heaven and earth pure water, even if it's just a drop, it's still priceless. Tyrant was also shocked. He had read ancient records before, so he knew about the heaven and earth pure water. It was the origin of the world and was very rare. Tyrant is right. The heaven and earth pure water is a product that appeared together with the chaos at the beginning of the world. It's a true treasure. I really didn't expect this little Shura temple to hide such a treasure. Haha. Xianxia burst out laughing. However, little Chenzi, the pure water of heaven and earth is extremely overbearing. It's basically impossible for an ordinary person to refine it. Putting aside the weight of the pure water, just the coldness of the heaven and earth contained within it is something that no one can withstand. Therefore, even if one obtains the pure water, I'm afraid he can only add a little bit of it into his alchemy or combat weapon. Tyrant said. Hearing this, Xianxia revealed a faint smile and said, others might not be able to, but I can. I have a combat skill called the 5 Elements Combat Dragon Seal. I need to find the origin of the 5 elements in the world in order to master it. The heaven and earth pure water is exactly what I need. If I can refine it, I will be able to master the water dragon seal and reach its peak state. This was what made Xianxia excited. Since the moment he obtained the 5 elements combat dragon seal, Xianxia knew that it would be an extremely difficult process to master this combat skill, because it was extremely difficult to find the origin of the 5 elements. He had the true dragon fire and the true thunder fire, which were the advantages of practicing the fire dragon seal, but the other 4 seals were extremely difficult. Now that he had obtained the heaven and earth pure water, it was like a meat pie that fell from the sky. Moreover, the heaven and earth pure water not only contained the origin of water, but also the origin of cold. This was what made Xianxia the most excited. It was not hard to imagine that once he used the heaven and earth pure water to practice the water dragon seal, not only would it have a strong water element, it would also have a bone-piercing cold. With the 2 elements superimposed, it would be impossible to defend against it. More importantly, the heaven and earth pure water was too strong, and its power was too fierce. Even if it was just a small drop, Xianxia didn't need to refine it completely. He only needed to refine half of it to completely transform his water dragon seal. As for the remaining half, he wanted to leave it for one person. That person was the one who needed the heaven and earth pure water the most. Although Xianxia was in the divine continent, it was impossible for him to forget Ren, who had turned into the ice god. Yan Qinyu had the 9 meridians, which was a rare ice physique. If she could be refined by the heaven and earth pure water, the benefits would be endless. Tyrant and De Huang Dog looked at Xianxia as if they were looking at a freak, and burst out a word at the same time, freak. Being able to refine the heaven and earth pure water directly, if this wasn't freak, then what was? He was a super freak. These words came from Xianxia's mouth. If it was someone else who said it, they wouldn't believe it, but when it came from Xianxia, they believed it without a doubt. They even felt that if there was someone in this world who could refine the heaven and earth pure water directly, that person would be Xianxia, because Xianxia had created too many miracles. Both of you, protect me. I need to refine the heaven and earth pure water immediately. Once my water dragon seal completes its transformation, I will advance to the 8th grade combat king. Xianxia said. Tyrant and De Huang Dog looked at each other, feeling speechless. Xianxia's advancement was as easy as drinking cold water, which made them jealous and envious. However, they understood that Xianxia was too strong, he could refine anything. His whole body was a great treasure, it was hard for him not to advance to the next grade. If he had a cold attribute physique, after refining the heaven and earth pure water, the transformation wouldn't be as simple as advancing to the next grade. This was enough to prove the strength of Xianxia's foundation. Although his advancement speed was very fast, it also highlighted the difficulty of his advancement, which wasn't something that ordinary people could compare with. Tyrant and De Huang Dog stood at the 2 sides of the freezing hell jail, protecting Xianxia. Xianxia took 2 steps forward, approaching the crystal. He had the true dragon flame and thunder fire to protect his body, and with the help of the dragon transformation skill, he was able to resist the cold chi from the heaven and earth pure water. He cast the true dragon palm and took out the crystal. This drop of water was too heavy, even Xianxia had to be very careful. I can't break the crystal, I need to extract the heaven and earth pure water from the crystal to refine it. Xianxia sat down with his legs crossed and struck out a ray of divine light, penetrating the crystal and extracting the essence of the heaven and earth pure water bit by bit. The heaven and earth pure water and thunder fire were the real opposites, it was impossible for them to fuse into one. If Xianxia didn't have the 5 elements combat dragon seal, he wouldn't dare to make such a bold attempt. However, the 5 elements combat dragon seal was an incomparably mystical combat skill. It was similar to a cultivation skill, it could fuse the 5 elements together without any repulsion. This was the scariest part of the combat dragon seal. A thread of heaven and earth pure water turned into a stream of qi and entered Xianxia's body. Crack crack, at this moment, a thick layer of ice immediately formed on the surface of Xianxia's body. Xianxia instantly turned into an ice sculpture. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. He thought to himself that the heaven and earth pure water was indeed tyrannical. The degree of coldness had reached an unbearable level. It could instantly freeze a person's internal organs and then corrode them. It could even freeze a person's yuan power and vitality, causing them to die without a burial. Xianxia didn't dare to be negligent. He immediately used the water dragon seal's mnemonic chant, guiding and refining the heaven and earth pure water bit by bit. The process of refining the heaven and earth pure water was also a process of cultivating the water dragon seal. This process was destined to not be completed in one go. It would take a long time. Even with Xianxia's terrifying dragon transformation skill, he would need at least 2 days to complete it. Xianxia stopped after absorbing half of the heaven and earth pure water. The amount of heaven and earth pure water was enough for him. It would be a waste to absorb more. Moreover, it was not necessarily a good thing for his body to withstand the attack of too much heaven and earth pure water. During these 2 days, the ice on the surface of Xianxia's body became thicker and thicker, forming a huge cocoon. In the end, it became as big as a small hill, completely covering Xianxia. If one tried to sense Xianxia from the outside, they wouldn't be able to sense his life force. Tyrant and De Huang Dog had witnessed the whole process. Even though they hadn't refined the heaven and earth pure water, they still felt a chill running down their spine. The power of the heaven and earth pure water was too frightening. No ordinary people could refine it. This was also the reason why Li Tianyang had to store the heaven and earth pure water in this place. Now, they finally understood the reason why Li Tianyang built the freezing hell jail. It was to hide the heaven and earth pure water, and not arouse any suspicion from the outside world. This guy is too mystical. His future achievements are bound to be limitless. Tyrant couldn't help but say. When he first met Xianxia in the chaotic ocean, Xianxia was just a first-grade combat king, and he had just broken through to the first-grade combat king realm. Only a few months had passed, and he had already reached the 7th-grade combat king realm, and was about to break through to the 8th grade. Such speed of advancement was truly terrifying. 2 days later, cracking sounds were produced from the ice, and cracks began to appear on it. As more and more cracks appeared, they became bigger and bigger, and an extremely powerful aura was unleashed from the ice. Under the impact of this aura, the entire freezing hell jail began to shake. Rumble, all of a sudden, a violent explosion was heard. The ice shattered, turning into ice shards that flew in all directions. Xianxia's black hair was fluttering even though there was no wind. In front of his palm, a vivid water dragon mark was spinning, and a dragon roar was coming out from it. Xianxia let out a loud shout and struck out with the water dragon seal. The moment he struck out, the water dragon seal turned into a giant dragon that was more than 100 meters long. Its body was covered with a deep blue light, and it looked like rippling water. Under the devastating attack of the water dragon, the newly formed freezing hell jail was shattered once again. After losing the support of the heaven and earth pure water, the space inside the freezing hell jail was shattered once again. Rumble, roar. Roar, accompanied by the roar of the dragon, the entire mountain range where the Shura temple was located was shaking violently. Many of the buildings collapsed, as if doomsday had come. The elders and disciples of the Shura temple became nervous once again. They had been living in a state of fear for the past 2 days, because Xianxia, that malignant star, hadn't shown himself since he entered the freezing hell jail. Now that he had caused such a huge commotion, how could they not be afraid? What's going on? The freezing hell jail has been destroyed again. Why is he always fighting with the freezing hell jail? What a powerful qi and attack. Xianxia won't go back on his words. He wants to destroy our Shura temple. Kill us all. I don't think so. I don't think Xianxia is that kind of person. Everyone in the Shura temple was in a state of panic. As long as Xianxia was in the Shura temple, they wouldn't be able to live in peace. No one in the Liang province wasn't afraid of this devil incarnate. There was no one in the Liang province who could deal with Xianxia. In the destroyed freezing hell jail, Tyrant and De Huang Dog's faces were filled with shock. The power of the water dragon seal was too strong. If its power was on par with the fire dragon seal, then the qi of the heavenly and earth pure water was the scariest. Wherever the water dragon passed, even the void would be frozen. The coldness of the water dragon seal was terrifying. What a terrifying combat skill. He has really refined the heavenly and earth pure water. Judging from his qi, he is going to break through to the 8th grade combat king very soon. Once he reaches the 8th grade combat king, the power of the water dragon seal will be even stronger. Tyrant shook his head speechlessly. He really didn't know what to say about this abnormal monster. Wakaka. This is satisfying. This is so satisfying. De Huang Dog was laughing out loud in excitement. The stronger Xianxia was, the happier he was. Thinking about how he could show off his strength with Xianxia in the future, it was a very exciting thing. Haha, Xianxia laughed heartily. After mastering the water dragon seal, the power of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal had become more vigorous. Even the power of the fire dragon seal had been enhanced. The 5 seals of the 5 elemental combat dragon seal were complementary to each other. Every time one of them evolved, the other seals would become stronger. At the same time, Xianxia's qi was shaken again. Due to the impact of the water dragon seal and the transformation of the water dragon seal, Xianxia's foundation was strengthened. New dragon marks were formed continuously. In just a few minutes, 2,000 dragon marks were formed. Xianxia's cultivation not only broke through the 8th grade combat king, but also stopped at the middle stage of the 8th grade combat king. He was only 1 step away from the 9th grade combat king. Asterisk roar, asterisk lines of blood-red dragon marks floated on the surface of Xianxia's body, producing waves of dragon roars. It made Xianxia look very mystical. He was like an ancestral dragon, the incarnation of a dragon. After advancing to the 8th grade combat king, the number of dragon marks in Xianxia's body had reached 35,000. The space of his qi had expanded again. His qi was filled with the shadows of dragons that were dancing in the air. Finally, I have advanced to the 8th grade combat king. With my current combat strength, even if I don't use the Saint Bone, I can still kill a 1st grade combat emperor. I can even fight a 2nd grade combat emperor. Xianxia's eyes were sparkling. He was very satisfied with his current condition. The impact of the heavenly earth pure water was very strong, it made Xianxia advance to the next grade. Moreover, he had only absorbed half of the heavenly earth pure water. The other half was stored in his qi along with the crystals, waiting for Xianxia to use it in the future. TSK, 8th grade combat king. It seems like this small Liang province can't accommodate a great god like you. Tyrant clicked his tongue. Then let's go to the center of Xuanyu. My footsteps will never stop. Xianxia tidied up his clothes. There was still a long way to go, he couldn't stop even if he wanted to. Xianxia had to move forward step by step. He had to find the heavenly saint sword, solve the problem of Ancestor Green Lotus, and solve the problem of Wu Ningzhu's family. Although he was the overlord of Liang province, compared to the whole divine continent, an 8th grade combat king was still pitifully weak. Not to mention the whole divine continent, even Xuanyu was pitifully weak. That's right, we can't stop moving forward. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog said. As long as he was by Xianxia's side, his life would be full of excitement and excitement. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's leave the Shura temple and visit the Heavenly Devil Palace. I have promised Dark Minzi, Xianxia said. He was going to visit the Heavenly Devil Palace as a guest and leave some devil souls behind as a reward. It didn't matter if Dark Minzi had helped him or not, it was a fact that Dark Minzi stood firmly on his side. Xianxia had to accept this friendship even if it was for Han Yan's sake. After that, 2 men and a dog left the Shura temple and headed to the Heavenly Devil Palace. The Heavenly Devil Palace was their last stop in Liang province. All the grudges here had been settled. It was time for Xianxia to embark on a new journey. Nangong Wendian and Wu Ningzhu hadn't been found yet. Xianxia was still worried. Seeing that the 3 malignant stars had left, everyone in the Azura Palace had tears streaming down their faces. God knew how they had been living the past 2 days. They were afraid that the 3 malignant stars would start a massacre in the Azura Palace. If that happened, the Azura Palace would truly be finished. The demonic cult had its own system, and there were demonic cultivators in every large region. The fact that the Heavenly Demonic Palace was able to occupy a place in the Liang province was a testament to its strength. The Heavenly Demonic Palace was the sect closest to the chaotic ocean, and the mountain range where they were located was known as the Heavenly Demonic Mountain. The Demonic Mountain had a circumference of several hundred miles. The mountain range wasn't filled with demonic energy as people had imagined. Instead, it was filled with the scent of spring, just like a fairyland. It didn't look any different from the so-called righteous sects like the Azura Palace. If one had to point out a difference, it would be the architecture. The Azura Palace and the Invincible sect both had magnificent buildings, while the Azura Palace looked more like an ancient black castle, giving off an incomparably heavy feeling. Although the devil cult was related to devils, they were definitely not devils. The people of the devil cult only cultivated devil arts and pursued a fast cultivation speed. However, they were still humans. As long as they didn't cultivate devil arts to the point of going astray, they would still have the nature of humans. This would never change. Devil cultivators were humans too. This was also the reason why the devil cult could exist in every big region. If all the devil cult members were devils, they would have been eradicated by the alliance of human sects long ago. Outside the Heavenly Devil Palace, 3 figures suddenly appeared. These 3 figures didn't slow down at all as they charged into the Heavenly Devil Palace. Who dares to trespass the Heavenly Devil Palace? Someone shouted. 3 or 4 disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace who were guarding the mountain appeared and blocked Xianxia's way. In Liang province, there weren't many people who dared to trespass the Heavenly Devil Palace. If it was an ordinary person who dared to do so, it would be a typical case of courting death. Xianxia and the other 2 stopped. They didn't say anything and just stared at the disciples of the Heavenly Devil Palace. The 4 of them felt that this group in front of them was very familiar. It was as if they had heard it before. Suddenly, they thought of a terrifying name and their expressions changed. You are Xianxia? One of the leaders' expression changed. If Xianxia appeared in front of him alone, he might not be able to recognize him, but if there was a monk and a dog following him, it would be a different story. It would be impossible for him not to be noticed. That's right. Tell your palace lord that I, Xianxia, have come as a guest. Xianxia nodded and said. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope young Master Jiang won't be offended. Young Master Jiang, please come in quickly. Our palace lord has specially instructed us to treat young Master Jiang with respect. The disciple quickly bowed to Xianxia. The incident that happened 2 days ago had spread across the entire Liang province. There wasn't a single person who didn't know about it. Xianxia had killed the 3 great geniuses with his own hands and killed a first-grade combat emperor. Everyone was trembling with fear when they saw Xianxia. They were all young geniuses. Other than fear, there was also a deep admiration for Xianxia. They even treated him as their idol. Apart from this, Xianxia had another identity that they had to respect. He was the friend of the young master of the Moyin cult. If the Heavenly Devil Palace could rely on Xianxia to build a relationship with the Moyin cult, it would be great. Haha, welcome, brother Xianxia. I'm sorry for not welcoming you. A series of hearty voices were heard. Dark Minzi and the higher-ups of the Heavenly Devil Palace flew out from the inner part of the Heavenly Devil Palace. Little Xianxia, such a welcoming method should be considered the highest standard in the heavenly devil palace. Tyrant said with a smile. Not only did the palace lord come personally, all the elders and higher-ups of the heavenly devil palace had also come. Such a high-standard welcoming method could only be given to Xianxia. This showed how much importance Dark Minzi attached to Xianxia. Xianxia smiled and didn't say anything. He knew that the reason why Dark Minzi treated him this way was because of his relationship with the young master of the Moine cult. Not at all. The palace lord has helped me many times. Xianxia naturally came to visit. Xianxia clasped his fists at him. Young Master Jiang, please come in. Dark Minzi made an inviting gesture. Xianxia didn't stand on ceremony and strode forward with his hands behind his back. The genius from the heavenly devil palace looked at the imposing Xianxia and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Even though he was the #1 genius of the heavenly devil palace and one of the 4 geniuses of Liang province, he couldn't help but admire Xianxia. Geniuses like him rarely admired others, but he admired Xianxia from the bottom of his heart. Although he wasn't present at the battle 2 days ago, he knew everything. He, Xiao Nanfeng, and the other 2 were equally famous and had similar levels of cultivation. However, all 3 of them died in the hands of Xianxia. They were no match for him at all. This indirectly increased the distance between him and Xianxia. At the same time, he was glad that Dark Minzi changed his attitude at the critical moment and stood on Xianxia's side. If he insisted on being an enemy, he was afraid that he would end up like the other 3, dying tragically in the hands of Xianxia. In the central hall of the heavenly devil palace, in order to welcome Xianxia, all the higher-ups of the heavenly devil palace appeared and clasped their fists at Xianxia. Palace Lord, I have something here to thank you for your help. Consider it as a form of friendship. For a moment, the entire hall was filled with steaming demonic qi. The demonic might emitted by more than 100 demonic spirits at the same time was too powerful. Each demonic spirit was shining brightly, exuding a horrifying aura. These are demonic souls, the demonic souls of devils. Heavens, how can there be so many of them? This is too shocking. The lowest rank of these demonic souls is at the Devil King realm. There are more than 100 of them. These are priceless existences. Look at that one, it's at the 8th grade Devil King realm. How can Xianxia have so many demonic souls? In the past, when the devil race invaded the mainland, they were chased into the devil realm by the experts of the Pure Land and the Buddhist sect. The devil realm is a neighbor of the western region and is suppressed by the Great Thunder Tune Temple of the western region. It is said that many of the major powers of the western region would come to the devil realm to train, kill devils, obtain demonic souls, and sell them to the devil sects of the major regions. However, only the major powers like the Moine cult are qualified to trade with them. Our heavenly demon palace is not qualified to do business with them. I didn't expect Xianxia to have so many demonic souls. Each demonic soul contains the essence of a devil. To our devil sect cultivators, it is incomparably precious. If we can refine it, it will bring us endless benefits. This Xianxia is too generous. He actually took out so many demonic souls. Those who could stand in the hall were all high-ranking members of the heavenly demon palace. Even Dark Minzi was shocked when he saw so many demonic souls. He didn't expect Xianxia to have so many demonic souls in his possession. There were even demonic souls of the 8th grade Devil King realm. Brother Jiang, how can there be so many demonic souls? Dark Minzi was shocked. I once entered the devil world and killed some demons. I originally intended to trade these devil souls, but since we are friends, I will gift them to the heavenly devil palace. Palace Lord, you won't mind the small number, right? Xianxia said with a smile. He waved his hand and kept all the demonic souls into a spatial ring. The spatial ring flew to Dark Minzi. He had a lot of demonic souls in his possession. When he was in the devil realm, not only did he kill many devils, he also plundered many treasures. 100 demonic souls was nothing to him. As for the heaven elixir, he didn't lack it. He got 20 million elixir from Invincible Nya and Shadowless Taoist. He had spent 1 million to advance to the 8th grade Combat King realm. Now, he had 28 million, which was shocking. he wouldn't have to worry about the heaven elixir. Too little? What a joke. If 100 Devil King's demonic souls were too little, Dark Minzi wanted to slap his own face. This was a huge amount of wealth. The problem wasn't just the wealth. These demonic souls were very useful to the heavenly demon palace. No one knew how many geniuses could be nurtured by them. Brother Jiang, Heavenly Demon Palace is very grateful for such a big gift. I know you are interested in the heaven elixir. Here are 3 million elixir. Please don't think it's too little. Dark Minzi took out a spatial ring, which was filled with 3 million elixir. He handed it to Jiang Chen. Obviously, these 3 million elixir were prepared by Dark Minzi in advance. Even if Jiang Chen didn't take out the demonic souls, he would still give it to Jiang Chen as a gift. Alright, if that's the case, I won't be too polite. Jiang Chen didn't bother to exchange pleasantries with Dark Minzi. He immediately kept the 3 million elixir. Heaven elixir was a type of energy pill. To him, the more the better. Cultivating the dragon transformation skill was like a bottomless pit that could never be filled. Once he broke through to the minor saint realm, the heaven elixir wouldn't be of much use. He was afraid that he would need a large amount of saint elixir to support his cultivation. Just thinking about it was terrifying. Such a huge consumption would give Jiang Chen a headache. Brother Jiang Chen, please come in. Today, I will be the host. Dark Minzi said with a smile. He addressed himself as an elder brother and treated Jiang Chen as an equal. This showed how much he valued Jiang Chen. In fact, even if Jiang Chen didn't have the relationship of the young master of the Moyin cult, his strength alone was enough to treat Dark Minzi as an equal. Moreover, he had reached the 8th grade combat king, which made him much stronger than he was 2 days ago. If they were to fight, Dark Minzi wouldn't be a match for him. Kong Long, at this moment, a deep rumbling sound was heard. The sound came from a faraway place. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the source of the rumbling sound. They saw a bright sword light flashing in a faraway place. There was a fluctuation of combat strength. It seemed like someone was having a fierce battle. What a strong movement. It seems like someone is fighting. That's a very far place. It's beyond the boundary of Liang province. Even though it's so far away, we could still feel the faint pressure from it. The person who did it must be a supreme expert of at least minor saint realm. It's really hard to imagine how powerful that expert is. I don't know who is fighting. They have opened up an extraterrestrial battlefield. It's too scary. Everyone in the palace sighed. A battle between minor saints was something they couldn't even imagine. Tyrant knew how scary a minor saint was. His master was a 9th grade minor saint. His incarnation could kill a 9th grade combat king with a single glance. That kind of power wasn't something they could comprehend. Kong Long, the dazzling sword beams were the result of a battle between 2 peerless warriors. It was so frightening that it could frighten anyone's soul. Jiang Chen stared at the dazzling sword beam that shot out from the boundless void. In an instant, an excited look emerged in his eyes, because he could actually sense a familiar aura from the sword beam. That's right, it was the aura of the Heavenly Saint Sword. Someone had found his broken Heavenly Saint Sword and used it to forge a new combat weapon. Master, do you know who is fighting? Jiang Chen asked. Such terrifying power, the one fighting must be at least a minor saint. In Xuanyu, only the 5 major powers have such a powerful expert. The sword light was so sharp that even the battlefield and the boundless sky couldn't cover its radiance. I guess the one fighting is the master of the Nebula sect. It is said that the master of the Nebula sect has a peerless sword. Some people said that the master of the Nebula sect was lucky enough to obtain a broken piece of the peerless saint weapon left behind by the greatest saint. It took him a few years to integrate the broken piece of the peerless saint weapon into his own combat weapon. Of course, this is just my guess. There are many experts in the 5 major powers who use swords. Of course, this is just my guess. There are many sword users in the 5 major powers. This person might not be the master of the Nebula sect. Dark Minzi said. Although he didn't know if the one fighting in the outer space was the master of the Nebula sect, there was one thing that Jiang Chen wanted to know the most. The master of the Nebula sect had the broken piece of his heavenly saint sword. Asterisk rumble, asterisk after another collision in the outer space, the waves disappeared as if the battle had ended. However, Jiang Chen's heart couldn't calm down. The fourth broken sword had finally appeared. It seems like I know my next target. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He didn't have a real target at first, but now, his goal was clear. He would go to Xuanyu and find a way to join the Nebula sect. No matter who it was, he would take back what belonged to him, even if it was the master of the Nebula sect. Early the next morning, Jiang Chen bade farewell to Dark Minzi and started his journey to the center of Xuanyu. Little Chenzi, where are we going now? De Huang Dog asked. All the way to the center of Xuanyu. I'm going to join the Nebula sect. Jiang Chen said. Why do you want to join the Nebula sect? Tyrant was stunned. He didn't know what Jiang Chen was up to this time. Of course, I have my reasons. Let's go to the center of Xuanyu first. It's not easy to join the Nebula sect. We need to find an opportunity. Jiang Chen said. He knew that a big sect like the Nebula sect wouldn't recruit disciples during normal times. They would recruit disciples at a specific time every year. If one couldn't make it to the recruitment time, it would be almost impossible to join the Nebula sect unless they had some connections. Tyrant and De Huang Dog didn't know why Jiang Chen suddenly decided to join the Nebula sect. However, going to the center of Xuanyu wasn't a bad idea. It would be fun if it was a competitive place. The journey from Liang province to the center of Xuanyu was extremely long. During the journey, they had to cross more than a dozen provinces. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. He constantly admired the scenery of the various provinces along the way. For 3 consecutive days, Tyrant didn't speak a single word. It was as if he was in a special state, especially when he was walking in the forest. Tyrant would often be entranced by something, and he would stare at it for 2 hours at a time. What's wrong with Tyrant? It's so quiet all of a sudden. Even I can't get used to it. De Huang Dog asked doubtfully. Buddhism pays particular attention to enlightenment. There are eminent monks in Buddhism who meditate for more than 10 years, hoping for a moment of enlightenment. Tyrant has found the opportunity to achieve enlightenment. He is completely immersed in his own world. Every flower and every tree belongs to nature. Tyrant wants to integrate himself into nature and find that sense of transcendence. Such an opportunity is extremely rare. We must not disturb him. Try your best to slow down and follow him. Jiang Chen could tell that Tyrant had just experienced a sudden epiphany. This epiphany was extremely important to anyone, and it was something that could only be discovered by luck. As the saying goes, a single moment of enlightenment will be earth-shattering. It wasn't an exaggeration, especially for a genius like Tyrant who was able to achieve enlightenment at such a young age. Once he succeeded, he would be able to break through to the 8th grade combat king, or even the 9th grade combat king. The benefits that an epiphany could bring to a person were immeasurable. Tyrant originally had a Sarira in his body, and with the help of the 9 solar lightning dragon pill, his foundation could be said to be extremely strong. The stronger the foundation, the greater the benefits after an epiphany. This guy is also a freak. He can advance to the next level just by comprehending it. De Huang Dog said enviously. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes after hearing what De Huang Dog said. What do you mean by comprehending it casually? Do you have the ability to comprehend it? Besides, if there was a person who made people vomit blood when they advanced to the next level, it would be this dog who advanced by sleeping. 3 men and a dog walked and stopped from time to time. They encountered many troubles along the way. There were demons and ghosts that blocked their way, but they were all killed by Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog in the first place, creating a good environment for Tyrant to gain enlightenment. If they were really in a hurry, they could use the spatial force to perform the great spatial shift, and they would be able to cross all the provinces and reach the central region of Xuanyu in no time. However, Tyrant suddenly had an epiphany. Everything had to be decided by Tyrant. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were following Tyrant's footsteps. Wherever Tyrant went, they would follow, acting as his bodyguards. 3 days later, when they were about to walk out of a foggy forest, Tyrant suddenly moved. His body was covered with a layer of golden light. It was the pure Buddha light. The light was getting brighter and brighter. Tyrant sat down with his legs crossed, chanting in a low voice. Lines of golden Sanskrit came out from his mouth. It was very mystical. Xianxia could tell that Tyrant was chanting the lotus scripture. This scripture was indeed very profound. It was obvious that Tyrant's epiphany had something to do with the lotus scripture. Gradually, the Sanskrit started to dance around Tyrant's body, like butterflies dancing in the air. It was a beautiful scene. The Buddha light rushed to a very far place and turned into an incomparably pure golden light pillar that shot up to the sky. Tyrant's body automatically floated in the sky. There seemed to be a lotus throne floating under his body. At this moment, Tyrant looked like a living Buddha. It was very mystical. The cultivation of Buddha sect is broad and profound. Although this monk doesn't abstain from alcohol and women, he is a man with Buddha in his heart. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to have such an epiphany. Da Huang Dog said. That's right. He has mastered the lotus scripture and the lotus throne has appeared. It seems like this epiphany has a great impact on him. It's more powerful than I thought. After the epiphany, I'm afraid that the 8th grade combat king won't be enough for him. He will be able to reach the 9th grade combat king. Xianxia sighed. With his eyesight, he could naturally see what kind of transformation Tyrant was going through. After the epiphany, what Tyrant got wasn't just the advancement of his cultivation level, but also the improvement of his mental state. He would experience a great sublimation from the inside out, which would have a great impact on his future. It would give him the potential to become a great Buddha, and his future achievements would definitely not be any weaker than Great Master Ran Feng. He is currently in a very special state. I'm afraid this state will last for some time. We have to be careful and not let anything disturb him. Big Yellow, set up a big formation around here. If any demonic beasts come near, kill them on the spot. If any beasts come near, kill them on the spot. Xianxia said solemnly. Tyrant was at the most crucial moment, he mustn't be disturbed. Once the epiphany was interrupted, all his efforts would be in vain. It would be hard for him to start all over again. Thousands of miles away, there was a temple. It wasn't a big temple. There were only a few dozen people in it. At this moment, an old monk was meditating under a big bell. He was holding a string of golden Buddhist beads in his hand. The old monk suddenly opened his eyes and looked far away. With his strength, he could see the Buddha light that was thousands of miles away. Plus, he was sensitive to the Buddha light, so it was normal for him to see it. Such a pure Buddha light. The old monk was shocked. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of the old monk at lightning speed. He was about the same age as the old monk, around 60 years old. He saw the Buddha light as well. Abbot, there is a Buddha light floating in the distance. It seems like an eminent monk of Buddha sect has appeared. The old monk said. The Buddha light is so pure and strong. I can't even compare to it. It seems like a real eminent monk of Buddha sect has arrived in Yu province. We have to welcome him. The abbot said and turned into a golden light, flying toward the Buddha light. The other old monk followed closely behind. In the lush forest, Xianxia and a Huang Dog were extremely vigilant. Suddenly, they saw two figures appearing in the sky. They were two old monks in Xianxia. One of them was an 8th grade combat king while the other was a 9th grade combat king. They were very powerful. Xianxia and a Huang Dog were alerted. However, when the two old monks appeared, they stayed far away and didn't come any closer. There is an eminent monk who is in an epiphany. We shouldn't disturb him. He is a real Buddhist, we should respect him. The abbot said. The two old monks saw Tyrant who was in an epiphany. They put their palms together and stood far away in the sky. They didn't come any closer. It seems like they don't mean any harm. Xianxia smiled. His senses were very sharp. He heard the abbot's words clearly. He knew that the two old monks didn't mean any harm. They were just attracted by Tyrant's Buddha light. This should be the territory of Xuanyu's Yu province. Why would there be a monk in Xuanyu? Da Huang Dog was shocked and puzzled. What do you know? The disciples of Buddha sect are everywhere. It isn't only in the western region. The western region is just an important place for Buddha sect. There are some temples of Buddha sect in every corner of the divine continent, and a small number of Buddha sect's disciples exist there. However, these Buddha sect's disciples are wholeheartedly devoted to Buddha. Their six senses are pure, and they rarely come out. That's why we rarely meet them, but they do exist. These two old monks should be from one of the temples in Yu province. When they meet a real eminent monk like Tyrant, they will naturally show their utmost respect. It's reasonable for them to come out and meet him, Xianxia said. De Huang Dog was enlightened. Now he knew why he couldn't see Tyrant during normal days, but two old monks appeared today. It turned out that Buddha sect didn't only exist in the western region. When people mentioned the western region, they would think of the Buddha sect and the Great Laying Temple. However, it didn't mean that there were only Buddha sect in the western region. There were many other powers in the western region. The Tianyi Gate was one of them. Tyrant's chi was getting stronger and stronger. The Buddha light was getting stronger and stronger. The shadow of the lotus throne under his body was getting clearer. This situation lasted for half an hour. Tyrant's chi suddenly rose to another level, breaking through to the 8th grade combat king. After reaching the 8th grade combat king, Tyrant's chi didn't stop. It continued to rush towards the 9th grade combat king with irresistible force. This bald donkey is too powerful. It seems like he is going to break through to the 9th grade combat king. De Huang Dog's eyes brightened. Not only is he going to break through to the 9th grade combat king, this epiphany will also lay a solid foundation for him to advance to the combat emperor realm. This will allow him to reach the combat emperor realm without any bottlenecks. In other words, after this breakthrough, he can advance to the combat emperor realm at any time, Xianxia said with a smile. An epiphany can shake the heavens and earth. After half an hour, Tyrant's situation was just as Xianxia had predicted. He broke through to the 9th grade combat king and stopped after reaching the 9th grade combat king. His current cultivation wasn't the same as a newly advanced 9th grade combat king, but a 9th grade combat king with a certain foundation. Asterisk swoosh. Asterisk the Buddha light returned to Tyrant's body. He opened his eyes and slowly descended from the sky. He took a deep breath, feeling the benefits he had gained this time. He grinned and laughed. Wakaka, what the F asterisk CK? Ba. Tyrant ran to Xianxia and De Huang Dog, wanting to show off. Suddenly, he saw the two old monks flying towards him. His face changed and he pretended to be an eminent monk. Xianxia and De Huang Dog almost coughed out blood. This bastard was too good at acting. They didn't know why, but when they saw Tyrant pretending to be an eminent monk, the more they wanted to laugh, the more they wanted to save Tyrant's face. They had been suppressing their laughter because they wanted to save Tyrant's face, but it was still very uncomfortable. I have an urge to kick his face, Xianxia said in a low voice. I want to fart on his face, De Huang Dog said. Tyrant heard their conversation, especially De Huang Dog's words. He shivered and couldn't help but take a few steps back. At this time, the two eminent monks descended from the sky and came to Tyrant. They put their palms together and said to Tyrant with great sincerity, I didn't know you were coming. I'm Yuan Ming, the abbot of Ranfeng Monastery in Yu province. This is my junior brother, Yuan Tong. Yuan Ming immediately revealed his identity. I'm Tyrant. Did you just say that you are from Ranfeng Monastery? Tyrant didn't care about their Dharma names, but he heard the name Ranfeng clearly. This name was very important to him. A monastery in a big province in Xuanyu actually used his master's name as the name of the monastery. Was this just a coincidence? That's right, it's Ranfeng Monastery. Since Great Master Tyrant is here, why don't you come to our monastery? Yuan Ming invited Tyrant. Alright, I've been traveling around and will visit any monastery I see. Tyrant immediately agreed. Their destination was the central region of Xuanyu. Although Yu province wasn't far from the central region of Xuanyu, it was still quite a distance. He shouldn't be wasting time, but since Ranfeng Monastery used his master's name as the name of the monastery, he had to pay it a visit. If they dared to disrespect his master, they wouldn't be forgiven. If that's the case, that's great. Abbot Yuan Ming's face was filled with joy. It was their honor to be able to invite an eminent monk like Tyrant. Who are these two? Yuan Ming looked at Xianxia and De Huang Dog. They are my friends. Tyrant said. Soon after, under the guidance of the two old monks, the group flew towards Ranfeng Monastery. Xianxia and De Huangdog didn't have any objection to the change of route to Ranfeng Monastery. They knew how important Ranfeng was to Tyrant. Otherwise, Tyrant wouldn't have agreed to it so easily. Along the way, Tyrant didn't talk or laugh, acting like an eminent monk. Xianxia and De Huangdog were about to suffer from internal injuries from holding back. Master Dog, I'd like to see how long this monk can keep up his act. With their speed, the distance of a few thousand miles from the forest to Ranfeng Monastery was nothing. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at their destination. Even though they were still far away, Xianxia and the rest could see a monastery built on the peak of a mountain. It was just a small monastery. The monastery was surrounded by mountains and the environment was elegant. It was a good place for meditation. Places of Buddhism always gave people a sense of peace and tranquility. Great Master Tyrant, Ranfeng Monastery is right in front. Abbot Yuanming extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. Although Tyrant was very young, Abbot Yuanming did not dare to show the slightest bit of disrespect. He immediately addressed Tyrant as Great Master. After personally witnessing the purity of Tyrant's Buddhist light, Yuanming was incomparably shocked. There are a total of 30 monks in Ranfeng Monastery. They stay away from worldly affairs and meditate here. Abbot Yuanming introduced. Although the monastery was not big, it could at least accommodate a few hundred monks. However, there were only 30 of them, which was a little too little. However, the Buddhist sects were considered a minority in the various regions, so this was very normal. Compared to the Great Thunderclap Temple in the western region, this place was simply too weak. Tyrant nodded. They descended from the sky and arrived outside the monastery. On the bronze door of the monastery, there were 3 golden words, Ranfeng Monastery. Seeing his master's name, Tyrant immediately put his palms together and bowed. He then asked, Abbot, I don't know why this monastery is called Ranfeng Monastery. I came from the western regions, where there is a Buddha whose Dharma name is Ranfeng. I wonder what is the relationship between this monastery and Great Master Ranfeng. Hearing that Tyrant came from the western regions and knew about Great Master Ranfeng, the 2 old monks were overjoyed. They looked at Tyrant in a different light. No wonder Great Master has such pure Dharma and cultivation at such a young age. So you are an eminent monk from the western regions. That's right, the reason why this monastery is called Ranfeng Monastery is indeed related to Great Master Ranfeng. Great Master Tyrant, please come in. I will explain everything in detail. Abbot Yuanming said. Hearing that the name of the monastery was related to his master, the Tyrant naturally wanted to find out more about it. Jiangchen looked around, but he couldn't see anything special about this temple. He couldn't think of any relationship between this temple and Great Master Ranfeng. However, since Abbot Yuanming said so, it must be related to Great Master Ranfeng. Jiangchen was interested in the relationship. Although the monastery was small, it had a majestic main hall. Inside the main hall, everyone sat facing each other, and a monk served tea. My name is Zhou Huishan, I am from the Zhou family in Yuanyang City. This Ranfeng monastery didn't exist, but a few decades ago, my father was in trouble when he was out. At the critical moment, an eminent monk from the western regions came to his rescue. That eminent monk was Great Master Ranfeng. After he returned, my father ordered the construction of this monastery and even made a statue of Great Master Ranfeng to be enshrined in this monastery. Coincidentally, I have long wanted to become a monk, so I came here to take care of this monastery. For the past few decades, even though my father has passed away, the Zhou family would still come to Ranfeng Monastery to pay their respects. Abbot Yuanming said and told them about the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. This was not a secret in Yuanyang City, so there was nothing to hide. I see. Tyrant and Jiangchen finally understood the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. It turned out that Great Master Ranfeng had done a good deed in the past and was rewarded with this. A few decades ago, I didn't exist yet. However, my master often traveled around the world and saved the head of the Zhou family. That's normal. Tyrant thought to himself. He was an abandoned baby that Great Master Ranfeng picked up during his travels. If it wasn't for Great Master Ranfeng, he wouldn't be who he was today. Now that he was in his master's monastery in Xuanyu, Tyrant felt extremely proud of himself. Abbot, you mentioned that there is a statue of Great Master Ranfeng in this monastery. Can you bring me there? Tyrant asked. If there was a statue of his master here, it would be inappropriate if he didn't kowtow a few times. Great Master, this way please. Abbot Yuan Ming stood up and walked towards the exit of the main hall. Behind the main hall, there was another hall. On the surface, it didn't seem to be inferior to the one in front. There was nothing in this hall except for a statue of Great Master Ranfeng. After Jiang Chen and Tyrant entered the palace, they immediately saw a huge statue standing in front of them. The statue was over 3 meters tall, and it was wearing an ancient yellow robe. One of its hands was placed in front of its chest, and a white beard could be seen on its face. The statue looked lifelike, and it looked exactly like Great Master Ranfeng. Master! Tyrant subconsciously cried out. He strode towards the statue and knelt down with a thud. He slowly kowtowed 3 times before standing up. He suddenly had a good impression of the Zhou family. The fact that they had made his master's statue so exquisitely showed that the Zhou family treated this matter very seriously. Master, Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong were stunned when they heard Tyrant call Great Master Ranfeng Master. Their expressions changed. They weren't fools. Judging from Tyrant's respect towards the statue, could it be that this little monk was Great Master Ranfeng's disciple? Tyrant turned to Yuan Ming and said, Abbot, you're right. I am indeed Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. I didn't expect Great Master Ranfeng's disciple to be here. I couldn't see Great Master Ranfeng's face in my lifetime, but now I can see Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. I have no regrets. Abbot Yuan Ming was extremely excited. He didn't expect that a little monk he met would be the disciple of his benefactor. He didn't doubt Tyrant's words at all. In his opinion, only an expert like Great Master Ranfeng could cultivate such an outstanding disciple. Alright, I've kowtowed to my master. I'll visit more often in the future. However, we still have important matters to attend to, so I won't be staying here any longer. Tyrant said. He was relieved after knowing the origin of Ranfeng Monastery. Abbot Yuan Ming's expression changed when he saw the monk was about to leave. He quickly said, Great Master, you've come at the right time. Tomorrow is the day our Zhou family comes to pay our respects to Great Master Ranfeng. Why don't you stay for a day and leave after the ceremony? Our Zhou family can be a good host. Tyrant turned his head and looked at Jiang Chen. How could Jiang Chen not understand what Tyrant meant? He knew the relationship between Tyrant and Great Master Ranfeng too well. Immediately, he said, we don't have to wait for today. It won't be too late for us to leave after the Zhou family's kneeling ceremony ends tomorrow. This benefactor is right. I still don't know benefactor's name, the young man said with a smile. Grandmaster Yuan Ming looked at Jiang Chen with a hint of surprise in his eyes. He could already tell that Tyrant had to wait for Jiang Chen's permission to stay. This showed that this youth was the absolute leader of the group. Hence, he didn't dare to show any neglect to Tyrant. I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. Anyone else would be shocked to hear the name Jiang Chen. What happened in Liang province had spread throughout Xuanyu. Even in Yu province, many people knew about Jiang Chen. Only people like Abbot Yuan Ming, who didn't care about worldly affairs, knew nothing about Jiang Chen. Benefactor Jiang Chen, Master Tyrant, the Zhou family has sent a message. Since the master is in seclusion, Miss will be coming tomorrow. Both of you can rest in this monastery today. Abbot Yuan Ming said. That night, under Abbot Yuan Ming's special arrangement, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were given a quiet and secluded courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers and plants, the environment was beautiful. The sun, moon, and stars could be seen when one looked up, and a cool breeze blew gently. I didn't expect to see my master's statue here. The Zhou family is grateful to have worshipped my master. Tyrant said. He was quite satisfied with what the Zhou family had done. Damn monk, you've been pretending to be an eminent monk all day. Aren't you tired? De Huang Dog approached Tyrant. Get lost. I am an eminent monk, okay? Didn't you hear the abbot call me master? You damn dog, how dare you disrespect master? Ouch. Before Tyrant could finish his words, De Huang Dog bit his butt. Damn dog, let go. How dare you bite an eminent monk? You must be tired of living. Tyrant continued to threaten, but Big Yellow refused to let go. Seeing this, Xianxia walked to the side to look at the stars. There would be no end to these two's entanglement. Sure enough, Tyrant and De Huang Dog had been fighting for half an hour. Tyrant stared at De Huang Dog angrily and said, Damn dog, if this isn't a monastery, I will teach you a lesson. I am a 9th grade combat king now. De Huang Dog didn't care about Tyrant's threat. He climbed onto a big green rock and went to sleep. Not far away, Xianxia, who was looking at the starry sky, suddenly frowned. He used the great soul derivation technique and released a soul power. His eyes revealed 2 rays of cold light. There is a murderous aura, Xianxia said coldly. Tyrant's facial expression changed. De Huang Dog, who was sleeping, crawled up from the big green rock. Little Chinzi, what did you say? Tyrant asked. I can feel a murderous aura around this monastery. Although it's well hidden, it can't escape my senses, Xianxia said. Tyrant's senses weren't as good as Xianxia's. He didn't sense it before, but after listening to Xianxia's words, he used the Lotus Sutra and sensed it carefully. He also felt a faint murderous aura. This murderous aura doesn't seem to be directed at us, Tyrant judged. If it's not directed at us, then it must be directed at the monastery, De Huang Dog said. Not necessarily. The monastery has existed for dozens of years. If someone wanted to deal with the monastery, he would have done it long ago. Why would he wait until now? There's no need to hide. Xianxia's eyes sparkled. His wisdom was always the strongest. The originally relaxed atmosphere suddenly became tense. The hidden murderous intent made Xianxia and the others feel very uncomfortable, although the murderous intent wasn't directed at them. If I'm not wrong, the murderous intent should be directed at tomorrow's kneeling ceremony, Xianxia guessed. The murderous intent was obviously an ambush. It was obvious what the person in the dark was waiting for. Abbot Yuan Ming didn't seem to notice it. Should we tell him? Tyrant said. Don't act rashly and alert the enemy. Let's just wait and see. It might be the enemy of the Zhou family. However, the fact that the Zhou family could build a temple here shows that they have a great influence in Yuanyang City. Tomorrow's kneeling ceremony is such an important day, the Zhou family wouldn't be unprepared. Xianxia waved his hand, telling Tyrant not to alert the enemy. It was a peaceful night. The hidden killing intent didn't leak out at all. It was hidden very well. Xianxia could basically confirm that this killing intent was directed at the main hall. If it was targeted at them or the temple, it would have attacked long ago. It wouldn't have waited quietly for a whole night. Asterisk dang dang dang, asterisk the bell rang loudly, signaling the dawn. The morning sun shone gently on the ground, covering the entire temple with a layer of light. The temple bell rang every day, but today was the longest because it was a special day. It was the annual kneeling ceremony of the Zhou family, and it was held today. Yuan Tong personally came to the courtyard to invite Xianxia and the rest. The 3 of them followed Yuan Tong to the front of the temple and stood together with the monks, waiting for the arrival of the Zhou family. Not long after, an auspicious cloud appeared in the sky. There were 7 or 8 people standing on the auspicious cloud. All of them were dressed in embroidered robes, and their auras were unparalleled. Their bodies carried a noble aura. The person in the lead was a little girl who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. She was dressed in clean clothes, and her hair was tied into 2 ponytails. Her hair was pink and tender, as if it was carved out of white jade. She was extremely exquisite, and one look was enough to tell that she was a beautiful ruffian. When she grew up, she would also be a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city. The thing that attracted people wasn't the little girl's face, but her cultivation. A 12-year-old girl was already a 9th grade combat king. This was too monstrous. Mother asterisk cur, this kid is a 9th grade combat king? Am I hallucinating? Tyrant widened his eyes, he couldn't believe what he had just seen. A 12 or 13-year-old 9th grade combat king, how monstrous was he? He might have started cultivating when he was still in his mother's womb. This is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, Zhuoling heir. She is only 12 years old, but she has already reached the 9th grade combat king. She is known as the #1 genius in Yuanyang City. Abbot Yuan Ming introduced. His words were filled with pride and arrogance. The Zhou family had such a dazzling genius, it was something to be proud of. As a matter of fact, a 12-year-old 9th grade combat king wasn't just the #1 genius in Yuanyang City, he would be considered as one of the top geniuses in the entire mysterious domain. The Zhou family is fortunate to have such a genius, Xianxia said. Zhuoling descended from the sky, surrounded by the Zhou family members. The Zhou family members did not descend directly into the temple, but landed outside the temple and walked into the temple. This was the Zhou family's custom of kneeling ceremony, to show their respect for great master Ran Feng. The Zhou family's master and combat emperor elders were in seclusion. This year's ceremony was replaced by the Zhou family's genius. Zhuoling heir was the pride of the Zhou family. She was chosen to represent the Zhou family. It showed how much the Zhou family valued great master Ran Feng. Zhuoling heir was a 9th grade combat king. Among the 7 people she brought, there were 3 9th grade combat kings and 4 8th grade combat kings. Such a group was considered very powerful in Yuanyang City. Yu province was much bigger than Liang province. There were more major powers and combat emperors. However, the Shura temple of Liang province couldn't be compared to a small city like Yuanyang City. After Zhuoling entered the temple, she immediately skipped over to Abbot Yuan Ming and hugged his arm. "Uncle, Ling missed you so much." She might look weak, but she was really strong. With just a few shakes, Abbot Yuan Ming couldn't stand still. "Little girl, don't mess around. This is the temple." Abbot Yuan Ming glared at Zhuoling heir. His eyes were filled with kindness and love. Even though he had been a monk for a long time, he couldn't help but love Zhuoling heir. "Huh? Why are there outsiders here today?" Zhuoling heir saw Jiang and a Huang dog, she was surprised. As for Tyrant, she didn't pay much attention to him. After all, this was a temple. In her mind, any monk must be a monk of Ranfeng Temple. However, Jiang and a Huang dog were not monks. She had never seen them before. They must be outsiders. "These are our distinguished guests. Ling heir, kneel to Great Master Ranfeng first. I will introduce them to you later. I believe you will be interested," Abbot Yuan Ming said. "All right." Zhuoling stopped joking around and walked into the hall. She was only 12 years old, but she was much more mature than the average child. Otherwise, the Zhou family would not have sent her to such an important event and to represent the Zhou family. Rumble, just as Zhuoling heir took 2 steps forward, a loud rumble came from outside the temple. The rumble was like a sudden clap of thunder, shaking the mountain. They finally made their move. Jiangchen squinted his eyes. The hidden murderous intent was indeed coming for the Zhou family, or rather, for Zhuoling heir. If it was yesterday, Jiangchen wouldn't have been able to guess their real intention. However, after seeing Zhuoling heir today, it went without saying. Zhuoling heir was a peerless genius. The enemy of the Zhou family would naturally want to get rid of her to prevent future troubles. "Who is it?" Abbot Yuan Ming's expression changed and shouted. Swoosh swoosh just as Abbot Yuan Ming's voice faded, a group of powerful figures flew out from different directions of the temple. There were more than 20 of them. Their cultivation was very strong. The weakest among them was an 8th grade combat king and half of them were 9th grade combat kings. "Haha, today will be the last day of the Zhou family's kneeling ceremony." A man laughed. He looked to be in his 40s or 50s. He had a strong body and was wearing a black robe. What made people afraid was his cultivation, a 1st grade combat emperor. A 1st grade combat emperor, a dozen 9th grade combat kings, and a dozen 8th grade combat kings. Such a strong group could only be described as terrifying, especially to the Zhou family which didn't have a combat emperor. It was a devastating disaster. "Kong Yan, what do you mean by this?" An elder of the Zhou family shouted, his face darkened. "What do I mean? Do you think I'm here to chat with the Zhou family? Today, I have set up an inescapable net, the spatial zone has been completely sealed. All of you will die here. Kong Yan said loudly, not hiding his intention. There were two major powers in Yuanyang City, the Zhou family and the Kong family. As the saying goes, a mountain can't contain two tigers. The two families had been fighting each other, but the Kong family had never thought of attacking Ranfeng Monastery. This was also the reason why the Zhou family allowed Zhuoling heir to come here. They didn't expect that the Kong family would make a move this time and send a combat emperor. As for those combat kings, only a few of them were from the Kong family, the rest were hired by the Kong family. Humph. Old fart, it seems like you have been waiting here for a long time, just to deal with me. Zhuoling heir pointed at Kong Yan and said loudly. This little girl was also a powerful person, a woman who was not inferior to a man. Jia, the little monster of the Zhou family, you are growing too fast. Even our Kong family feels threatened. Besides, the Nebula sect is recruiting inner disciples these days. There are only 2 quotas in Yuanyang City. As long as you die, our Kong family will not only get rid of the potential threat, but also get the 2 quotas. Kong Yan smiled sinisterly. It could be seen that the Kong family had been preparing for today's event for some time. Before this, they had even found out that the combat emperor of the Zhou family was in seclusion. Therefore, they had set their sights on Ranfeng Monastery and laid out an inescapable net in order to eliminate Zhuoling heir. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up when he heard that the nebulous sect was recruiting inner disciples. It seemed like his chance had arrived. Despicable. Great Master Yuan Ming's eyes were filled with anger. Your Kong family is too despicable. How could you do such a dirty thing? This is the holy land of Buddhism, how dare you tarnish it? Pooh. What holy land of Buddhism? I will raze this place to the ground today. As long as the nebulous sect has 2 quotas, it won't take long for the whole Yuanyang City to belong to our Kong family. The Kong family's power will soon be on par with the major powers in Yu province. Kong Yan was extremely arrogant. In his eyes, everyone here was going to die today. He had set up an inescapable net, he would not let anyone escape. Let's do it. Let's demolish this monastery. Kong Yan shouted again. All the combat kings unleashed their qi. One of them, a 9th-grade combat king of the Kong family, struck out, destroying the palace from the back. He stomped on the head of Great Master Ranfeng's statue. Great Master Ranfeng. Haha, your Zhou family is worshipping an old monk. How boring. The man laughed. Kong, a sea of anger burst out from Tyrant's body. Both of his eyes turned red. He stared at the man from the Kong family. How dare he step on his master's head? This had crossed the line of Tyrant's bottom line. He couldn't accept this no matter what. Get down from the statue now. I will let you die without pain. Tyrant said coldly. His words carried a murderous aura that could make one's soul shiver. No one would have thought that a young monk would jump out at this moment. Everyone's gaze fell on Tyrant, including Zhuoling heir and the rest of the Zhou family, Kong Yan and the others, especially the 9th-grade combat king who was still stepping on the head of Great Master Ranfeng's statue. The Kong family's attention was on the Zhou family and Abbot Yuan Ming. They didn't put the other monks in their eyes. In their eyes, these monks were waiting to be slaughtered. Today, someone wanted to destroy the statue of Great Master Ranfeng, so the angriest one should be Abbot Yuan Ming and the Zhou family. However, they didn't expect a young monk to have such a strong reaction. What was even more shocking was the monk's cultivation. The qi that was released from his body had reached the 9th-grade combat king. Great! I didn't expect such a genius to be hiding in such a small temple. He has reached the 9th-grade combat king at such a young age. It seems like the Zhou family has a strong foundation. Unfortunately, all of you are going to die today. Yuanyang City is destined to belong to the Kong family. Kong Yan said with a cold smile. Tyrant didn't even look at Kong Yan. His eyes were filled with anger as he stared at the bastard who was stepping on his master's statue. He swore that he would make this bastard die a horrible death. Haha. Little monk, it's just a statue. Why are you so agitated? I can crush the head of this statue with just a kick. The 9th-grade combat king laughed. He started to rub his feet, causing the statue to make a cracking sound. It seemed like it was going to shatter at any time. Jiang Chen and a Huang dog shook their heads helplessly. They felt pity for the ninth-grade combat king. This guy was finished. No one in this world could save him. Courting death. Tyrant was enraged, he had never felt this way before. He turned into a golden light and dashed forward. In a blink of an eye, he was in front of the ninth-grade combat king. An illusory Buddha's palm was struck. The ninth-grade combat king's facial expression changed drastically. He didn't expect his opponent to be so fast and powerful. He felt that even if he used all his strength, this palm was enough to turn him into a meat patty. Gotcha, Tyrant didn't kill him with a single slap. His illusory hand grabbed the neck of the ninth-grade combat king and pulled him down from the statue. Tyrant was like a mad ancient beast, both of his hands clasped the man's shoulders tightly. You dare to blaspheme my master? Die. Both of Tyrant's hands had the strength of 10,000 jin. With a chi-la sound, everyone saw a bloody scene. The ninth-grade combat king couldn't resist Tyrant's attack at all. His body was torn into two halves by Tyrant. Blood gushed out and his internal organs were scattered on the floor of the palace. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Even Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong had their eyes wide open. This little monk was truly too ferocious. When he killed, he didn't have the bearing of a senior monk. He was even more savage than a fiend, tearing people in half. This kind of murderous nature was truly horrifying. Yuan Ming couldn't believe that the little monk who looked like a senior monk yesterday would be so brutal and overbearing when he attacked. However, he and Yuan Tong understood why Tyrant was so angry. It was because the man under his feet was Great Master Ran Feng, his respected master. If this wasn't courting death, then what was? However, they didn't expect Tyrant's combat strength to be so strong. He was a ninth-grade combat king, and his opponent was also a ninth-grade combat king. Both of them were ninth-grade combat kings, but the gap between them wasn't small. The people of the Zhou family had their mouths wide open. They were very familiar with Ran Feng Temple, but they didn't know when such a heaven-defying little monk came to this place. Judging from the way he attacked, even the number one genius of the Zhou family, Zhou Ling Heir, wouldn't be a match for this little monk. Bastard! Raise this place to the ground and break that statue. Kong Yan was furious. The little monk's attack was too fast, he didn't even have the chance to rescue his master. The one who was killed was a ninth-grade combat king of the Kong family. He was ordered to ambush the enemy, but before he could kill the enemy, he had already lost a ninth-grade combat king. How could he not be angry? Break the statue? You have blasphemed my master's prestige. Today, none of you will leave. Use your lives as an apology to my master. Tyrant's voice was incomparably cold. His whole body was filled with murderous intent. He was completely enraged today. Tyrant would kill without blinking an eye. Now that his master's prestige had been damaged, he couldn't accept it. He would never allow the temple to be destroyed, and he wouldn't allow anyone to touch his master's statue. I will kill you first, little monk. Kong Yan was the first to rage. He dashed towards Tyrant. His movement was fast, but someone else's was faster. A white-clothed youth appeared in front of Kong Yan like a ghost. If you want to kill him, you will have to get past me first. The white-clothed youth was none other than Jiang Chen. He was 19 years old now, and had grown from a teenager to a young man. His heroic spirit was bursting. Courting death. Kong Yan didn't put Jiang Chen in his eyes. He had no reason to care about an 8th-grade combat king. He casually struck out a palm, a strong wind tore through the void, slapping towards Jiang Chen. In the face of such a powerful attack, Jiang Chen punched out casually, colliding with Kong Yan's attack. With a loud bang, a deep crack was formed in the void. Jiang Chen stood still at his original spot, while Kong Yan was forced to take 3 steps back before he could regain his balance. Edited by Lifer, Fingerfox what? Kong Yan exclaimed. His eyes widened as he stared at the white-clothed youth, as if he was looking at a ghost. Both parties who were prepared for a fierce battle turned to look at them in horror. None of them could believe their own eyes. Who is this guy? He is merely an 8th-grade combat king, but he is able to force a 1st-grade combat emperor back with a single punch. Who is he? Why is he here in the temple? The people of the Zhou family were shocked. The appearance of the terrifying little monk had already made them lose their calm. They didn't expect that an unknown youth would be more terrifying than the monk. He is so powerful. Zhou Ling'er's mouth was slightly opened. She saw Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog the moment she entered the temple, but she didn't pay much attention to them. She thought that they were just ordinary guests, but she didn't expect them to be so powerful. The ones who were shocked the most were Yuan Ming and Yuan Tong. They were focused on Tyrant yesterday, completely ignoring Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. They didn't know that Jiang Chen was the scariest among them. No wonder Tyrant had to wait for Jiang Chen's signal yesterday. It turned out that this young man was the strongest among the three of them. Jiang Chen had killed a first-grade combat emperor when he was still a 7th-grade combat king. Now that he was an 8th-grade combat king, killing a first-grade combat king was a piece of cake for him. As a matter of fact, although Tyrant wasn't as monstrous and terrifying as Jiang Chen, he was still strong enough to deal with a first-grade combat emperor. However, today, the opponents were very aggressive and their formation was very strong. Jiang Chen didn't want to waste any more time and decisively took action to stop the first-grade combat emperor. As for the rest of them, with Tyrant and Zhou Ling'er here, no matter how many 9th-grade combat kings there were, they wouldn't be able to kill them all. Besides, De Huang Dog wasn't someone who could be easily provoked. Young master, this is a battle between the Kong family and the Zhou family. I hope you won't interfere. Kong Yan looked at Jiang Chen and said. I don't care about the battle between the Zhou family and the Kong family, I have no interest in it, but I can't do that in this temple. If you dare to touch even a single flower or grass here, I will take your life. Jiang Chen said. The dragon scales on his palm flickered. He grabbed forward and struck the true dragon palm at Kong Yan. Rock-shattering palm. Kong Yan shouted and struck out a sharp palm strike. His eyes were filled with anger. He didn't believe that he, a first-grade combat emperor, couldn't defeat an 8th-grade combat king. Kong Long unfortunately, after the collision between the true dragon palm and Kong Yan's rock-shattering palm, Kong Yan's eyes were filled with fear. The combat skill that he was so proud of couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent. It was easily destroyed. The aftershock of his opponent's dragon claw was like a huge mountain. Kong Yan was sent flying more than 30 meters away before he could stabilize his body. Kong Yan felt that his blood and qi were tumbling inside his body. It was indescribably uncomfortable. Kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. At this time, Zhou Ling'er suddenly shouted. Her petite body was the first to attack one of the 9th-grade combat kings. Kill, the people of the Zhou family shouted in unison. They were extremely excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Of course, they had to be excited. They thought that they were doomed today. The Kong family's camp was too strong. There was also a combat emperor who had set up an inescapable net, sealing the entire area. If there were no accidents, Zhou Ling'er would die, the temple would be destroyed, and all of them would die. However, they didn't expect that two monstrous geniuses would appear out of nowhere. One of them could even force a combat emperor to retreat. Kong Long a fierce battle broke out in an instant. The combat kings from both sides unleashed their skills to kill each other. De Huang Dog and Tyrant had set up a layer of sealing the statue of Great Master Ran Feng. As for the temple, it was afraid that it would be completely destroyed. With so many experts fighting, even if there were 10 temples, they would be completely destroyed. Arg! Along with a shrill scream, a 9th-grade combat king died in the hands of Zhou Ling'er. Zhou Ling'er's fist had smashed the opponent's skull. She was as brutal and overbearing as Tyrant. This girl seemed to have an endless amount of brute force. She had a rare special physique that made her as strong as a mountain. It was hard for her to find an opponent who was at the same level as her, not even a 9th-grade combat king was her opponent. Arg! As the battle became more and more intense, the screams became louder and louder. Tyrant and Zhou Ling'er were two ferocious madmen. Even a 9th-grade combat king couldn't withstand a single strike from them. De Huang Dog was also terrifying. He shuttled back and forth on the battlefield like a stick-stirring shit. Wherever he went, people would be thrown off their feet. Those 8th-grade combat kings couldn't even withstand a single hit from him, they were smashed into pieces on the spot. The battlefield was tragic. All the buildings in the monastery were destroyed. Blood mist lingered in the sky. The air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. Powerful combat kings were falling one after another. The peaceful monastery had turned into an azure hell. However, no one could feel the shockwaves from the battle. The Kong family had sealed off this part of the spatial zone. Even if the sky was broken, no one would be able to feel anything. In such a fierce battle, both sides suffered casualties. However, compared to the casualties suffered by the Kong family, the casualties suffered by the Zhou family were insignificant. The battle had just started, but more than half of the Kong family's men had died. The rest of them were terrified and had lost their fighting spirit. On the other hand, the Zhou family was full of fighting spirit. This was the way of battle. Once the fighting spirit was raised, it would be as ferocious as being injected with chicken blood. On the other side, Kong Yan and Xianxia were fighting. He was completely suppressed by Xianxia. One of his arms was torn off by Xianxia. His whole body was covered with blood. His condition was extremely miserable. He raised his head and saw Xianxia's relaxed face. He suddenly felt that Xianxia was playing with him. Otherwise, he would have been killed by Xianxia just now. Mother ***, what bad luck. I can't believe I've met such an abnormal monster today. Kong Yan spurted out a mouthful of blood. It was not only because of his injuries, but also because of his anger. A first-grade combat emperor was beaten by an 8th-grade combat king. Anyone would be depressed to the point of vomiting blood. Master Kong, quickly open the seal. We can't fight anymore. Someone shouted at Kong Yan while running for his life. Before they came, they had sealed this place in order to prevent the other party from escaping. Now, it seemed that they had set up a cage for them. Now, even if they wanted to escape, they couldn't. The seal was very powerful. Among them, only Kong Yan could break it. Even if he didn't remind them, Kong Yan couldn't stand it anymore. He took out a talisman and threw it into the sky. With a loud bang, the restrictive spell in the sky disappeared. Then, Kong Yan was the first to fly into the sky. Brat, the mountains will never change, and the rivers will always flow. Our Kong family will remember today's matter, and in the future, we will definitely pay you back in double. Kong Yan left behind a ruthless sentence and chose to escape. Unfortunately, Xianxia would not give him the chance. If you had chosen to escape from the very beginning, I really wouldn't have been able to stop you. However, in your current state, you're dreaming if you think you can escape from me. Xianxia revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The moment he made his move, he had already sentenced Kong Yan to death. Xianxia wouldn't let go of any enemy that could threaten him. Letting a combat emperor go would only bring trouble to him in the future. *King**, the heavenly saint's sword let out a sharp whistling sound. It was slashed by Xianxia. The long sword turned into a long rainbow, cutting through the void and fell on Kong Yan's body. No, Kong Yan felt the threat of death. The sword was too fast and incomparably powerful. The chi that was released from the body of the sword had completely enveloped him. He didn't even have the chance to dodge. *Puchi*, a powerful first-grade combat emperor couldn't withstand a single blow from the heavenly saint sword. He was slashed into half on the spot, blood splashed across the sky. This was Xianxia's current strength. After advancing to the 8th-grade combat king, he could easily kill a first-grade combat emperor. Even a second-grade combat emperor wouldn't be a problem. What? Kong Yan is dead, we have to run. This man is very powerful. The plan has failed. Running for our lives is more important. Kong Yan's death was a fatal blow to the people of the Kong family. They had already lost their will to fight. They immediately scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Kill them, don't let them escape. Zhou Ling shouted. She swung her fist and chased after one of them with lightning speed, smashing his head. However, the opponents were 8th or 9th grade combat kings. Even if they couldn't defeat them, they were good at escaping. Even though Zhou Ling, Tyrant and the people of the Zhou family were slaughtering them crazily, a few of them still managed to escape. However, such a result was already very impressive for the Zhou family. Today, the Zhou family was supposed to be the prey, but the enemy had suffered a great loss. Losing a combat emperor was a great pain to the Kong family. The battle had ended, but the crowd couldn't remain calm. Looking at the destroyed monastery, many of the monks couldn't help but sigh, but most of them were looking at Xianxia. This handsome young man in white was undoubtedly their great benefactor. They could imagine how dangerous their situation would be if it wasn't for Xianxia. Although Zhuoling heir had a monstrous physique that could sweep away all the combat kings, the gap between the combat king realm and the combat emperor realm was too big. There was a gap that couldn't be crossed. "Big brother, what's your name?" Zhuoling heir came to Xianxia's side. Her big watery eyes looked at Xianxia. It was hard to imagine that such a cute little girl could fight like a ferocious lion. "My name is Xianxia." Xianxia smiled and pinched Zhuoling heir's cheek. She was such a cute little girl, and she called him big brother so sweetly. Of course, Xianxia was happy. It's all thanks to benefactor Xianxia's help today. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Abbot Yuan Ming also came forward. His words were filled with gratitude towards Xianxia. At the same time, he was glad that he had invited the two people and the dog to the monastery as guests and made them stay. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have suffered a great loss today. This showed how lucky the Zhou family was. Xianxia? This name sounds familiar. When an elder of the Zhou family heard Xianxia's name, he felt like he had heard it somewhere before. "You're the Xianxia who turned the Liang province upside down?" When the other man recalled Xianxia's identity, he immediately cried out in shock, because he saw a big yellow dog and a frightening little monk standing next to Xianxia. Only now did he realize that this little monk wasn't a monk from the temple, but the monk who was with Xianxia. According to the rumors, Xianxia had killed a combat emperor warrior of the Azura Palace with just a combat king cultivation base. A genius like this was extremely rare, and the young man in front of him who had a dog and a monk by his side, as well as the ability to kill a combat emperor warrior, must be Xianxia. "It seems like I'm quite famous. Even the people in the Yu province know about me." Xianxia smiled and admitted his identity. "Wow. So that Xianxia is you, big brother. I've heard about what you've done in the Liang province. You're so awesome." Zhuoling heir cheered. Her eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Xianxia. "So it's brother Xianxia. No wonder you have the strength to kill a combat emperor. If it wasn't for brother Xianxia's help, our Zhou family would have suffered a great loss. Please accept our gratitude." A 9th-grade combat king elder of the Zhou family said solemnly. The others also bowed to Xianxia to express their gratitude. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. If Xianxia didn't kill Kong Yan, the consequences they would have to bear would be unimaginable. If something bad happened to Zhuoling heir, it would be an unbearable loss for the Zhou family. "Don't be so polite. Big brother will be one of us from now on." Zhuoling heir acted like a close friend. Although it was her first time meeting Xianxia, she didn't treat him as an outsider. She was very forthright. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh. This little girl's personality was really irresistible. "Don't you know how to thank me?" Tyrant couldn't stand it any longer. No matter what, he had contributed quite a lot. Now, everyone was focusing on Xianxia and had completely ignored his existence. "By the way, miss, this is Great Master Tyrant, an eminent monk from the Western Domain. He is the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng." Yuan Ming quickly introduced Tyrant's identity. As the disciple of Great Master Ran Feng, the Zhou family couldn't neglect him. "What? Great Master Ran Feng's disciple?" Everyone, including Zhuoling heir, threw their gazes onto Tyrant. At first, they all thought that this little monk was from the temple, but when they saw how powerful he was, they realized that he was with Xianxia. However, they didn't expect him to be Great Master Ranfeng's disciple. Everyone in the Zhou family worshipped Great Master Ranfeng, and as Great Master Ranfeng's disciple, Tyrant was the real distinguished guest. The Zhou family was in awe. After some small talk, Zhuoling heir insisted on inviting Xianxia and his friends to Yuanyang City as guests. "Miss, we should return to Yuanyang City as soon as possible. I'm afraid that the news of the fierce battle here has already reached Yuanyang City. I'm afraid that the Kong family will take action again," an elder of the Zhou family reminded. Big brother, you and I are like old friends. You must go to the Zhou family as a guest. My father will definitely thank you when he learns about what happened today. Also, brother monk, you are the disciple of great master Ran Feng. If I don't invite you back, my father will definitely scold me to death. Zhuo Er was a weird girl. It was hard to refuse her invitation. More importantly, Xianxia was very concerned about the Nebula sect. Therefore, even if Zhuo Er didn't invite him, he would still go to Yuanyang City. If there was a chance to join the Nebula sect, Xianxia wouldn't miss it. Alright, since the little girl has said so, if I don't go, wouldn't it be disrespectful? Xianxia said with a smile. He was very clear that once he entered Yuanyang City, he would definitely be involved in the battle between the Kong family and the Zhou family. However, Xianxia had killed the combat emperor of the Kong family. The Kong family wouldn't let it go easily. Even if he wanted to stay out of the battle, he wouldn't be able to. Before Zhuo Er and the others left, they looked at the ruined temple with a gloomy face, especially Tyrant. This was the temple that worshipped his master. It was destroyed just like that. How could he feel good about it? Fortunately, the statue was still intact. Asterisk swoosh asterisk asterisk swoosh asterisk. At this moment, 3 incomparably powerful silhouettes came from afar. These 3 silhouettes were incomparably powerful and carried endless anger. They were all combat emperors. The leading one was a dignified middle-aged man who had already reached the 2nd-grade combat emperor realm. The other 2 old men were 1st-grade combat emperors. The 3 of them saw the scene in the temple from afar. Their faces changed dramatically. Who did this? The middle-aged man's voice was as loud as thunder. His anger soared to the sky. When he arrived at the temple, everyone bowed to him. Master. That's right. This was the master of the Zhou family, Zhuo Yang, a 2nd-grade combat emperor. When the barrier outside the monastery was broken, he was in seclusion when he sensed the qi of the battle. He immediately rushed over and saw the scene. Every year, he would personally attend the kneeling ceremony and there had never been any mistakes. No one had ever dared to cause trouble in Ranfeng Monastery. Today, such a big incident had happened before he even arrived. The monastery was destroyed. In Yuanyang City, anyone who dared to touch the foundation of the Zhou family, he didn't need to use his toes to know who it was. Father, it was done by the Kong family. Zhuo Er came to Zhuo Yang's side and said. She then told him everything that had happened, including the scene where Jiangqin killed Kong Yan and the defeat of the Kong family. Most of the people were killed and only a few escaped. Zhuo Er didn't forget to introduce Tyrant's identity. Although Zhuo Er was young, her wisdom wasn't weak. She knew that Great Master Ranfeng occupied a position in her father's heart. Tyrant's identity would definitely be valued by her father. After listening to Zhuo Er, Zhuo Yang and the other 2 elders of the Zhou family became angrier. They never thought that the Kong family would do such a thing just for the 2 quotas of the Nebula sect. They ambushed outside the temple and set up a trap to eliminate Zhuo Er on the day of the kneeling ceremony. This was a very sinister move. Fortunately, Zhuo Er was fine. Otherwise, the Zhou family would be in chaos. Thinking about it made them feel a little scared, but at the same time, they felt lucky. Their eyes fell on Tyrant and Jiangqin, full of gratitude. Fortunately, these 2 were here as guests. Otherwise, the Zhou family would have suffered a great loss. After Zhuo Yang calmed himself, he slowly walked to Tyrant and held his fists at him. I didn't expect the Ranfeng's disciple to come. Zhou family is very fortunate. Ran saved my father and today, his disciple saved my daughter. Zhou family. We are unable to repay. The Zhou family had an inexplicable good impression of Tyrant. Moreover, he was the disciple of Great Master Ranfeng. Plus, Tyrant had saved their daughter. Their gratitude came from the bottom of their hearts. Patriarch Zhou is too polite. We were just passing by. These people wanted to destroy my master's statue. How could I just stand by and watch? Besides, the one who killed Kong Yan was my good brother, Jiangqin. Tyrant said. The Zhou family had treated his master in such a way. Naturally, his impression of the Zhou family was very good. From Zui Yang's anger when the temple was destroyed, Tyrant could feel that his master's position in the Zui family was supreme. Zui Yang and the other two elders looked at Jiang Chen at the same time. Their eyes were filled with gratitude and shock. They knew how strong Kong Yan was. As their enemy for so many years, no one knew better than them how strong Kong Yan was. However, Kong Yan was slashed into half by this young man who was only an 8th grade combat king. What kind of monstrous genius was this? If it wasn't from Zhuoling Heir's mouth and Kong Yan's corpse at the scene, they wouldn't believe it. Moreover, the three of them felt that the name Jiangchen sounded familiar. Obviously, they had heard about what Jiangchen had done in Liang province. After all, Liang province was a big province in Xuanyu. The news of such a big incident would naturally spread out. Moreover, since a monstrous genius who could trigger heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm appeared in Liang province, Jiang Chen's name had spread across all the provinces in Xuanyu. Dad, Big Brother is the devil incarnate of Liang province. Oh. That's not right, he is the terrifying genius. After Zhuoling Heir finished her words, she looked at Jiang Chen and stuck out her tongue. Jiang Chen was speechless. It seemed like his reputation wasn't that good. Even a little girl knew that he was a devil incarnate. What? You are the Jiang Chen who triggered heavenly tribulation at the Combat King realm and killed a combat emperor? Zui Yang's eyes widened. The way he looked at Jiang Chen changed once again. The other two elders did the same. After all, there were too many rumors about Jiang Chen. He was a peerless genius who would have limitless achievements in the future. Greetings, Patriarch Zui. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Zui Yang. Brother Jiang Chen is a young genius. It is my honor to be able to meet Brother Jiang Chen. If it wasn't for Brother Jiang Chen's help today, I'm afraid that my daughter would be in danger. Such a great favor, the Zui family will never be able to repay it. Zui Yang's tone was very solemn. He didn't have the arrogance of a patriarch. He even treated himself and Jiang Chen as equals. Although he was a 2nd-grade combat emperor, he didn't dare to look down on Jiang Chen. In his eyes, Jiang Chen wasn't just a puny 8th-grade combat king. Killing Kong Yan with ease indicated that Jiang Chen might have the combat strength of a 2nd-grade combat emperor. In terms of strength, Jiang Chen had gained Zui Yang's respect. Dad, Big Brother, and I are like old friends. We have already become sworn brothers. Now that you call Big Brother brother, do I have to call you Big Brother too? Isn't this messing up the seniority? Zhuoling Heir said in a serious tone. Jiang Chen staggered after hearing what she said. Everyone present rolled their eyes. This little girl was weird, it really made people speechless. The most speechless one was Jiang Chen. It seemed like he didn't become sworn brothers with this little girl in front of everyone. Now, he had gotten a girl for free. Bang Zui Yang knocked on the little girl's head. The adults are talking, go play at the side. Then, Zui Yang smiled at Jiang Chen. This little girl has been spoiled by me. She has no respect for her elders. Sorry for making Jiang Brother laugh at her. Don't mention it. Ling Heir and I are like old friends. Since she called me Big Brother, I will recognize her as my sister. Jiang Chen smiled. He couldn't help but like this quirky little girl. Haha, good. It is my daughter's honor to have a big brother like you. Zui Yang laughed. He was not a fool. He could tell that Jiang Chen was a dragon among men. Although Zhuoling Heir was gifted, there was still a gap between her and this young man in front of him. A person like Jiang Chen would sooner or later soar into the sky. If the Zui family could make friends with him, it would definitely not be a bad thing. Patriarch, the temple has been destroyed. We need to rebuild it as soon as possible. A battle emperor elder of the Zui family said. Zui Yang looked around and his face became very serious. He strode to the statue of Great Master Ranfeng and knelt on the ground. Then, everyone in the Zui family knelt on the ground. Even the monks did the same. Tyrant was no exception. He would never kneel to the heavens or the earth, only to his master. Only Jiang Chen and a Huang Dog did not kneel. Jiang Chen could not kneel because he was afraid that Great Master Ranfeng would not be able to bear it. In this world, no one could make Jiang Chen kneel except for Jiang Zhenhai. As for De Huang Dog, he was a heartless guy. It was impossible to make him kneel. The dragon horse bloodline was very arrogant. Although the temple has been destroyed, the statue of Great Master Ranfeng is still here. The ceremony begins now. Sui Yang's tone was very solemn and sincere. He took the lead and knelt down. The people of the Zhou family followed suit. After a few minutes, the ceremony ended. Everyone stood up. The people of the Zhou family did not think that there was anything wrong with Jiang Chen not kneeling. After all, Jiang Chen was not a member of the Zhou family. He did not need to follow the rules of the Zhou family. Immediately restore the temple to its original appearance and rebuild the statue of Great Master Ranfeng. I will give you 1 day. I want to see the Ranfeng temple intact. Sui Yang ordered. Yes, Patriarch. A 9th-grade combat king of the Zhou family said hastily. To the Zhou family, restoring a temple to its original appearance was an easy task. Patriarch, we have lost a temple today, but the Kong family has suffered a great loss. They have lost a combat emperor. Kong Yang will not let this matter go. The elder of the Zhou family said with a frown. That's right. First, they want to eliminate Ling Er. Second, they want the 2 spots of the nebulous sect. Since they have failed, Kong Yang will not let this matter go. I am afraid that he will launch an attack soon. Another elder spoke up. Humph. The Zhou family is not afraid of him. Let's go back first. Let's see what kind of tricks Kong Yang has up his sleeves. Sui Yang harumphed coldly, but Jiang Chen could hear a trace of fear from his tone towards Kong Yang. It seemed like Kong Yang wasn't as simple as he seemed. Big brother, we have agreed just now. You will follow me back to the Zhou family. Zhou Ling Er grabbed Jiang Chen's arm, afraid that Jiang Chen would go back on his words. Don't worry. Big brother has promised you, he will go. Jiang Chen smiled and patted Zhou Ling Er's head. After that, the group left the Ranfeng temple and flew towards Yuanyang City. Kid, you have agreed to go to the Zhou family. It should be because of the 2 spots of the nebulous sect. On the way, De Huang Dog whispered to Jiang Chen. He knew Jiang Chen too well. This guy wanted to go to the nebulous sect. How could he let go of this opportunity? Let's act according to the circumstances. Even if we have to fight for a spot, it should be for the Kong family. A faint smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face. In any case, he had already fallen out with the Kong clan to an irreconcilable state. It would be a waste if he didn't take the Kong clan's quota. However, he would have to act according to the circumstances. Yuanyang City, Kong family. As one of the 2 giants of Yuanyang City, the Kong family wasn't an ordinary power that could be compared to them. At least, it wasn't something that the Liang Province Invincibility School or the Peerless Sword faction could compare to. Yuanyang City was considered as a big city in the Yu Province. Although the Kong family wasn't as powerful as the major powers in the Yu Province, they still had a 2nd-grade combat emperor. It wouldn't be a problem for them to dominate Yuanyang City. The Kong family was located in the north of Yuanyang City, with an area of tens of miles in circumference. Every single building in the Kong family had a noble atmosphere. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Kong family's meeting hall was oppressive. A middle-aged man dressed in fiery red was sitting upright in the seat of honor. He had sword-like eyebrows and tiger-like eyes, and an extraordinary aura. He was incomparably majestic, and his crimson hair flickered with a faint fiery light, making him look extremely dazzling. Due to his anger, the middle-aged man's body was emitting a faint fiery light, causing the temperature of the hall to rise. There were a dozen people sitting on both sides of the hall. On the left side of the middle-aged man, there was an old man who was a 1st-grade combat emperor. The red-haired middle-aged man was none other than the patriarch of the Kong family, Kong Yang. It was obvious that he had cultivated an extremely powerful fire attribute cultivation method and combat skill, which was why he could have such a strong aura. The atmosphere in the main hall was gloomy. Everyone was looking at Kong Yang, not daring to say a word. The plan had failed, the people who escaped had brought back the news. Kong Yang couldn't help but feel angry. Fortunately, most of the people who escaped were hired. The Kong family only lost a 1st-grade combat emperor and a few combat kings. However, even 100 combat kings couldn't be exchanged for a combat emperor. For our power, a combat emperor was the true support, and the most important. Kong Yan's loss was a huge blow to the Kong family. Damn it. The plan was supposed to be foolproof and the little monster from the Zhou family would die for sure. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to appear out of nowhere. The Kong family's battle emperor elder slammed his palm on the table, shattering it. This man has turned the Liang province upside down. Now, he has come to the Yu province. No matter where he goes, there will be no peace. He has killed our combat emperors. We can't let this matter go. That's right, if it wasn't for him, our plan wouldn't have failed, and we wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. However, this brat is a rare genius. I heard that when he was in the War King realm, he had already attracted the attention of geniuses, and now, he can even kill war emperors. I'm afraid he will be very difficult to deal with. What's there to be afraid of? He might be able to kill a first-grade combat emperor, but he is still a combat king after all. He can't possibly defeat a second-grade combat emperor. Patriarch's heavenly fire art has obtained the origin flame of the scarlet fiery python. Now, it has reached a terrifying level and his cultivation has reached the peak of second-grade combat emperor. With the terrifying power of the heavenly fire art, even a third-grade combat emperor would find it hard to defeat Patriarch. Killing Jiang Chen is just a piece of cake. Each and every one of the Kong family was filled with righteous indignation. They couldn't wait to kill Jiang Chen right now. Jiang Chen must be killed, Kong Yan's death must be avenged, but the most important thing now is the quota of the Nebula sect. Our Yuanyang city has been allocated 2 quotas, and they must be selected within 10 days. At that time, the envoy of the Nebula sect will personally come to pick them up. This is a great opportunity for our Kong family. We must get these 2 quotas. If the little monster of the Zhou family gets them, our Kong family won't have a good time in the future. Kong Yang was a very calm person. He didn't let his anger get to his head. He knew what was more important. He knew Zhou Ling Er's innate talent very well. If Zhou Ling Er went to the Nebula sect, with her innate talent, she would be nurtured by the Nebula sect with inexhaustible resources. Once Zhou Ling Er matured, the Kong family would be finished. Kong Yang would never allow such a thing to happen. Hence, he must get these 2 quotas. That's right, Kong Yan is dead. If we can't get these 2 quotas, our loss will be too great. That Jiang Chen must be killed, but the most important thing now is the quota. The combat emperor elder said. If we follow the normal procedure, each family will get 1 quota. If we want to fight for it, we will let the young geniuses of both families fight each other. However, Zhou Ling Er has a special physique. She is already a 9th-grade combat king. I'm afraid that no one in the young generation of the Kong family can match her. Hence, if we have to fight for the quota, I'm afraid that we won't get a single quota. Someone said with a frown. Zhou Ling Er was only 12 years old, she was a rare genius. A 12-year-old 9th-grade combat king, plus her special physique, it was hard to find someone in the young generation of the Kong family who could fight against her. If they didn't fight, the Kong family could still get a quota, but if they chose to fight, they would lose a quota. I know that, but I have my own means. I will send a letter of challenge to the Zhou family later. This time, I will do it myself. As long as someone from the Zhou family can defeat me, the 2 quotas will be theirs. If no one can defeat me, the quota will be ours. Kong Yang revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. This is a good idea. Patriarch is now a peak 2nd-grade combat emperor. Although Zhui Yang is also a peak 2nd-grade combat emperor, Patriarch has cultivated the heavenly fire art. He has obtained the origin flame of the scarlet flaming fierce python, which is extremely powerful. He is the strongest in Yuanyang city. Zhui Yang is definitely not his opponent. Someone said. They didn't have confidence in the young generation, but they had full confidence in Kong Yang. But Zhui Yang isn't an idiot. He knows that he isn't your opponent. I'm afraid he won't accept the challenge. The combat emperor elder said. Humph. This time, it's not up to him. If he doesn't accept the challenge, I will start a war with the Zhou family and drive them out of Yuanyang city. Kong Yang clenched his fist, the joints of his fingers made a caw-caw sound. 2 sharp flames shot out from his eyes. Everyone was shocked. If they really fought, the final result would be a lose-lose situation. Even if Kong Yang could defeat Sui Yang wasn't an easy opponent. It would be very difficult to kill him. The overall strength of both parties was almost the same. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to rule Yuanyang City together. In other words, if the two families started a war, even if the Kong family could eliminate the Zhou family, the Kong family's strength would be greatly damaged. This was the reason why the two families didn't have a life-and-death battle for so many years, because no one could bear the consequences. Fight if he doesn't accept the challenge. Kong Yan can't die in vain. We can't swallow this anger. Someone said. If they really fought, the Zhou family should be the one who would be afraid. After all, Kong Yang was the strongest in Yuanyang City. At this moment, Yuanyang City was in an uproar. The news of Ranfeng Temple being destroyed had spread all over Yuanyang City, including Kong Yan's death. Everyone in the city was boiling with excitement. They felt that something big was going to happen. Although the two families had been fighting for a long time, there had never been such a big loss. Everyone knew how important Ranfeng Temple was to the Zhou family. Have you heard? The one who killed Kong Yan was Xianxia from Liang Province. That's right. I also heard about it. I didn't expect that devil to come to Yu Province and kill a combat emperor of the Kong family. He's indeed a devil, no matter where he goes, he can't be calm. Let's see. Such a big thing has happened. The Kong family won't let it go easily. This time, it's related to the quota of the Nebula sect's disciples. Both sides will definitely fight. I heard that Jiangchen had triggered the heavenly tribulation. He's a monster among monsters. He could kill a combat emperor when he was only a combat king. He won't be easy to deal with. The master of the Kong family is the strongest in Yuanyang City. I'm afraid that Sui Yang will be suppressed by him. Although Jiangchen could kill a first-grade combat emperor, he's still a combat king. He won't be a match for Kong Yang. There were discussions everywhere. Jiangchen would become the center of attention no matter where he went. The most important thing was that he couldn't avoid being the center of attention even if he didn't want to. The Zhou family. It was located in the south of Yuanyang City, which was the opposite of the Kong family's location. Sui Yang and Jiangchen had just returned from Ranfeng Temple. They were chatting in the main hall when a member of the Zhou family ran in with a golden talisman in his hand. Why are you panicking? Sui Yang frowned. Master, this is the letter of challenge sent by the Kong family. The man didn't dare to neglect it and quickly passed the talisman to Sui Yang. Everyone in the main hall couldn't help but feel nervous when they heard the word letter of challenge. They stared at the talisman without blinking. Sui Yang sent out his divine sense. The talisman suddenly turned into a golden light and disappeared. Sui Yang's face turned ugly. Father, what's wrong? Sui Ling Er asked. Kong Yang wants to challenge the Zhou family personally. 3 days later, we will fight on the battle platform in the central square of Yuanyang City. He will fight for the quota of the Nebula sect. Sui Yang said. What? How shameless. Even if there is a battle, it should be between the younger generation. Kong Yang wants to fight personally. I heard that he has obtained the origin of the scarlet flaming python not long ago. Now that he has mastered the heavenly fire art, he is extremely powerful. It won't be easy to deal with him. A combat emperor elder said. That's right. Although my cultivation level is similar to Kong Yang's, I'm afraid that I won't be his opponent if we fight. At that time, the 2 quotas will be taken by the Kong family. Sui Yang's face turned ugly. He knew his opponent too well. Kong Yang was determined to get the quota of the Nebula sect. We can choose not to accept the challenge. Someone said. Kong Yang said that if we don't accept the challenge, the Kong family will start a war with us. They will drive us out of Yuanyang City to avenge Kong Yan. What? The hall was filled with exclamations. This time, Kong Yang was determined to go against the Zhou family. Moreover, the contents of this letter of challenge have been spread throughout the entire Yuanyang City by the Kong family. If we don't accept the challenge, we will lose all face and become a laughingstock in Yuanyang City. This old man is really good at scheming. For the Nebula sect's quota, he really put in a lot of effort. Sui Yang frowned. He was now in a dilemma. If he accepted the challenge, there was an 80% chance that he would lose. At that time, the 2 quotas would be taken by the Kong family. Once the Kong family climbed up the big tree known as the Nebulous Sect, within a few years, the Kong family would leave the Zhou family in the dust. But if he didn't accept the challenge, the Zhou family would become a laughingstock and the Kong family would probably go to war with the Zhou family. Sui Yang didn't want to joke about the lives of so many people in the Zhou family. For a moment, the hall fell into silence. The present situation was very clear to them. They understood that the Zhou family must accept the challenge. Even if they lost the 2 quotas of the Nebulous Sect and put the Zhou family in a disadvantageous situation, it was still better than going to war with the Kong family. Now that the news of the challenge had spread throughout Yuanyang City, if the Zhou family didn't accept the challenge, they would be looked down upon. Once the Liang family went to war, many people would stand on the Kong family's side and the Zhou family would fall into eternal damnation. This was something that no one wanted to see. Is that Kong Yang very powerful? What's so special about him? A voice suddenly broke the silence in the hall. The one who spoke was no one else but Jiang Chen. For him, his opportunity had come. Everyone looked at Jiang Chen. After knowing Jiang Chen's identity, no one dared to slight him. Not to mention, he was now the savior of the Zhou family. Jiang brother, although Kong Yang and I have been rivals for so many years, but I have to say that this person is very powerful. He cultivates the heavenly fire technique, which is the purest fire attribute technique, and is incomparably fierce. Not long ago, he obtained the essence of the scarlet flame python. If I were to fight with him, I would most likely lose. Sui Yang shook his head and smiled bitterly. He wasn't trying to use others' morale to diminish his own prestige. It could be seen that Sui Yang was a very honest person. What's more, this matter concerned the life and death of the Zhou family, so Sui Yang didn't dare to joke around. A pure fire attribute cultivation technique? Jiang Chen's lips curled into a faint smile. If that was the case, wouldn't he have fallen right into his trap? Kaka, look at all of you frowning. The letter of challenge didn't say that the Zhou family must fight, and it didn't mention you, Sui Yang. You can just ask Jiang Chen to fight on behalf of the Zhou family. De Huang Dog suddenly burst into laughter. He knew Jiang Chen's strength too well. With his current 8th grade combat king strength, he could fight against an ordinary 2nd grade combat emperor. Of course, it would be difficult for him to fight against an expert like Kong Yang, but unfortunately, Kong Yang cultivated a pure fire attribute cultivation technique. After Jiang Chen obtained the heavenly earth pure water, the water dragon seal would be able to restrain his heavenly fire technique, just like how his flames could restrain the devil. What? Everyone was stunned. They looked at Jiang Chen in disbelief, then shook their heads. Jiang Chen was indeed a peerless genius who could kill a 1st grade combat emperor, but Kong Yang wasn't an ordinary man. Even Sui Yang wasn't a match for him, let alone Jiang Chen. If Jiang Chen fought on behalf of the Zhou family, it would be the same as taking the Zhou family's life and death as a joke. That's right, Dad. Anyway, you are definitely not Kong Yang's match. Big Brother is a peerless genius. If he fights on behalf of the Zhou family, he will definitely beat Kong Yang to a pulp. Zwillinger said excitedly. She was very confident in her big brother whom she had just met, especially after witnessing the scene of Jiang Chen killing Kong Yan. She felt that her big brother was invincible and extremely handsome. Don't be ridiculous. Sui Yang glared at Zwillinger. This is the Zhou family's matter. It's not good for an outsider like me to stay here. Let's go and have a rest first. Jiang Chen clasped his fists at Sui Yang, then turned around and walked out of the hall. De Huang Dog followed closely behind him, and the last one was Tyrant. As soon as Tyrant walked out of the hall, he turned around and looked at Sui Yang. Patriarch Sui, let me give you a piece of advice. If the Zhou family wants to survive this crisis, it has to be Jiang Chen. A monk doesn't lie. Since Jiang Chen has walked out of the hall, you can only beg him to come back. After Tyrant finished speaking, he turned around and left. His advice was true. With the Zhou family's current situation, only Jiang Chen could deal with Kong Yang. This, Sui Yang frowned again. Tyrant was the disciple of great master Ran Feng, his words wouldn't harm the Zhou family. Dad, you are all doubting Big Brother. Big Brother must be angry. Zwillinger pouted. Big Miss, this is a matter of life and death for the Zwa family. How can we hand this matter over to an outsider? That's right. Besides, although this Xianxia is a genius, he is only an 8th grade combat king. How can he deal with the terrifying Kong Yang? That's right. Young people are all arrogant and overbearing. They don't know how terrifying Kong Yang is. Recklessly participating in the battle will only cause us to lose the quota to enter the Nebula sect. With Ling Er's potential, as long as she is nurtured by the Nebula sect, she will definitely grow up quickly. Everyone voiced their opinions. They didn't agree with Xianxia representing the Zwa family. Although Xianxia had saved Zwillinger's life, it was a completely different matter now. After saying so much, can you find someone who can deal with Kong Yang? Even my dad can't do it. When the time comes and we fail, we won't be able to get the quota. Zwillinger's words made everyone speechless. She was right. Not to mention whether Xianxia could do it or not, the Zwa family certainly couldn't find someone who could deal with Kong Yang. If that was the case, they wouldn't be able to get the quota and the result would be the same. Zwillinger angrily left the hall and went to find Xianxia. The Zwa family had prepared a courtyard for Xianxia in advance. After Xianxia left the hall, he went straight to the courtyard to find Xianxia. The atmosphere in the hall was still gloomy. Everyone was at a loss of what to do. Why don't we let Xianxia try? One of the combat emperor elders said. Although some of the others sighed, they didn't say anything. It seems like there is no other way. That young master is the disciple of great master Ran Feng. He said that we can only rely on Xianxia to help the Zwa family overcome this difficult situation. He certainly won't harm us. Besides, even if Xianxia loses, the result will be the same. Another elder of the War Emperor realm said. Now was not the time to be indecisive. But, we are the dignified Zwa family. How can we send a combat king expert to fight? Moreover, he is an outsider. Won't we become a laughingstock? If we win, of course, everyone will be happy. But if we lose, the Zwa family will never be able to raise our heads again. That's right. Besides, can an 8th grade combat king really deal with Kong Yang? Someone objected, thinking that it was too unreliable to send an 8th grade combat king. Patriarch, what do you think? Someone looked at Sui Yang. When Xianxia left just now, his face was full of confidence. This means that he is confident that he can deal with Kong Yang. Otherwise, he should have declined after De Huang Dog said those words because Xianxia is not a fool. He has just killed Kong Yan. What do you think will happen if he faces Kong Yang? Sui Yang said. Kong Yang will want to eat him alive. If they face each other, Kong Yang will definitely kill him. Someone said. That's right. How can Xianxia not understand this? He won't play around with his life. Besides, this man is a rare monstrous genius. Perhaps, he has some powerful means. I think we should let Xianxia represent the Zwa family. No matter the result, we should give it a try. Sui Yang gritted his teeth and said. He had made up his mind to let Xianxia fight. This was the only way because the Zwa family couldn't find anyone who could fight against Kong Yang. For the sake of the Nebula Sect's quota, the Zwa family had to give it a try. The others didn't say anything. Although they were reluctant, they knew that what Sui Yang said was the truth. They had no other choice but to give it a try. In a quiet courtyard of the Zwa family, Xianxia, Tyrant and De Huang Dog were sitting opposite each other. There was good wine on the table. 2 men and a dog were drinking to their heart's content. Zwillinger, who had just arrived, was standing beside them. Big brother, can you really defeat Kong Yang? Zwillinger looked at Xianxia with her big watery eyes without blinking. Little girl, your big brother can beat Kong Yang into a dead dog. Bah, I mean a dead pig. De Huang Dog said. Big brother, can you fight for our Zwa family? The little girl squatted down, pulled Xianxia's sleeve and began to act like a spoiled child. Little girl, you don't have to worry about this. Xianxia said with a smile. How can I not worry? This is related to the life and death of the Zwa family. Zwillinger suddenly became anxious. Ling go ask your father and those elders to come and beg Xianxia. Xianxia may be happy and agree. Tyrant said. Okay, I'll ask my father and the others to come. I believe Big Brother can defeat Kong Yang. Ling didn't know where her confidence in Xianxia came from. She only felt that Tyrant's words were true. If the Zhou family wanted to get through this crisis, only Xianxia could help them. Everyone was still in the meeting hall. Ling rushed in again and said, Father, Big Brother said that he has the means to defeat Kong Yang. Tyrant also said that we have to rely on Xianxia to get through this crisis. Ling we have decided to let Xianxia fight. Go and ask Xianxia to come here. Sui Yang said. Why didn't you stop Big Brother when he left? Tyrant said that if you want Xianxia to fight, you have to go and beg him. What? Asking us to beg him personally? Isn't that too arrogant? Someone was extremely dissatisfied. They already felt that it was shameful to ask an outsider to represent the Zhou family. Now, they had to ask him personally, which made them feel even more ashamed. That's enough. We are here to ask for help anyway. Sui Yang stood up from his seat. The other two combat emperors also stood up and walked out of the hall. They weren't unhappy that they had to ask for help from Xianxia. On the contrary, the more arrogant Xianxia was, the happier they were, because it meant that Xianxia was really confident in defeating Kong Yang. Otherwise, he wouldn't have put on such an arrogant front. Geniuses were all arrogant, not to mention a monstrous genius like Xianxia. The Zhou family had offended him just now, so naturally, they had to ask him personally. The Zhou family couldn't find anyone who could defeat Kong Yang, so they had to give it a try. All of their hopes were now placed on Xianxia. Although the other elders weren't satisfied, they still followed them to Xianxia's courtyard. Even the three combat emperors had gone, so what reason did they have to not follow? At the moment, in the courtyard, Xianxia, De Huangdog and Tyrant were still drinking to their heart's content. Little Chinzi, do you think they will come to you and ask for help? Tyrant asked. Do you think they will have any other choice other than to come to me? Xianxia smiled. His face was always full of confidence, as if everything was under his control. It was as if there was nothing that couldn't be solved in front of him. He always had a kind of magical power that attracted people around him. Don't worry, Sui Yang is not a fool. Even if he doesn't believe that little Chinzi can defeat Kong Yang, he still has to give it a try, because the Zhou family can't find anyone who can defeat Kong Yang. De Huangdog casually said while drinking. Big Brother. Just as De Huangdog's voice fell, the little girl's voice came from outside the courtyard. The little girl's speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, she arrived at the courtyard. From the excited expression on her face, it was not difficult to see that the Zhou family had come to beg Xianxia. Not long after the little girl appeared, a large group of people from the Zhou family followed behind her. The three combat emperors were leading the group. The appearance of all these people was enough to show the sincerity of the Zhou family. Brother Jiang, the Zhou family offended you just now. Please don't take it to heart, Brother Jiang. When Sui Yang saw Xianxia from afar, he cupped his fists and said with an ashamed look on his face. What are you talking about, Patriarch Sui? Why would I care? It's just that it's not appropriate for an outsider like me to get involved in your family matters. Xianxia said in a serious tone. They didn't know why, but when they saw his expression, Tyrant and De Huangdog suddenly felt that Xianxia was more shameless than them. This guy was obviously scheming in his heart, but he was still able to keep his composure on the surface. Brother Jiang, you already know about the Zhou family's current predicament, so I won't beat around the bush. I hope that Brother Jiang can represent our family in this battle. No matter what the result is, the Zhou family will definitely give Brother Jiang some benefits. Sui Yang said without beating around the bush. He knew that Xianxia was a smart man, so it was best for him to get straight to the point. I'm just an 8th grade combat king. Although I can kill a 1st grade combat emperor, I don't have much confidence in defeating an expert like Kong Yang. Xianxia shook his head and pretended to be in a difficult situation. Tyrant and De Huangdog couldn't stand it anymore. They wanted to rush forward and leave a shoe print on this guy's face. He was too shameless. Big Brother, if you don't want to fight, then my father will have to fight. If my father is defeated by Kong Yang, the status of our family in Yuanyang City will be lowered. Moreover, the 2 quotas will be taken away by the Kong family. At that time, the Kong family will have the support of the nebulous sect and our family will be finished. Big brother, Zhuo pulled Jiang Chen's arm and shook it. She was acting like a spoiled child in front of him. I know that brother Jiang must have a way to deal with Kong Yang. As long as brother Jiang is willing to fight, we can do whatever you want. Sui Yang said. He could only place all of his bets on Jiang Chen's ability. Alright, little girl, stop shaking my arm. You're going to make me fall apart. Jiang Chen rolled his eyes and stood up from his seat. Big brother, you agreed. Zhuo jumped up high. Patriarch Zhua, I can fight for your Zhua family, and I can guarantee that I will defeat Kong Yang. I, Jiang Chen, never boast. Although that Kong Yang is strong, he will be finished if he encounters me. At that time I will kill Kong Yang, and Yuanyang City will belong to your Zhua family. Jiang Chen said with a serious face. What? Kill Kong Yang? The elders of the Zhua family exclaimed. They looked at Jiang Chen as if they were looking at a ghost, including Sui Yang. They were expecting Jiang Chen to defeat Kong Yang, which was already an extravagant hope. They didn't expect Jiang Chen to say that he would kill Kong Yang. Not to mention killing Kong Yang, as long as brother Jiang can defeat Kong Yang, it will be a great favor to my Zhua family. Sui Yang hastily clasped his fists and said. As a matter of fact, he didn't believe that Jiang Chen could kill Kong Yang, but he felt that Jiang Chen wasn't a person who liked to boast. He must have some means to deal with Kong Yang. But I have a condition. Jiang Chen said. Brother Jiang, please say it. Sui Yang said. This matter was related to the life and death of the Zhua family. Even if Jiang Chen put forward a big condition, he would definitely agree. After I kill Kong Yang, I want a quota to go to the nebulous sect. Jiang Chen said. This was his real purpose in coming to Yuanyang City. As for the battle with Kong Yang, Jiang Chen would definitely do his best to kill him, not just defeat him. Because he had killed Kong Yan before, Kong Yang hated him to the bone. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would definitely eliminate the root of the problem, leaving no future troubles. This had always been his way of doing things. Sui Yang was stunned. Even the others were stunned. They didn't expect that Jiang Chen would put forward such a condition. This condition was not a loss to the Zhua family at all. First of all, if Jiang Chen couldn't defeat Kong Yang, the Zhua family wouldn't be able to get a quota. If Jiang Chen defeated Kong Yang, the Zhua family would have a dominant position in Yuanyang City in the future. The Zhua family would still be able to get a quota. Even if they gave one to Jiang Chen, they still had one. For the younger generation of the Zhua family, only Zhuo was the most important. She was the Zhua family's biggest hope. As long as Zhuo could enter the nebulous sect, then everything would be fine. The remaining quota would be given to Jiang Chen. Moreover, if Jiang Chen and Zhuo entered the nebulous sect together, as a big brother, he would definitely protect Zhuo. This would make the Zhua family worry less. After all, Zhuo was only 12 years old, she was just a child. The reason behind this was not only clear to Sui Yang, but also to everyone in the Zhua family. If Jiang Chen entered the nebulous sect, it would only be more beneficial for the Zhua family. Good, if Jiang brother can really kill Kong Yang, then this quota will belong to you. With you and Ling entering the nebulous sect together, I will be very relieved. Sui Yang immediately agreed. Wow, this is great. I am going to enter the nebulous sect with Big Brother. The little girl jumped up excitedly, as if Jiang Chen had already defeated Kong Yang. Jiang brother, the day of the duel with Kong Yang is 3 days later. If brother Jiang needs any preparation, please don't hesitate to tell us. The Zhua family will do our best to help brother Jiang. Sui Yang said. No need to prepare, just accept the duel in 3 days. Jiang Chen said casually. He didn't feel any pressure when facing Kong Yang. For him, it was much easier to deal with Kong Yang than Sui Yang. If Jiang Chen and Sui Yang were to fight, Jiang Chen wouldn't have the slightest confidence to win. After all, he was only an 8th grade combat king. However, it was different when facing Kong Yang. Kong Yang's fire attribute skill was perfectly restrained by Jiang Chen's water dragon seal. The attribute of the heavenly earth pure water was not to be trifled with. In that case, Brother Jiang will cultivate in peace for the next 3 days. I will arrange for no one to disturb him. Zui Yang said. Then, he left with the Zhou family, leaving Zhuo Ling behind. This little girl had turned into a piece of dog skin plaster, no one could drive her away. Apparently, this little girl was very much to De Huang's taste, he was having a lot of fun playing with her. De Huang, I heard that your head is very hard, how about letting me punch you? The little girl stood in front of De Huang and said seriously. She was rubbing her fist, eager to give it a try. Little girl, don't be so rude, you should call me Uncle De Huang. De Huang dog said. As soon as his voice faded, Jiangchen gave him a flying kick on his face. How dare you take advantage of me, I will kick you to death. Jiangchen said rudely. This little girl called him big brother, so De Huang dog was taking advantage of him. Hee, or you can call me big brother. De Huang dog smiled. Asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk asterisk bang asterisk. After that, De Huang dog used his head to collide with the little girl's fists. The girl and the dog were having a good time in this courtyard, it was hard to tell who was winning. Little Chinzi, although this little girl is only 12 years old, the strength of each of her fists is enough to shatter a mountain. Can you tell what kind of divine physique she has? Tyrant asked, his eyes were full of surprise. One should know that there were not many people who could collide with De Huang dog's head. Zhuo Ling was obviously an exception. Her whole body is filled with boundless brute force. If I am not mistaken, the blood of the ancient barbarian tribe is flowing in her body. This blood is very scary, it has boundless strength, the more powerful it becomes. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. When Zhuo Ling killed a 9th grade combat king with a single punch in Ranfeng Temple, he already knew that Zhuo Ling had an extraordinary physique. This little girl was only 12 years old, her future was immeasurable. Of course, in terms of genius, Jiang Chen was the real monster. Although he was 19 years old now, he was 16 years old when he was reincarnated. In other words, it took him 3 years to reach the 8th grade combat king realm from the Qijing realm. Such a frightening way of breaking through, if this news were to spread, it would shock the entire world. The whole Yuanyang city was bustling with noise and excitement. Everyone was discussing about the letter of challenge. Kong Yang was recognized as the strongest man in Yuanyang city. Even though Zui Yang was also a 2nd grade combat emperor and the patriarch of the Zhou family, he wasn't Kong Yang's opponent. Therefore, most of the people thought that the Zhou family wouldn't accept the challenge. Once they failed, they would lose the qualification to enter the nebulous sect. Just when everyone thought that the Zhou family wouldn't accept the challenge, a message came from the Zhou family. The Zhou family had accepted the challenge. 3 days later, someone from the Zhou family would fight with Kong Yang on the life and death stage in the central square of Yuanyang city. The Zhou family accepted the challenge? Does Zui Yang have the confidence to defeat Kong Yang? Zui Yang has no choice but to accept the challenge. The news about the letter of challenge has spread across the entire Yuanyang city. If the Zhou family doesn't accept the challenge, their reputation will be tarnished and they will become the laughingstock of Yuanyang city. Kong Yang will seize the chance to attack the Zhou family. At that time, I'm afraid that half of the forces in Yuanyang city will join the Kong family and the Zhou family's doomsday will come. That's right. Whether it's for the Zhou family's reputation and survival or for the qualification to enter the nebulous sect, Zui Yang has to accept the challenge. Although he can't defeat Kong Yang, his cultivation grade is very strong. It won't be easy for Kong Yang to kill him. The Zhou family has accepted the challenge. There will be a good show in the central square 3 days later. We can't miss it. It's a battle between 2 combat emperors, it will be very exciting. Of course. I heard that Kong Yang's heavenly fire art has been cultivated to the extreme. Not long ago, he had obtained the fire seed of the scarlet fiery python. After refining it, his fire art became even more terrifying. We must witness the battle between these experts. It will be very beneficial to us. Discussions were everywhere. The whole Yuanyang city was in an uproar. It wasn't hard to imagine that the city wouldn't be peaceful from now until the battle 3 days later. The Kong family. Good. Just as I expected, Zui Yang has to accept the challenge. As long as I defeat Sui Yang and obtain the 2 quotas, the Kong family will grow faster. In a few years, the Zhou family will be eliminated from Yuanyang City. Oh right, is that Jiangchen still in the Zhou family? Kong Yang's face was filled with pride and excitement. He didn't forget about Jiangchen. Jiangchen went to the Zhou family from the temple and hasn't come out since. Jiangchen very good. Keep an eye on Jiangchen's movements. I must kill him to avenge Kong Yang. Humph. Kong Yang harumphed. Flames shot out from his body. He was determined to kill Jiangchen. Kong Yan's death must be avenged. 3 days flashed by. Yuanyang City had been bustling for 3 days. Finally, it was the most boisterous time. Early in the morning, the central square was already packed with people. Many of them probably hadn't slept the whole night, they were just waiting here to watch a good show. Yuanyang City was very spacious. There was a central square at the center of the square. It had a radius of 10 miles. At the center of the central square, there were more than 10 battle stages. These stages were full of marks left by battles. For a long time, all the forces in Yuanyang City would come here to solve their conflicts. This place was the symbol of the glory of Yuanyang City. Every mark on the battle stages recorded the history of Yuanyang City. Suddenly, there was a strong wave of qi in the sky. More than 10 silhouettes appeared in the sky and slowly descended to the center of the central square. The leader was a middle-aged man with red hair and a red robe. He looked like a fire god who had descended to the world. Every move he made was filled with an indescribable domineering aura. Look, the Kong family's people have arrived. That's Kong Yang. What a powerful aura. Even the energy waves emitted from his body are blazing hot. It's obvious that his fire attacks have reached a high degree of mastery. He's too strong. Kong Yang's grade has reached the peak of 2nd grade combat emperor. He's only a step away from the 3rd grade combat emperor. How can Sui Yang be his match? After today's battle, the gap between the Kong and Sui family will be revealed. It won't take more than a few years for Yuanyang City to be dominated by one family. The moment Kong Yang appeared, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration when they looked at him. The crowd parted to make a path for him. The people of the Kong family walked to the sidewalk and strode forward. Their faces were filled with arrogance. As the overlords of Yuanyang City, they had the right to be arrogant. No one dared to provoke them and they couldn't afford to provoke them. The people of the Kong family were led by Kong Yang to the front, the place closest to the battle stage. They were waiting for the arrival of the Zhou family. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the Zhou family still hadn't appeared. What's going on? Why hasn't the Zhou family appeared yet? Don't tell me they're too afraid to come? I don't think so. The Zhou family is the #1 overlord of Yuanyang City. If they don't dare to come, it will be a great disgrace to them. How can they stay in Yuanyang City in the future? Let's wait and see. Now that all the influential people of Yuanyang City have appeared, everyone is waiting for a good show. If the Zhou family doesn't show up, they will be courting death. The Zhou family didn't show up for a long time, which made many people impatient. More and more people looked down on the Zhou family. Everyone thought that the Zhou family was afraid, otherwise they would have shown up a long time ago. Just look at the Kong family, they came with great momentum, obviously full of confidence. At this moment, an imposing aura that was not weaker than the Kong family came from afar. It was the people of the Zhou family. Seeing the people of the Zhou family, the crowd let out a sigh of relief. No matter what, they had finally shown up. The leaders were 2 people, a middle-aged man and a young man in white. The middle-aged man was Sui Yang. Many people knew him, but they had never seen the young man in white. There was no one like him in the younger generation of the Zhou family. Moreover, the fact that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Sui Yang meant that he must have a high status. The people of the Zhou family were not weaker than the Kong family. There were dozens of people on both sides. Most of the top figures had shown up. This battle concerned the life and death of both sides. They all cared about it. The people of the Zhou family stood opposite the Kong family. Sui Yang, I thought you didn't dare to come. Kong Yang looked at his old rival and couldn't help but say Ling Ling. The Kong family is shameless. They secretly sent people to destroy my temple and tried to kill my daughter. They are shameless to the extreme. This is the right time to settle this score. Sui Yang said loudly. Let's not talk about whether or not he could defeat Kong Yang. As the patriarch of the Zhou family, he couldn't lose to his opponent. Bullshit. Kong Yan died in the hands of your Zhou family, causing my Kong family to lose a powerful combat emperor. This debt should be settled by my Kong family. Sui Yang, since you have accepted the challenge, there is nothing else to say. Let's go to the battle stage and have a showdown. The winner will get 2 quotas to enter the nebulous sect. Sui Yang said. Kong Yang said and jumped up to the high platform. He looked down at the crowd. His whole body was emitting a domineering aura that made people admire him. Sui Yang, come up quickly. Don't waste time. There are so many people watching. If you are not afraid, you can just admit defeat and give up your spot. Kong Yang said loudly. Kong Yang, don't be too confident. The Zhou family will not let go of the spot. The Zhou family has accepted your challenge, but it won't be me, Sui Yang, who will fight you. Sui Yang said with a smile. What? Everyone, including Kong Yang, exclaimed. No one had thought that Sui Yang would say such a thing. What's going on? Can the Zhou family find someone more powerful than Sui Yang? Yeah, what is Sui Yang planning? He is not going to fight personally. Even if he fought personally, he wouldn't be able to defeat Kong Yang, let alone the others. Everyone looked at the Zhou family, trying to find someone who could compete with Kong Yang other than Sui Yang, but they were disappointed. It seemed that there was no one in the Zhou family who could defeat Kong Yang. Sui Yang, are you joking with me? Is there anyone else in the Zhou family who can fight me? Kong Yang sneered. I didn't say that it must be someone from the Zhou family. The Zhou family has invited Jiang Chen to fight on behalf of the Zhou family. Sui Yang said loudly. As soon as his voice faded, Jiang Chen took a step forward and jumped onto the stage, standing in front of Kong Yang. What? Are you kidding me? The dignified Zhou family asked an outsider to fight? This is too shameful. So, he is Jiang Chen. I heard that he is a rare genius, a genius who once attracted many geniuses. Although he is only an 8th grade combat king, he has killed Kong Yan. His strength is unfathomable, but isn't it too childish to let him fight Kong Yang? The Zhou family has sent an 8th grade combat king to fight Kong Yang. This is ridiculous. Isn't this a typical case of breaking a jar? Although Jiang Chen is strong, how can he be Kong Yang's opponent? He can kill Kong Yan, but Kong Yang and Kong Yan are 2 completely different people. There is no comparison. Sigh, it seems like the Zhou family is giving up on the duel. They have sent an outsider who they can't defeat. This Jiang Chen is the one who killed Kong Yan. If he fights Kong Yang, he will die for sure. Kong Yang will tear him into pieces. I really don't understand why he still wants to fight. Is he not afraid of death? Or does he think that he has the means to defeat Kong Yang? The scene suddenly became lively. No one had expected such a sudden change. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Chen, making Jiang Chen the center of attention. This result was too unexpected. No one would have thought that the dignified Zhou family would find an outsider to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. It was understandable because the Zhou family couldn't find anyone who could fight Kong Yang. Even Sui Yang would be defeated. Under such circumstances, it was normal for the Zhou family to find someone to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. This battle was related to the life and death of the Zhou family, and the letter of challenge didn't state that they couldn't find someone to fight on behalf of Kong Yang. However, why did they find an 8th grade combat king to fight on behalf of the Zhou family? Wasn't this a disgrace to the Zhou family? On the battle stage, Kong Yang's eyes fell on Jiang Chen. His eyes were about to shoot fire. He said coldly, "You are Jiang Chen?" "Yes, I am." Jiang Chen said indifferently. He knew that Kong Yang wanted to kill him, but today, Kong Yang was destined to be disappointed. It seems like you are courting death. After killing Kong Yan, not only did you not choose to run away, but you also appeared in front of me and want to fight on behalf of the Zhou family. I don't know if you are stupid or overconfident, but since you are standing on this battle stage, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. I will give you a chance, kill yourself in front of me. Kong Yang's tone was gloomy. He didn't put Xianxia in his eyes. With his status and cultivation, he wouldn't put an 8th grade combat king in his eyes. He was confident that he could kill Xianxia with one hand. Why don't you kill yourself in front of me? That will save us from wasting time. You are not my opponent anyway. Xianxia said casually. Many people started to curse him after hearing his words. They had seen arrogant people, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. He was so arrogant that there was no limit to his arrogance. They were afraid that only Xianxia would dare to ask Kong Yang to kill himself in front of the crowd. Haha, good, what an arrogant kid. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I will let you know the consequences of being arrogant. Kong Yang laughed out loud, he was completely amused. He felt that Xianxia's words were too funny. He swore that he would not let Xianxia die so easily, he would torture him until he begged for death. Sui Yang, I didn't expect your brain to be this stupid. You actually let a madman with the same problem represent your Sui family. In that case, I will kill this arrogant brat in front of everyone. My Kong family will easily get the quota of the Nebula sect. Moreover, this brat killed Kong Yen, so I can avenge Kong Yen and save myself the trouble of looking for him alone. Kong Yang's fiery red hair fluttered in the wind like a sea of fire. His aura was unparalleled, completely locking onto Xianxia, not giving him the slightest chance. Come on, big brother, beat him to death. The little girl was waving her fists and cheering for Xianxia. Her words of beating him to death made countless people feel dizzy. Sure enough, young people were frivolous, one was more arrogant than the other. That was Kong Yang, how could she beat him to death just like that? Swoosh, Kong Yang didn't want to waste any more time. With a sway of his body, he flew high up into the sky, followed by Xianxia. At their level, they had to leave the ground when they fought. Otherwise, the fluctuations of the battle would be extremely destructive. Xianxia, I heard that you triggered the heavenly tribulation when you were just a combat king warrior, turning the entire Liang province upside down. You can be considered as a powerful character. I will let you attack 3 times first. I want to see what kind of ability a genius who can trigger the heavenly tribulation has. Kong Yang said with a proud face. Let me attack 3 times, then I won't be polite. Xianxia's aura fluctuated. His palms were covered with dragon scales. Without saying anything, he attacked with the fire dragon seal. Asterisk roar, asterisk accompanied by an earth-shattering dragon roar, a fire dragon that was hundreds of meters long was unleashed by Xianxia. The gigantic fire dragon danced in the air, creating a sea of flames in the sky. The crimson flames could even burn the void. The fire dragon seemed to have come to life as it fiercely rushed towards Kong Yang. What a powerful fire dragon seal. This Xianxia is indeed extraordinary, worthy of being called a genius. His fire attack seems to be even purer than Kong Yang's. The flames contained in this fire dragon are of the purest Yang attribute, and their quality is even more terrifying than Kong Yang's flaming fierce python. Sui Yang's expression changed. With his unique vision, he could tell how powerful Xianxia's fire dragon seal was at first glance. His confidence in Xianxia couldn't help but increase. What a powerful attack. I didn't expect Xianxia's fire attack to be even purer than Kong Yang's. No wonder he has the confidence to defeat Kong Yang. Too bad his cultivation grade is a little weaker. Although this Xianxia is only an 8th grade combat king, he's not easy to deal with. If Kong Yang really allowed Xianxia to attack 3 times, he would be looking for trouble for himself. Sure enough, he is just like what the rumor said. He is a monstrous genius. Perhaps today's battle will be worth watching. Many people were discussing about the battle. As the saying goes, an expert's skill would be known the moment he made his move. Before Xianxia attacked, everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to withstand Kong Yang's attack. But now, his chi was so powerful that even a first-grade combat emperor would be killed on the spot by the fire dragon seal. This had changed their impression of him. A person who could turn the entire Liang province upside down must have some tricks up his sleeves. Of course, the one who was shocked the most was Kong Yang himself. His pupils enlarged as the fire dragon approached him. He had cultivated the heavenly fire art, so his perception of fire was much stronger than ordinary people. What surprised him was not only the powerful attack of the fire dragon, but also the flames contained in it. What a powerful flame, it's so strong that it's like the origin of the world. It's so much stronger than my scarlet fiery python's flame. It seems like I won't be able to kill him easily. I want to obtain his flame. If I can fuse such a pure flame like Xianxia's into my heavenly fire art and refine it, I will gain endless benefits. My cultivation grade will immediately break through to the 3rd grade combat emperor, maybe even the 4th grade combat emperor. At that time, annihilating the Zhou family will be as easy as blowing off dust. Kong Yang's heart was filled with greed. The flame was too important to him. Xianxia's flame made him jealous. In the blink of an eye, the fire dragon was already in front of him. Kong Yang snapped out of his reverie, only now did he realize how terrifying the fire dragon's attack power was. Even with his own strength, he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately struck out with his palm, and a ball of fire shot out, colliding with the fire dragon. Kong Long, the void shook, the space was torn apart. The shockwaves of the battle were like thunder. One had to admit that Kong Yang was indeed powerful. A simple palm strike was enough to destroy Xianxia's powerful fire dragon seal. This was the huge gap between their cultivation grade. Shameless. Didn't you say that you would give him 3 moves? Shameless. If you can't afford it, then don't. Shameless. Shameless. De Huang Dog was howling from below. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear him clearly. Haha, shameless, shameless, too shameless. Zhuoling Air and De Huang Dog were indeed like-minded. They didn't want to let go of any chance to mock their opponent. Many of them recalled that Kong Yang had indeed said that he would give Xianxia 3 moves, but he had already blocked the first move. As one of the overlords of Yuanyang City, he didn't keep his word. This was indeed a joke. Patriarch Zhua, did you hear that? If you can't afford it, then don't. Don't embarrass yourself. You should know that you are not only embarrassing yourself, but also the Kong family. Xianxia's face was filled with relief. Kong Yang's facial expression turned ugly, but he couldn't say anything. It was shameful for him to go back on his words, but he didn't expect Xianxia to be so powerful. That fire dragon seal was enough to kill a 1st grade combat emperor. If he didn't defend himself, he would be severely injured if he was hit by the fire dragon. Xianxia's face turned pale. Humph. I will take you down first. Kong Yang humped coldly. He was going to take the initiative to attack. Losing his face was no big deal. As long as he could get Xianxia's flame, it would be enough to make up for his loss of face. Kong Yang was infuriated. Although he still didn't put Xianxia in his eyes, he didn't underestimate him anymore. Everyone could see that a thick layer of flame armor had formed on the surface of Kong Yang's body. Scorching energy rushed out from his body, forming a sea of fire in the sky. The faces of the Zhou family members didn't look good. Although Xianxia was also a cultivator of the fire art, there was still a huge gap between him and Kong Yang. Now, Kong Yang was going to use his heavenly fire art to fight against Xianxia. No one knew if Xianxia could withstand it. Kong Yang's hands that were covered with raging flames kept moving. A 3-meter fireball was formed. The fireball carried an endless destructive force. The void was cracked by the scorching heat. Heavenly fire energy. Kong Yang suddenly let out a loud roar. The huge fireball turned into a stream of light and rushed towards Xianxia crazily. Apart from the destructive power of the fireball, the most terrifying thing about it was its high temperature. The heat wave was so hot that it made it hard for people to breathe. It was the first time for many people to see Kong Yang in action. The strongest man of Yuanyang City, his attack was indeed extraordinary. It had a domineering aura that could swallow mountains and rivers. Many people held their breath, wondering how an 8th grade combat king like Xianxia was going to resist the huge fireball. What a good Kong Yang! It's not easy for him to cultivate the heavenly fire art to this level. If I didn't absorb the heavenly earth pure water, I wouldn't be his opponent even if I was an 8th grade combat king. Too bad, the gap between his flaming python and the heavenly earth pure water is too big. The attribute of the flaming python will be suppressed by the heavenly earth pure water. A smile appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. Facing the powerful fireball, there was no sign of nervousness on his face. He slowly raised his arm. Blood-red dragon scales emerged on his arm. Then, the surface of the dragon scales was covered with a silver-white frost. Water dragon seal. Jiang Chen shouted. The yuan force in his body was boiling. He pushed his palm forward, and a silver-white water dragon rushed out with a roar. The moment the water dragon appeared, the temperature of the entire sky dropped. The void was frozen. Wherever the water dragon went, there was frost. Even the people who were standing far away from it could feel the bone-chilling cold. When the water dragon appeared, the heat wave released by Kong Yang was dispersed. When the heat wave came into contact with the cold qi, it was as if the heat wave came into contact with the heaven and earth. Asterisk roar. Roar, the huge water dragon roared again and again. It opened its bloody mouth, and under everyone's shocked gazes, it swallowed the fireball in one gulp. The originally blazing fireball was completely suppressed after meeting the water dragon. It couldn't even display half of its full power. The cold qi of the true water was too strong, enough to destroy any fire in the world. Just the suppression of the attribute had reduced the fireball's power by more than half. Rumble, after the water dragon swallowed the fireball, it exploded, turning into specks of cold light and disappearing without a trace. However, the air was still filled with a bone-chilling coldness, there was no longer any feeling of heat. The explosion just now had shaken Kong Yang, causing his body to sway and his face to pale. But compared to the shock he felt, the changes in his body were nothing. His eyes stared fixedly at Jiang Chen, as if he was looking at a ghost. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. He clearly used fire at the beginning. How could it turn into such a cold water seal? Cold and heat are two completely different attributes. Water and fire are incompatible. How could he fuse fire and water into his body? Kong Yang was truly shocked. Those who cultivated the heavenly fire technique had the best understanding of attributes. No matter how special a person's physique was, it was impossible to integrate two opposite attributes of fire and water into one's body without causing a conflict. This was simply unimaginable. Moreover, due to the extreme coldness of his opponent's cold attribute, it was a great restraint on his heavenly fire technique, making it hard for him to exert half of his power. This had greatly reduced the gap between the two of them. This made Kong Yang feel extremely depressed and aggrieved. My God, what did I just see? Is that a water dragon? It's a water seal that contains the extreme coldness attribute. It's too scary. I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave, it was extremely cold. Jiang Chen's attribute was the nemesis of Kong Yang's heavenly fire technique. Did you guys see that? Jiang Chen had the upper hand in the exchange just now. This is too shocking. He seemed to have casted the fire dragon seal, it was a pure fire attribute. Now, he has casted the extreme coldness attribute of water. My God, how did he do it? These two opposite attributes were able to fuse into his body at the same time. This is unbelievable. No wonder he is a monstrous genius who could trigger the heavenly tribulation. This Jiang Chen is too scary. He already has the strength to kill a first-grade combat emperor. Now, his attributes are restraining Kong Yang. It's hard to tell who will win this battle. No one wasn't shocked. Jiang Chen's performance was too shocking. This battle that was supposed to be a one-sided battle suddenly became full of suspense. Many of the spectators were interested in the battle. No one dared to say that Kong Yang would be able to kill Jiang Chen. A being who could fuse both fire and water attributes into his body, no one could predict what kind of miracle he would create. Haha, good, very good. I didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so scary. He is able to fuse both the fire and water attributes. Amazing, truly amazing. Sui Yang was very excited. The people of the Zhou family were the most excited ones. This is amazing. I didn't have any confidence in Jiang brother at the beginning, but now, it seems like the result is still uncertain. That's right. No wonder Jiang brother is so confident. Even if his true body's combat strength isn't as strong as Kong Yang's, it is able to restrain his heavenly fire art. That is to say, when fighting against Xianxia, Kong Yang can only use half of his combat strength. Under such circumstances, Jiang Brothers' chance of winning has increased greatly. Yeah, we were doubting Jiang Brothers' strength before, but now it seems like we shouldn't have. The reason why Jiang Brother dared to accept the challenge is because he has great confidence in himself. The elders of the Zhou family were beaming with joy. Although Jiangchen hadn't defeated Kong Yang yet, his performance had given them hope. Big brother is the best. The adorable Zhou Ling waved her fists and cheered for Jiangchen. In the sky, Jiangchen stood calmly in front of Kong Yang. What he wanted to do today was to kill Kong Yang, not to defeat him. But to kill Kong Yang, even with the restriction of his attribute, was not an easy task. Because Kong Yang's strength was too strong, there was an insurmountable gap between him and Kong Yang. Therefore, if Jiangchen wanted to kill Kong Yang, he couldn't be hasty. He wanted to completely disturb Kong Yang's mind, make him collapse mentally, and then kill him. Therefore, he hoped to see Kong Yang's flustered and exasperated expression. Kong Yang, I said that you are not my opponent. If you kill yourself now, I will give you a chance, so that you won't suffer endless humiliation later. Jiangchen said in an indifferent tone. Bastard. Sure enough, after hearing these words, Kong Yang, who was already irascible and hot-tempered, became enraged. Layers of fire waves rushed out from his body, forming a sea of fire once again. But feeling the cold air lingering in the air, Kong Yang's flames were clearly weaker than before. Jiangchen, don't think that you can defeat me just because you can restrain my flames. Such a thought is ridiculous. Today, I will let you know the gap between us. Although water can extinguish fire, it also depends on how strong the fire is. Kong Yang was completely enraged. His fiery red hair fluttered in the wind. Once again, he raised both of his palms and activated the heavenly fire technique to the extreme. His hands constantly formed strange seals and a huge fire wheel gradually formed. Heavenly fire wheel. Along with Kong Yang's roar, a fire dragon dozens of feet long rushed out. The fire wheel was like an indestructible barrier, capable of crushing everything in the world. Everywhere it passed, the void cracked inch by inch and terrifying cracks appeared. The destructive power of the fire made people's souls tremble. Humph. In front of my heaven and earth true water, all flames will be extinguished. Jiangchen's face was calm. No matter how powerful Kong Yang's attack was, his fire technique would be greatly restrained. Jiangchen's white robe fluttered, dragon claws appeared again. The 35,000 dragon marks in his body rippled, providing endless energy to Jiangchen. This time, Jiangchen shot out 3 water dragons. Roar roar roar, the water dragons roared. Each of them was dozens of feet long. It was as if a real dragon had descended. The 3 water dragons surrounded the fire wheel and attacked it. The cold air released by the 3 water dragons extinguished a large amount of flames. The momentum of the celestial fire wheel was weakening rapidly. It was as if it had met its natural enemy. Asterisk roar, asterisk the 3 water dragons roared again, their long bodies directly entangled the fire wheel. Asterisk rumble, asterisk fire and water were incompatible. The explosion caused by such a collision was undoubtedly huge. The void was directly destroyed and turned into a piece of chaos. Although the heavenly fire wheel was incomparably powerful, it ultimately could not resist the restraint of the 3 water dragons. Under the attack of the 3 water dragons, it gradually turned into nothingness. At this time, the 3 water dragons had not completely dissipated. They turned around and rushed towards Kong Yang. What? Asterisk qua asterisk the audience was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked once again. This time, the shock was like a thunderstorm. If Jiangchen had the upper hand just now, it was an accident because Kong Yang didn't use his full strength, then this time, it wasn't an accident anymore. The same accident wouldn't happen twice. Kong Yang's powerful combat skill was destroyed by Jiangchen again, and the injury he suffered was more serious than before. Everyone could see it clearly. My God, Kong Yang was defeated again. Judging from his appearance, he isn't a match for Jiangchen at all. Sigh, Kong Yang is really a tragedy. If we are talking about combat strength, Jiangchen is definitely not his match, but Jiangchen's water attribute skill has restrained Kong Yang's heavenly fire art. It is obvious that Kong Yang couldn't even use half of his strength when fighting against Jiang Chen. This is really frustrating. It's hard to believe. If Kong Yang is defeated by Jiang Chen today, he will become the biggest joke in Yuanyang City. Let's see. Kong Yang must have other powerful skills. He hasn't used his combat weapon yet, but he has an emperor weapon in his hand. With the help of the heavenly fire art, he will have a chance to turn the situation around. At this time, the people of the Zhou family were completely excited, especially those who didn't think highly of Jiang Chen and thought that it was risky to let Jiang Chen represent the Zhou family in the battle. They felt that it would be a disgrace to the Zhou family. At this moment, all the worries in their hearts were gone. They were secretly glad that the patriarch didn't listen to their opinions. Otherwise, the Zhou family would fall into eternal damnation, and they would become the sinners of the Zhou family. Compared to the Zhou family's happiness, the faces of the people of the Kong family darkened. No one had thought that Jiang Chen would be this strong. Kong Yang, who was a peak second-grade combat emperor, wasn't a match for him. Even if it was because of the element restraint, it was still shocking. After all, Jiang Chen was only an 8th-grade combat king. How could this happen? Patriarch won't lose to Jiang Chen, right? Don't talk nonsense. Patriarch hasn't shown all of his skills yet. Although Jiang Chen is monstrous, he is just an 8th-grade combat king. I believe Patriarch can defeat him. Although the people from the Kong family said so, they didn't have any confidence in their hearts. The disparity between the performance of the two people in the sky was too great. Jiang Chen stood there in the sky in a white robe, looking calm and composed. He didn't look like he was here to fight, but to play. His face was brimming with confidence. Compared to Jiang Chen's calmness, Kong Yang's performance was far inferior. At this moment, not only was Kong Yang injured, but his mind was also in chaos. In such a decisive battle, once one's mind was in chaos, it would be the most terrifying. How is it? I've already said that you're no match for me. Jiang Chen continued to speak indifferently. He knew that every word he said could pierce Kong Yang's fragile heart. What kind of water is that? Why is it so terrifying? Ordinary water can't have such a terrifying effect on my heavenly fire art. Although Kong Yang couldn't wait to pounce on Jiang Chen and tear him into pieces, he still asked curiously. He really didn't know what kind of water could have such a terrifying effect on him, making him unable to fight an 8th-grade combat king. You want to know, but I won't tell you. This is my trump card. Jiang Chen said with a smile. Humph. Jiang Chen, do you think you can defeat me just because you have the ability to suppress me? You are too naive. My skills are not limited to this. I don't believe that your water dragon can last forever. You should know that using such a powerful combat skill will consume a lot of energy. When your energy is depleted, it will be my time to kill you. Kong Yang harumphed coldly, a cold smile appeared on his face. Really? You can give it a try. Jiang Chen almost laughed out loud. Kong Yang thought for a while and came up with such a trick. He wanted to fight a battle of attrition. This was too funny. Perhaps in Kong Yang's point of view, he was a second-grade combat emperor. His yuan force was much stronger than Jiang Chen's, and his recovery speed was faster. Jiang Chen was an 8th-grade combat king, continuously using such a powerful combat skill would consume a lot of energy. Kong Yang didn't believe that Jiang Chen could keep using the skill, so he wanted to kill him after his energy was depleted. This was a good plan, but it wasn't the case. If Jiang Chen was an ordinary person, Kong Yang's plan would be successful. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen, who cultivated the dragon transformation skill, was an abnormal monster. The 35,000 dragon marks in his body could provide him with endless energy that could never be depleted. Anyone who wanted to fight a battle of attrition with Jiang Chen would only end up in tragedy. Kong Long, Kong Yang moved again. His body was engulfed in flames. He struck out the heavenly fire revolving wheel once again, dashing towards Jiang Chen. This time, Kong Yang changed his fighting style, using guerrilla warfare. He would immediately change his position after striking. He felt that in front of Jiang Chen, not only did he have the advantage of yuan force, he also had the advantage of speed. He didn't believe that a puny 8th-grade combat king could be compared to him in terms of speed. Unfortunately, he was disappointed again, Kong Long, the following battle was completely messed up. Kong Yang kept attacking Jiang Chen, but Jiang Chen remained calm and collected. It seemed like he didn't have any other moves, he only used the Water Dragon Seal, continuously colliding with Kong Yang's attacks. As for speed, with the help of the spatial shift and the 9 phantom wolves, Jiang Chen's speed wasn't inferior to Kong Yang's, it was even more terrifying. The two of them had been fighting intensely for half an hour. Every time Kong Yang was struck by Jiang Chen's Water Dragon Seal, he would be restrained by Jiang Chen's Water Dragon Seal. At this moment, besides the strong impact, Kong Yang was sweating profusely. His mind was in a mess, he had the urge to vomit blood. They had been fighting for half an hour. He, a second-grade combat emperor, was exhausted, but Jiang Chen was still as if nothing had happened. He kept waving the Water Dragon Seal as if it didn't cost him anything. Mother **Cur, is this kid a monster? Kong Yang couldn't help but curse. At this moment, his mind was in a mess, he couldn't care about his image anymore. This Jiang Chen is too terrifying. Kong Yang obviously wanted to exhaust Jiang Chen to death, but he didn't expect that he would be the one who exhausted himself. What kind of monster is this Jiang Chen? Is his energy really inexhaustible? Can it be that it will never be exhausted? Who would have thought that it would be like this? If the battle continues like this, I'm afraid that Kong Yang won't get anything good today. He's really an anomaly. His attribute is the bane of Kong Yang's life. It's really bad luck for Kong Yang to encounter him. At this point in the battle, everyone could see that Kong Yang was on the verge of death. If this situation continued, he would be defeated by Jiang Chen sooner or later. The gap between them wasn't just a matter of attribute restraining each other. Energy, speed, and mentality. Jiang Chen had the upper hand in all of them. Kong Yang was going to be defeated. Unless he had a more terrifying trump card, there was no way he could turn the situation around. Big Brother is so powerful, Big Brother is amazing. The little girl rode on Da Huang Dog's neck and shouted. The Zhou family members were all smiles. Jiang Chen was about to win. They didn't care whether Jiang Chen could kill Kong Yang or not, as long as he could get the quota to enter the nebulous sect. In the sky, Kong Yang finally stopped his actions. His whole body was filled with anger. It could be said that at this moment, his state of mind was completely chaotic. He couldn't see the situation clearly. If Kong Yang was a smart person, he would have directly admitted defeat or turned around to leave. Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to make him stay. But as the current head of the Kong family, his face was more important than anything else. Right now, he only wanted to kill Jiang Chen and save his face. He didn't want to run away or admit defeat. In his heart, this was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. This was Jiang Chen's ultimate goal. This kid is a monster. He has an inexhaustible amount of energy. I can't continue fighting like this, or else, I will be the first one to fall. It seems like I have to use my strongest attack to kill him. Kong Yang's eyes were filled with flames. He didn't forget to kill Jiang Chen. He swung his arm and a 3-meter-long fire-tipped spear appeared in his hand. As soon as the fire-tipped spear appeared, it made a crackling sound. The scarlet flame covered the entire spear. When the spear moved, a powerful emperor's chi overflowed, shaking the void. This was a powerful emperor weapon. Kong Yang had never thought that one day, he would use his fire-tipped spear against an 8th-grade combat king. Jiang Chen, it is your honor to die under my heavenly fire spear art. Kong Yang shouted. The long spear produced a buzzing sound and dashed toward Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's expression didn't change. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the surface of the sword was covered with a layer of frost. With Jiang Chen's ability, he could fuse the Water Dragon Seal and the Heavenly Saint Sword together. Even if Kong Yang used his Emperor weapon, he would still be restrained by Jiang Chen. *swoosh*, the Heavenly Saint Sword let out a whistling sound. Like a long dragon, it dashed toward Kong Yang's fire-tipped spear. Although the Heavenly Saint Sword was only a king weapon, its grade had reached the peak of king grade. The power that it emitted wasn't any weaker than an ordinary Emperor weapon. Kong Long, two terrifying combat weapons collided with each other, tearing the void apart. As expected, due to the great restraint of the heavenly and earth pure water, even if Kong Yang used his emperor weapon, he was pushed back by Jiangchen once again. My chance has come. Asterisk swoosh swoosh swoosh, asterisk suddenly, 9 identical Jiangchens appeared in the torn void. 9 Jiangchens held swords at the same time with Kong Yang trapped in the middle. 9 Jiangchens charged towards Kong Yang with the same posture. What? Kong Yang's expression changed dramatically. Just like everyone else who had died under Jiangchen's 9 phantom wolves, his mind was in a complete mess. If he was at his peak, he would be able to tell which one was Jiangchen, but unfortunately, he was in the worst condition he had ever been in his life. It was impossible for him to tell which one was Jiangchen's real body at first glance. Heavens, what kind of trick is this? How many terrifying tricks does this Jiangchen have up his sleeves? Is this a doppelganger technique? No, this should be an extremely mysterious movement skill. I wonder if Kong Yang will be able to resist it. Look, they are fighting each other. Once again, everyone was shocked by Jiangchen's means. Their understanding of Jiangchen was subverted again and again. His tyrannical means were simply endless. The most shocked ones were naturally the Zhou family members. Not only were they shocked, they were also very happy, especially Zhui Yang. He deeply felt that his decision was a wise one. Kong Yang, die. When Jiangchen's heavenly saint sword was about to collide with Kong Yang, he once again let out a roar. 9 Jiangchens roared at the same time. Their roars were mixed with the eagle cry of the 9th heaven, causing Kong Yang, who was already in a mess, to panic again. Arg, Kong Yang screamed. In desperation, he could only choose to attack indiscriminately like those who had fought against the 9 phantom wolves, but in this way, his combat strength was divided. He had already suffered heavy injuries from Jiangchen's crazy attacks, and now that his combat strength was divided, coupled with the fact that Jiangchen's heavenly saint sword was covered with the aura of heaven and earth pure water, which firmly restrained Kong Yang's heavenly fire art, how could he be a match for Jiangchen? Boom! Kong Yang's attack had destroyed all of Jiangchen's doppelgangers, but the real Jiangchen's attack had also arrived. The heavenly saint sword carried an endless amount of power, from top to bottom, without any fancy moves, it destroyed the power of Kong Yang's fire-tipped spear. Puchi! Jiangchen's speed was just too fast, coupled with the fact that Kong Yang was confused by the 9 phantom wolves, he no longer had the chance to block Jiangchen's real attack. One of his arms was directly cut off, blood spurting out from his mouth. Fortunately, Kong Yang's reaction was fast. If he had been any slower, his whole body would have been cut in half. Kong Yang was scared out of his wits. He truly felt the terror of Jiangchen, he felt the threat of death looming over him. How could he dare to be the slightest bit slow? The fire-tipped spear tore through the void, and his body flashed into it. As a dignified patriarch, Kong Yang finally chose to escape at the last moment of life and death. Unfortunately, it was too late for him to escape now. With his current strength, there was no chance for him to escape from Jiangchen's hands. Jiangchen revealed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, he struck out the true dragon palm, enveloping Kong Yang completely and pulling him out from the void. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar again. This time, many people were shocked to the extreme. Kong Yang was defeated, completely defeated. Kong Yang is finished, he is now in the hands of Jiangchen, he doesn't even have the ability to resist. I never thought that the dignified Yuanyang city's strongest warrior would be defeated so thoroughly. This Jiangchen is too terrifying. Do you guys think that Jiangchen would dare to kill Kong Yang? I think he would. Jiangchen is a ruthless and cruel person. He was able to turn the entire Liang province upside down, he is not a person who can be trifled with. Moreover, the hatred between him and the Kong family has already been irreconcilable. If Kong Yang were to be let go, wouldn't it be a great disaster? Although he has lost an arm, he is still a combat emperor. Sounds of discussion were heard. Everyone felt that today's battle was too thrilling and the ending was unexpected. Many of them guessed that Jiangchen would kill Kong Yang because he wasn't afraid of the Kong family's revenge. If he could kill Kong Yang, why would he care about the Kong family? Moreover, as long as Kong Yang was dead, it meant that the Kong family was finished. At that time, Jiangchen wouldn't even need to do anything, the Zhou family would eliminate the Kong family. Jiang I admit defeat, please don't kill me. Kong Yang quickly begged for mercy. In front of death, his face was worthless, his life was the most important thing. I didn't allow you to admit defeat. Jiang Chen's eyes revealed two rays of cold light. He didn't plan to let Kong Yang go from the beginning. Now that Kong Yang was in his hands, only death awaited him. Presumptuous. How dare you kill our patriarch? A first-grade combat emperor of the Kong family shouted and flew up to the sky. The higher-ups of the Kong family did the same. It seemed like they were going to join forces to deal with Jiang Chen. Humph. Do you think there's no one in the Zhou family? Sui Yang harumphed coldly. He wasn't an idiot. Now that Jiang Chen had created an advantageous situation for the Zhou family, he naturally wanted to make use of it. The people of the Zhou family flew up at the same time, blocking the path of the Kong family. Everyone listen up, capture all the people of the Kong family. If anyone resists, kill them without mercy. Sui Yang's words had decided the fate of the Kong family. 3 days ago, Jiang Chen had killed Kong Yan and today, he had captured Kong Yang. Now, the Kong family only had one first-grade combat emperor left. How could they fight against the Zhou family? Sui Yang was a second-grade combat emperor. He alone was enough to wipe out the entire Kong family. Arg! Before the people of the Zhou family could act, a blood-curdling scream was heard from the sky. Jiang Chen's attack was ruthless and merciless. He had beheaded Kong Yang with a single slash. The dignified patriarch of the Kong family, the #1 man in Yuanyang City, had died tragically on the battle stage in the central square. Perhaps, Kong Yang had never dreamt that he would die in the hands of an 8th-grade combat king. He didn't expect that the prosperous Kong family would be annihilated just like that. Kong Hong Kong Yang was dead. The people of the Zhou family unleashed their powerful qi. With Sui Yang as the leader, they surrounded the people of the Kong family. At this moment, the faces of the people of the Kong family were pale. There was no qi left, including the first-grade combat emperor. All of them had given up on resisting. They knew very well that if they resisted, they would be killed immediately. Kong Yang was dead, the Kong family's power was gone, there was no chance for them to make a comeback. Capture everyone. 6th brother, bring your men to occupy the Kong family. From today onwards, there will only be the Zhou family in Yuanyang City, there will be no more Kong family. Sui Yang's voice shook the entire city. He had sentenced the Kong family to death. The battle had ended. Yuanyang City had experienced the biggest shock in its history. Everyone had witnessed the fall of the Kong family. Kong Yang had died in the battle. All the higher-ups of the Kong family had been captured by the Zhou family. The rest of them were chased out of Yuanyang City. From now on, the Kong family would no longer exist in Yuanyang City. The Zhou family had become the strongest family in the city. Sigh, who would have thought that it would end like this? However, Kong Yang was the one who asked for it. He was the one who started it. If he didn't take the initiative to issue the challenge, this wouldn't have happened. The main reason is that Jiang Chen is too scary. He was only an 8th-grade combat king, but he was able to kill Kong Yang, who was at the peak of 2nd-grade combat emperor. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, no one would believe it. In my opinion, the Kong family only has themselves to blame. They were greedy and wanted to get the 2 quotas to enter the nebulous sect. They secretly ambushed the Ranfeng monastery, wanting to kill the little monster of the Zhou family. The monastery was completely destroyed. If it wasn't for Jiang Chen, I'm afraid that Zhuoling heir would be dead. The Zhou family is really lucky to be able to befriend a genius like Jiang Chen. Yuanyang City was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing about the annihilation of a major power in an instant. Sui Yang was decisive. The moment Jiang Chen killed Kong Yang, he had already sentenced the Kong family to death. He didn't give them any chance to react, especially those higher-ups. They didn't even have the chance to escape. Sui Yang was very decisive. The Zhou family was decorated with lanterns and streamers. They were celebrating non-stop. Not only were they celebrating the conquest of Yuanyang City, they were also celebrating Zhuoling heir's entry into the nebulous sect. In the meeting hall, Jiang Chen and Tyrant were treated as distinguished guests. They were sitting at the same level as Sui Yang. Even the two combat emperors were sitting below them. It was the first time for the Zhou family to be seated in such a position. However, no one felt that it was inappropriate. No one was dissatisfied because they had witnessed Jiang Chen's performance. Not to mention how much Jiang Chen had done for the Zhou family, Jiang Chen's terrifying strength made him qualified to sit there. At this moment, the Zhou family was looking at Jiang Chen with gratitude and respect. They knew very well that without Jiang Chen's help, the Zhou family wouldn't stand a chance, let alone killing Kong Yang. Perhaps, the Zhou family would end up like the Kong family. To the Zhou family, such a great kindness was something that they couldn't repay. To Jiang Chen, helping the Zhou family was also helping himself. The reason why he left Liang province for the central region of Xuanyu was to enter the nebulous sect. The fourth fragment of the Heavenly Saint Sword had appeared. It was impossible for Jiang Chen to remain indifferent. It belonged to him, so he had to find a way to get it back. As an outsider, it was extremely difficult for him to enter the nebulous sect. Fortunately, Yuanyang City was allocated 2 slots, which solved the problem of Jiang Chen entering the nebulous sect. Sui Yang took out an interspatial ring and handed it to Jiang Chen. Brother Jiang Chen's great kindness to the Zhou family is something that we can never repay. Most of these things were plundered from the Kong family. Brother Jiang Chen, you must accept them. Jiang Chen happily accepted the universe world. Sui Yang was also happy. He offered the universe world to Jiang Chen and didn't suffer any loss. It was equivalent to returning a favor to Jiang Chen, so why not? Young Master Jiang is really a rare genius. With only an 8th grade combat king, he killed Kong Yang. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. I think the most terrifying thing is that young Master Jiang was able to fuse the 2 opposite elements of fire and water into his body without any repulsion. Such an ability is unheard of and unseen. Jiang brother is the benefactor of our Zhou family. Now, our Zhou family has conquered the entire Yuanyang city and destroyed the Kong family. All the credit goes to young Master Jiang Chen. The Zhou family's higher-ups were talking one after another. Their faces were blooming with smiles, expressing their gratitude to Jiang Chen. They had completely forgotten how they objected to Zhou Yang's decision to let Jiang Chen represent the Zhou family. Of course, Big Brother is the strongest. When I arrive at the Nebula sect in the future, with Big Brother here, no one will dare to provoke me. Zhou Ling'er stood beside Jiang Chen and said proudly, as if the one who killed Kong Yang wasn't Jiang Chen, but Zhou Ling'er. Although Zhou Ling'er and Zhou Ling'er had only known each other for 3 days, they felt like old friends at first sight. Zhou Ling'er was very fond of this ridiculously powerful Big Brother. As for Jiang Chen, he was a loner in his previous life. In this life, he had a father, brothers, friends, and a lover. He was missing a sister. Zhou Ling'er was weird and adorable. Jiang Chen was very happy to have a sister like her. Men should have blood, flesh, and emotions. Only then would their lives be colorful. Jiang Chen suddenly felt that he had been a martial arts fanatic in his previous life. Although he had reached the level of the greatest saint in the world, he had lived his life in vain. By the way, the envoy from the Nebula sect will arrive in 7 days and bring you to the Nebula sect. Ling'er, although you are talented, you are still too young and your cultivation is not very strong. The Nebula sect is a big force in Xuanyu where geniuses gather. When you get there, don't try to show off. Sui Yang said solemnly to Zhou Ling'er. He was very clear about his own woman. Although this little girl was only 12 years old, she was a truly eccentric person. She wasn't someone who was easy to deal with. Even if she were to join the Nebula sect, it would be very difficult for him to not worry about her. However, the Nebula sect wasn't an ordinary sect. It was one of the 5 major sects in Xuanyu. It was a place where geniuses gathered and countless combat emperors were present. Yes, father. Zhou Ling'er pouted her lips. Brother Jiang, when we arrive at the Nebula sect, I will leave Ling'er in your hands. Sui Yang cupped his fists at Jiang Chen. Rest assured, patriarch. I will not let Ling'er get hurt. Jiang Chen smiled. When he thought about entering the Nebula sect 7 days later, Jiang Chen couldn't help but look at Tyrant who was sitting quietly at the side and said, Tyrant, I want to go to the Nebula sect. What are your plans? Xianxia could bring De Huang Dog with him to the Nebula sect, but he couldn't bring Tyrant along. Even if he wanted to, Tyrant wouldn't go with him. He was a true disciple of the Buddha sect and it was impossible for him to join other sections. Moreover, his trip to the Nebula sect was equivalent to an undercover mission. He had a specific goal. Now that Ranfeng Monastery has been repaired, I want to stay in the monastery for a period of time. The epiphany last time had a great impact on me. I need a quiet environment to meditate. I seem to have sensed the essence of the Lotus scripture that my master has imparted to me. Ranfeng Monastery is closer to the Zhou family, so we can meet each other if anything happens. Tyrant said. He had already thought about what he was going to do next. Even if Xianxia didn't go to the Nebula sect, he was going to meditate in Ranfeng Monastery for a period of time. This was his master's monastery, so it was the most suitable place for him to meditate. Hearing this, Xianxia and De Huang Dog nodded. They had seen Tyrant's epiphany with their own eyes. The epiphany had a great impact on Tyrant. Tyrant indeed needed a certain amount of time to meditate and digest the epiphany. Tyrant had the Sarira and the 9 Yang less Rond pill, so his physique was extraordinary. Once he completely digested the epiphany, he might be able to directly advance to the Combat Emperor realm. To Tyrant, this was a good thing. Coincidentally, Xianxia and De Huang Dog were going to the Nebula sect. It was best for Tyrant to stay in Ranfeng Monastery. This is great. If Ranfeng Monastery has great Master Ranfeng's disciple, it will be our Zhou family's greatest honor and fortune. Zhou Yang was overjoyed. The Zhou family had always worshipped Great Master Ranfeng, but they had never seen Great Master Ranfeng in person. Now that Great Master Ranfeng's disciple had arrived, they were naturally excited. For the next few days, Xianxia stayed in the Zhou family, enjoying a rare moment of peace. The one who gained the most in these 7 days was De Huang Dog. This dog was the real weirdo. Perhaps it was because he felt pressured following Xianxia and Tyrant, he slept for 7 days in a row. When he woke up, he actually broke through and reached the peak of the 8th grade Demon King realm. However, after De Huang Dog had reached this level, it was obvious that he still had some energy left. Xianxia quickly took out a large amount of 9 solar holy water and poured it into De Huang Dog's body, allowing De Huang Dog to break through the bottleneck of the 9th grade Demon King realm, becoming a true 9th grade Demon King. De Huang Dog had the body of a dragon horse, his innate ability was very strong. After reaching the 9th grade Demon King realm, the dragon horn on his head had obviously grown bigger, making him look even more mystical than before. Even a 1st grade Combat Emperor wouldn't be a match for De Huang Dog who had reached the 9th grade Demon King realm. 7 days later, 2 palm-sized jade plates suddenly appeared in the sky above Yuanyang City. The jade plates were milky white in color, emitting rays of light. The word Xing was engraved on them. Look, what's that? That's the identity jade plate of the Nebula sect. The Nebula sect is recruiting new disciples this time. They want to give Yuanyang City 2 inner sect disciple quotas. They said that they would send an emissary to pick them up, but the emissary didn't come. The identity jade plate appeared on its own. I wonder how many people dream of obtaining this jade token. That belongs to the Zhou family. Who would dare to take it? The appearance of the jade plate had attracted countless gazes and astonishment. As long as one had this jade plate, he or she would become a disciple of the Nebula sect. It was a great honor. However, no one dared to have any evil thoughts when they saw the jade plate because it belonged to the Zhou family. It wasn't their turn to take it. Moreover, the reason why the Nebula sect dared to directly release the jade plate was that they weren't afraid that someone would dare to take it. Because after arriving at the Nebula sect, there would be other tests. The annual recruitment of disciples by the Nebula sect usually started from the outer sect disciples. As for the inner sect disciples, they would directly give the quota to a certain region. To put it bluntly, the inner sect disciples were all geniuses from different regions. For example, in Yuanyang City, only geniuses like Zhou Ling had a chance. A big hand suddenly appeared in the sky above the square, covered the 2 jade plates, and then disappeared. The sky once again returned to its original tranquility. Almost without guessing, everyone knew that this big hand came from Zhou Yang, the current #1 person of Yuanyang City. In the meeting hall of the Zhou family, a group of high-ranking officials had gathered. Xianxia and Zhou Ling were also invited. The incident of the jade plates appearing in Yuanyang City was known by everyone. Jiang brother, Ling the messenger of the Nebula sect, didn't show up. The identity jade plate of the Nebula sect was sent to Yuanyang City. This is the symbol of your identity. From now on, you are the disciples of the Nebula sect. This is a great honor. Zui Yang passed the jade plates to Jiang Chen and Zhou Ling respectively. Haha, good. Our Zhou family is going to bring honor to our ancestors. Ling has a special physique and talent. She is a 9th grade combat king at the age of 12. Such talent is unique even in the whole of Xuanyu. Now that she has joined the Nebula sect, the future of the Zhou family will depend on her. A respectable elder said with a smile on his face. To the Zhou family, this was a great honor. But the messenger didn't show up. You will have to go to the Nebula sect by yourselves. There is a message in the jade plate that requires you to arrive at the Nebula sect within 10 days. If not, your identity jade plate will be taken back. Sui Yang said. Dad, with the speed of Big Brother and I, we will reach the Nebula sect in less than a day. We don't even need 10 days. But this Nebula sect is really stingy. They said that they would come to welcome us, but they didn't come. They don't put me in their eyes. The little girl's arrogant manner caused a burst of laughter in the hall. Ling although you are the #1 genius in Yuanyang City, the Nebula sect is one of the biggest powers in Xuanyu. There are countless geniuses and masters in there. You better restrain yourself when you arrive at the Nebula sect. Zui Yang said to Zhou Ling in a very serious manner. Oh yes, I haven't finished the message on the jade plate. The reason why the Nebula sect didn't send a messenger this time and asked you to go there personally and gave you 10 days is because there is a purpose. Recently, a large number of demonic beasts have appeared in Huangling Desert. They are wreaking havoc everywhere, killing a lot of businessmen and making the Huangling Desert even more foul. The Nebula sect wants you to immediately go to the Huangling Desert and kill the demonic beasts after you get the jade plate. At that time, you will be rewarded according to the number of demonic beasts killed. If someone can kill the leader of the demonic beasts, the benefits will be huge. This is a test for you. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and Zhou Ling suddenly understood. The Nebula sect was one of the biggest powers in Xuanyu. It was indeed not an easy thing to enter. From the moment you got the jade plate, the competition had already begun. Jiang Chen's eyes flickered. He liked excitement and competition. The more intense the competition, the more fun it was. Therefore, he went to the Nebula sect not only for the broken heavenly saint sword, but also for his own growth. Isn't it just killing demons? It's a piece of cake. Zhou Ling waved her tender fists, looking like she couldn't wait any longer. Linger, don't be careless. Demons are cruel and tyrannical. They are extremely difficult to deal with. You must be extremely careful. Sui Yang scolded. He couldn't do anything about his thick-skinned daughter. This time, going to the Nebula sect, he was also very worried. Although Zhou Ling was talented, she was still too young and ignorant of worldly affairs. Her mind was still very pure. This kind of person was the easiest to suffer losses. Fortunately, there was Jiang Chen following, which made him feel a lot more at ease. Sui Yang could see that Jiang Chen really liked the little girl. Patriarch is right. Demons are different from ordinary demonic beasts. Demons are demonic beasts that have been demonized, or even people who have been demonized. They are also different from the demonic cultivators of the devil sect. Devil cultivators only practice demonic cultivation, but their nature is still human. But after demonization, although their nature is still human and demonic beasts, their nature is no different from a real devil. They have completely lost their humanity. Plus, after being demonized, their flesh and nature will change. They are extremely tyrannical and difficult to deal with. Jiang Chen said. In this world, there were many different species, and demons and devils were the most detestable and hated species. They weren't devils, but due to some reason, they had fallen into the path of evil, and in the end, they were demonized by their filthy thoughts. Once the demonization factor appeared, they would become true demons and devils. Although their bodies weren't devils, their minds were no different from devils. In other words, demons and devils were much scarier than real devils. The blood fiend that Xianxia dealt with was a kind of demons. Brother Jiang is right. This time, a large number of demons have appeared in Huangling Desert. If we don't get rid of them, the demons will wreak havoc, and more demons will appear. Therefore, your trip to Huangling Desert is actually a very dangerous test of life and death. The Nebula sect is a big force in Xuanyu. If you want to make a name for yourself, you must experience life and death experiences again and again. All along, every successful leader has been honed through all kinds of life and death experiences. Sui Yang's earnest teachings to his daughter could be said to be on point as a father. Since it's so dangerous, the Nebula sect should send someone to bring us along. Otherwise, if someone doesn't go to the Huangling Desert and casually takes 2 demon spirits, wouldn't they be able to get away with it? Sui asked curiously. Do you think the Nebula sect is stupid? If you dare to deceive the Nebula sect, you have to be tired of living. Let me tell you, the name Nebula sect is a deterrent in Xuanyu. Moreover, after you obtain the Jade token, you must permeate your spiritual will into it. The Jade token will record all your whereabouts before you head to the Nebula sect. You will know when you see it. Sui Yang said. Jiang Chen and Sui Ling each separated a strand of their divine senses and penetrated into the Jade pendant. Immediately, they established a certain connection with the Jade pendant. With a simple movement of their divine senses, the Jade pendant disappeared and entered the space of their qi. Patriarch, there's no time to lose, let's set off now. Jiangchen stood up and cupped his fists towards Sui Yang. Alright, I'll have to trouble brother Jiangchen to take care of Linger. Sui Yang cupped his fists in response. Towards Jiangchen, he didn't dare to neglect him. Tyrant, you stay in Ranfeng Monastery and meditate. If there's anything, I'll get De Huang to look for you. Jiangchen patted Tyrant's shoulder. Alright, be careful when you arrive at the Nebula sect. Tyrant said. Others might not be able to see through Jiangchen's thoughts, but he could guess a thing or two. Based on Jiangchen's personality, he wouldn't easily join any sect because he was used to being unrestrained. Now, in order to go to the Nebula sect, he didn't hesitate to turn Yuanyang City upside down. There must be a purpose for him to go there. When they left Liang province, they didn't have any purpose. After seeing the master of the Nebula sect fighting with someone, they decided to go to the Nebula sect. Tyrant guessed that Jiangchen might have taken a fancy to the sword of the master of the Nebula sect. Others joined the Nebula sect for the sake of bringing glory to their ancestors and for the sake of their own future. They treated the Nebula sect as a sacred place. However, Jiangchen had an ulterior motive. If things went on like this, Jiangchen would sooner or later fall out with the Nebula sect and become their enemy. This was what Tyrant was worried about. Of course, although Tyrant was worried, he was still very confident in Jiangchen's strength and means. No matter what kind of situation he encountered, he would be able to solve it easily. All along, those who went against Jiangchen didn't seem to have a good ending. Moreover, Jiangchen had a lot of trump cards. He still had the source of combat strength talisman given by Great Master Ran Feng. It would be very difficult for ordinary people to kill him. Later, Jiangchen left Yuanyang City with Sui Linger and De Huang Dog, heading towards the Huangling Desert. He couldn't bring Tyrant along when he joined the Nebula sect, but he could bring De Huang Dog along. Even in the Nebula sect, many people had the habit of raising pet beasts. Some of them even captured powerful beasts as their mounts. Waha, it seems that the Nebula sect is going to be lively soon. This is great. The more exciting it is, the more fun it will be. De Huang Dog laughed while carrying Sui Linger on his back. This dog was the one who wanted to see the world in chaos. Moreover, based on his understanding of Jiangchen, wherever Jiangchen went, there would be no peace. This had been proven by his journey. From the mountain range of origin to the eastern continent, and then to the Liang province of Xuanyu, Jiangchen had left his mark of domination. Thinking of the path that Jiangchen had taken, De Huang Dog couldn't help but think of the overbearing northern and southern dynasties. This guy wanted to take the road of domination and emperor. Unfortunately, he met Jiangchen, which was a tragedy. Big brother, where is the Huangling Desert? I heard that the desert is located in a remote area. It should be a barren land, but treasures often appear in the desert. There are also all kinds of strange rocks, so it attracts many merchants and chambers of commerce. This has also led to the constant bandits and thieves in the Huangling Desert. I didn't expect that there would be demons here. Zhuolinger looked at Jiang Chen. As the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, she naturally needed to know about some places in the Divine Continent. However, she was only 12 years old. She rarely went out of Yuanyang City, let alone the Huangling Desert. It is indeed a barren land. The Huangling Desert is incomparably vast. There are not only deserts, but also mountains. Its area is comparable to the chaotic ocean. We don't have to rush. We can arrive in half a day. Jiangchen said that he used to travel around the world. He knew all the famous places in the major regions. How do you know everything? It's like you've been there before. De Huangdog glanced at Jiangchen. He felt that there was nothing in this world that Jiangchen didn't know. However, De Huangdog was already used to it. If someone could find something that Jiangchen didn't know, De Huangdog would be truly surprised. Big brother, how many inner disciples do you think the Nebula sect will recruit this time? Zhuolinger asked. For a major power like the Nebula sect, most of their inner disciples are promoted from the outer sect. The quota of inner disciples they recruit from the outside is very small, which leads to intense competition. Take Yuanyang City for example, there are only 2 quotas. The 2 major powers are fighting for these 2 quotas. I'm guessing that the Nebula sect won't offer too many quotas. There are 5 major powers in Xuanyu, and the Nebula sect is only one of them. There are many regions that they can't penetrate into, but I'm afraid that those who are selected will be at the terrifying 9th grade combat king. The Nebula sect is directly recruiting powerful geniuses. As long as they perform well, they will be valued by the sect. So, little girl, you have to work hard. Jiangchen patted Zhuolinger's head and said. In his eyes, Zhuolinger's talent was comparable to the geniuses of the ancient families in the Pure Land. A 12-year-old 9th grade combat king, no matter where she was, she would be an anomaly. She appeared in a place like Xuanyu because Zhuo Yiyang loved his daughter so much that he didn't want to promote her. If not, she would have been taken away by the major powers. Now that she was 12 years old and had reached the 9th grade combat king, Zhuo Yiyang decided to let her join the major powers for further training. Don't worry, I will sweep away all the geniuses of the Nebula sect. I will protect you. If anyone dares to bully Big Brother, I will punch him until his teeth fall all over the floor. Zhuolinger waved her fists. She was like a bully. Jiangchen was speechless. The little girl wasn't a big person, but she had a big mouth. She hadn't even entered the gate of the Nebula sect, but she was already thinking of sweeping away all the geniuses. Along the way, 2 men and a dog were playing and joking with each other. The eccentric Zhuolinger's participation had undoubtedly brought Jiangchen a lot of fun, especially when the little girl and De Huangdog were like-minded. With such a combination, no matter how long the journey was, they wouldn't feel lonely. While flying towards Huangling Desert, Jiangchen could feel powerful qi from time to time. Sometimes, he would even encounter some provocations from those qi, but Jiangchen didn't bother to pay attention to them. These powerful qi should be the same as us. They are the geniuses chosen by the Nebula sect from different regions. Just like what I guessed, all of them are 9th grade combat kings. The Nebula sect directly accepted them into the sect. It's much easier to cultivate them compared to those outer sect disciples. Jiangchen smiled. Big brother, that guy dared to provoke us just now. Should we go and beat him until his teeth fall all over the floor? Zhuolinger was eager to have a go at it. She looked like she was ready to fight. Linger, you are still a girl. Can you not be so barbaric? Why do you want to beat him until his teeth fall all over the floor? De Huangdog couldn't help but say. What is gentleness? Zhuolinger asked seriously. Jiangchen and De Huangdog staggered and almost fell from the sky. It seemed that talking about gentleness with Zhuolinger was a big mistake. End of chapter 612. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.